Chapter 1. The heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi, Xie Weilou, has committed heinous acts, including the massacre of 30 members of the Lin family, the release of a notorious criminal from western Chu, and the audacious act of spying on the crown princess while she bathed. For these transgressions, he is subject to execution according to the laws of the great Xia Dynasty, serving as a warning to others. However, due to the Marquis' plea for leniency, His Majesty has shown mercy and commuted Xie Weilou's death penalty. He is now imprisoned in the 18 layers of the heavenly prison, to remain there for 3 years without the possibility of release. Xie Weilou is a notorious scoundrel, a frivolous wastrel, utterly unworthy of my Su Muxue. Today I, Su Muxue, have come to the Xie family to annul the engagement and sever ties with Xie Weilou. 3 years later, in the great Xia Dynasty, in Tianqi City, winter has arrived, with heavy snowflakes falling like goose feathers, blanketing the mountains and rivers in ice, rendering the world a canvas of white. The biting cold wind sweeps through, chilling to the bone. The heavenly authority, in the 18 layers of the heavenly prison, within a solitary cell. Alas, a disheveled young man, emaciated and with a pallid complexion that hinted at frailty, sat with an air of indolence, leaning against the wall with one leg crossed over the other, hands cradling his head. Beneath him lay a bed of straw lacking footwear. He had fashioned a pair of straw sandals with his own hands. The 18 layers of the heavenly prison are dark and damp, particularly frigid in winter. Any ordinary person entering would either perish or suffer greatly. Yet, he appeared entirely unaffected. His name is Xie Weilou, who traversed into the great Xia Dynasty 3 years prior, bearing the title of heir to the Marquis of Zhenxi. Regrettably, the original owner of this body fell victim to treachery, and he had not enjoyed a single day of comfort before being cast into the depths of the prison. Time has flown, and 3 years have now passed. In these 3 years, he has not been entirely devoid of gains. This realm, boundless and vast, reveres the strong, formidable practitioners can soar through the skies or traverse the earth, while some are bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts. Only those endowed with immense power can seize their destiny in this mysterious world. Xie Weilou closed his eyes. Within his dantian floated a scroll of black celestial text, inscribed with enigmatic runes. This celestial scroll, originating from Earth, was a trinket he had purchased from a street vendor, an object that became the catalyst for his transmigration. Upon entering the Blackwater prison, he meticulously examined the celestial scroll and soon discovered its remarkable ability to deduce cultivation methods. From it, he acquired a Nirvana Sutra and a heavenly repair technique. The Nirvana Sutra, a method of mental cultivation, can refine bones and meridians, open the dantian, and forge a divine abode, enabling rapid breakthroughs. The foundation of cultivation lies in the spiritual bones. Only with spiritual bones can one embark on the path of cultivation. The great Xia categorizes the absorption of spiritual energy by these bones into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Regrettably, the original owner possessed only waste bones, stymieing his cultivation. Yet the Nirvana Sutra could remedy this predicament. As for the heavenly repair technique, it is a forbidden art that can unconditionally elevate one's realm without any side effects. In the great Xia Dynasty, the familiar classifications of cultivation realms are delineated as follows: Xianhuang, Jiasuo, Tuo Jiang, Daozong, Xianxiang, Hualong, and Shun. Ting, with each realm further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and pinnacle point. 3 years have passed, and without any resources, he has managed to elevate his cultivation to the later stage of the expansion realm solely through the Sutra of Nirvana. However, in comparison to those predecessors who traversed realms equipped with fully developed systems, he remains merely a fledgling. Xie Weilou, why have you annihilated my entire family? A woman clad in a flowing azure dress approached with an icy demeanor. She possessed a statuesque figure, her curves exquisite, and her long, raven-black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her fingers, delicate as spring onions, adorned with a finely crafted gilded ring. With a heart-shaped face, her skin was as fair and smooth as snow, her brows like wisps of green smoke, and her phoenix-like eyes glimmered alluringly. Her presence exuded an ethereal chill, a breathtaking beauty that seemed to repel others. She resembled a pristine blue lotus, utterly incongruous with the grimy depths of the Blackwater prison. Xie Weilou regarded the woman before him with a complex expression. Lin Xinguang, deputy commander of the Heavenly Authority, the esteemed young lady of the Lin family from Tianqi City, stood at the pinnacle of the Lock realm, on the verge of entering the expansion realm. The Lin family was not a lineage of officials, but rather a powerful merchant family, wielding immense financial resources. However, 3 years prior, the Lin family had met its demise, Answer my question. Lin Qinghuang's gaze was icy as she fixed her stare upon Xie Weilou. All 30 members of the Lin family had been slaughtered upon her return. She had found nothing but a scene of carnage and corpses, and all evidence pointed to Xie Weilou. Before the fall of the Lin family, Xie Weilou had dared to provoke her. Only to be reprimanded by her in turn, he had vowed to make her pay for it. A maid from the Lin household had survived by mere chance, identifying Xie Weilou as the orchestrator of this calamity. Lin Qinghuang had conducted her own investigation, uncovering evidence that Xie Weilou and his guards had indeed been present, and even found that he owned some assets belonging to the Lin family. Was it merely because she had reprimanded him that he sought to obliterate her entire lineage? Initially, Lin Qinghuang believed Xie Weilou to be a remorseless and brutal individual. However, during her 3 years in the celestial prison, her perspective began to shift. Though he possessed a silver tongue, he had not yet reached the point of bloodthirsty cruelty. It was highly likely that he was merely a scapegoat. There seemed to be a mysterious force behind the downfall of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Qinghuang surmised that this matter was far from simple and certainly concealed truths unknown to her. If you allow me to indulge once, I shall divulge the answer, Xie Weilou stated earnestly, gazing at Lin Qinghuang. This same inquiry had been posed to him by Lin Qinghuang over 100 times in the span of 3 years, and his response remained unchanged. He continued to covet Lin Qinghuang's. Formed at AS for the destruction of the Lin family, he had merely borne the brunt of the blame. Regrettably, before he could investigate further, he had been cast into the celestial prison, leaving him unable to provide Lin Qinghuang with a definitive answer. Crack! Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, the sound of her bones cracking echoing in the air. With eyes that radiated frost, she glared at Xie Weilou and took a deep breath. From within her sleeve, she retrieved a key and unlocked the prison door. Xie Weilou, astonished, inquired, "Have you agreed? Shall I prepare myself?" Lin Qinghuang replied coldly, "The emperor has decreed you are free to leave the prison." Upon finishing her words, she turned and departed. "Am I free to leave?" Xie Weilou squinted his eyes, yet he did not hesitate. Rising promptly to exit the prison, as he stepped out of the celestial dungeon, a blinding white light assaulted him, prompting him instinctively to shield his eyes. Contrary to the anticipated warmth of the sun, he was met with a landscape frozen in time, thick layers of snow blanketing the ground, while the biting cold wind pierced through him, mercilessly hiss. Xie Weilou drew a sharp breath, wrapping his arms around himself, his body shivering momentarily. When he was imprisoned, the city was cloaked in frost now. Upon his release, it remained a realm of pristine white. After a brief pause, Xie Weilou adjusted to the brightness, glancing down at his tattered attire, his feet clad only in straw sandals. Lin Qinghuang stood beside him, wielding a long sword, her gaze as frigid as ice directed at him. Observing the strikingly beautiful Lin Qinghuang, Xie Weilou smiled and extended his hand, saying, "For 3 years, Qinghuang and I have shared our lives, confiding in each other. Though not officially wed, our bond surpasses that of marriage. Why not return with me to the town West Marquis residence? I promise you a lifetime of splendor to show you the wonders of the world." Clang! Lin Qinghuang unsheathed her sword, pointing it threateningly at Xie Weilou's neck. Her voice was icy as she declared, "Though you have regained your freedom, this matter is far from over. You would do well to avoid falling into my grasp." Xie Weilou, beaming with a smile, replied, "Come now. I know you can't bear to part with me. Rest assured, once I return, I shall arrange for a grand procession to escort you into my home, and you shall bear me 100 or so children." Swish! Lin Qinghuang's expression darkened with a swift motion. Her sword severed a lock of Xie Weilou's hair. She coldly sheathed her sword, commanding, "Get lost." With a grin, Xie Weilou tightened his tattered clothing. He looked ahead, displeased, and remarked, "Today, upon my release, were the people of the town West Marquis residence to welcome me." Having spoken, he shoved his hands into his sleeves, bowing his head against the icy wind as he strode forward. The straw sandals crunched upon the snow, leaving a trail of footprints, which were soon buried again by the relentless snowfall. The bitter winds battered his frame, making his already slender form appear even more desolate. Lin Qinghuang watched Xie Weilou's retreating figure, her words unspoken, caught in a moment of hesitation. Over the past 3 years, she had concealed certain truths from him. The current state of the town West Marquis residence was unlike before Xie Weilou's return did not guarantee the comforts he once knew on the snow-covered streets. Xie Weilou pressed forward beneath the swirling flurries, each step leaving fleeting impressions in the snow, only to be quickly obscured. The chilling gusts threatened to topple him at any moment. After a while, Xie Weilou's hair and garments had transformed into a blanket of white. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted a small pavilion and made his way over to seek refuge from the snow. Within the pavilion, Xie Weilou, appearing disheveled, brushed off the snow from his hair and clothes. He rubbed his hands together gently, exhaling warm breath, presenting a picture of utter disarray. This was hardly the demeanor of the esteemed heir of the town West Marquis. He resembled nothing more than a stray dog, a beggar on the streets. Xie Weilou? A voice of surprise rang out. Xie Weilou followed the gaze of a striking figure clad in a flowing white down gown entering the pavilion. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure elegantly accentuated by the gown that hugged her waist, cinched with a delicate ribbon, revealing her alluring curves. Her long, dark hair cascaded gracefully, framing a finely chiseled face, with skin as smooth as porcelain, almond-shaped eyes sparkling with brilliance, and lips naturally tinted. Exuding an air of dignified elegance and charm, Xie Weilou, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, possessed a cultivation level at the midstage of the locking chains realm. Previously betrothed to Xie Weilou, their engagement was dissolved when he was imprisoned, and Xie Weilou personally visited him to break off the union, leaving their marriage. Arrangements in the past. Xie Weilou gazed at Xie Weilou with a peculiar expression at that moment. Xie Weilou appeared disheveled, clad in tattered garments and wearing straw sandals. Resembling a beggar on the street, it was nearly impossible for her to recognize him. 3 years without a word, and Weilou has blossomed even more beautifully. Such a captivating figure, truly mesmerizing. Come closer, let me admire you properly, and I shall also show you my prized possession, he exclaimed with a broad smile. It must be said, Xie Weilou indeed looked stunning now. Upon hearing his words, Xie Weilou's expression shifted to one of disgust. She had anticipated that 3 years in prison would have tempered his behavior. It seemed she had overestimated him. This man remained unchanged, showing no signs of growth. However, given the current circumstances surrounding the Duke of Zhenxi's residence, if Xie Weilou had not progressed, he would likely find himself in dire straits. With a grin, Xie Weilou remarked, "Why are you standing there in silence? Come closer, so I can truly appreciate you. Although our engagement has been annulled, that does not diminish my desire for you. Do not be deceived by my current disheveled appearance. Once I am cleaned up, I shall appear quite distinguished." Xie Weilou regarded Xie Weilou with a frosty glare, her eyes reflecting her disdain. Seeing this, Xie Weilou sighed. "During my time in prison, a wise man once told me that if you love someone, you should admire her chest and legs, for while she may not see you, you must keep her form in your sight." Xie Weilou's expression darkened, and with a fierce glare, she retorted, "Xie Weilou, should you dare to speak so brazenly again, I shall make you regret it." With a somber gaze, Xie Weilou replied, "Before you cast me aside, would you allow me to feel your leg? My hands are cold, and I long to experience Muxu's warmth." Xie Weilou momentarily faltered, her heart brimming with rage. This man was nothing but a rogue. She should not have approached him or engaged in conversation. Weilou, a gentle voice emerged at the right moment. As a handsome man clad in a black mink coat, his countenance as refined as jade, approached with an oil paper umbrella. His gaze towards Xie Weilou was filled with warmth, whereas his look towards Xie Weilou carried an icy edge. Suppressing her anger, Xie Weilou walked toward the man, positioning herself beneath his umbrella. Xie Weilou watched the two with a heart full of anguish, lamenting, "Weilou, no wonder you wish to annul our engagement. It appears you have taken up with Xiao Su. Your taste is truly lacking. How can he possibly compare to me?" Xiao Su, the son of the Marquis of Wuan, is a renowned prodigy in Tianqi City, exceptionally gifted and with unparalleled martial prowess. At a tender age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the shackled realm, marking him as a figure of considerable significance. Xie Weilou, what nonsense are you spouting? Xie Weilou clenched her fists, her expression filled with indignation as she glared at Xie Weilou. Her decision to annul the engagement was not due to another, but rather because Xie Weilou was utterly incompetent. Xie Weilou lowered his head, a despondent look crossing his face as he remarked, "When you get married, do remember to invite me to your wedding night. I shall show you my prized possession." Boom! Xiao Su extended his hand, unleashing a surge of power that shattered one of the pavilion's pillars. He coldly regarded Xie Weilou, saying, "Xie Weilou, mind your tongue, or do not blame me for being unkind." "What? Do you wish to fight? Do you believe I won't bring people to dismantle your Marquis of Wuan residence tomorrow?" Xie Weilou showed no signs of intimidation. "Is that so?" Xiao Ci's tone turned ominous. The current Marquis of Zhenxi is not what it once was. Xiao Su feared Xie Weilou not in the slightest. Seeing this, Xie Weilou promptly urged Xiao Su, "Enough. There is no need to stoop to his level." Xiao Su cast a casual glance at Xie Weilou. "Out of respect for Weilou, I shall overlook this matter for now. It would be wise to refrain from a repeat. I could crush you with a single hand. Xie Weilou dismissed the words as inconsequential. Let us go, Su Mushu stated. The two then departed under the shelter of an umbrella. Xie Weilou waited a moment, and upon seeing the snow cease, he left the pavilion. The Marquis of Zhenxi once held a significant position. Old Master Xie, known as the God of Slaughter, defended against demonic creatures and achieved remarkable military feats, ultimately being bestowed the title of Marquis of Zhenxi, commanding an army of 300,000, instilling great fear in others. After the old master retired, the title of Marquis was passed to his eldest son, Xie. Regrettably, 3 years prior, a monumental event occurred. Xie failed in his seclusion and met his demise. Not long after, the demon clan invaded, and Xie, leading 100,000 troops to resist, was ambushed by a great rock, resulting in the annihilation of his entire army. Following this incident, Xie Zhangxuan, the second son of the Xie family, temporarily assumed the title of Marquis, causing the status of the Marquis of Zhenxi to plummet drastically before the Marquis' residence. Xie Weilou murmured, "Something feels amiss." He proceeded forward. "Begone. Who let this filthy beggar in? This is the Marquis of Zhenxi. Do not tarnish this place. Leave at once." The guard at the gate, upon seeing the disheveled Xie Weilou, immediately displayed a look of disdain, impatiently waving his hand to shoo him away. Slap. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the guard. "You dare strike me, you beggar? Are you seeking death?" The guard, clutching his face, glared furiously at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou coldly retorted, "Blind wretch, open your eyes and see who you are addressing." The guard's expression was one of fury, yet he cast a glance at Xie Weilou and found him vaguely familiar. Xie Weilou. The guard swiftly recognized Xie Weilou, yet instead of displaying any semblance of fear, he was consumed by fury. "How dare a mere lackey address me by my full name?" Unable to contain himself, Xie Weilou leaped forward, his straw sandal striking the guard's chest with force, propelling him into the courtyard. "Ah!" The guard's anguished cry attracted the attention of others, and soon a group of armored soldiers rushed over, led by a middle-aged general. "What is the matter?" The general inquired in a grave tone. With his feet firmly planted in his straw sandals, Xie Weilou strode confidently into the residence of the Marquis of Zhenxi, casting a disdainful glance at those present before, declaring, "This heir has arrived. Why do you not come forth to welcome me?" The middle-aged general turned his gaze towards Xie Weilou, his eyes narrowing as recognition dawned upon him. Indeed, 3 years had passed, and Xie Weilou was now free from imprisonment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and spoke. "Ah, it is the return of the heir. Just now, that wretched servant failed to recognize true worth. I shall ensure he is severely punished, and I hope the heir can forgive this transgression." "Heir? What heir?" "Merely a beggar." Before Xie Weilou could respond, a chilling voice interjected, and a man clad in a blue robe, with a shadowy countenance, approached. "I pay my respects to the second young master." The middle-aged general and the others promptly bowed to this ominous figure. A hint of arrogance flickered in the man's eyes as he cast a disdainful glance at Xie Weilou. "Xie Weilou, do you see? I am the true master here." Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon the man before him. This individual, known as Xie Wuji, was the second son of his second uncle and could be regarded as his cousin. Throughout the years, this cousin appeared to harbor a profound disdain for him. "Allow me to share a piece of news. The old master and your father passed away shortly after your imprisonment. Presently, the title of Marquis of Zhenxi belongs to my father, while my elder brother rightfully stands as the heir to the Zhenxi Marquisate. As for you, Xie Weilou, you are nothing more than a stray dog bereft of a home." Xie Wuji observed Xie Weilou's silence, a smug smile appearing on his face. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Dead, he had traversed into this world, yet had not savored a single day of peace before being imprisoned. Now that he had finally emerged from the confines of the prison, he learned that both his father and grandfather had passed away. What in the world was this? Xie Wuji, with a demeanor reminiscent of a petty triumph, proclaimed, "In the present day, the Zhao residence is under my father's authority. You, Xie Weilou, a mere sinner, have no right to set foot in the Zhao residence. Depart at once." After listening to Xie Weilou, he immediately burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Upon witnessing Xie Weilou's laughter, Xie Wuji could not help but feel his expression darken. With a sharp clap, Xie Weilou removed his straw sandals and directly struck Xie Wuji's face with them, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters away, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. "Oh!" Xia Wuji let out a piercing scream, covering his face as he bellowed. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and subdue him. Xie Weilou's smile was eerily sinister as he suddenly drew the saber from the side of a nearby soldier. In the blink of an eye, he lunged towards Xia Wuji. Placing a foot firmly on his chest, the blade poised threateningly against his neck. Your Highness, no? The middle-aged general's expression changed drastically as he quickly regained his composure. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Xie Weilou could so swiftly overpower Xia Wuji. He gripped his saber tightly, ready to intervene, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming presence that rendered him immobile. Xie Weilou, what are you doing? Xia Wuji, feeling the cold blade pressed against his throat, displayed a glimmer of panic in his eyes. Xie Weilou sneered, a contemptible wretch who, having achieved a modicum of success, shows utter disregard for his elders. Your existence is a mere squandering of resources. You may as well meet your demise. With that, he suddenly kicked Xia Wuji's face several times. Ah! Xia Wuji cried out in agony. Die? Fool! Xie Weilou's long knife slowly grazed Xia Wuji's neck, a trickle of crimson blood seeping forth. No, please, do not kill me. Xia Wuji was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of terror, his entire body trembling. He was well aware of Xie Weilou's recent release from prison and had initially planned to assert his authority upon the latter's return, intending to demonstrate who truly held dominion over the Zhenxi Marquisate. However, to his astonishment, Xie Weilou had arrived with the intent to end his life. In that moment, the blade had already grazed his throat, and he felt the specter of death looming ever closer. My lord, please reconsider, an elderly man with silver hair approached. His hands clasped behind his back. He cast a cursory glance at the middle-aged general, and with that, the oppressive aura surrounding the general dissipated. Beads of cold sweat adorned the general's forehead as he hastily bowed to the elder, exclaiming, I pay my respects to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, an esteemed elder of the Zhenxi Marquisate, was a practitioner at the mid-stage of the shackled realm. When Xie Weilou beheld Uncle Fu, he casually discarded his long blade and chuckled, Of course, I must honor Uncle Fu's presence. Having just emerged from confinement, might I be granted the opportunity to take a bath and don fresh garments? Otherwise, I shall forever be mistaken for a beggar. With that, he forcefully kicked Xia Wuji aside. Uncle Fu nodded gently. Your Highness, please follow me. Although Xie Nantian has passed away, Xie Sanchuan currently assumes the position of the Marquis. However, the heir of the Marquisate of Zhenxi remains Xie Weilou. While the title of Marquis may be temporarily held by another, the heir, as long as he lives, cannot be replaced. Xie Weilou then followed Uncle Fu towards a loft. The middle-aged general hurriedly stepped forward to assist Xie Wuji to his feet, inquiring, Second young master. Are you all right? Xie Wuji angrily shoved the middle-aged general aside, clutching his neck and gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Did you not see me being struck? Why did you not intervene? The middle-aged general replied with a bitter smile, I wish to intervene. Yet I was restrained by the formidable strength of Master Fu, rendering me immobile. That old rascal Fu. Xie Wuji's countenance was exceedingly grim. He clenched his fists, a glimmer of resentment flickering in his eyes. Xie Weilou, you shall await your reckoning. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Today, his father was away, and he would not return for another 2 days. Otherwise, how could Xie Weilou dare to act so audaciously? Within the loft, Xie Weilou, attended by his maidservants, completed his morning ablutions, meticulously shaving away the stubble and adorning himself in an elegant white robe. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he beheld a strikingly handsome visage, albeit slightly gaunt, with a pallid complexion that conveyed a certain air of fragility. His elongated eyes exuded a languid charm, presenting an impression of a delicate, scholarly figure. Fortunately, 3 years of confinement had not diminished his allure. Xie Weilou chuckled, Hee. The young master is truly narcissistic. Beside her, the maidservant stifled a giggle. This maid, named Li Hua, was a little girl adopted by Uncle Fu, who later became a servant to Xie Weilou, thus forming a certain familiarity between them. What do you know? This is what I call capital. Xie Weilou displayed a hint of pride upon his countenance. Uncle Fu entered with a selection of delicacies and bowed to Xie Weilou, saying, I pay my respects to the young master. Xie Weilou turned to Fu Bo and said, Fu Bo, I have been imprisoned in the dungeon for 3 years. It seems much has transpired. Please, enlighten me. Fu Bo fell silent for a moment before placing the food upon the table. A month after your incarceration, the old Marquis attempted seclusion but ultimately perished, his soul extinguished. He sighed again. Not long after, the demon clan launched an invasion. The Marquis led an army of 100,000 to suppress them, but was met with an assault from a colossal rock, resulting in the annihilation of the entire force, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, your second uncle assumed the position of the Marquis of the West, and your third uncle chose not to inform you of these events while you were in prison, fearing it would be too burdensome for you to bear. Life in the dungeon was far from pleasant, and had he revealed such dire news to Xie Weilou, it was likely he would have worried that Xie Weilou might not endure the weight of it. Fu Bo had initially intended to provide some clothing for Xie Weilou in his confinement, but was stopped by Xie Zhangxuan. My second uncle has always been at odds with my father. It is said that in their rivalry for the title of Marquis, he employed many underhanded tactics. Now that he temporarily holds the title of Marquis of the West, I fear my days may become quite arduous. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. Aware of the passing of the elder and Xia Nantian, he felt a tinge of melancholy in his heart, yet he could only choose to accept it. Fu Bo remarked, "After your second uncle assumed the position of the Marquis, he replaced many within the household. The days ahead for the heir will undoubtedly be challenging. However, you are the heir, the true master of the Marquisate of Zhenxi, and the future Marquis of Zhenxi. Xie Zhangxuan merely serves as a temporary placeholder for the position of the Marquis of the West, yet with Xie Weilou's release from prison, it is anticipated that he shall assume the role of the future Marquis of the West. With his father having perished in battle, it is only natural that he, as the heir, could rise to become the new generation's Marquis. However, the realization of this prospect is contingent upon Xie Weilou's capabilities. Should he remain the same dissipated youth as before, the title will forever elude him, regardless of his status as heir. Presently, the Marquis of the West's residence is fraught with peril, with Xie Zhangxuan wielding authority. Xie Weilou's return may not necessarily herald good tidings. As for the future Marquis of the West, that has not crossed my mind. Did the old master or my father leave me any words of wisdom?" Xie Weilou inquired. Fu Bo pondered. "It is likely that he has spoken with third master. You should seek him out then." "All right." Xie Weilou nodded gently. Subsequently, he partook of some sustenance. Reclining upon the soft bed, he indulged in a restorative slumber. After 3 years of confinement, his sleep had been anything but comfortable. Now, in a clean room with a plush bed, he was determined to rest thoroughly. He slept soundly until the evening. Xie Weilou opened his eyes and quietly departed from the house. Before long, he arrived at an ancient residence within the city. The old mansion bore the plaque, "Life is but a dream." The characters were hastily inscribed, yet exuded a robust aura, subtly imbued with an ethereal charm, truly remarkable. Creak. Xie Weilou pushed open the grand door of the ancient residence without any hindrance and strode confidently inside. The courtyard was paved with stone slabs, blanketed in a thick layer of white snow. On a bench within the courtyard reclined a middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe. He squinted, his face flushed with inebriation, as he continually poured liquor from a flask into his mouth. Numerous other bottles adorned the table nearby, revealing him to be a quintessential drunkard. Third uncle. Xie Weilou picked up a handful of snow from the ground, molded it into a snowball, and threw it forward. With a resounding bang, the snowball was dissipated by an enigmatic force before it could even approach the middle-aged man. The man opened his eyes, nearly losing his balance, and glared at Xie Weilou, exclaiming, "What brings you here, you little rascal? Are you here to beg your third uncle for a drink?" Xie Weilou said with a beaming smile. Before him stood a middle-aged man named Xie Bian, his third uncle. Clearly, this name held a certain uniqueness, and the individual himself was indeed remarkable. Xie Weilou could not discern the depths of his true capabilities. However, it was evident that Xie Bian's strength was exceedingly formidable. Within the Tianqi Marquisate, Xie Bian occupied a rather exceptional position, indulging in the pleasures of wine, gambling, and living as a scoundrel. Yet, both the elder and Xia Nantian, along with others, exhibited immense tolerance towards him, refraining from interfering in his affairs. "Do you wish to drink?" Xie Bian's expression was peculiar. With a casual wave of his hand, a jug of wine soared towards Xie Weilou. "Here, the wine is yours. You may return now. Do not disturb me." Xie Weilou accepted the drink with a faint smile and said, "Aside from my desire for a drink, I also wish to seek a martial art technique from my third uncle." Upon hearing this, Xie Bian's figure shifted, soaring to the rooftop. He took a swig from the wine flask, his face a mask of astonishment as he stared at Xie Weilou, exclaiming, "Am I mistaken? You wish to request the martial arts techniques? The 7 kills sword of gods and demons." Xie Weilou candidly remarked that this enigmatic third uncle was truly remarkable, and the swordsmanship he practiced was profoundly inscrutable. Among the techniques was one known as the Divine Ghost 7-Kill Sword, which was extraordinarily fierce. During his imprisonment, Xie Weilou had already contemplated mastering this particular sword technique. Now that he had been released, it was only natural for him to pursue its study. He possessed the Nirvana Sutra and the Heavenly Repair technique, yet these were insufficient. He required a more formidable sword art. The Divine Ghost 7-Kill Sword was the most fitting. This technique was meticulously concealed by his third uncle, seldom demonstrated before outsiders, and he had only witnessed it once. Xie Weilou chuckled and said, "If you were to embark on the path of martial arts and wish to learn the 7 kills sword of gods and demons, I could certainly teach you." Alas, the path of martial arts? As Xie Weilou stepped down, the ground beneath him erupted with splashes of ice and snow, which instantaneously coalesced into over 100 crystalline swords. With a flick of his sleeve, whoosh, 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 the myriad of ice swords surged forth towards Xie Weilou in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Xie Weilou's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. He casually hurled the wine pot, shattering 100 ice crystal swords. With a single step, Xie Weilou suddenly appeared in the sky, his fingers deftly pinching together, transforming the swirling snowflakes into a colossal sword of ice and snow. Flash! Xie Weilou lightly uttered a word, and the colossal ice sword suddenly cleaved towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou exhibited a flicker of interest, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he casually extended his hand. As the colossal ice crystal sword descended upon him, his fingers swiftly pinched the blade, delivering a gentle flick. Boom! The massive ice sword shattered, sending snowflakes cascading down. Xie Weilou soared to the rooftop, and with a faint smile, he inquired, "Third uncle, would you be willing to impart the secrets of the 7 kills sword of the divine and ghost?" Xie Weilou stared in astonishment at Xie Weilou in the corridor, remarking, "Based on the formidable power of your recent sword strike, it appears that you have reached the late stage of the expansion realm. Intriguingly, I find myself unable to perceive the full extent of your cultivation." He was taken aback. Had this young man, once deemed worthless, truly made such progress? Previously, he had attempted several times to probe into Xie Weilou's abilities, considering various methods. All to no avail. Even Xie Tian had once sought the assistance of a renowned sword immortal from the great Xia. Yet that esteemed figure merely shook his head upon witnessing Xie Weilou's condition. Who would have thought that after 3 silent years in confinement, this young man had stealthily ascended to the late stage of the expansion realm? Such accomplishments are indeed remarkable. Xie Weilou remarked with a smile. It is truly extraordinary to encounter a remarkable individual within the confines of a prison. The celestial manuscript is indeed peculiar. It possesses the ability to conceal one's true cultivation. Were it not for his voluntary revelation of his prowess, outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to discern his genuine realm. Xie Weilou gazed deeply at Xie Weilou, refraining from further inquiries. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and from within a pavilion, a scroll soared forth. Xie Weilou tossed the scroll to Xie Weilou, saying, "I bestow upon you this martial technique. How much you can cultivate is entirely dependent on your own abilities. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire further." Xie Weilou directly unrolled the scroll, intently observing its contents. The 7-kill sword of divine spirits comprises 7 distinct blades, each capable of transforming in myriad ways. The first technique is the unsheathing of the sword, followed by the shadow kill in the second. The third technique is sword mastery, while the fourth is the sword array. The fifth technique involves enchantment, the sixth is the calamity averting, and the seventh is the extermination of evil. This swordsmanship embodies agility, mastery over the sword, intricate formations, and profound mystical principles. The final 3 techniques are particularly formidable. The fifth technique of enchantment significantly amplifies combat prowess and enhances the sword's intent. The sixth technique, calamity averting, harnesses the formidable power of countless thunderbolts through the sword's momentum. The seventh technique transforms the sword into lightning, unleashing a peerless strike aimed at obliterating malevolent forces. Xie Weilou sat atop the rooftop, intently observing. Within him, the celestial manuscript resonated, swiftly deducing the intricacies of this sword technique. Xie Weilou leaned against the eaves, continuing to sip his wine, refraining from disturbing Xie Weilou. However, he was silently observing the latter, curious to see what progress this young man would make after acquiring the cultivation method. In his view, if a person suddenly received an opportunity and experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation, it did not necessarily denote exceptional talent. After all, in the vast expanse of the universe, treasures and elixirs abound, and some individuals can ascend to great heights with just a single pill. Yet, these are mere external forces. The crux lies within oneself. The ability to comprehend is paramount, for treasures and elixirs ultimately have their limits, whereas profound insight can transcend those boundaries. As time passed, minute by minute, an hour slipped away. Xie Weilou rose to his feet, closing the scroll with a decisive motion. A sharp glint akin to a blade flickered in his eyes, as an intangible sword intent radiated from his being. The ice and snow upon the roof trembled, and several bricks began to fracture. Xie Weilou's expression changed, and with a casual wave of his hand, a black longsword soared towards him from within the loft. Xie Weilou set aside the scroll, grasping a long sword with his left hand firmly on the sheath and his right hand gripping the hilt. With a resounding clang, his figure surged forward towards a 5-story pavilion. The sword was suddenly unsheathed, revealing a blade adorned with a ghastly visage of greenish fangs. Its darkened surface faintly glimmered with the presence of a dimly lit flower from the other shore, exuding a rich aura of bloodthirst. Engraved upon it were the 2 characters, burial flower. This sword was extraordinary, transcending the realm of ordinary weaponry. It was a coveted spiritual artifact long sought after by cultivators. Boom. The silhouette of Xie Weilou brushed past the edge of the loft. A fierce black sword aura erupted, and in an instant, the loft shattered, the cracks perfectly aligned, collapsing incessantly. Thus, the first sword was unleashed. Xia Bian was instantly filled with greater interest. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, executing a lethal strike in an instant. This was the legendary sword of 7 kills. He showed no concern for his own loft, carelessly extending his hand as a formidable force erupted from within him. The sky was filled with swirling snowflakes that coalesced into a dozen ice sculptures. These ice figures, resembling puppets, brandished their spears and charged towards Xie Weilou. Shadow kill. Xie Weilou, undeterred, charged towards the ice sculptures in an instant. His form transformed into a myriad of fleeting shadows as he wielded his sword, weaving through the frozen figures. With a thunderous roar, the sculptures shattered into powder in a heartbeat, the chilling sword aura lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. The second strike was executed. Xie Bai secretly nodded. Achieving mastery of the first sword technique in such a brief period already attested to Xie Weilou's exceptional comprehension. To his astonishment, the lad had even mastered the second sword technique. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the wine from the jug surged forth, transforming into a long sword that aimed to strike at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou deftly wielded the sword technique, unleashing the funeral flower sword, which multiplied from 1 to 10, striking towards the long sword with great force. This was the third sword of the 7 killings of gods and demons, sword mastery. A thunderous roar erupted as the long swords collided, resonating with explosive sounds. The surrounding pavilions were caught in the tempest of sword energy, cracking incessantly, while bricks and snowflakes were sent flying in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Xia Bian deftly flicked his fingers, causing 9 out of 10 long swords to be scattered. The Zhanga wine sword returned to its sheath. He turned to Xie Weilou and inquired, "Speak honestly, how many swords have you comprehended?" "I have reached the 3rd sword." Xie Weilou replied, "In truth, I have completely mastered the 7 styles of swordsmanship. This is the extraordinary nature of the heavenly scriptures. When silent, one remains inconspicuous. Yet when one speaks, they astonish the world. You are quite impressive, my young friend." Xie Bian sighed, marveling at the extraordinary improvement in his cultivation. He never anticipated such exceptional comprehension. Could there be remarkable figures within the confines of the heavenly prison? Indeed, it harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers, imprisoning numerous enigmatic beings. This sword feels quite comfortable in my grasp. It appears to be a spiritual weapon. Xie Weilou gently caressed the burial flower sword. Xie Bian rolled his eyes and said, "Consider it a gift." "Thank you, Uncle San." Xie Weilou's smile is exceedingly warm. San Shu is genuinely kind-hearted, yet he has a penchant for indulging in frivolous pleasures, frequenting brothels, and gambling, living a life of debt. Remarkably, even as he approaches the age of 40, he remains unmarried. Xie Bian pondered for a moment, then retrieved a jet-black ring from his sleeve and casually tossed it to Xie Weilou, saying, "This is also a gift for you. It's a storage ring." Xie Weilou took the ring, a smile gracing his face. "Young man, is there anything else you wish to inquire of me?" Xie Bian glanced towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Did the old master leave any words for me or my father?" "The old master did not leave any messages, but your father urged you to live well." Xie Bian calmly remarked, Their deaths are perhaps not as simple as they appear on the surface. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Xie Bian. Xie Bian said, "Seek the answers on your own. However, my suggestion is that you first resolve the mess from 3 years ago." "Understood." Xie Weilou nodded gently. Xie Bian contemplated for a moment and then said, "Initially, I thought that upon your release, you would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges. So I arranged a position for you at the Tianqi division. If you are interested, do pay a visit tomorrow. It would be a fine opportunity to enhance your reputation." "The Tianqi division? It does seem quite appealing." Xie Weilou smiled faintly. "Indeed, he has many matters to attend to nowadays. 3 years ago, he was wrongfully imprisoned. And after enduring great difficulty to regain his freedom, he discovered that his home had been robbed, and tragically, the 2 individuals above him had perished. If he were to possess the status of a Qingguan official, certain affairs would undoubtedly be considerably simpler to manage. As for tonight's events, I shall not disclose them to others. You may return now. With your current strength, you shall not be bullied within the residence of the Duke of Zhenxi." Xie Bian waved his hand and said, "Next time, I shall come to seek Uncle San for a drink." Xie Weilou clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, presented a bow, and then tossed the scroll to Xie Bian before soaring away. Xie Bian took the scroll and casually crushed it in his hand, murmuring to himself, "At last, a young man of merit has emerged from the Duke of Zhenxi's residence." One cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. At this juncture, he lifted his gaze to the horizon, his expression tinged with complexity. The path of martial arts is indeed fraught with challenges. What of the boundless realm? What of the path of the scriptures? Without reaching the pinnacle, one remains but an insignificant insect. As night fell, the myriad lights of countless homes illuminated the surroundings, while snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, merging beautifully with the glow. The streets, lined with opulent brothels and taverns, resonated with the continuous melodies of flutes and songs, creating an atmosphere of vibrant revelry. The thoroughfare bustled with a multitude of pedestrians, and one could also glimpse numerous merchants endeavoring to make a living. Xie Weilou strolled down the street, delicately toying with a folding fan in his hand. His gaze fell upon a brothel known as Huansha Building. A smile gracing his lips as he confidently made his way towards it. The air was devoid of smoke and moonlight, yet it was filled with the chill of the wind, the fragrance of plum blossoms, and the purity of white snow. Inside Huansha Building, the lamps glowed brightly. Enchanting beauties danced gracefully, their figures swaying with elegance. Musicians played, filling the air with melodious tunes, while numerous patrons indulged in floral wine, savoring the alluring scent of the courtesans. Xie Weilou ordered a pot of fine wine and several delectable dishes on the second floor, and summoned a slender beauty clad in an elegant white gown to pour the wine. Below, the long bench resembled a sumptuous bed adorned with thick cotton quilts, providing a warm and cozy embrace as the beauty reclined gracefully upon it. Xie Weilou reclined lazily in the embrace of a beautiful woman, holding a folding fan, savoring her softness and warmth while contentedly sipping the wine she offered. "Bai Shui, where is the nightingale from your Huansha Tower?" Xie Weilou inquired. The nightingale, prior to his incarceration, was the celebrated courtesan of the Huansha Building, embodying the archetype of artistry over corporeal exchange. To indulge in her melodies, one would need to lavish a fortune. Even then, one could merely savor her music without the privilege of her presence. Bai Shui chuckled. After the young master was imprisoned, it was not long before Miss Nightingale mysteriously vanished. The current courtesan is no longer Nightingale, but rather Meishing. "I see." Xie Weilou wore a faint smile upon his face, choosing not to inquire further, and continued to recline in the embrace of a beautiful maiden, savoring exquisite wine. Before long, a group of officers from the Tianqi division made their entrance, parting the crowd. Lin Xingwang, donned in a flowing azure gown, exuded a chilling grace as she strode in, brandishing a long sword. The ladies within the establishment, though lovely, seemed to pale in comparison to her striking presence. The music ceased abruptly, and the patrons cast uncertain glances at the officers from Tianqi. An elderly matron, startled, hurried forth to address Lin Xingwang. After exchanging words with the matron, Lin Xingwang raised her hand, prompting several officers to secure the exits while she ascended the stairs accompanied by 2 of her men. It appeared that a grave incident had occurred at this establishment. Xie Weilou slowly began to speak. The Tianqi division is a significant law enforcement agency in the Great Xia, responsible for supervising officials and resolving various cases. Generally speaking, the appearance of personnel from the Tianqi division often indicates the occurrence of a serious crime. Xie whispered into Xie Weilou's ear, Sister Qianxiang in the building was murdered half an hour ago. As a courtesan, life is as fragile as grass. The death of one individual does not disrupt the normal operations of the establishment. It is merely necessary to suppress the news and report the incident discreetly. A situation quite common in the Huansha building. Ordinarily, it is the regular constables and officers who come to resolve matters here, making the arrival of personnel from the Tianquan division rather unusual. Xie Weilou nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate. Xie Weilou. Lin Qinghuang ascended the stairs, her face emanating a chilling aura as she fixed him with a disdainful glare. Having just been released from prison, he had already sought refuge in a brothel, displaying an unsettling penchant for indulgence. Furthermore, his languid, sickly demeanor was quite irksome to behold. She had initially assumed that upon returning to the residence of the Marquis of Zhenxi, his life would be fraught with hardship. Yet, it appeared her assumptions were misguided. This fellow seemed to be leading an exceptionally comfortable life. Slap. Xie Weilou unfurled his folding fan, revealing the characters Feng Gu on one side and Chun Xiu on the other. With a smile, he remarked, Qinghuang, meeting every day? Indeed, we share the resemblance of a married couple. Come, lie in my embrace. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang's expression darkened further. She cast a cold glance at Xie Weilou before striding towards a nearby room, accompanied by her entourage. I decided to follow and observe. Upon witnessing the scene, Xie Weilou rose and stretched lazily before making his way toward the room. Upon entering, Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow and inquired, What brings you here? Meanwhile, the two constables regarded Xie Weilou with cold, scrutinizing glares. Xie Weilou gently waved his folding fan, expressing a sense of weariness. I feel a bit drowsy and wish to find a place to rest. Is there a problem with that? Rest? Would it be akin to lying down like her? Lin Qinghuang replied coldly. Her gaze fell upon the ground, where a woman clad in an orange gown lay lifeless, devoid of any breath. That is unnecessary. I would much prefer to lie beside Qinghuang. However, given that the Tianquan division is conducting an investigation, it is imperative that someone remains vigilant. Otherwise, if negligence occurs and leads to numerous wrongful convictions, that would be unacceptable. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. Huh. Lin Qinghuang responded with a cold smile. She did not continue to expel Xie Weilou. Since he wished to observe, she decided to let him do so. Lin Qinghuang turned to the elderly matron beside her and inquired, Please provide the details of the deceased. The matron hastily replied, She is Qianxiang from our establishment, skilled in playing the guqin, and she never sold her body for her art. She had a close relationship with a poor scholar surnamed Wu, and upon meeting him this time, she unfortunately fell victim to foul play. That scholar is now under the control of our establishment's guards. Lin Qinghuang stepped forward, surveying her surroundings before examining the body of the deceased. Xie Weilou peered into the building, where a large table was set at the center, laden with remnants of food, and a spacious bed lay open. He inhaled gently, catching faint traces of two distinct fragrances within the hall. One of these scents was familiar to him, conjuring the image of a graceful figure in his mind. His gaze shifted to a snow-white plant before returning to the lifeless body. A slender, crimson mark encircled the deceased's neck, and their face bore the imprint of a hand, hair in disarray. A metallic hairpin was lodged in their chest. Lin Qinghuang examined the scene and remarked calmly, The mark on the neck is too delicate, clearly not made by hands. It must be the result of some kind of thread. There is a missing zither in this building. Since Qianxiang was adept at playing the zither, it was certain that one would be present here. However, upon a brief glance, she had not spotted the guqin. The old woman quickly interjected. That scholar was seen leaving the room while carrying Qianxiang's zither. You should bring the scholar surnamed Wu here. Lin Qinghuang turned her gaze towards the old woman. Very well. The old woman hurriedly departed. Captain Lin, although the thread mark is quite evident, it is not the fatal wound. The lethal injury lies with the pin in the chest. A constable informed Lin Qinghuang. She replied coolly, I can assure you, the key to her demise does not lie with this pin. The constable paused for a moment, struggling to grasp Lin Qinghuang's meaning. She then turned to Xie Weilou and asked softly, Do you understand? Xie Weilou shook his head, expressing his inability to comprehend the situation. Deeming it too profound, Lin Qinghuang, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, If she met her demise due to this hairpin, she would likely have struggled beforehand, resulting in a spattering of blood. Yet, apart from the blood at her chest, there is no other blood present. She continued, There are two possibilities. First, Qianxiang perished from the hairpin, struck down without a chance to resist. Second, she lost consciousness, unable to fight back, or the hairpin was inserted posthumously. As she spoke, she grasped the hairpin and extracted it. Gazing at the bloodstains upon it, she stated calmly, "The bloodstain measures less than half an inch and is askew," indicating it did not penetrate the heart. Thus, we can ascertain that the true cause of her death is not this hairpin. Indeed, the two constables replied, enlightened. Their gazes towards Lin Qingyuan filled with admiration. Qingyuan is formidable, truly worthy of the attention of the heir. Xie Weilou extended his thumb in approval. Lin Qingyuan chose to disregard Xie Weilou entirely. After a brief interlude, two guards from the Huansha Tower escorted a pale-faced scholar, clad in coarse garments, into the room. "Lord Lin, it is the one surnamed Wu who has arrived, bearing the ancient qin of Qianxiang," the old matron announced, presenting a guqin to Lin Qingyuan. She accepted the instrument, a 7-string qin, noting that one of the strings was particularly slack. Setting the qin aside, she scrutinized the scholar Wu with an impassive expression and asked, "Do you know what I am about to inquire?" Wu, his face ashen and filled with sorrow, responded, "It was I who killed Qianxiang. Indeed, it was you. Qianxiang treated you with such kindness, yet you repaid her with this treachery. You wretched beast." The old matron exclaimed in anger. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Wu Shuxing, who exuded a peculiar fragrance reminiscent of the atmosphere in the room. Lin Qingyuan fixed her gaze on Wu Shuxing and inquired, "Since you claim to have taken a life, what was your motive?" Wu Shuxing replied mournfully, "I have always cherished Qianxiang. She reciprocated my feelings. We had vowed to be together. I exerted all my efforts to gather enough silver, intending to redeem her from Huansha Tower. Yet she rebuffed my intentions, and in my anguish, I felt betrayed and overwhelmed by anger, leading to a tragic altercation in which I inadvertently took her life." The old matron interjected, "Indeed, we discovered 1,000 taels and silver notes on the man." As she spoke, she handed 2 500-tael notes to Lin Qingyuan. Accepting the money, Lin Qingyuan asked the old matron, "How much is required for her redemption?" The old matron candidly replied, "Qianxiang's worth is 500 taels. Lin Qingyuan then turned her attention back to Wu Shuxing, her demeanor icy. Was anyone present to witness the events leading to Qianxiang's demise? And no. Wu Shuxing mumbled, lowering his gaze. "You lie." Lin Qingyuan's tone sharpened. She pointed to the table in the room, stating, "There are 5 chairs and 5 sets of utensils. Even if Qianxiang shared 1 chair and 1 set with you, who do the remaining 3 chairs and sets belong to?" At this moment, Wu Shuxing trembled. Lin Qingyuan's piercing gaze remained fixed on him. Who were the other 3? Wu Shuxing, visibly shaken and silent, continued to avert his eyes. Noting his reaction, Lin Qingyuan turned to the old matron and coldly asked, "Prior to this, did Qianxiang entertain any other guests?" The old matron hastily replied, "No. Qianxiang sold her talents, not her body, for nearly a month. Her only interaction has been with Wu Shuxing. She typically does not entertain guests within the room. Her performances are usually held outside the tower." Without a hint of emotion, Lin Qingyuan addressed Wu Shuxing again. "Let me pose one final question. While you were in the tower with Qianxiang, did you engage in any other activities?" Wu Shuxing, with a heavy heart, responded, "We drank, listened to music, discussed her redemption, and then quarreled, which led to the unfortunate incident." "Is that so?" Lin Qingyuan gestured toward the ribbon tied around Qianxiang's waist. "Upon entering Huansha Tower, I observed that many women wore their ribbons tied in elegant bows. Yet Qianxiang's ribbon was in a disheveled knot, indicating it had been hastily secured." Wu Shuxing bit his lip, his fists clenched. Lin Qingyuan continued, "I surmise that when Qianxiang was slain, her attire was disordered, and the ribbon was tied in haste afterward. You were present at the scene, witnessing the events unfold. Or perhaps you merely happened to be in the room at that moment. Besides you and Qianxiang, there were 3 others. Any of you could potentially be the murderer. I observed that your hands bore no traces of blood." Wu Shuxing immediately replied, "However, this does not exonerate me from the murder of Qianxiang. The absence of blood on my hands does not imply my innocence." Lin Qingyuan responded with indifference, "The attire you wear is the cheapest coarse cloth. 1,000 taels of silver is no trifling sum. You just stated that you barely managed to scrape together this amount with great effort. Therefore, the 500 taels you gathered should be for your redemption. But what of the remaining 500 taels? Where did they come from?" Wu Shuxing's expression faltered. Lin Qingyuan continued, "The murderer may not be you, but rather the 3 others. They provided you with 500 taels as hush money. Did they not?" Upon hearing this, Wu Shuxing collapsed to the ground, his spirit diminished as he confessed, "The one who killed her was indeed not me. But I was deceived by her." "Oh." Lin Qingyuan fixed her gaze upon Wu Shuxing. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Qianxiang's so-called selling art, but not her body, was all a ruse. It was a meticulously crafted facade of innocence. Once influential young masters entered the Huansha Tower, she would stealthily slip into their chambers and engage in lewd activities. This time, I came with silver to seek Qianxiang, and I chanced upon her entering this room. He scoffed. Indeed, the one who killed her was not me, but 3 powerful young masters. Qianxiang was not murdered outright. I witnessed her demise as she lay on the bed, with a young master strangling her neck with a string from his lute. I stood at the door and witnessed everything unfold. A constable promptly approached the door and noticed a hole in the paper that covered it. Then you were discovered by those 3? Lin Qinhuang inquired, observing Wu Shusheng. He shook his head. Upon witnessing this scene, I rushed in, only to realize, for those with power and influence, committing murder is a trivial matter. They gave me 500 taels as a bribe to silence me, compelling me to confess to everything. If I refused, they threatened to annihilate my entire family. The garments on Qianxiang were hastily donned by them, and the golden hairpin embedded in her chest was also their doing, intended to facilitate my confession. A constable frowned. They coerced you into confessing, and you complied? Wu Shusheng murmured, before the mighty, the common man is akin to an ant. I confessed to save my family. If I had denied it, the blame would ultimately fall upon me, resulting in my family's destruction. So tell me, should I confess or not? You are all officials. You must comprehend the true terror of power far better than I. The assembly fell into a profound silence. Lin Qinhuang inquired softly, who are those 3? Wu Shusheng's face instantly grew cold. The son of the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, Ma Huai, the son of the vice commander of the Imperial Guard, Guiyu, and a wealthy young master from Tianqi City, the 4th young master of the Cui family, Cui Zhao. Upon hearing these names, the 2 constables furrowed their brows, seemingly grasping the reason behind Wu Shusheng's confession, not to mention the 2 sons of high officials at the beginning. Even just the wealthy young masters behind them could effortlessly crush an ordinary scholar. At this moment, they felt a flicker of sympathy for Scholar Wu, who appeared to be innocent. Lin Qinhuang, however, remained composed, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Her gaze settled on Xie Weilou as she inquired softly, Xie Weilou, having observed for a while from the sidelines, what is your perspective on this matter? Xie Weilou shook his head and said, I am not well versed in investigations, but I sense that Wu Shusheng's words are a mixture of truth and falsehood, riddled with inconsistencies. Oh, such as? Lin Qinhuang inquired with a hint of curiosity, acknowledging the evident flaws in Wu Shusheng's statements. Xie Weilou pointed to the table and said, first, there are 5 chairs and 5 sets of dishes. Assuming the other 3 occupy 3 portions, and Qianxiang occupies 1 portion, then what about the remaining one? Surely it cannot be that the 4 of them were in such good spirits as to deliberately prepare for Wu Shusheng. Lin Qinhuang gently nodded, casting a glance of admiration at Xie Weilou. This fellow seems to possess some insight. Indeed, this does not add up. It is implausible that the 4 of them anticipated Wu Shusheng's arrival. Moreover, the 5 sets of dishes on the table bear signs of having been used, indicating that the 5 had dined together. One of the constables immediately reacted, fixing a piercing gaze upon Wu Shusheng. A flicker of unusual emotion surfaced in the depths of Wu Shusheng's eyes. Xie Weilou continued, if you carefully examine 2 of the 5 wine glasses, you will discern subtle traces of lip color. If we exclude the possibility that both glasses were used by the same woman, there remains another potential explanation, the presence of another lady here. The constable promptly stepped forward to investigate and, indeed, discovered the 2 glasses bearing lipstick marks. Xie Weilou once again gazed at the paper covering the door and remarked, if someone were to peep from the outside, the paper would be punctured from the exterior, resulting in the edges being pushed inward. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that the edges of the paper are indeed protruding outward, indicating that it was broken from the inside. The 2 constables stepped forward to examine the evidence, and their findings corroborated Xie Weilou's assertions. Wu Shusheng silently observed Xie Weilou, refraining from uttering a word. Lin Qinhuang inquired, your observations are indeed sound. What do you propose we do next? Xie Weilou smiled and remarked, Wu Shusheng's words are a blend of truth and deception. Apart from Qianxiang, there is another young lady present. She cannot have slipped into the room as quietly as Qianxiang did, can she? A young master seeking entertainment will undoubtedly require the company of a lady. Why not inquire with the elder matron about which lady they sought? Lin Qinhuang nodded gently, her gaze directed at the elder matron, who appeared dazed. It is your turn now, she said. The elder matron trembled slightly as she spoke. It is Xue. The three young masters sought Xue. She shares a good rapport with Qianxiang, but I know nothing of Qianxiang's circumstances. She typically does not initiate encounters, so I could not have anticipated her stealthily entering another's room. The other ladies in the establishment can attest to this. Bring Xue forth. Lin Xinghuang commanded with an air of indifference. Before long, a pallid woman entered the room, her face etched with fear. Upon seeing Qianxiang's lifeless form, a flicker of dread crossed her eyes. Lin Xinghuang fixed her gaze upon the woman. Speak plainly of what you know. Since you have been summoned, you must understand that certain matters cannot remain concealed. Xue took a deep breath, striving to quell her inner trepidation, and stammered, I did not kill Sister Qianxiang. It was those three men who did. Continue, Lin Xinghuang urged. A complex expression danced in Xue's eyes. Sister Qianxiang's persona of selling her art, but not her body, is a facade, designed to distance herself from powerless men, leaving them to watch helplessly. However, when confronted with powerful young masters, Sister Qianxiang would willingly approach them. Every time I entertained distinguished guests, she would quietly follow. She glanced at Wu Shuxing and shook her head. This time, it was not Wu Shuxing who committed the murder. It was those three young masters who killed Sister Qianxiang. Xue added, due to my association with Sister Qianxiang, I have come to know Wu Shuxing, and I believe him to be a good man. I do not wish for him to continue being deceived by Sister Qianxiang. His presence at Huanshalu was actually my invitation, extended in Sister Qianxiang's name, to reveal her true nature. After Sister Qianxiang's death, Wu Shuxing was coerced into accepting all blame, while I and the three men were absolved. One of the officers scrutinized Wu Shuxing. Why did you deliberately conceal evidence of Xue's presence? A courtesan professing purity seems rather peculiar. While maintaining a persona of artistic integrity is acceptable, if one exploits such a facade to deceive for monetary gain and continually extorts others, then such a fate is deserved. Wu Shuxing replied, she is better than Qianxiang. I do not wish for this matter to implicate her. Then what of the paper hole on the door? The officer inquired. Wu Shuxing responded, it was made by a young master. As for certain phrases, they were crafted for me by them. The officer turned to Lin Xinghuang and bowed respectfully. Captain Lin, I believe this case is largely resolved. We merely need to apprehend those three individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghuang shook her head and turned to Xie Weilou, asking, do you also believe this matter is concluded? Certainly not, he replied. Xie Weilou's face broke into a broad smile. Well, do enlighten me, Lin Xinghuang replied nonchalantly. If you wish for me to toil tirelessly for you, you must first provide me with sustenance. Xie Weilou adjusted his sleeves, while Lin Xinghuang furrowed her brows. Xie Weilou chuckled, remarking, after discussing and analyzing so much, we have failed to address the most critical matter. He cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of Qianxiang. What truly caused her demise? The marks upon her neck are not fatal, nor is the golden hairpin embedded in her chest. So what was the actual cause of death? As he posed this question, both Wu Shuxing and Chui, he felt a tightening in their hearts. On Lin Xinghuang's typically icy visage, an unusual expression of profound significance flickered. Xie Weilou's inquiry struck at the very heart of the matter. The two constables were momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort. How could they have overlooked such a pivotal question? It was indeed rather embarrassing to find themselves outdone by a mere dandy. Xie Weilou shook his head and said, do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. It is true that this son of nobility is a dandy. However, being a dandy does not equate to being worthless. Nor does it imply an inability to comprehend fundamental issues. The two constables exchanged bittersweet smiles, feeling a sense of being subtly insulted. If they could not grasp even the most basic problems, did that not render them the true inept ones? Xie Weilou remarked, on the lifeless body lies a peculiar fragrance. I wonder if you have noticed it? Lin Xinghuang turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou and urged, please, continue. Xie Weilou remarked, this young master has lingered in the brothels for quite some time, and thus possesses knowledge of certain matters. This alluring fragrance is the scent of the enchanting beauty's powder. The enchanting beauty is known for its aphrodisiac properties, originating from the western regions and exceedingly rare. When used normally, it merely incites desire. However, when combined with the aroma of the dreaming snow plant, its potency amplifies, transforming into a peculiar toxin that even a silver needle could scarcely detect, rendering the heart to cease its rhythm. As he spoke, Xie Weilou's finger gestured towards a snow-white specimen of vegetation within the room. This was indeed the dreaming snow. He was no stranger to the enchanting beauty, having experienced its effects firsthand. At the mention of the enchanting beauty and the dreaming snow, both Wu Shuxing and Cui trembled slightly. Xie Weilou turned to Wu Shuxing and remarked, "What a coincidence! You exude the fragrance of a beautiful maiden. But what about this dreamlike snow?" His gaze shifted to Cui. "Miss Cui, what are your thoughts?" Cui lowered her head, remaining silent. This particular specimen was procured by Cui from outside. A young lady outside the door immediately spoke up. Cui felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. A constable hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "We too have detected this scent, yet it appears we are not significantly affected." In the dimly lit corridor of the Xie Weilou, the enchanting fragrance known as Xiang Marin has numerous applications. One such method involves its transformation into a rouge powder, which is then applied to the skin. Under normal circumstances, this would not be lethal. Rather, it merely incites desire, with an effect lasting no more than half an hour. However, the danger escalates when it is applied to the skin, for once the scent of sleep dream snow is inhaled, the toxins may seep into the body through the dermis. Fortunately, we remain unaffected, as the time frame has elapsed. According to Xylan, half an hour ago, Qinxiang was murdered. Thus, the potency of Xiang Marin has already waned. As Xie Weilou articulated this revelation, those present comprehended that the true culprits were none other than Wu Shuxing and Cui. As for the three young gentlemen, they were merely unfortunate bystanders. Yet their innocence was not guaranteed. Lin Qingwang turned her gaze towards Wu Shuxing and Cui, offering them an opportunity to defend themselves. Wu Shuxing sighed. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, there is little left to defend. Indeed, it was he and Cui who conspired to commit the murder. The Xiang Marin was provided by him to Qinxiang, and it was he who instructed Cui to bring the sleep dream snow. The moment Xie Weilou mentioned Xiang Marin and sleep dream snow, Wu Shuxing understood that he and Cui were beyond redemption. "What then? Was your true motive for the murder?" inquired a constable, his expression grave. Moments ago, he had sympathized with Wu Shuxing, but the swift turn of events left him feeling deceived and discontent. Wu Shuxing replied apathetically, "The reason? Quite simple. Qinxiang feigned a pure-hearted persona to manipulate me. The actress's indifference masked her promiscuity as she cavorted with a multitude of men behind the scenes, igniting my fury. She had no right to deceive me emotionally and financially. Her demise was warranted. The three individuals believed they had orchestrated Qinxiang's death and sought to pin the blame on me. Yet, they were indeed correct. Her death was intricately linked to my involvement. But what compelled Cui to conspire with you in this heinous act?" Xie Weilou gazed at Wu Shuxing. "Because I loathe her." Before Wu Shuxing could respond, Cui immediately interjected. "Oh." Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Cui. With a self-deprecating smile, Cui remarked, "I was once a villager alongside Qinxiang. During the years of famine, I was compelled to enter the brothel. As courtesans, we share a stain upon our dignity, and I could never bear to let my family know of my circumstances." Her expression laden with anguish, she continued, "It was only recently that I learned my plight had long been the talk of the village. My elderly mother, upon discovering this, was so distraught that it ultimately claimed her life. All of this was orchestrated by Qinxiang, who had disclosed my situation to the villagers. I cannot let her escape unscathed." It appeared that this matter bore a semblance of truth. The girls at the entrance immediately chimed in. Indeed, both Qinxiang and Cui hailed from the same village. And not long ago, Cui had returned home, only to be engulfed in profound sorrow upon her return. At that time, Qinxiang had informed them that Cui's profession as a courtesan had reached the ears of her family. In retrospect, it was evident that Qinxiang's remarks were steeped in a sense of schadenfreude. Under such circumstances, her words could be deemed somewhat justifiable. Xie Weilou nodded lightly. Yet it is often the case that words spoken by others may not convey the full truth, perhaps embodying a blend of fact and fiction. One of the constables turned to Wu Shuxing and inquired, returning to the previous question, "Why did you agree to take the blame for those three individuals? Surely, you cannot continue to claim it is out of fear for your family's safety." "Certainly not," Wu Shuxing replied. "Do you not wonder why I reported this matter to the Tianqi Bureau?" A sinister smile graced his lips. If this case fell into the hands of those incompetent officials at the Jingzhou prefecture, who were easily swayed by money, my demise would be inevitable. However, with the Tianqi Bureau, the situation is different. I first accepted their hush money as they requested, and then I discreetly instructed Qinxiang to report the incident to the Tianqi Bureau. I knew that once they investigated, they would undoubtedly uncover the inconsistencies in my statements. allowing me to deftly guide your inquiries towards those three individuals. In that scenario, I would exonerate myself while sealing their fates. This is what I call a life-saving maneuver from the brink of death. Alas, it seems my scheme has been uncovered. All of this, merely to eliminate a single Qianxiang? How credible are your words? A constable remarked, his expression stoic. Wu Shushan responded with utmost seriousness. When one strives for perfection in their endeavors, the complexity often escalates. Furthermore, this is a plan that kills 4 birds with 1 stone. That wretched Qianxiang must meet her end, and those 3 are no paragons of virtue either, emboldened by their power. They indulged in sordid affairs with her and attempted to coerce me into taking the fall. They shall reap no benefits from this. My entanglement with Tsueda is already difficult to refute. However, those 3 are not blameless. After all, Qianxiang met her demise while entangled with them, and they cannot evade culpability. The intoxicating allure of beauty and the depths of slumber can indeed claim lives. Yet, how can you ascertain who truly ended Qianxiang's life in her final moments? Lin Xinghuang interjected with calm composure. Detain Wu Shuxing and Cuiha. I shall personally escort them back. Additionally, apprehend Ma Huai and his companions. There is something amiss that requires further investigation. This case is undeniably suspicious. It is almost certain that Wu Shuxing and Cuiha are indeed the perpetrators of Qianxiang's murder. However, they are clearly just the instruments of a greater scheme, likely orchestrated by unseen hands. Yet, such matters cannot be delved into deeply here. Too many ears abound. It would be prudent to return to the Tianqi Bureau for further discourse. Understood. The 2 constables responded promptly. As personnel from the Tianqi Bureau emerged, the patrons within the Huansha Tower began to sense the disturbance and hastily departed. Xie Weilou stepped out of the Huansha building, where the heavy snow continued to fall like goose feathers, and the biting cold wind intertwined with the hazy glow of the lanterns, obscuring one's vision. The streets remained alive with vendors, their stalls erected, exhaling warm breaths into the frigid air. For them, life was already arduous, and matters beyond their concern seemed to hold no sway over their existence. Lin Xinghuang turned to Xie Weilou and posed the persistent question, why must you extinguish the Lin family? Or perhaps, do you possess knowledge that eludes me? Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Xinghuang with a smile and said, Xinghuang, the weather has turned cold. It is unwise to dress so lightly, for you may catch a chill. Why not come to my residence at the West Town Marquisate Estate? I shall procure for you a luxurious fur coat. My bed is large, soft, and warm. Lin Xinghuang cast a dispassionate glance at Xie Weilou before turning to leave. Over the span of 3 years, she had posed this question countless times. Yet Xie Weilou had never provided a straightforward answer. Xie Weilou observed Lin Xinghuang's retreating figure, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The case surrounding the Wanshalu appeared to be merely a tale of passion gone awry. Yet, it was far from being as straightforward as it seemed. For the enigmatic presence of the fragrant beauty had emerged. How could a destitute scholar possibly acquire such a treasure? Moreover, this impoverished scholar managed to amass a sum of 500 taels of silver. To the affluent, 500 taels is but a trifling amount, yet for the poor, it is likely a sum unattainable over a lifetime. Given Lin Xinghuang's keen intellect, she would undoubtedly recognize these intricacies. She resolved to personally escort Wu Shuxing and Shui He. Xie Weilou approached a vendor selling trinkets, casually picking up a grimacing mask and tossing a piece of broken silver in exchange. He then seized a nearby black robe and turned to leave. In a narrow alley, snow swirled in the air as lanterns hung from nearby houses swayed, their flickering light casting an oddly oppressive atmosphere. 2 constables escorted Wu Shuxing and Shui He, while Lin Xinghuang, wielding a long sword, walked ahead, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. A gust of cold wind struck, the snow lashing against them. Lin Xinghuang halted, her fingers instinctively grasping the hilt of her sword. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed 4 black-clad figures emerging from both the front and back, with an additional 4 perched on the rooftops, all wielding chilling blades, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. 16 figures of the Xianhuang realm, Lin Xinghuang thought to herself. The 2 constables immediately drew their weapons, their gazes vigilant as they scanned the area. Kill. Without further ado, one of the black-clad figures waved his hand, and all 16 lunged towards Lin Xinghuang, their blades glinting ominously, emanating a palpable killing intent. Lin Xinghuang's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light as she unleashed an aura of peak-shackled realm. In the blink of an eye, her sword, the 3-foot Qing Feng, was drawn, and a sweeping sword energy surged forth. Boom! With a single strike, The 16 black-clad attackers were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, which mingled bizarrely with the falling snow. Yet, despite having dispatched them, Lin Xinghuang remained wary, sensing a powerful presence lurking in the shadows. Clang! A piercing sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated, and suddenly, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe with golden trim appeared before her, wielding a blood-red long knife. With a swift movement, he charged towards Lin Xinghuang. The long knife slashing down violently, its crimson blade energy surging forth, cleaving through the snow, and leaving a long fissure in the ground. Lin Xinghuang swiftly swung her sword to defend herself. Boom! The clash of blade against blade erupted in a thunderous explosion, ice crystals scattering as the snow melted away. Lin Xinghuang felt an overwhelming force strike her, propelling her 10 meters away. Captain Lin. The two constables' faces turned pale at the sight of Lin Xinghuang being knocked back. Steadying herself, Lin Xinghuang coughed up a trace of blood, her expression grave. Mid-stage of the Tuazhong realm? The mysterious figure, unfazed, made another attempt to strike Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang did not confront him head-on. Instead, she deftly evaded, stepping lightly on the snow. Anticipating her move, the figure redirected his blade, violently plunging it into the ground. Buzz! Snow and ice erupted as the ground fractured, the powerful crimson blade energy exploding forth, sweeping up the white snow like a stampede of wild horses. Bearing down on Lin Xinghuang with terrifying pressure. Lin Xinghuang's expression sharpened as she realized evasion was futile. Gritting her teeth, she formed a sword technique with one hand, her long sword vibrating as she unleashed a 10-meter-long azure sword energy. Boom! The azure sword energy clashed violently with the crimson blade aura, resulting in the immediate dispersal of the former. The terrifying knife energy surged forth, engulfing Lin Xinghuang. In an instant, she burst forth from within. Her azure gown stained with blood, and she spat out a mouthful of crimson, her complexion pale as death. Die! The mysterious figure spoke in a chilling tone, stepping forward to suddenly appear before Lin Xinghuang, providing her with no opportunity to react as he brought down his blade with lethal intent. Captain Lin, be careful! The two captors exclaimed urgently. Lin Xinghuang gazed at the descending long knife, her pupils constricting. At that moment, evasion was futile, the strike had sealed her fate, and should it land, her demise was inevitable. Whoosh! Just as the long knife was about to cleave through Lin Xinghuang, a black long sword shot down from above, unsheathed yet radiating a fierce sword energy aimed directly at the mysterious man's neck. The mysterious figure reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly retreating. Boom! The long sword struck the ground with a resounding impact, unleashing a powerful force that rippled through the surrounding ice and snow. 10 meters away, the mysterious figure bent slightly, clutching his knife in his right hand while using his left sleeve to shield himself. With a swift motion, he dispersed the formidable energy, lifting his gaze to the front. There stood a man cloaked in black robes and adorned with a ghostly mask, his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing him. The newcomer was none other than Xie Weilou. Lin Xinghuang regarded the masked figure before her, momentarily taken aback, as an inexplicable familiarity washed over her. The mysterious man tightened his grip on the blood-red long knife, his eyes narrowing with intensity as he charged towards Xie Weilou, the blade shimmering ominously, unleashing a ferocious aura as he slashed forward. As Xie Weilou encountered the mysterious figure charging towards him, he executed a swift kick, his longsword remaining sheathed. In a sudden burst of speed, he thrust towards the enigmatic assailant. The blade's aura was effortlessly shattered, and as the sword approached, the mysterious figure promptly raised his weapon to defend himself. The scabbard collided with the blade, sending a powerful shockwave that propelled the mysterious man several meters away. Xie Weilou swiftly advanced, seizing the longsword with a fierce grip. In a sudden motion, he drew the blade, his form resembling that of a wraith, gliding past the enigmatic figure in an instant. With a sharp hiss, a deadly and ferocious sword aura slashed across the mysterious man's neck, reappearing in an instant. Xie Weilou had approached the enigmatic figure, now merely 10 meters away. The funeral flower sword in his hand slowly returned to its sheath, and a phantom of a flower from the other shore seemed to materialize. Crack! The mysterious figure momentarily froze as the blood-red dagger in his grasp shattered, and his head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth instantaneously, leaving a headless corpse sprawled on the ground. Xie Weilou did not utter another word to Lin Xinghuang and took flight, leaving abruptly. Lin Xinghuang gazed at Xie Weilou's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Who was this formidable individual? With a single sword strike that effortlessly dispatched a mid-stage practitioner of the expansion realm. This was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the late stage of the expansion realm or even beyond. The Duke of Zhenxi's residence. Upon returning to the ominous tower, Xie Weilou discovered that the two guards at the entrance were gazing at him with an unmistakable air of discomfort. "What is it?" he inquired. Xie Weilou cast a glance at the two guards. One of the guards hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, would you prefer to wait before entering?" Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, swiftly seizing one of the guard's sabers before advancing inside. "It's over," murmured the two guards, their bodies trembling as panic flickered in their eyes. Within the courtyard, Xie Weilou was reveling with a group of young companions, a woman cradled in his embrace. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes and exquisite wines, while a circle of ladies danced and played melodious tunes at the center. Nearby, a few maidservants cautiously poured the drinks. Did the maidservants of the Zhenxi Marquisate truly possess such a lack of decorum? Could they not even pour wine properly? Had the earlier slap not been sufficient? Among the gathering, a young man clad in a brocade robe, his expression one of displeasure, fixed his gaze upon the maidservant pouring the wine. This maidservant was Li Hua, who appeared visibly flustered, a handprint marring her cheek, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears. Upon witnessing this, Xie Weilou smiled with a hint of amusement. He addressed the man in the brocade robe, saying, "Young Master Li, this maid is lacking in decorum. A few slaps should suffice to teach her a lesson, and I shall gradually instruct her further." The brocade-clad gentleman furrowed his brow, responding with displeasure. "That simply will not do. I have come at your invitation to enjoy a drink, yet your maid has spilled wine upon me and now cannot even serve it properly. You are making me lose face." Xie Weilou inquired with a smile, "What does Master Li imply?" The man in the brocade robe leered at Li Hua and remarked, "This maid is quite lovely. I wonder if young Master Xia would be willing to part with her?" Xie Weilou feigned a sigh and remarked, "If she were my own maid, I could naturally present her to young Master Li. Alas, she is but the servant of Xie Weilou." "Xie Weilou? Merely a stray dog of misfortune. Today, I shall take his maid away. What can he do about it? It is said that he has been released from prison. Yet why does he not come forth to pay his respects to me?" The man in the brocade robe spoke with a tone of derision, entirely dismissing Xie Weilou. In times past, Xie Weilou, the scion of Tianqi City, was feared and respected by all. Yet now, he is nothing more than a pitiful wretch, devoid of any power. "Pay you respects? What are you to warrant such a thing?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. Xie Weilou approached wielding a long knife. His gaze fixated on Li Hua's face. Upon noticing the imprint of a palm on her cheek, a profound murderous intent instantly flickered in his eyes. As Xie Weilou made his entrance, those present felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. The man in the brocade robe also experienced a subtle change in countenance. Yet recalling the current circumstances surrounding the Duke of Zhenxi's residence, he regained a measure of confidence. Xie Weilou approached Li Hua, his expression serene as he inquired, "Who has harmed you?" "Your Highness." Upon seeing Xie Weilou, Li Hua's eyes filled with mist, and a stream of tears cascaded down her cheeks in an instant. Xie Weilou, with a face full of mockery, sipped his wine. Xie Weilou gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Pear Blossom's eyes. He turned to the man in the brocade robe, and, with an air of indifference, inquired, "Who did you strike?" The man in the brocade robe, his expression stern, suddenly hurled his wine cup at Xie Weilou, sneering, "And what if I did? Merely a lowly maid, nothing more. Even if I were to end her life, what could you, Xie Weilou, possibly do about it?" Boom. With a single stroke, Xie Weilou cleaved through the air. Thud. The head of the man clad in a brocade robe soared high, blood gushing forth like a torrent, staining the nearby tables and chairs crimson. Initially, a profound silence enveloped the scene, only to be shattered by the shrill screams of the songstress and maidservants, their expressions a mix of terror as they recoiled in fear. Xie Weilou and the others stood frozen in place, their expressions blank with disbelief. Xie Weilou has killed young Master Li? This young Master Li is not an ordinary figure. He hails from the Onping Marquis' residence and is considered a young master of the third branch. Soon, they regained their composure and hastily retreated. The wine goblet in Xie Weilou's hand shattered upon the ground. As he gazed in terror at Xie Weilou, his voice tremulous with anger, "Xie Weilou, you have actually slain young Master Li. Do you comprehend who he is?" This invitation had brought numerous scions to the Zhenxi Marquis' residence, intended merely to teach Xie Weilou a lesson. To his dismay, Xie Weilou had gone so far as to kill young Master Li. instilling within him a profound sense of dread. He felt as though he had ventured too far. The very person he had invited had met his demise within the walls of the Zhenxi Marquisate estate. When Lord Omping sought retribution, he too would be implicated. Xie Weilou approached Xie Weijie, a bloodied knife in hand, his face etched with a chilling coldness. As Xie Weijie observed Xie Weilou approaching him, a shiver coursed through his body, startled by the sudden advance. He hastily retreated, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Xie Weilou, what are your intentions? This is the residence of the Marquis of Zhenxi. Should you harm me, my father will undoubtedly seek retribution." A sinister and bloodthirsty smile emerged on Xie Weilou's face. "What is your father, after all? Even if that old fool were to appear, should he dare to be insolent before me, I would not hesitate to strike him down." With a swift motion, he brandished his blade. "Ah!" Xie Weijie emitted a piercing scream as one of his arms was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and crying out in despair. Young Master Xie. The remaining heirs, witnessing Xie Weijie's grievous injury, were paralyzed with terror, their courage utterly shattered. "Stand your ground. Whoever dares to move an inch shall face death." Xie Weilou cast a glance over the crowd, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. The individuals stood frozen in place, their faces ashen and filled with terror, too afraid to move. Xie Weilou pressed his foot upon Xie Weijie's head, his tone chillingly cold as he spoke. "A usurper dares to incite outsiders against my maid within my territory. Have I extended too many smiles? My father shall undoubtedly not let you escape unscathed." Xie Weijie spoke with a chilling intensity. "Fool, I shall see what your father can do. If he is oblivious to the peril, I would not hesitate to strike him down with a single blow." Xie Weilou delivered a powerful kick, sending Xie Weijie flying several meters away. Xie Weijie let out a piercing cry and in an instant succumbed to unconsciousness. Xie Weilou cast a cold gaze upon the second-generation aristocrats present. "Who among you dared to resort to violence just now? Step forward, so that this heir may have a proper look at you." These privileged youths trembled, instantly collapsing to their knees, their voices trembling with fear as they implored, "Your Highness, we acknowledge our mistakes, yet we did not strike anyone. It was only Li Yuan who attacked that maid. The singers in attendance here can attest to our words. We beseech you, do not take our lives." Boom! Xie Weilou cleaved the table before him in two with a single stroke of his blade. He cast a cold glance at a few maidens and inquired with a frosty demeanor, "Is what they say true?" The maidens, taken aback by his fierce presence, along with the nearby songstress, wore expressions of sheer terror. They hastily knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is true. Only that young masterly struck someone." Xie Weilou cast a cold gaze upon these privileged descendants. "You should count yourselves fortunate for not having resorted to violence. Otherwise, you would meet the same fate as that scoundrel Li Yuan. Now, be gone. Take Li Yuan's body with you. We are deeply grateful, young master, for your mercy." The crowd responded, swiftly suppressing their fear as they moved to lift Li Yuan's lifeless form. "Young master, this." Just then, a middle-aged general stormed in with a contingent of soldiers. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's corpse and the sight of Xie Weijie with a severed arm, he involuntarily trembled, his eyes betraying a look of sheer terror. Xie Weilou cast a sinister gaze upon the middle-aged general and remarked, "You are aware of Xie Weijie's invitation to outsiders for revelry, are you not?" The middle-aged general, his demeanor visibly uneasy, replied, "I am aware, my lord." In this instance, as Xie Weijie brought guests for merriment, none among them dared to intervene. Previously, Xie Weijie had instructed them not to intrude, fearing that if those privileged scions were to reprimand Xie Weilou, they might intervene. Ultimately, it was Xie Weijie who suffered a significant loss. Xie Weilou chuckled coldly. "Since you are aware, why do you not intervene? What purpose do you serve? Now, from you to the guards below. Each of you shall receive 100 military rods to reinforce your memory. It would be best for you to endure this punishment well. Should anyone refuse, I assure you, by tomorrow you will all find yourselves transformed into corpses. Indeed, I may be but a stray dog of a fallen family. Yet extinguishing your lives is simpler than crushing an ant." With that, he casually discarded the bloody long knife and took Pear Blossom's hand, leading her toward his loft. The middle-aged general stood frozen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Initially, he regarded Xie Weilou merely as a disheartened scion. Despite his noble title, what could he truly accomplish? However, in this moment, his perspective shifted. Let us not forget that this individual was indeed a reckless young master, one who would annihilate an entire clan over a slight grievance. The recent slaying of Li Yuan and the severing of Xie Weijie's arm were mere child's play. If truly provoked, he might very well dare to eliminate everyone present. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged general spoke solemnly. Immediately take the second young master for treatment, and ensure that each person receives 100 military rods. Xie Weilou gazed at Li Hua and inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Li Hua softly replied, "My lord, it no longer hurts. I am grateful for your intervention on my behalf." Just moments ago, Xie Weilou's actions had been remarkably fierce, yet she felt no fear. Instead, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped her. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and inquired, "Where is Uncle Fu?" If Uncle Fu were present, how could Xie Wuji and the others dare to bully Li Hua? Li Hua hastily retrieved a letter from her sleeve. "Uncle Fu seems to have urgent matters to attend to and has temporarily departed. This is what he asked me to deliver to you." Xie Weilou took the letter, glanced at it, and noted that Uncle Fu had mentioned nothing of particular importance, only stating that he would be away for a day and would return by morning. He set the letter aside and advised Li Hua, "The current state of Tianqi City is rather unsettled. Do refrain from wandering about. You have endured much this evening. It would be wise to rest well." Li Hua promptly replied, "Of course, young master. You should also retire early." Indeed. Xie Weilou nodded gently within the attic. Xie Weilou sat upon his bed, a contemplative expression adorning his visage. The current state of Tianqi City is indeed fraught with unrest. 3 years prior, the old emperor lay bedridden, and the position of crown prince remains unconfirmed. Consequently, the various princes and princesses have begun to form factions, each endeavoring to secure their future. Presently, the court is primarily a battleground for the first, second, and third princes, each vying for supremacy, fortified by their profound heritage and substantial power. The selection of the crown prince is highly likely to emerge from among these three contenders. However, for the time being, this matter bears little significance to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou reflects on certain events from 3 years prior. The massacre of the Lin family was certainly not orchestrated by the original owner. The original owner did, indeed, venture to the Lin residence under the instigation of his guards, seeking to reclaim his dignity from Lin Qingwang. However, he lacked the audacity to commit such an egregious act of slaughter. By the time the original owner arrived at the Lin household, the family had already suffered a brutal massacre. Why then did some of the Lin family as properties come to be under his name? This brings to light one of the original owner's guards, who has unfortunately vanished without a trace, akin to a wisp of smoke. If only he could be located, many truths might be unveiled. Why did that maid from the Lin family accuse him? She was either bribed or happened to witness Xie Weilou arriving with the group, instinctively attributing the chaos to him. Regarding the downfall of the Lin family, Xie Weilou surmises it is likely intertwined with the fierce competition among several princes. After all, prior to this tragedy, those princes were vying for the allegiance of powerful families in Tianqi City, and the Lin family was undoubtedly a prime target. Regrettably, having been imprisoned for 3 years, he remains oblivious to the identity of the true perpetrator. Xie Weilou would not bear this unjust blame in silence. He is determined to unearth the one pulling the strings and ensure their demise. The act of releasing a notorious criminal from Shichu was indeed perpetrated by the original owner. All for the sake of a woman, a courtesan from Wanchalu, named Nightingale. She hailed from Shichu, yet the promises made in the moonlight remain unfulfilled. As for the incident involving the princess's bath, in Xie Weilou's mind emerged the vision of a captivating and flawless figure. The eldest princess was both a beauty and a woman of formidable malice. The original owner of this body had also been ensnared by treachery. He had indulged in revelry with a few dubious companions, drinking to the point of oblivion. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself sharing a bed with the eldest princess. Thus, he did not merely witness her bathing, he beheld her in her entirety. Intriguingly, at that moment, the eldest princess had been overwhelmed by an abundance of aphrodisiac fragrances. Even more fascinating was the fact that in the entire city of Tianqi, only the eldest princess held dominion over these intoxicating scents. Was her intention to ensnare him, deliberately offering herself? The situation was far more intricate than it appeared. When the eldest princess awoke, she was filled with terror. According to Xie Nanshan's conjecture, the eldest princess indeed sought to implicate him. However, the figure lying beside him was likely the third princess, though for reasons unknown. It had ultimately culminated in the eldest princess herself. Perhaps the eldest princess aimed to trap both him and the third princess, only to fall victim to a scheme, inexplicably entangling herself in the repercussions. Thus, the events of the Huansha Tower that night were not as straightforward as presumed. For the presence of the aphrodisiac was a complicating factor. As these intoxicating scents belonged to the eldest princess, how could they be so readily relinquished? Alas, it is best to continue one's cultivation. Xie Weilou casually waved his hand, sealing the attic with a surge of power. Closing his eyes, he began to cultivate the Nirvana Sutra. Now, he had reached the latter stages of the expansion realm, sensing that the pinnacle was within his grasp. A hum resonated as the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him with fervor. The energy flowed into his body, circulating through his spiritual bones and meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian, where it perpetually cycled, expanding his dantian further. Each realm of martial arts possesses its unique characteristics. The Xinhuang realm, also known as the bone-forging realm, centers on the spiritual bones, enhanced by techniques that draw the world's spiritual energy into these bones, repeating the process to forge every bone in the body. Once all bones are transformed into spiritual bones, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the world increases, thus achieving the Xinhuang realm. The original owner possessed spiritual bones, yet they were dim and deemed useless, akin to having no spiritual bones at all. Typically, such a condition precludes one from embarking on the path of cultivation. However, the Nirvana Sutra transformed his useless bones into true spiritual bones. In the locking realm, one must unlock the 12 hidden meridians of the body. These meridians are obstructed and require unblocking. Once the hidden meridians are opened, the world's spiritual energy can flow through the meridians and into the dantian, allowing the dantian to store a portion of this energy. The more hidden meridians one unblocks, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy becomes. The expansion realm involves the process of opening the dantian. Generally, the larger the dantian that is opened, the greater the capacity to store spiritual energy, thereby enhancing one's combat strength. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator reaching the pinnacle of the expansion realm can open a dantian of 100 units. However, Xie Weilou, in the latter stages of the expansion realm, had already opened 400 units. He felt that upon reaching the pinnacle, he could further open an additional 100 units, achieving a total of 500. At that point, the size of his dantian would be 5 times that of others, and the power he could store would also be quintupled, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. The following day, at dawn, Xie Weilou opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, with his dantian expanding further. "Your Highness, may I enter?" Li Hua's voice sounded from outside the hall. "Come in." Xie Weilou spoke softly. Li Hua entered, carrying toiletries. "My lord, please freshen up first." Xie Weilou briefly attended to his personal grooming. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Fu entered, bowing respectfully to Xie Weilou. "I am aware of last night's events, and I sincerely thank you, young master, for intervening on behalf of that girl." Li Hua. "However, the situation is grave. Li Yuan is dead, and Xie Wiqing has lost an arm. This is no trifling matter. The Anping Duke's residence and Xie Songshuan will undoubtedly seek retribution." Xie Weilou spoke calmly. "There is no need for you to worry about this matter. I have it under control. I must now visit the Tianquan Bureau." The Tianquan Bureau? Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback. In the dimly lit corridor, "I received word from my uncle regarding a promising position, one that would bestow upon me a veneer of prestige." "A veneer of prestige?" exclaimed Uncle Fu, his heart stirring with intrigue. Was the young master preparing to make his mark? The significance of this gilding cannot be overstated. Xie Weilou has already ascended to the position of heir apparent, while Xie Songshuan merely serves as the acting Marquis of the West. The former could easily exploit the inadequacy of Xie Weilou's capabilities as an excuse to deny him this noble title. However, should Xie Weilou enhance his standing within the heavenly authority, he would then possess the grounds to compel Xie Songshuan to abdicate. For hereditary succession is the established order of the great Xia. Xie Weilou smiled faintly, saying, "There is no need for you to overthink. Simply attend to your own affairs. I have my own plans in place." "Understood," replied Uncle Fu, bowing respectfully. Last night, the young master had already met with the third master. Although the third master typically refrained from interfering in the matters of the Duke of Zhenxi's residence, should Xie Songshuan overstep his bounds, the third master would not likely remain passive. Thus, Xie Weilou found himself with a measure of assurance. Xie Weilou said little, merely waving his hand as he strode towards the exit of the building. Within the courtyard, the lingering scent of last night's carnage had been obscured. A group of soldiers and guards gathered together, their faces pale, having truly experienced the weight of military discipline. Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at the assembly, assessing their demeanor. "Not too shabby," he remarked. "If my second uncle returns, it suffices for you to relay the truth to him. Should he harbor any sentiments?" Let him seek me out personally, and I shall engage in discourse with him. Discourse? What folly! Xie Weilou, merely 3 years prior, was but at the late stage of the shackling realm. Now, even at the peak of the expanding territory realm, he would not hesitate to send any unwise challenger to their demise. With both the old master and Xian departed, the addition of Xie Weilou was hardly significant. We understand, the middle-aged general promptly bowed in acknowledgement. At this moment, an inexplicable trepidation towards Xie Weilou enveloped them. Just last night, a notable figure from the Tianqi division had arrived, silently suppressing the events of the previous evening, enjoining them to keep it under wraps, an inexplicable occurrence shrouded in mystery. Xie Weilou has spent 3 years in the dungeons of the Tianqi Bureau. Why would the people from the Tianqi Bureau seek assistance for him? Could there be some extraordinary circumstances at play? This remains puzzling. As for Xie Weilou, he must wait for Xie Weilou's return to ascertain the other's stance. After all, with his son having lost an arm, it is unlikely that he will let the matter rest. Xie Weilou paid no heed to the crowd and departed from the Zhenxi Marquisate residence with his hands clasped behind his back. The streets were blanketed in a thick layer of snow, yet numerous vendors remained active. The bun shop had already opened its doors, releasing a cloud of steam that enveloped the air. The plump, white buns resembled the delicate thighs of a beautiful woman, exuding an irresistible aroma. Xie Weilou purchased 2 meat buns and, while nibbling on them, made his way to the Tianqi division. It wasn't long before Xie Weilou arrived near the Imperial Palace, the location of the Tianqi division, and approached the eastern city gate, reminiscent of the Eastern Factory. Having just departed from this place, he felt a sense of familiarity as he strode confidently within. Inside the grand hall of the Tianqi division, a constable whispered to Commander Lin Qingwang, "Commander, the Wu Shuxing and Chui He we apprehended last night were taken away early this morning by the Grand Commander. Additionally, we discovered 500 taels of silver in Chui He's chamber, suggesting her involvement in the plot against Qinxiang is not as Wu Shuxing claimed. I suspect both of them have been bribed." Lin Qingwang, holding a cup of fragrant tea, replied indifferently, "This was anticipated. Let us cease this matter here. Continuing further would be detrimental to the Tianqi division." She was not a rigid individual. Some cases required thorough investigation, yet others must remain unsolved to avoid significant repercussions. The Wanchalu incident involved complex behind-the-scenes players, necessitating discreet inquiries. After last night's apprehensions, she had already gathered some intelligence. Presently, factions within the court were aligning themselves. The Crown Prince was attempting to court the left Minister of Justice, the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, and the Chui family of Tianqi City. The Chui family was unique, belonging to a merchant lineage that wielded considerable wealth, reminiscent of the Lin family's former status, now fallen from grace. The Crown Prince had previously sent invitations to these 3 factions, only to be met with various refusals. Subsequently, the younger generation of these factions fell victim to a scheme. What a remarkable coincidence! Yet, was it truly the Crown Prince, in a fit of rage, seeking vengeance against these factions? Clearly not, for a peculiar item had emerged, the fragrant beauty. This belonged to the Princess Chang, who maintained a close relationship with the Crown Prince. If she intended to retaliate on his behalf, she possessed myriad means to do so without resorting to the fragrant beauty. However, the appearance of the fragrant beauty at the scene was indeed curious. It was evident that someone sought to thwart the Crown Prince's attempts to ally with these factions by entangling the princess in a trap. Thus, the Crown Prince would be left without recourse, severing his ties with those 3 factions. As the Tianqi division commenced their investigation, it had become a weapon against those young lords, who were now within its confines. Regardless, the individuals behind those 3 young lords would instinctively perceive this as the Crown Prince's wrathful retaliation, further distancing themselves from him. This situation ultimately favored the other princes. Yet, who had sent the assailants after her last night? One possibility was that they intended to silence Wu Shuxing, who possessed the fragrant beauty and might have seen who wielded it, thus necessitating his permanent silence. If that were the case, there would have been no need for an attack on her. Only she can successfully bring individuals to the Tianqi division, thereby unlocking the true value of this formidable sword. Given that the individual dared to present the fragrant beauty, it is evident they have meticulously planned every detail. Wu Shuxing may not have encountered this person before. Another possibility is that those individuals came to assassinate, wishing to prevent the Tianqi division from acting against the 3. Should any harm befall them, the Crown Prince and the 3 factions would be irreparably severed. Hence, the assailants from last night may have originated from the Crown Prince. intending to thwart the machinations of his adversaries. This second scenario appears most plausible, as during the attack, they did not target Wu Shuxing and Cui He but instead prioritized an assault on her, which speaks volumes. Furthermore, with the chief commander taking Wu Shuxing and Cui He away today, her suspicions have solidified. It is evident that not all within the Tianqi division are united, and the chief commander seems to have developed closer ties with the crown prince. It is reasonable to surmise that Wu Shuxing and Cui He were taken for the crown prince and the eldest princess to interrogate regarding the origins of the fragrant beauty. Commander Lin, the pacification envoy has requested you to escort a newcomer. A constable entered briskly, bowing respectfully. A newcomer? Feel free to arrange his accommodations, Lin Qingwang replied, raising an eyebrow. Instances of favoritism within the Tianqi division are not uncommon, and she harbored a certain disdain for such practices. The constable hesitated before stating, "This newcomer is rather special. The pacification envoy insisted you personally take charge." Ah, a cold smile graced Lin Qingwang's face. What makes him so special? Is he perhaps a member of the royal family? The constable candidly replied, "He is the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi, Xie Weilou." Lin Qingwang's expression faltered. "Qingwang, I have arrived. Are you not coming out to greet me?" The voice of Xie Weilou echoed from outside the hall as he strode in with an air of confidence. Lin Qingwang raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Xie Weilou and inquired, "What brings you to the Tianqi division?" Xie Weilou casually remarked, "My uncle has sent me here to acquire some accolades and enhance my reputation, so that when I inherit the title of Marquis of Zhenxi, I will have some achievements to present." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwang was momentarily speechless. A debauched scion like you aspires to inherit the title of Marquis of Zhenxi? What were you thinking? Unless one truly accomplishes something noteworthy, there might be a legitimate chance for succession. The two constables present felt a wave of embarrassment. Yet they refrained from speaking further, aware that this was a representative of the regional governor, and they dared not voice their opinions. Xie Weilou cast a glance around, speaking enigmatically, "In truth, my uncle harbors another intention, which is to encourage the cultivation of our relationship. Thus, when you eventually join the Zhenxi Marquisate, our bond will be far more harmonious." Bang! Lin Qingwang instantaneously crushed the teacup in her hand. She glared coldly at Xie Weilou and remarked, "The Tianqi division does not nurture idleness nor indulge in debauchery. This place is ill-suited for you. It would be best for you to return to the Zhenxi Marquisate." Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow. "Who claims I am useless? Are you not aware of my wealth? Today, upon joining the Tianqi division, I intend to invite my brothers to indulge in an evening of revelry at the brothel. This night's expenses will be on me." Xie Weilou. The two constables present were, upon hearing this, unexpectedly intrigued. However, contemplating the current circumstances of the Marquis of Zhenxi's household, they fell into a moment of speechless reflection. What fortune does Xie Weilou possess at present? It is estimated that his assets have been wholly divided by the Xie family. As for the properties belonging to the Town West Marquisate, they are undoubtedly now entirely under the control of Xie. Lin Qingwang, sensing the expressions of the two captains, wore a somewhat somber countenance. Should that scoundrel Xie Weilou truly join the Tianqi division, she feared for the moral integrity of her subordinates. After a moment of silence, Lin Qingwang spoke with a calm demeanor. "Very well. Since you are so determined to join the Tianqi division, henceforth you shall be one of my captains." "I knew it." She continued. "Qingwang has always been tough in words yet tender in heart. After 3 years of mutual support, you truly cannot bear to part with me." Xie Weilou wore a warm smile. Lin Qingwang found herself at a loss for words. Eager to investigate the demise of the Lin family, she saw Xie Weilou's willingness to serve under her as a fortuitous advantage for her inquiries. She could hardly believe that this man could maintain his silence indefinitely. With this thought in mind, Lin Qingwang spoke with indifference. "Zhang Long, Zhao Hu. Please escort Xie Weilou to familiarize himself with the Tianqi division and assist him in collecting the necessary items for the capture division." "Understood." Zhang Long and Zhao Hu replied respectfully with a bow before leading Xie Weilou away. The Tianqi division, established by the royal authority, is a formidable instrument wielded by the emperor. Its highest authority resides with the sovereign seated in the palace. The division's purpose is to oversee the officials on behalf of the emperor and investigate various cases, holding a uniquely elevated status with the power to act first and report later. The positions within the Tianqi division range from high to low, classified as commanders, provincial pacifiers, grand commanders, vice commanders, supervisors, and captors. Commanders seldom make public appearances, thus the affairs of the Tianwan division are typically managed by the provincial pacifiers. Additionally, there is one Grand Commander, under whom serve 2 Vice Commanders, each responsible for 10 supervisors and 100 captors. Lin Xinguang holds the position of Vice Commander of the Second Hall, overseeing a cadre of over 100 individuals. In the Second Hall, Lin Xinguang was engrossed in examining a scroll. "I am truly exhausted," she sighed. Xie Weilou strolled around for a while, his face marked by fatigue as he entered, casually choosing a seat to settle down in and pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu accompanied him to collect a few items, a token from the Tianquan division, a dagger, and a set of clothing. He accepted the token, yet found the dagger and garments unappealing and thus declined them outright. Lin Xinguang scoffed, remarking, "Is that truly unacceptable?" The fellow appeared utterly frail, resembling a sickly figure, as though a mere gust of wind could send him tumbling to the ground, embodying an extreme state of weakness. Xie Weilou spoke without a word. Having spent 3 years in confinement, subsisting on nothing but cabbage and tofu, is it not entirely reasonable to emerge somewhat frail? Lin Xinguang retorted with a cold smile, "You appear to be in remarkably fine condition, having ventured straight to a brothel upon your release, despite your seemingly delicate frame. You have gallantly sought pleasure in the company of those women, unafraid of meeting your demise in their embrace. Truly, while the landscape may change, one's inherent nature remains steadfast." Xie Weilou spoke with righteous indignation. "The land is frozen for thousands of miles, and the biting cold wind is relentless. If those young ladies lack winter clothing, they are certain to perish from the cold. I am going to deliver warmth to them." "Utterly preposterous," Lin Xinguang replied with a stern expression. The audacity with which Xie Weilou defended his visit to the brothel revealed a thickness of skin beyond what she had anticipated. Xie Weilou reclined lazily in his chair. Addressing Lin Xinguang, "Xinguang, my hands are cold. Do come over and warm them for me." "Humph." Lin Xinguang scoffed lightly, disinclined to respond to Xie Weilou. Had it been anyone else daring to speak to her in such a manner, she would have swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke of her sword. However, after 3 years, she had grown somewhat immune to Xie Weilou's flowery words, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. She fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Did you take a life last night?" Xie Weilou's expression hardened. "Nonsense. I wouldn't dare to harm even a mouse, let alone a person." Lin Xinguang responded with a cold smile. "This matter has been suppressed by the heavenly authority. Aren't you curious who intervened?" Xie Weilou cast a glance at Lin Xinguang, his brows arching in curiosity. Naturally, he harbored no fears regarding the events of the previous night, as he had devised a strategy to cope with them. Yet, he found it perplexing that this matter had been suppressed by the Tianquan Bureau. Lin Xinguang pointed upwards, expressing her own intrigue about why such a figure would seek to stifle this incident, for the command had been issued by none other than that esteemed individual. The Tianquan Bureau, a weapon of the emperor, indeed referred to the sovereign residing within the imperial palace. The emperor's decree to have the Tianquan Bureau conceal this matter left her in a state of confusion. She was fully aware of the occurrences that transpired at the Duke of Zhenxi's residence the previous night. Personnel from the Duke of Anping's household had clashed with individuals from the Duke of Zhenxi's estate, a blatant provocation that could not go unchallenged. Even the death of a mere maid would warrant no repercussions. However, given that they were members of the Duke of Anping's household, such a killing would undoubtedly prompt a backlash from them. Yet now, under the emperor's orders, the Duke of Anping's household dared not utter a word regarding the incident. In fact, this information had been thoroughly suppressed, silencing all those young heirs involved. That esteemed individual, Xie Weilou, raised his eyebrows. Since he dared to take a life, he feared nothing, yet he had not anticipated that individual would intervene. What could be their purpose in doing so? Regardless, it would be prudent for him to proceed with caution. Lin Xinguang spoke calmly. Xie Weilou smiled serenely, not overly concerned with the matter at hand. He set down his teacup and approached Lin Xinguang, glancing at the scroll in her hand with curiosity. "What are you looking at?" he inquired. Lin Xinguang casually tossed the scroll to Xie Weilou, replying nonchalantly, "Take a look for yourself." Xie Weilou took the scroll casually and opened it. At that moment, Lin Xinguang fixed her gaze intently on him. This scroll was connected to the case from the previous night, and she was eager to discern whether Xie Weilou would exhibit any unusual reaction upon perusing its contents. If he were astute, he would undoubtedly uncover numerous insights. The text was lengthy, and she felt disinclined to read it all. Xie Weilou cast a glance, raising an eyebrow, and directly tossed the scroll to Lin Xinguang. As Lin Qi beheld the scroll that Xie Weilou had discarded, a flicker of disappointment emerged in the depths of her gaze. Had she overestimated this individual? Xie Weilou extended his hand towards Lin Qi, saying, "Qi, could you warm me a little?" "Warm yourself," Lin Qi replied coolly, putting away the scroll. "Very well. Then I shall lie down. I rose too early and feel quite fatigued." Xie Weilou stepped aside and donned a plush long robe, casually draping it over himself as he closed his eyes and gently dozed off. At this moment, his mind was swiftly processing the contents of the scroll. Someone had plotted against the crown prince using the alluring figure of Xiangmei, and now the three princes were in contention. Both the second and third princes could potentially be the instigators, though the possibility of others being involved could not be dismissed. It is well known that the struggle for imperial power is fraught with peril, with hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows, masquerading as innocuous, while seeking to profit from the ensuing chaos. The case of the Huansha Tower had brought forth the enigmatic Xiangmei. Previously, he had reclined on the bed with the Princess Chang, both of them being heavily influenced by the intoxicating allure of numerous Xiangmei. Were the masterminds behind these two incidents the same individual? Indeed, it is often the case that those who seem least likely to be involved may surprise you with their unexpected roles. The third princess. In Xie Weilou's mind, a figure emerged. According to Xie Nanshan's account, the one reclining on the bed should have been the third princess. However, it was not she who lay there. Perhaps the eldest princess had a hand in this, which also ties back to the third princess. This third princess, who maintains a close relationship with the third prince, could be considered an ally of his faction. Thus, is the instigator none other than the third prince? Given the events of last night, the forces behind Ma Huai, Guiyu, and Shui Zhao are likely to be at odds with the eldest prince, should they choose to align themselves with the remaining princes at this critical juncture. It would indeed be intriguing. In the shadowy corridors of intrigue, it is evident that the three factions, having severed ties with the crown prince, are likely to align themselves with one of the parties. The faction that becomes the beneficiary of this alliance may very well be perceived as the instigator, attracting the ire and retaliation of the crown prince. If one possesses true intellect, they would refrain from such imprudent actions. Conversely, the party to which the three factions gravitate at this moment may indeed find themselves as the target of a cunning scheme. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that someone orchestrates this entire scenario, daringly maneuvering the pieces, yet to execute such a stratagem, one must have an opponent of considerable acumen. However, this could result in a Pyrrhic victory. Acquiring the support of the three factions at the cost of inciting the crown prince's wrath may not prove to be a wise investment. The true instigator, at such a juncture, is likely to adopt a position of detached observation, watching the ensuing conflict unfold. "Captain Lin, the magistrate has instructed me to convey 2 messages to you." Zhao Hu entered briskly and bowed respectfully to Lin Qingwang. Lin Qingwang turned her gaze toward Zhao Hu, inquiring, "What news do you bring?" Zhao Hu replied, "The first piece of news is that last night, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, and the head of the Chui family seemed to have met with the second prince." "Met with the second prince?" Lin Qingwang narrowed her eyes. It appears that the incident at Huansha Tower has led the three factions to believe this was an act of vengeance by the crown prince. And now they are turning their attention to the second prince, which is rather intriguing. Could the second prince truly be the orchestrator of this situation? Or is there someone else reaping the benefits? And what of the second piece of news? Lin Qi continued to inquire. Zhao Hu replied, "The eldest son of the Chao family is hosting a plum appreciation gathering at the Sigu Mei Garden today, intending to connect with friends through poetry. It is said that he has offered a sword, named Tianya, as a prize for the winner." Tianya. Lin Qingwang's pupils constricted. Although the Lin family is known for its mercantile endeavors, its founder was once a master of martial arts. The Tianya sword is a treasured heirloom of the Lin family, a spirit weapon. 3 years ago, the Lin family was annihilated, their assets consumed by a mysterious force, and the Tianya sword vanished without a trace, leaving behind only hollow remnants of their former enterprises. For 3 years, she has investigated, uncovering only partial assets linked to Xie Weilou, while the remainder remains shrouded in obscurity. The reappearance of the Tianya sword presents a potential breakthrough. Perhaps it will lead her to unravel the identity of that enigmatic force. It appears a visit to the Mei Garden is in order. Connecting through poetry? Xie Weilou opened his eyes, a flicker of interest igniting within him. He addressed Lin Qingwang, saying, "Qingwang, shall we take a stroll through the poetry gathering?" Lin Qingwang, her expression devoid of emotion, gazed at Xie Weilou and replied, "What? Do you truly possess an understanding of poetry and lyrical composition? Xie Weilou shook his head and said, I am not particularly skilled in poetry or verse. However, such a gathering of poets will undoubtedly attract many beautiful women. I am inclined to attend, if only to admire their legs. As long as I am willing to spend money, they will surely be inclined to warm my hands. Lin Xinguang was left speechless and rose to depart the hall. Xie Weilou removed his long robe and followed with a faint smile along the bustling street. Xie Weilou, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his garment, ambled forward alongside Lin Xinguang, his demeanor languid and his face etched with weariness. The incident at the Huansha Tower had transpired just the night before, and now the Tianqi sword had made its appearance. It seemed someone wished to wield him as a weapon. Lin Xinguang wore an expression of deep contemplation. The Chao family had long pledged allegiance to the crown prince, and now, the eldest son of the Chao family brandished the Lin family's treasured Tianqi sword, evoking a sense of unease. Was there a deliberate scheme at play against the crown prince, or was he preparing to strike back? Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of the Tianqi sword undoubtedly positioned her as a blade, for she would surely investigate the downfall of the Lin family in relation to the sword. Xie Weilou glanced at Lin Xinguang and casually inquired, Xinguang, are you truly a member of the Lin family? Lin Xinguang paused for a moment, then turned to Xie Weilou and asked, what do you mean? Xie Weilou remarked with a smile, you remind me of someone from my Zhenxi Marquisate. Why not join my Zhenxi Marquisate sooner rather than later? Lin Xinguang furrowed her brow slightly, choosing not to respond as she quickened her pace and moved forward. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Xinguang's silhouette, his eyes deep and inscrutable, lost in thought. For 3 years, Lin Xinguang had been investigating the tragic annihilation of the Lin family. However, during his interactions with her, he discerned an unsettling calmness. Logically, one would expect that a person whose family had been obliterated would experience some psychological turmoil regarding matters related to the case, perhaps even affecting her judgment. Yet, Lin Xinguang remained unfathomably composed, as if no event could perturb her, resembling an observer detached from the case, which intrigued Xie Weilou. At times, he even questioned whether she truly belonged to the Lin family. In the southern part of the city, Sigu Mei Garden stood as the grandest plum garden in Tianqi City. Each winter, the plum blossoms flourished, filling the air with their fragrance, competing beautifully with the white snow, drawing countless talented individuals and elegant ladies who came to admire the blooms, compose poetry, and listen to music, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, Sigu Mei Garden was the property of the Chao family. Without an invitation, one could not enter the garden. The Chao family was one of the 4 prominent merchant families of Tianqi City today, alongside the Chun, Chui, and Gu families. The Lin family once shared this esteemed status, but following their demise, the Gu family ascended to take their place among the elite. The 4 great merchant families possessed vast enterprises, their wealth rivaling that of nations, inciting envy from all quarters. Currently, the contention among several princes involved disputes over the industries owned by these merchant families. Securing the support of one of the 4 great families would provide substantial leverage, as wealth is essential for recruiting troops and expanding influence. Hence, these 4 families had become highly sought after. The involvement of the young master from the Chui family in the Huansha Tower incident last night was no mere coincidence. Outside the plum garden, a chilling voice pierced the air. Lin Xinguang. Lin Xinguang halted her steps and looked forward, spotting a woman clad in an orange gown, her expression icy and focused on her. Is there something you need? Lin Xinguang inquired coolly. This was Gu Minjia, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. There had been ongoing conflicts between the Lin and Gu families. When the Lin family was still thriving, the Gu family had been suppressed, and Gu Minjia had always been at odds with her. Now that the Gu family had risen among the 4 great merchant families, Gu Minjia carried herself with newfound arrogance, often instigating confrontations during their encounters. With a scornful demeanor, Gu Minjia remarked, this plum blossom appreciation event is not for just anyone. You, a stray dog of a fallen family, surely did not receive an invitation. And so? Lin Xinguang asked, her expression unchanging. Gu Minjia sneered, do you not understand? I said you are not qualified to enter the plum garden. Her disdain for Lin Xinguang was palpable, even when the Lin family had not yet fallen. Lin Xinguang maintained her calm demeanor. Now, despite the Lin family's downfall, she remained equally composed, which irked Gu Minjia greatly. Oh, Lin Xinguang replied indifferently, choosing to disregard Gu Minjia's presence. Gu Minjia's expression soured significantly, feeling as though she had struck a fist against cotton. She promptly addressed the guards at the entrance, asserting that without an invitation, Lin Qingwang should not be permitted entry. The guards, however, remained silent. The young master had instructed that entry into the Meiyuan was strictly prohibited without an invitation, unless the individual in question was of exceptional status. By sheer coincidence, Lin Qingwang indeed qualified as such, being the deputy commander of the Tianqi division, an authority of considerable influence, which naturally deterred anyone from hindering her passage. Gu Mingjie, though oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, could comprehend the implications. Yet, she dared not impede Lin Qingwang, for doing so would surely cost her dearly at the hands of the young master. With a flourish, Gu Mingjie produced an invitation and strutted confidently towards the Meiyuan. Upon entering, she turned back, her face a mask of scorn as she declared, "A dog bereft of its home, today you shall not enter the Meiyuan. Does one truly require an invitation to enter this place?" A voice of surprise interjected as Xie Weilou sauntered over with an air of nonchalance. The guards at the entrance, upon spotting Xie Weilou, instantly transformed their demeanor, rushing forward with obsequiousness. "We pay our respects to the young master." The heir of the Zhenxi Marquisate was notorious in Tianqi City, who was unaware of Xie Weilou's infamous reputation, having released a notorious criminal from the Western Chu, exterminated entire families, and even spied on the crown princess in the bath. Any other individual would have faced execution multiple times. Yet Xie Weilou only endured 3 years of confinement, a testament to the formidable power of the Zhenxi Marquisate. With the infamous rogue now at large, who would dare provoke him? Although the Zhenxi Marquisate had waned in influence, it remained a force to be reckoned with. Xie Weilou inquired with a smile, "Do my companion, Commander Lin, and I require an invitation to enter the plum garden?" The guard promptly replied, "Of course not." Xie Weilou nodded gently and led Lin Qingwang further inside. Upon entering the plum garden, Gu Mingjie glared at Lin Qingwang with evident displeasure, surprised that Xie Weilou would bring her in. With a mocking expression, she remarked, "A stray dog, so closely associated with the one who annihilated her family. How intriguing." Intriguing? Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Gu Mingjie and, with a swift motion, struck her with his palm. A sharp sound echoed, leaving a distinct imprint upon her cheek. The force of the blow left Gu Mingjie momentarily stunned. Clutching her face, she glared at Xie Weilou with indignation and exclaimed, "Xie Weilou, how dare you lay your hands on me? What of it, now that you have?" Xie Weilou gazed at Gu Mingjie with an intriguing expression. "You." Gu Mingjie's demeanor faltered momentarily. Suddenly, she recalled that he was a spoiled scion, a person capable of extinguishing an entire family with a mere word. If one does not comprehend the art of conversation, it is wiser to remain silent. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure that you are rendered voiceless forever. Xie Weilou's face revealed a sinister smile. Gu Mingjie felt a chill in her heart, truly rendered speechless and hesitant to speak further. "Let us go." Xie Weilou disregarded Gu Mingjie, leading Lin Qingwang forward. "Xie Weilou, you shall pay for this," Gu Mingjie thought, her eyes betraying a glimmer of resentment as she observed their retreating figures. It was the first time in her life that she had been so publicly humiliated. It felt like an unparalleled disgrace. Within the plum blossom garden, vibrant blooms flourished, their crimson and pink hues blending beautifully, surpassing all others in brilliance. While their delicate fragrance wafted through the air, the immaculate white snow appeared as a mere backdrop, losing its luster in the presence of such splendor. In a grand pavilion, numerous tables and chairs were arranged, laden with exquisite delicacies, while graceful maidens danced elegantly nearby, accompanied by musicians playing enchanting melodies. A gathering of talented scholars and beautiful ladies congregated, making it an idyllic setting to enjoy the snow and admire the plum blossoms. As Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang entered the pavilion, the gazes of the crowd turned towards them. Some expressed derision, others offered cold sarcasm, while a few appeared curious, and some bore expressions of contemplation. It was evident that the pairing of the two evoked a sense of incredulity among onlookers. Didn't Xie Weilou annihilate the Lin Qingwang family? How then does Lin Qingwang accompany him here? One of the young men clad in a gray robe promptly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute and addressing the two, "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, Commander Lin." This gray-robed gentleman is none other than Chao Huayan, the eldest son of the Chao family, a man of great tact and intelligence. Xie Weilou smiled and inquired, "Young Master Chao, is there anything amusing happening today?" Chao Huayan, seemingly well acquainted with Xie Weilou, replied in a hushed tone, "For the upcoming Plum Blossom Poetry Gathering, I have specially invited the renowned Meishan courtesan from the Huansha Tower." Xie Weilou's eyes sparkled with delight as he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Chao Huayan, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the esteemed young Master Chao. You understand me so well." Chao Huayan responded with a deep bow, his hands clasped in reverence. "Indeed, my lord. Please take a moment to sit. Once all our guests have arrived, this poetry gathering shall commence. Then I shall eagerly await the occasion," the young master replied. Xie Weilou nodded gently and took a seat beside Lin Xinhuang. Before long, a number of individuals arrived, among them Su Muxue and Xiao Su. Su Muxue, as always, donned a flowing white feather dress, radiating an enchanting grace. Xie Weilou. When Su Muxue caught sight of him, her brows arched in curiosity. The Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering was an event of refinement. What business did this dandy have here? Those present observed with keen interest as they scrutinized Su Muxue and Xie Weilou. It was common knowledge that Su Muxue had once been betrothed to Xie Weilou. Yet when he was imprisoned, she had taken the initiative to annul their engagement, leaving the Xie family utterly humiliated. Now, with Su Muxue growing closer to Xiao Su, how would Xie Weilou react? The dandy, upon seeing his former fiancée suddenly entwined with another man, would likely be consumed with fury. A dramatic confrontation was surely on the horizon. After all, Xiao Su was no pushover. In terms of status and strength, he was in no way inferior to Xie Weilou. Should Xie Weilou dare to provoke Xiao Su, he would likely receive a severe reprimand. Upon catching sight of Su Muxue, Xie Weilou greeted her with a smile and a wave, saying, "Muxue, you appear even more radiant today. Come closer. I wish to show you my prized possession." "You." Su Muxue's expression faltered at his words, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. To propose revealing a prized possession to Su Muxue was indeed provocative, inviting unwelcome associations. Xiao Su cast a cold glance at Xie Weilou, remarking, "It seems you have disregarded my previous admonitions. Pray tell, what significance do you hold, and what nonsense do you utter?" Xie Weilou's smile grew increasingly profound. The atmosphere in the venue instantly fell into a hushed silence, as none dared to interject. After all, one was the heir of the Zhenxi Marquisate, while the other was the son of the Wuan Marquis. Both held significant status, and their contest was beyond the realm of participation for the onlookers. Although Xie Weilou's title as heir might now seem somewhat unmerited, he remained a figure of considerable respect. Until the emperor himself chose to revoke his title, he would still be regarded as the heir of the Zhenxi Marquisate. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Xiao Su, his eyes gleaming with cold determination, as he directed an overwhelming pressure towards Xie Weilou. Lin Xinhuang, her expression indifferent, cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Su and tightened her grip on her longsword, instantly dispersing his oppressive aura. Xiao Su turned his gaze towards Lin Xinhuang, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Lin Xinhuang replied calmly, "Xie Weilou is now a member of the Tianquan division. Who dares to lay a hand on him?" "What? Xie Weilou is part of the Tianquan division?" This news was not lost on the crowd. Whispers circulated that the Zhenxi Marquisate had leveraged connections to secure his position in the Tianquan division, seemingly to polish his tarnished reputation after emerging from the dungeons. It became clear why he appeared alongside Lin Xinhuang. He had indeed joined the Tianquan division. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd's pupils constricted in surprise. As someone associated with the Zhenxi Marquisate, Xie Weilou was already known for his arrogance, and now, as a member of the Tianquan division, he was likely to become even more insufferable, given the unique powers wielded by its members. Yet how formidable are the Tianquan division's members? It would be best if they do not fall into my grasp. Otherwise, Xiao Su's voice turned frigid, a chilling intent radiating from him. Otherwise, what can you do? Lin Xinhuang's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Su, her own sword intent suffusing the air, intensifying the atmosphere with an aura of impending conflict. Su Muxue, witnessing Lin Xinhuang's staunch defense of Xie Weilou, felt a flicker of confusion but nonetheless advised Xiao Su, "Perhaps it is best to let this go." Lin Xinhuang's strength was not to be underestimated, and a confrontation could yield no favorable outcome. It hardly seemed worth the trouble over Xie Weilou. Xiao Su took a deep breath, suppressing his simmering rage, and retreated to the side with Su Muxue. Amidst the crowd, Gu Mingjie walked alongside a young man, the son of the Minister of War, Yin Jishu. Their gazes towards Xie Weilou were icy. "Mei Xing is here," a voice announced. The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a plum blossom long dress, her figure enchanting and adorned with a veil. A maid beside her held an umbrella. Chao Huayan promptly stepped forward to greet her. "Miss Mei Xing, you have finally arrived." Mei Xing replied softly, "Invited by Master Chao, I could hardly refuse." Chao Huayan smiled warmly. Your presence here is a blessing for my Mei Yuan. Please, take a seat. Mei Xing nodded gently, entering the pavilion and choosing a seat to sit down. Lin Qingwang and Xie Weilou fixed their gaze upon Mei Xing, recognizing that she was no ordinary woman. Lin Qingwang silently mused to herself, what a beautifully shaped figure. Xie Weilou could not help but express his sentiments. This remark caught the attention of everyone present, and one could discern a slight frown from Mei Xing. Meanwhile, some of the ladies in attendance cast disparaging glances at Xie Weilou, clearly disapproving of his boorishness, which was, without a doubt, a disgrace to the Zhenxi Marquisate. Ahem. Chao Huayan gently cleared his throat and clasped his fists in gratitude towards the crowd, saying, I appreciate everyone gracing this occasion with your presence. Today I, Chao, am hosting a plum blossom appreciation gathering, primarily aimed at fostering camaraderie through poetry. This time, I have procured an exquisite divine weapon. Whoever emerges victorious shall receive this extraordinary blade. As he spoke, he gently applauded. A guard promptly appeared, cradling a box, which he opened to reveal a long sword sheathed in azure. Tianya. The moment Lin Qinghuang beheld the sword within the box, she instantly recognized it as Tianya. Many others also fixated on the blade, for they had heard whispers prior to their arrival that this sword belonged to the Lin family. Chao Huayan turned to the assembly, smiling as he continued, I suspect many of you are curious about the origins of this sword. Allow me to inform you that this blade was acquired from the black market. This statement appeared directed towards Lin Qingwang, conveying a clear implication. The Tianya sword of the Lin family was not taken from them, but rather purchased. It also suggested that any inquiries regarding the sword's provenance should lead one to the black market. Lin Qingwang remained silent, fully grasping the underlying meaning of Chao Huayan's words. Since the gathering was intended for poetic exchange, it was time to commence. Xie Weilou toyed with his wine glass. So eager. It seems you understand poetry as if it were second nature, Su Muxue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xie Weilou chuckled and remarked, I may not comprehend poetry, yet I possess an understanding of beauty. Reciting verses, at its core, is akin to extolling a woman's exquisite appearance. The distinction lies in the fact that, at this moment, we are to praise the flora, and with my talents, I am more than capable. Hey. Su Mushue's smile was laced with sarcasm. How dare you say that so confidently? Chao Huayan, with a serious demeanor, addressed the assembly. Since this is a plum blossom appreciation gathering, let us center our creations around the theme of plum blossoms. You all have the duration of half a stick of incense to compose your poems. Ultimately, Miss Mei Xing will critique your works, and the finest poem shall earn its creator the Tianya sword. A guard promptly approached, presenting an incense burner, while several maidens distributed writing materials to those present. Does anyone have any questions? Chao Huayan inquired, surveying the crowd. The assembly shook their heads in unison. Good. Let us commence. I eagerly await your masterpieces. Chao Huayan declared with a smile. The guard swiftly inserted a half-burnt stick of incense. The attendees turned their gazes towards the surrounding plum blossoms, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. Some appeared to have prepared in advance, swiftly putting pen to paper. It was evident that a gathering themed around plum blossoms would naturally invite premeditated compositions. As moments slipped by, the mingling scents of incense and plum blossoms created an enchanting atmosphere. The blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, snowflakes cascading down like a languid beauty stretching gracefully, her vibrant hues on full display, captivating all. After half a stick of incense had burned, a gentle breeze stirred, wafting the fragrance of the plum blossoms. Many individuals had completed their poems. Chao Huayan addressed the assembly softly, time is up. The crowd set down their writing instruments, brimming with confidence as they gazed at their verses, feeling as though they were poised to outshine their peers. Chao Huayan smiled and inquired, who wishes to be the first to share their exquisite work? I shall. A young man wielding a folding fan rose, clearly of considerable talent to have been invited to such an event. Mr. Li, please. Chao Huayan nodded in acknowledgement of the young man. Mr. Li elegantly waved his fan, cleared his throat, and recited, this poem is titled Ode to the Plum Blossom. The world is cloaked in white, all creation buried beneath. Yet, the red plum emerges in the garden, its fragrance wafting from all directions. Applause erupted as Mr. Li concluded. Chao Huayan nodded appreciatively and turned to Mei Xing. Miss Mei Xing, what are your thoughts on Mr. Li's poem? Rising gracefully, Mei Xing replied, disregarding the tonal patterns, the lines the red plum emerges in the garden, its fragrance wafting from all directions are indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li clasped his fist in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Mei Xing, for your critique. Inwardly, however, He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, believing her evaluation to be rather scant. I, too, have composed a poem, and I humbly request Miss Mei Sheng's critique, Yinji Xiao. Beside Guminjia, stood up. He began, 1,000 miles of snowy rivers and mountains, 10,000 zhang of desolate plains, in my eyes, the plum in the garden joyfully welcomes the frost alone. Mei Sheng softly remarked, you have captured the pride of the plum. It is quite commendable. Yinji was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether it was merely acceptable. Was there truly no sense of grandeur? I too have composed a piece. Shortly thereafter, others began to rise, reciting their own verses. However, Mei Sheng's evaluations were limited to the words fairly good at best. It was evident that none of the poems presented at that moment captivated her profoundly. Miss Su, might you share your exquisite work? Xiao Weilou inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Muxue. As the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Su Muxue was well-versed in poetry and literature, and her martial prowess was formidable. Within the city of Tianqi, she had many admirers. Rising gracefully, Su Muxue spoke softly, I have composed a humble piece. I would appreciate Miss Mei Sheng's critique. The north wind caresses the white pear blossoms, the moonlight reflects upon the pavilions. Gazing into the bronze mirror's hue, a youthful visage fades as the ink plum blooms. Upon hearing her words, Mei Sheng nodded gently and remarked, a splendid poem. The falling snow indeed resembles pear blossoms. The color of the bronze mirror remains unchanged. The ink plum continues to flourish each year, yet a woman's beauty inevitably wanes with the passage of time, evoking a sense of melancholy. Applause erupted from the crowd. Su Muxue smiled lightly and returned to her seat. Xie Weilou chuckled softly and remarked, Muxue, at such a tender age, lamenting the imminent departure of your youthful beauty, do you not exude a certain air reminiscent of a heartbroken woman in seclusion? Is it perhaps that after the dissolution of your engagement with this young lord, you find yourself in regret, feeling as though your youth has been squandered? Why not seize the opportunity for us to engage in a profound discourse on the contest of plum blossoms and snow? You. Su Muxue clenched her fists, her once proud verses and splendid mood shattered by Xie Weilou's words. Humph. If you possess the talent, Xie Weilou, then compose a poem. Yinji coldly interjected. Indeed. If young Master Xie has the prowess to direct the tides of the realm, then let him craft a verse. The others immediately joined in the raucous encouragement, eager for Xie Weilou to falter. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, writing poetry? Such a simple endeavor. I have already composed a piece. I would be grateful if Miss Mei Sheng could read it for me. He handed over the paper. Mei Sheng stepped forward, took the paper, glanced at the characters inscribed upon it, and silently remarked to herself, what an unsightly script. The calligraphy of Xie Weilou is indeed grotesquely unsightly, crooked and abstract, scarcely surpassing that of a 3-year-old child. Nevertheless, she recited the verse above. In the courtyard, the plum blossoms bloom alone, while the fragrant cassia brings forth the beauty. A branch plucked stirs a smile from the fair maiden. The plum snow pales, as the heavens lose their hue. As Mei Sheng concluded her recitation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. It was not due to admiration for Xie Weilou's poetry, but rather the astonishment that this individual could indeed compose verses. Wasn't he supposed to be a dandy? The revelation that he could craft poetry left them dumbfounded. Lin Qinghuang also paused for a moment, her gaze towards Xie Weilou tinged with peculiarity. She was aware of his cleverness but had not anticipated that he could genuinely write poetry. Furthermore, the imagery he employed, depicting plum snow merely to highlight the beauty of a smile, rendered the world devoid of luster, akin to his assertion that writing poetry is akin to extolling beauty. Goodness. She had initially thought he was merely boasting, but it turns out he possesses genuine talent. This fellow. Su Muxue furrowed her brow. In her eyes, Xie Weilou lacked both literary talent and martial prowess. However, at this moment, there seemed to be a glimmer of something in his literary skills. Mei Sheng gazed at Xie Weilou, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. It appeared that this young lord was somewhat different from the rumors that circulated about him. Perhaps it was all meticulously prepared in advance. Prepared in advance? Could it be that he had sought assistance? Crude verses and lewd phrases, someone murmured in low tones. Xie Weilou chuckled and remarked, this indeed is a rather crude verse, and it was composed in advance. However, I implore you all not to claim that you arrived here unprepared. A few individuals exhibited an air of embarrassment prior to this gathering. They had certainly made their own preparations, for composing poetry on the spot is no simple feat, Yinji retorted. It is merely a single poem. It is nothing extraordinary. How fortuitous. For my preparations extend beyond just one verse. Xie Weilou remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Mei Sheng, feeling a tinge of curiosity, softly inquired. Might I ask what verses the young master has prepared? Would you be so kind as to share them with us? Feel free to recite. I shall gladly take up the pen and ink for you. Very well. Xie Weilou casually picked up a wine glass and savored the exquisite vintage within. As he gazed at the plum blossoms outside the pavilion, he spoke. In front of the white jade pavilion, the ink plum blooms. For whom does it blossom? And for whom does it wither? The east wind is as it was, and people remain unchanged, returning once again, year after year. What a splendid poem, Mei Xing remarked, his eyes sparkling with inspiration as he swiftly put pen to paper. Clearly, this verse surpassed the previous ones by a considerable margin. The onlookers fixated on Xie Weilou, astonished that he had indeed prepared a second piece. Xie Weilou gazed at Yan Zhihao and remarked nonchalantly, "How do you find this poem composed by me?" Yan Zhihao's expression darkened. "It's rather mediocre." "Is that so? Then I have a few more. If anyone feels their own talent is exceptional, feel free to offer your critiques." Xie Weilou shook his head. He spoke directly. The third poem, Plum blossoms vie with snow for spring's favor, yet the poet lays down his brush, pondering in vain. The plum must yield 3 parts of white to the snow, yet the snow concedes a fragrance to the plum. The fourth poem, At the edge of my family's ink-washing pond. Every flower blooms with faint ink traces. I seek not praise for the color's beauty, but rather leave a pure aura to fill the universe. The fifth poem, In the icy and snowy forest, I make my stand, distinct from the mingling dust of peach and plum. Suddenly, one night, a fragrance unfurls, dispersing into a spring that stretches across the vast expanse of heaven and earth. With a succession of verses, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The gazes of those present shifted towards Xie Weilou, tinged with a hint of unease. Their presence here implied a certain discerning eye, and it was evident that Xie Weilou's verses were extraordinary, effortlessly blending poetic rhythm with substance. They had labeled him a debauched scion, yet at this moment, this so-called wastrel was casually reciting numerous verses, each capable of overshadowing their own feeble attempts. What could they possibly say now? Initially, they had anticipated witnessing a splendid performance, yet they found themselves reduced to the role of jesters. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Yan Zhixiao, urging her to continue her commentary. Yan Zhixiao appeared dazed. Her face flushed, as if she had just been struck. Su Mushiwei covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The debauched young master she had once known now seemed transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. In that moment, she felt a strange unfamiliarity towards Xie Weilou, leaving her questioning whether he was indeed the same extravagant youth she had once perceived. The other men present lowered their heads in silence. All claims of extraordinary talent and unparalleled literary prowess faded into insignificance in the wake of Xie Weilou's eloquent verses. Mockery? Who would dare to continue such ridicule? They would have to produce poems themselves, and even if they sought out esteemed masters, it was unlikely they could conjure verses of such brilliance. Critique? With their limited abilities, how could they possibly offer an assessment? Lin Qiguang observed Xie Weilou in silence. His recent poems undoubtedly overshadowed the others, rendering them dim and unremarkable. Although she had composed a poem of her own, she discreetly tucked it away, unwilling to expose herself to embarrassment. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Mei Xing and, with a serene smile, said, "Miss Mei Xing, would you be so kind as to offer your thoughts on my recent poems?" Mei Xing swiftly took notes. But upon hearing Xie Weilou's words, she offered a bittersweet smile and replied, "Your Grace, you flatter me beyond measure. My learning is so limited that I am unworthy to evaluate these exquisite verses." However, Xie Weilou's poetic compositions truly astonished her, particularly the latter pieces, which unmistakably bore the hallmark of a master, showcasing extraordinary brilliance. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards the others present, esteemed friends. "You are all individuals of remarkable talent. Why not offer your critique on my recent verses?" The crowd exchanged furtive glances, hesitant to respond. Critique? What nonsense! These poems would undoubtedly circulate beyond this gathering. Offering honest praise might render one susceptible to accusations of flattery, while a negative assessment could lead others to question the origin of these verses, ultimately embarrassing the critic, who would dare to voice their opinion. They could only silently dismiss the notion that these lines were penned by Xie Weilou. However, when it came to the quality of the poetry, there was no doubt that it was exceptional. None could have anticipated that Xie Weilou would indeed present such exquisite works at this plum blossom appreciation gathering. "Humph! This poetry certainly cannot be your own," Gu Mingjie scoffed. Her remark echoed the unspoken sentiments of the rest in attendance. Xie Weilou's expression was one of amusement. "Since you are so certain, Do enlighten me as to who composed this? Gu Mingjia's demeanor faltered. Although she was unaware of the poet's identity, she was certain it was not you. If you wish to contest this, you may abandon the plum blossom and create another verse. Yanji spoke with a determined tone. Xie Weilou mockingly remarked, a mountain pig cannot appreciate fine chaff. What I mean to convey is that you are akin to a pig, unworthy of indulging in the finest provisions, and consequently, you lack the merit to listen to the remaining verses of poetry. Indeed, the poem is not of my own creation, but your inability to trace its origin renders your claims of plagiarism void. With but a slight exertion, you are not even worthy of gazing upwards. What right do you possess to continue savoring my exquisite Chinese masterpieces? You. Yan Zhixiao's countenance darkened considerably. The onlookers remained silent. Yet they were increasingly convinced that this poem had been pilfered by Xie Weilou from some source. Otherwise, why would he not continue composing verses to counter Yan Zhixiao? Regrettably, they seemed to overlook one crucial detail. What authority did Yan Zhixiao possess that warranted a rebuttal from Xie Weilou? Xie Weilou stretched languidly and said, those with talent may continue to compose poetry. If you lack the ability, do not squander this prince's time. As for this so-called Tianqi sword, I shall take it. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Xie Weilou turned to Chao Huayan and asked, Master Chao, what is your opinion? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chao Huayan gazed at the crowd. Noticing their silence, he nodded and declared, the prince's verses surpass all others. This Tianqi sword now belongs to you. The guard stepped forward, cradling the sword's sheath. Xie Weilou casually retrieved the Tianqi sword from the sword sheath, glanced at it, and tossed it to Lin Qinghuang, saying, Qinghuang, I bestow this upon you. Lin Qinghuang received the long sword, momentarily taken aback. Was the Tianqi sword truly back in her possession just like that? Xie Weilou turned to Mei Sheng and said, Miss Mei Sheng, I find the upcoming plum appreciation gathering rather uninspiring. Might you have the time to meet at a certain place where we can discuss the splendor of plum blossoms and converse about the elegance of icy skin and jade-like bones? Crude, debauched, lecherous, shameless. Su Muxue offered Xie Weilou for scathing assessments. Did he not know how to conduct himself in the presence of women? She felt a profound sense of relief for having called off the engagement. Otherwise, being with such a man would surely render her life unbearable. Mei Sheng replied softly, today, having been invited by young Master Chao, I cannot take my leave prematurely. I hope the young lord can understand. Chao Huayan quickly added, young lord, the poetry gathering has not yet concluded. I hope you will be understanding. Very well. The wind is strong in this pavilion, and having just emerged from imprisonment, my body cannot withstand it. Since there are no beautiful maidens to warm my hands and feet, I shall return to rest alone. Xie Weilou stifled a yawn and stepped out of the pavilion. Just then, a chill breeze swept through. Xie Weilou instinctively shivered, his hands tucked within his sleeves. Lin Qinghuang remarked, I have some matters to attend to. Please, make yourselves comfortable. With that, she rose and departed from the pavilion. Chao Huayan addressed the gathering. The Plum Blossom Appreciation event is not yet concluded. Next, Miss Mei Sheng will grace us with a musical performance. Let us give her a warm welcome. Hooray! The crowd responded with laughter and applause. Without Xie Weilou's presence, they felt considerably more at ease. Had he remained, their discomfort would have been palpable. A mere dandy, he had somehow acquired a few poems that rendered them unable to hold their heads high, which was quite vexing. Did he truly believe he possessed poetic talent? A frivolous youth, immersed only in revelry, lacking in both literary and martial prowess, who would believe that such sudden literary flair could overshadow the rest? On the street, the ice and snow had yet to melt. As the old frost thawed, new layers of ice and snow accumulated, an unending cycle. Only the gentle breeze of spring and the radiant light of the sun could dissolve the pristine white, allowing the world to blossom in its verdant hues. The cold wind brushed against their faces, piercing and frigid, as pedestrians hurried along, clad in thick cotton coats, their faces flushed from the chill, exhaling warm breaths that formed a unique tableau. Xie Weilou stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his head bowed, his figure appearing somewhat frail. Lin Qinghuang followed closely beside him, hesitating for a moment before softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance this time. During their time in the plum garden, she had composed a poem of her own. Yet, she knew that her poem would not necessarily secure her the top position. It was Xie Weilou's intervention that had granted her the treasured Tianqi sword. Xie Weilou halted his steps, withdrawing his hands from the confines of his sleeves. As he gazed at Lin Qinghuang's long and elegantly straight legs, "May I touch your leg?" he inquired. "You." Lin Qingwang's expression momentarily faltered. And casting a sharp glance at Xie Weilou, she quickly advanced ahead. Xie Weilou gazed upon Lin Qingwang's graceful figure and sighed as winter deepens and the bed grows cold. It is a pity that such a delicate form as yours is not here to warm my sheets. Meanwhile, within the grand and imposing princess's residence, the courtyard was adorned with blooming plum blossoms, their fragrance undiminished by the snow and frost, wafting gently into the loft. Inside the loft, a fire crackled, warming a pot of hot wine. A woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face partially obscured by a veil, held a wine cup delicately in her hand. Her arched brows and captivating phoenix-like eyes possessed a depth that seemed to draw one in with an almost magnetic allure. Her figure was striking, resembling a startled swan or a gliding dragon, with a silk ribbon cinched at her waist trailing elegantly to the ground, perfectly accentuating her silhouette. Her long, exquisite legs were tantalizingly visible, captivating and enchanting. Her skin as smooth and delicate as fine jade, radiating a soft glow reminiscent of dawn. She appeared like a celestial being from a painted scroll, untouched by the impurities of the mundane world. Her raven-black hair, adorned with golden and emerald jewelry, cascaded carelessly around her waist, exuding both nobility and a languid grace. As a member of the royal family with the surname Yan, the princess was bestowed with the exquisite name Yan. As the saying goes, within the pages of books lies a treasure, and indeed, her name was remarkable. Beside her, a maid in a black robe recited a few lines of poetry. After listening, Yan slowly spoke. A dandy has copied a few masterpieces to flaunt, which is rather amusing. Her voice was as melodious as a lark, crisp and delightful, akin to a fine wine that lifted the spirits and invited one to indulge in its charms. The maid in black hesitated, her words caught in her throat. "Speak," commanded Yan, twirling the wine cup in her fingers. The maid replied, "I heard from the eunuchs in the palace that His Majesty intends to arrange a marriage between you and Xie Weilou." The unexpected release of Xie Weilou from prison is not merely a consequence of the completion of his sentence. Rather, it is a manifestation of the emperor's newfound intentions. The heart of an emperor is intricately complex, and the sudden union of a noble princess with a recently liberated, fallen heir is not entirely inconceivable. It is likely that news of this matter has yet to reach the Marquis of Zhenxi's residence, as it was merely overheard by an eunuch. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly incite a fervor throughout the entire Tianqi City. Yan, with her delicate fingers, clasped the wine glass, a flicker of coldness glimmering in the depths of her eyes. She harbored an intense loathing for Xie Weilou, wishing nothing less than to see him meet a torturous end, for he had witnessed her in her entirety. The mere recollection of this ignited a desire within her to peel away her own skin. "I shall find an opportunity to eliminate him," Yan remarked coolly. "Xie Weilou has spent 3 years in captivity, which ostensibly appears to be imprisonment, yet in reality serves as a form of protection from the Duke of Zhenxi's household. Were it not for this, Xie Weilou would have long since succumbed to death. Now, the imperial court harbors intentions to bestow a marriage between her and Xie Weilou. Such notions are mere fantasies. If Xie Weilou were to perish, everything would be manageable, and she could also resolve her inner demons. However, it seems the crown prince does not share this sentiment." The dark-clad maid whispered, "Should Xie Weilou and the Princess Chong walk together, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable scenario for the crown prince. The princess has always been a staunch ally of the crown prince, and a union between the Duke of Zhenxi and the princess would signify an alliance with him." Yan replied with a calm demeanor, "The struggle for imperial power is far from simple. If he cannot comprehend this fundamental truth, he is unworthy of my continued support. Xie Weilou must be eliminated. Discreetly arrange for this, and ensure that no traces are left behind." "Understood." The maid bowed and promptly departed. Bang! As the maid exited, Yan crushed the wine glass in her hand, her gaze turning icy. "Xie Weilou, you wretched wastrel. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have not personally dealt with you. Otherwise, I would ensure your suffering is beyond imagination." 3 years prior, she indeed intended to manipulate both the third princess and Xie Weilou. This would tarnish her sister's reputation and compel the Duke of Zhenxi to pay a price. Yet, unexpectedly, she fell victim to her own schemes, a classic case of losing what one sought to gain. From her subsequent investigations, she learned that this predicament was linked to the third prince, a debt she has not forgotten, and she will ensure that both the third princess and the third prince pay a steep price in due time. However, for now, Xie Weilou must be dealt with first. Otherwise, a marriage alliance between her and Xie Weilou is the last outcome she desires. Yet, the beautiful figure who appeared at the Huansha Tower, could she also be connected to the third prince? Yin Ryu pondered. The emergence of the beautiful figure at Huansha Tower has led the crown prince to suspect a connection to the second prince, as the factions supporting those three young gentlemen have gravitated toward the second prince. However, she believes there might be ties to the third prince. After all, her previous entanglement with the beautiful figure seemed linked to him, and now, with the reappearance of such a figure at Huansha Tower, the coincidences are too remarkable to dismiss. It is not beyond possibility that others lurk in the shadows, subtly influencing events. Nightfall enveloped the city, a myriad of lights illuminating the snow-clad Tianqi City, casting a mesmerizing glow that intoxicates the senses. The weary officials retire home to rest. Xie Weilou emerged from the Tianquan office, stretching languidly. Lin Xinguang, wielding the Tianya sword and clad in a flowing azure gown, exuded an enchanting grace as her hair danced in the breeze. With a frosty tone, she remarked, "You have spent most of the day in slumber. Do you still feel fatigued?" Aside from the time spent at the Plum Blossom Festival, she had not permitted Xie Weilou to engage in any other activities, leaving him to merely recline within the grand hall, lost in sleep. "Is he truly weary?" Xie Weilou chuckled, remarking, "With a delicate beauty like Qinghuang by my side, exuding an aroma more fragrant than plum blossoms, I can only gaze longingly, unable to indulge even a taste. Such restraint, how could it not be exhausting?" "Return home," Lin Xinguang replied coolly before departing. This evening, she needed to visit the black market, as Chao Huayan had previously mentioned it, and she should be able to uncover some clues there. The affairs of the Lin family must be thoroughly investigated. As for whether she might become a pawn in someone else's game, she remained indifferent. After all, how could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Homeward bound, Xie Weilou waved his hand and proceeded in another direction. At this moment, someone was watching him, and he needed to resolve the trouble. Eventually, he would venture into the black market, for he was curious as to why the Tianya sword had previously appeared in such a place. In a dimly lit alleyway, Xie Weilou walked with his hands tucked inside the sleeves of his garment, his head bowed as he advanced. Snowflakes fell in a flurry, and the biting cold wind pierced through the air. Suddenly, the sound of a clanking iron chain echoed from ahead. Xie Weilou halted his steps and lifted his gaze ahead. In the distance of 10 meters, there loomed a towering figure, a burly man standing at 2 meters tall, his disheveled hair framing a rugged visage. His face bore the marks of battle, adorned with a menacing scar and a stubbled jaw. His arms were encircled by thick iron chains, and before him lay a massive iron hammer. His large, copper-like eyes gleamed with a fierce, ghostly light. The aura he exuded was exceedingly terrifying, revealing him to be a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. Xie Weilou gazed at the burly man before him and, with a serene smile, remarked, "You remind me of someone." "Who is that?" the imposing figure inquired, his voice somewhat gruff and tinged with a hint of darkness. Xie Weilou smiled and remarked, "The fierce tiger of the Western Shu, Commander Guan, Iron Tiger." The Fierce Tiger Pass is a significant stronghold of the Western Shu. In days of yore, Xie Zhenhua led the Zhenxi army to breach the Fierce Tiger Pass, capturing numerous commanders, among whom Iron Tiger was one. However, during the escort back to Tianqi, amidst the chaos, Iron Tiger managed to escape, vanishing without a trace. Some speculate that the Princess Chong might have hidden him away. Yet there is no evidence to support this claim. Little did I expect that he would reappear. Is the princess so eager to see me out of prison? How intriguing. Iron Tiger stared intently at Xie Weilou and said, "No wonder you are the grandson of Xie Zhenhua. You possess quite the discerning eye. But do you know that your demise awaits you shortly?" Xie Weilou chuckled lightly and inquired, "Have you ever heard a saying?" Taihu gazed intently at Xie Weilou and replied, "What saying?" Xie Weilou said with a serious expression, "When an inconsequential supporting character suddenly finds themselves in the spotlight, it signifies that their demise is imminent." Seeking death, Taihu responded, a fierce, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a powerful tremor of his arms, a chain, akin to a venomous serpent, surged towards Xie Weilou with lethal force. Xie Weilou smiled faintly, showing no inclination to evade. Just as the iron chain thundered within half a meter of him, it was thwarted by an overwhelming force, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Taihu's pupils contracted. The information was erroneous. Wasn't it said that this Xie Weilou had no understanding of cultivation? Xie Weilou extended his hand, casually grasping the iron chain. Buzz. In an instant, the chain was encased in a chilling power, frozen solid. Xie Weilou exerted a tremendous force, causing the iron chain to explode, with shards hurtling toward Iron Tiger like flying blades at an astonishing speed. Iron Tiger, reacting with remarkable swiftness, seized a hammer and struck it forcefully against the ground. A violent shockwave surged forth, fracturing the earth, sending ice and snow cascading into the air, while the fragments of the iron chain were scattered by the impact. The powerful shadow of the hammer loomed like a colossal boulder, hurtling toward Xie Weilou. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Xie Weilou dispersed the shadow of the hammer, sending the approaching snow and ice flying. Die! Iron Tiger surged forward in a swift stride, charging upwards with a massive iron hammer in hand. With a sudden and forceful strike, he unleashed a tremendous pressure, his power radiating in all directions. This blow, when landed, could flatten an area of 100 meters in radius. Xie Weilou casually extended his hand, and the burial flower sword materialized within his grasp. Casting a fleeting glance at the Iron Tiger above, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. His figure, akin to a specter, vanished abruptly. When he reappeared, Xie Weilou had already positioned himself beside the Iron Tiger, gripping the sword sheath without drawing the blade. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the long sword soared forth of its own accord, its icy radiance erupting as it effortlessly shattered the might of Iron Tiger's strike. The sword's brilliance surged like a tempest, swiftly advancing towards the Iron Tiger's neck. With a sharp hiss, the keen blade whirled around the Iron Tiger's throat, a chilling aura emanating from it. Xie Weilou leaped gracefully to a spot 10 meters behind Tai Hu, and the Zonghua sword automatically returned to its scabbard, producing a melodious sound. Tai Hu's expression faltered, his body trembled, and the iron hammer slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. A grotesque gash appeared on his neck, and his head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth as the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, lifeless. It is often said that one is never far from death. Xie Weilou leaped gracefully to the ground, effortlessly sheathing his burial flower sword. He cast a glance at the corpse of the Iron Tiger, offered a faint smile, and departed with hands clasped behind his back. To the north of the city, 5 miles away, lies the Twin Dragon Mountain, the entrance to the black market. Blanketed in ice and snow, the two towering peaks stand in opposition, forming a majestic archway reminiscent of two dragons playing with a pearl, hence the name Twin Dragon Mountain. Before the archway, two figures cloaked in black stood sentinel. Armed and with eyes closed, their bodies encrusted in a thick layer of ice crystals. Motionless, they appeared as though they had succumbed to death, serving as the guardians of the black market entrance. At this moment, several masked individuals hastened towards the archway, and the sentinels made no effort to impede their passage. Xie Weilou donned a black robe and adorned himself with a fox mask, standing not far away. He cast a glance towards the archway and happened to catch sight of Lin Qinghuang, whose attire remained unchanged, yet her face was concealed behind a white jade mask. He paused for a moment in contemplation. Xie Weilou followed closely behind. Upon entering the archway, the surroundings underwent an immediate transformation. Before her lay an endless street of ice and snow, flanked by numerous edifices, with towering structures every 5 paces and pavilions every 10. These magnificent buildings stood in meticulous alignment, ancient and awe-inspiring. Above the lofts hung blood-red lanterns, their radiance blinding and their crimson hues strikingly eerie, inducing an inexplicable sense of oppression. The street was bustling with hurried pedestrians, most of whom wore masks, unwilling to reveal their true identities. Numerous vendors lined the sides, some possessing grotesque features, others adorned with intricate totemic carvings, while a few bore sinister smiles and shrill voices, creating an atmosphere devoid of normalcy among them. Commander Lin. Upon Lin Qinghuang's entry into the black market, Zhao Hu immediately approached her, aware that the Tianqi sword originated from the black market. Lin Qinghuang had sent Zhao Hu ahead to gather information. What did you find? Lin Qinghuang inquired, her gaze fixed upon Zhao Hu. He lowered his voice, reporting, I have discovered that the Tianqi sword comes from the Black Dragon Pavilion. Black Dragon Pavilion. Lin Qinghuang narrowed her eyes. The factions within the black market were shrouded in mystery, and the Black Dragon Pavilion was particularly extraordinary, steeped in enigma, often harboring things best kept in the shadows. Zhao Hu cautioned, the Black Dragon Pavilion is formidable. I dare not probe too deeply. Your task is complete. You should return now. Lin Qinghuang contemplated. Aware of the unpredictable nature of the Black Dragon Pavilion, she resolved to investigate it herself, sparing Zhao Hu from unnecessary peril. Very well. Commander Lin, please exercise caution. Zhao Hu bowed respectfully before turning to depart. Lin Xinguang then set her course forward. The Black Dragon Pavilion, is it? Xie Weilou blended seamlessly into the crowd, quietly trailing behind Lin Xinguang. The Black Dragon Pavilion, situated at the end of the street, loomed ominously with its pitch-black structure, flanked by 4 statues of black dragons. As the grand entrance swung open, 2 red lanterns hung overhead, casting an eerie glow into the abyss that awaited within, as if a colossal beast had gaped its maw. Anticipating the arrival of prey, Lin Xinguang paused at the threshold of the Black Dragon Pavilion, surveying her surroundings with a sense of unease. She was utterly alone in proximity to this foreboding place. Something felt distinctly amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she tightened her grip on the Tianqi sword and stepped inside. With a resounding thud, the doors of the Black Dragon Pavilion closed behind her. Suddenly, a series of lights flickered to life, illuminating the interior of the pavilion. Inside, 7 figures cloaked in black robes and adorned with masks sat in silence. At the forefront, one individual wore a mask emblazoned with a dragon motif, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. The Tianqi sword, spoke the masked figure, his voice raspy. He was the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion, a formidable presence at the late stage of the expansion realm. The remaining 6 individuals were no less impressive, for were at the pinnacle of the locking realm, while 2 were at the initial stage of the expansion realm. Lin Xinguang offered a slight bow. I presume you are the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. I seek to conduct a transaction with you. The pavilion master shook his head. I am aware of your intentions, but regrettably, you have arrived too late. The Black Dragon Pavilion has already engaged in another deal with a different party. Oh? Lin Xinguang's brows furrowed in intrigue. A substantial offer has been made for your life. The pavilion master gestured lightly. Instantly, the 4 pinnacle locking realm figures surged forward, encircling Lin Xinguang. Clang! In an instant, Lin Xinguang unsheathed her Tianqi sword, its blade shimmering with a cerulean light and exuding a fierce aura. Eliminate her, commanded the pavilion master. Without hesitation, the 4 cloaked figures launched their assault on Lin Xinguang. Clang! A flicker of determination ignited in Lin Xinguang's eyes as she swiftly countered, and thus, the fierce battle commenced. Outside the Black Dragon Pavilion, for figures at the pinnacle of the locking realm, 2 at the initial stage of the expansion realm, and 1 at the late stage of the expansion realm stood poised for confrontation. Xie Weilou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hesitating to enter immediately. Lin Xinguang had already reached the pinnacle of the shackling realm, with clear signs of a breakthrough. After this battle, it is likely she would directly ascend to the expansive domain. As Xie Weilou glanced behind him, the entire black market transformed instantaneously into a vivid crimson hue. The figures on the streets vanishing into thin air, creating an eerie atmosphere. Inside the Black Dragon Pavilion, the sounds of combat reverberated incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned down. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the main gate of the Black Dragon Pavilion shattered, propelling 4 figures outward. These were the 4 peak figures clad in black robes, who now crashed heavily before Xie Weilou, their bodies drenched in blood, their breaths faint, as if they had already lost half their lives. Whoosh! Lin Xinguang soared forth, wielding the Tianqi sword, blood streaming down her arm. At this moment, her mask had fallen away, revealing a pale visage with a crimson stain at the corner of her mouth. Yet, her aura was formidable, having already entered the early stages of the expansion realm. However, even with her newfound power, she still fell short when faced with 2 opponents in the early stages and 1 in the late stage of the expansion realm. Such a rapid breakthrough. Indeed, she is worthy of being the leader of the Tianguan division. Truly remarkable, yet alas, your demise is inevitable today. The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion emerged alongside 2 early-stage expansion realm figures, surrounding Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou with their swift movements. Feel free to try, Lin Xinguang declared, gripping her sword tightly, her tone chillingly resolute. Xie Weilou cast a glance at the Lord of the Black Dragon Pavilion, pausing in silence for a moment before stating, I was merely passing through. My apologies, replied the Lord of the Black Dragon Pavilion indifferently. In that instant, one of the black-clad figures at the initial stage of the expansion realm surged forward, intent on eliminating Xie Weilou first. Xie Weilou stood his ground. As the figure cloaked in black approached with lethal intent, he moved with blinding speed, appearing suddenly beside his adversary and deftly grasping the individual's neck. The cloaked figure trembled, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. Both the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion and another figure in black fixed their gaze with heightened intensity. Xie Weilou spoke with an air of indifference. I had no intention of causing trouble, but since you have taken action, then perish. With that, he exerted a forceful grip, and the figure cloaked in black was instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Qinghuang turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou, momentarily stunned. The black-clad figure reminded her of the one who had come to her rescue last time. Observing this, the leader of the Black Dragon Pavilion's eyes glinted with cold fury as he unleashed his power, launching a fist towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou remained undaunted, meeting the challenge with a powerful punch, unafraid of any adversary, even when faced with someone of a higher realm. He possessed a forbidden technique capable of elevating his cultivation, known as the Celestial Restoration. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure. The ground fractured, dust billowed, snowflakes scattered, and shockwaves radiated in all directions, causing the Black Dragon Pavilion to splinter with numerous cracks. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion had one of his arms obliterated, his body propelled like a cannonball, blood spraying forth. Ah! The master let out a chilling scream, his eyes wide with terror, clearly taken aback by the loss of an arm from such a confrontation. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantly materializing before the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion immediately sprang up, suppressing his pain, and launched a powerful punch towards Xie Weilou, unleashing a colossal dragon-patterned fist imprint. Xie Weilou did not engage in a direct confrontation with the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion this time. He extended his hand and firmly grasped the opponent's arm, neutralizing their strength. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust his knee forward, striking violently against the opponent's abdomen. A resounding impact echoed through the air. Ah! The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion's pupils dilated, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body bending and collapsing like a fragile shrimp. Xie Weilou exerted considerable force, snapping the arm of the Black Dragon Pavilion master, then seized his neck and violently hurled him to the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as the Black Dragon Pavilion master's body collided with the earth, causing the ground to fracture. The sound of bones breaking was drowned out by the steady flow of blood seeping from beneath his mask. Ah! The Black Dragon Pavilion master emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Noisy! Xie Weilou placed his foot upon the head of the Black Dragon Pavilion master, and with a forceful tremor, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The pavilion master's head burst like a ripe watermelon, sending brain matter and blood splattering in all directions, leaving behind a headless corpse. In the later stages of the Tuajiang realm, he was mercilessly slaughtered by Xie Weilou, exhibiting no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Master. Witnessing the brutal demise of the Black Dragon Pavilion master, the remaining figure in black robes trembled, his expression filled with terror, and he immediately fled into the distance. Die! Xie Weilou extended his hand, and the ice and snow instantaneously transformed into a colossal handprint, seizing the figure in the black robe. With a gentle squeeze, the individual was reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace of a corpse. Lin Qinghuang stood frozen in place, witnessing the brutal annihilation of 2 early-stage cultivators and 1 late-stage cultivator, a sight that sent a chill coursing through her entire being. Xie Weilou paid no heed to Lin Qinghuang's thoughts. He bent down and searched the body of the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion, retrieving an account book. Upon casually flipping through its pages, Xie Weilou recognized that it contained the information he sought. He tucked the account book away without casting another glance at Lin Qinghuang and swiftly took flight. Once Lin Qinghuang regained her senses, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. The account book undoubtedly held crucial information, perhaps even details regarding the Tianqi sword. Regrettably, the enigmatic figure was far too formidable, leaving her with no choice but to refrain from pursuing him. She glanced at the 4 cloaked figures on the ground, still clinging to life, hoping to extract something of value from their lips. After departing from the black market, Xie Weilou did not immediately return to the Zhenxi Marquisate residence, but instead made his way to Xie Bian's estate. The plaque at the entrance boldly proclaimed the words "Life is but a dream." In the courtyard, Xie Bian, as always, reclined in his chair, indulging in wine, while numerous jars of liquor lay haphazardly scattered across the floor, their rich aroma permeating the air. "Third uncle, I have come to partake in your libations. Thank you, Weilou, for moving forward." Xie Bian opened his eyes and, with a languid expression, remarked, "You must be the one who killed Tai Hu and the Lord of the Black Dragon Pavilion. Am I right?" Xie Weilou gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the remarkable informant skills of his third uncle. With his extensive connections, it was entirely plausible that the opposing party was aware of their maneuvers. Xie Weilou even suspected that Xie Bianan had already discerned his intentions. Xie Bian asked, "Have you acquired information about the Tianqi sword from the ledger?" Xie Weilou replied with a smile. According to the records in the ledger, the Tianqi sword originated from a mysterious individual wielding a peculiar golden serpent sword. The individual brought the Tianqi sword to the Black Dragon Pavilion for auction, where it was ultimately acquired by Chao Huayan. The golden serpent sword? One merely needs to trace the lineage of this sword, and news will soon surface. Why then, has one come to me? Xie Bian inquired. Xie Weilou shook his head and said, "I believe the matter is not so simple. If it were merely about investigating a golden snake sword, it would hold little significance. You, my young friend, are quite astute." Xie Bian expressed his admiration. Then continued, "The one wielding the golden snake sword belongs to the crown prince. However, that Tianqi sword was stolen from the Wuyiage by that individual. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you for your guidance, Uncle San." Xie Weilou nodded gently. The Wuyiage, a mysterious loft in Tianqi City, is rumored to be associated with the second prince, who is said to host numerous extraordinary individuals within its walls. He contemplated the intricate web of events. In the Huansha Tower incident, the first prince was ensnared in a plot, leading 3 factions to align with the second prince. Naturally, the first prince was displeased. Suspecting the second prince's involvement and anticipating retribution, the plan was to send someone to the second prince's Wuyiage to steal the Tianqi sword, subsequently auctioning it on the black market, while arranging for Chao Huayan to oversee the auction, all under the guise of hosting a plum appreciation gathering. The objective was straightforward, to capture Lin Qinghuang's attention, as Lin Qinghuang sought to investigate the downfall of the Lin family. The emergence of the Tianqi sword would undoubtedly compel her to pursue its origins, eventually leading her back to the Wuyiage. The Lin family's treasured Tianqi sword appearing in the second prince's domain raises the question, could the second prince be implicated in the Lin family's demise? Should Lin Qinghuang fixate on the second prince and thoroughly investigate the Lin family's downfall, it would surely strip the second prince of his defenses. This, in essence, is the first prince's revenge, wielding Lin Qinghuang as a weapon to orchestrate his counterattack. The first prince's unwavering confidence in Lin Qinghuang's ability to unravel the second prince's schemes suggests a strong likelihood of the second prince's involvement in these affairs. Xie Bian shook his head and said, "Many matters may not be as straightforward as they seem. You ought to tread carefully, rather than investigating this endless pavilion. It would be far more prudent to seek out your guardian. If you can locate him, you may uncover a wealth of information." Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, "I have my suspicions. The Lin family tragedy is most likely related to the power struggles among those few individuals. After all, the Lin family, being a prominent merchant clan with substantial financial resources, naturally attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives. As for who is truly behind this, further investigation is necessary to unveil the truth." Xie Bian remarked, "You have borne the burden of the Lin family's downfall for 3 years. Now that you have emerged, feel free to investigate without hesitation." Xie Weilou nodded gently. This matter was not solely for Lin Qinghuang to investigate. He too must delve deeply into it. Every individual involved must be thoroughly uncovered, ensuring they all pay a heavy price. Xie Bian contemplated for a moment before tossing a scroll to Xie Weilou. "In my idle time, I established a faction known as 7 Night Snow. This contains information regarding 7 Night Snow. With the storage ring I have bestowed upon you, I entrust you to visit 7 Night Snow. From this day forth, you shall be the master of 7 Night Snow, and you may command them to procure any information you desire. Consider this an additional gift from me. 7 Night Snow." Xie Weilou took the scroll, feeling a stir within his heart. Xie is a unique pavilion in Tianqi City, a place where one can indulge in leisurely pursuits and listen to melodies. Many who seek the enchantment of music often choose to visit Xie. This establishment boasts exquisite women, highly skilled musicians, and top-quality fine wines. The women here perform for admiration rather than for sale, attracting numerous connoisseurs who come to savor the music and drink. The original owner had also once frequented Xie, having flirted with a beautiful musician, an encounter that nearly resulted in a beating. To his surprise, he discovered that Xie was actually founded by his third uncle. As he unrolled the scroll and studied its contents, he found a brief overview of Xie. After perusing the information, Xie Weilou felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, his third uncle had created something extraordinary. The influence of Xie extended throughout the entire great Xia dynasty. Rather than waiting for an auspicious day, Tonight he would venture to Xie. The moment he assumes the role of the pavilion's master, he must also bear the responsibility for its future development. Xie Bian waved his hand and said, "Understood." Xie Weilou bowed respectfully. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "If I were to eliminate your brother." Xie Bian chuckled and remarked, "He is merely a half-brother. We were never compatible even in our youth. Now that our father has passed away, this so-called brotherly bond has naturally dissipated. If he poses a threat to you, feel free to handle it as you see fit." "Understood." Xie Weilou smiled faintly before departing with his hands clasped behind his back, leaving the residence of the Grand Princess. "Did we fail?" Yin Ruyu inquired. Her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded the black-robed maid. Iron Tiger had already reached the mid-stage of the Tuajiang realm, and she had not anticipated that their adversary would be so formidable as to thwart their efforts. The black-robed maid replied in a low voice. Iron Tiger was instantaneously slain by a single sword strike. The strength of the assailant is at least at the late stage of the Tuajiang realm. Yin Ruyu fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "Very well. Since we have startled the snake by striking the grass, we shall seek another opportunity." The black-robed maid nodded gently and added, "The annihilation of the Black Dragon Pavilion feels somewhat amiss. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. How could a mere Lin Qingwang, at the pinnacle of the shackled realm, possibly obliterate the Black Dragon Pavilion?" Yin Ruyu remarked with a hint of derision. "Could it be the work of the first prince's people?" The black-robed maid ventured cautiously. "It is a possibility," Yin Ruyu responded calmly. She was well aware of the first prince's intentions. It seemed he believed that the second prince was the true mastermind behind the incident at the Huansha Tower the previous night, and intended to use Lin Qinghuang's hand to deal with him. Lin Qinghuang had now become a sharp blade. The first prince likely wished to prevent her from breaking, thus dispatching someone to remove certain obstacles, a notion that was understandable. However, her perspective diverged from that of the first prince. She suspected that the true instigator of the Huansha Tower incident was, in fact, the third prince. This scenario could lead to a conflict between the first and second princes, allowing the third to reap the benefits in the chaos. Nevertheless, a clash between the first and second princes posed no significant issue. After all, the second prince was ultimately a stumbling block. If Lin Qingwang could be used to suppress him, that would be most advantageous. "What news from the second prince?" Yin Ruyu continued to inquire. The black-robed maid responded, "For now, there has been no significant movement. According to our scouts, upon learning of the Black Dragon Pavilion's destruction, the second prince exhibited no signs of concern, as though he were entirely indifferent to the matter." Yin Ruyu shook her head. "He is not indifferent. Otherwise, why would the Black Dragon Pavilion target Lin Qingwang? Now that Lin Qingwang has broken through a barrier, he will undoubtedly take various actions in response. Some matters, once set in motion, leave behind traces. We shall see whether Lin Qingwang can prove herself as a worthy blade." The black-robed maid appeared contemplative. Yin Ruyu waved her hand. "I am weary. You may leave." "Your subordinate takes her leave," the black-robed maid said with a bow before turning to depart. In the bustling eastern district of Tianqi City, amidst the 7-story pavilion shrouded in ice and snow, fiery red lanterns hung brightly, casting a resplendent glow. Wind chimes dangled from the eaves, their somber tones resonating as the cold wind swept through. Inside the building, lights blazed, revealing graceful silhouettes that danced elegantly, accompanied by the continuous melody of music. Reminiscent of an ethereal paradise amidst the mortal realm, Xie Weilou swaggered into the loft, and what greeted his eyes was a grand hall adorned with a platform draped in crimson silk. Upon this stage, a beautiful maiden danced gracefully while musicians played enchanting melodies, creating a scene that was both delightful and uplifting, capturing the hearts of the many guests who held wine cups, slightly dazed, as if they had been transported into a realm of fantasy by the enchanting performance. On the third floor, 2 women dressed in blue and purple gowns were intently observing the guests in the hall. Both were exceptionally beautiful, each possessing her own unique charm. "HM? That dandy." Xie Weilou. When their gazes landed on him, they paused momentarily. They were well aware of who he was, after all. He had visited Xie 3 years prior, during which he had audaciously teased one of them, nearly earning himself a lesson in humility. "Xie, your young master has arrived. Why not go down and welcome him?" The woman in the blue gown, holding a peach blossom fan, smirked at the nearby woman in the purple gown, who exuded an air of icy elegance. Xie was one of 10 remarkable women, each named after the months from January to October, all possessing formidable skills. Far from ordinary. With a cold expression, Xie Weilou replied. The last time I refrained from punishing him was out of respect for the master of the house. Now, go and invite him up. I intend to give him a thorough thrashing. Hiki. Then I'll go fetch him. The woman in blue, named Xie Weilou, giggled as she descended the stairs. Upon reaching Xie Weilou, Xie Weilou sweetly said, Young master, my sister Xie Weilou invites you to come up. However, her words faltered, caught in her throat, as she noticed the ring on his finger. A look of surprise and uncertainty crossed her face. How could the master's ring be on this dandy's hand? Could it be that he stole it? Impossible. Who is the master of the house? Even if the formidable Xie Weilou possesses unparalleled powers, he shall not succeed in absconding with this ring. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, Let us proceed to the third floor. With that, he ascended the stairs directly. On the third floor, the remaining 7 couldn't help but be entranced by the ring adorning Xie Weilou's hand, their initial intent to confront him dissipating in an instant. In that moment, they found themselves rendered speechless. Let us find a private room, one suggested. Xie Weilou glanced at the 2 women. Please follow me, young master, he said. Once June regained her composure, she hurriedly led Xie Weilou to a nearby private room. Within the elegant chamber, Xie Weilou gently caressed the ring upon her hand, softly murmuring, I am aware of the myriad questions that reside within your hearts. This ring was bestowed upon me by my 3rd uncle, and from this moment forth, I shall assume the responsibility of overseeing Qi. The 2 women paused for a heartbeat, exchanged a glance, and promptly bowed to Xie Weilou, stating, We pay our respects to the master. This ring is indeed unique. It serves as a token of Qi, and encountering it is akin to encountering the master himself. As was previously instructed by Xie Bienan, Xie Weilou approached, holding the ring, and mentioned Xie Bienan. It was evident, as the other party had stated, that Xie Bienan had indeed entrusted Qi to him. At this moment, the emotions of the 2 women were rather intricate. Xie Weilou now holds dominion over Qi. From this moment forth, the fate of her companions remains uncertain. One cannot help but wonder if the scion will misuse her status as the master of the tower to torment them. The mere thought sends a chill through their hearts. It is truly perplexing why Xie Bienan would entrust the stewardship of Qi to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou gently waved his hand, indicating that no excessive courtesy was necessary. Although I have taken over the 7 Night Snow, I shall not interfere excessively in your affairs. You may continue as you have in the past, however. I will require your assistance with 3 matters moving forward. June, feeling apprehensive, inquired, What are these matters? Xie Weilou said, First, investigate the whereabouts of Lu Yuan. He was once my bodyguard. Second, look into whom the Lin family was in contact with prior to their downfall within the palace. Third, ascertain whether anyone from Wuyage was involved at the time of the Lin family's demise. Upon hearing this, the 2 women felt a sense of relief. They quickly bowed and assured him, Rest assured, Master Lu, we will handle this matter diligently and provide you with an answer by tomorrow. Very well, he replied. Let it be so for now. Xie Weilou nodded lightly before turning to exit the elegant chamber. The 2 women hurriedly followed, still somewhat bewildered until Xie Weilou departed from Qi. Upon encountering this dandy, they suddenly realized that they seemed to have misjudged him. They had anticipated he would cause a scene at Qi, but instead, he arrived, assumed the role of the master of Qi, conveyed a task, and then departed. What do you think, July? Liu inquired. Once July regained her composure, she shook her head. I cannot comprehend it either. However, the master's arrangements must have their rationale. We should merely adhere to them. Moreover, my impression of Xie Weilou has changed entirely from 3 years ago, which is quite peculiar. Liu remarked, From now on, we must refrain from calling him by his full name. We ought to address him as master. Indeed. July nodded gently. Regardless of her previous disdain for Xie Weilou, the moment he became the master of Qi, she could no longer act with impunity. Now, let us investigate the task assigned by the master, Liu said as she ascended the stairs. Qi was far from being as simple as it appeared. Its influence was extensive, encompassing assassination, intelligence, and various affairs. It could swiftly unearth a plethora of information. On the bustling street, snowflakes danced in the air. Lin Qingwang, holding an oiled paper umbrella, traversed the icy landscape, her expression contemplative. From the mouths of the 4 members of the Heilong Pavilion, she had indeed gathered valuable information regarding a unique golden snake sword. Next, she needed to trace the origins of this sword and uncover the whereabouts of its owner. With the 3 factions now aligned with the second prince, it was inevitable that the first prince would retaliate. Chao Huan was a man of the first prince. His presentation of the Tianqi sword was likely orchestrated by the first prince himself, intended to draw her into the fray. Was this a ploy to compel her to investigate the second prince? The light in Lin Qingwang's eyes shimmered as she pondered the events of the day. If her deductions were correct, the second prince was probably significantly connected to the downfall of the Lin family. Nevertheless, human relationships are intricate. Many matters require personal investigation to uncover concrete evidence for accurate judgment. Otherwise, mere speculation could lead one into a deadlock. During the Plum Appreciation Conference, she had already entered the fray, and from now on, she needed to proceed with utmost caution. Qingwang. A voice interrupted Lin Qingwang's thoughts. She looked up to see Xie Weilou standing ahead, clad in thin clothing, warming his hands with breath, his gaunt figure trembling as snowflakes fell, darkening his long hair. She frowned slightly. Xie Weilou, why have you not returned to the Zhenxi Marquis mansion? This fellow appeared exceedingly frail, yet he dared to venture out into the cold night, risking exposure to the elements. However, upon noticing Xie Shui in the distance, her expression darkened instantly. What could he possibly be doing out so late? Surely, it was to revel in the pleasures of taverns and brothels. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Lin Qingwang, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. I just visited Xie Shui to listen to music, but the young lady inside found me too frail and chased me away. You. Lin Qingwang's voice faltered. Her expression won a disdain as she fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. How could he be aware of his own weakness yet still venture into such a place? Xie Weilou approached Lin Qingwang, standing beside her beneath an oil paper umbrella. He said, "It is quite a distance to the West Town Marquis' residence from here, and I am currently chilled to the bone. If I were to walk there, I fear for my very life. I recall that your estate is not far from here. Might I take refuge there instead?" No. Lin Qingwang promptly refused. Xie Weilou lowered his head, his expression tinged with melancholy as he spoke. The Zhenxi Marquisate is no longer my home. I am but a forlorn dog. Lin Qingwang furrowed her brow slightly, yet remained unmoved, for she knew that 9 out of 10 of his words were insincere. Xie Weilou realized that he could not deceive Lin Qingwang. He continued, I have gathered some information regarding the Tianqi sword from the residence of the Marquis of West Town. Would you like to know? Lin Qingwang fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou and commanded, Speak. Cold. Xie Weilou rubbed his hands together. Hey. Lin Qingwang revealed a cold smile and said in a chilling tone, Then come back with me. Lead the way. Xie Weilou straightened his posture, a broad smile gracing his features. You truly are a distinguished gentleman. Lin Qingwang found herself at a loss for words, gently holding her umbrella as she proceeded forward. Lin Mansion. This was not the Lin Mansion of yore, but rather Lin Qingwang's own residence. The estate exuded grandeur, adorned with resplendent lanterns in the hue of fire dragons, illuminating the surroundings with a warm glow. Within, multiple pavilions showcased exquisite decor, blending elegance with a timeless charm. The front courtyard was spacious, featuring a lotus pond, its surface encased in ice with petals delicately floating above. Ancient trees and pots graced the area, while the rear courtyard, equally generous in size, was home to numerous plum trees, their fragrance wafting through the air. Despite the mansion's ample space, it felt somewhat desolate, with few inhabitants to be seen. Miss, you have returned, exclaimed a maid, rushing over upon Lin Qingwang's arrival. However, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she noticed Xie Weilou. Since her arrival at the Lin mansion, she had never witnessed the miss escorting a gentleman home. Today was indeed an exception. Lin Qingwang handed the oil paper umbrella to the maid, softly instructing, Please attend to your duties. Oh, of course. The maid nodded gently. Follow me, Lin Qingwang beckoned, leading Xie Weilou to an elegantly antique pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lin Qingwang brewed a pot of fragrant tea and poured a cup for Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou accepted the fragrant tea and shook his head, saying, If I drink tea at night, I fear I shall not find rest. Are you not concerned that I might stealthily ascend to your bed while you slumber? Do you possess such audacity? Lin Qingwang glanced at Xie Weilou, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Indeed, I might just have that capability. Xie Weilou chuckled softly. Hiki. Lin Qingwang, too, paid it no mind. Xie Weilou took a sip of fragrant tea, warming himself momentarily, and inquired, What happened to that maid from the Lin family? He was referring to the maid who had accused him of annihilating the Lin family. Lin Qingwang paused for a second in silence before responding. She was injured at the time and left not long after. She then fixed her gaze on Xie Weilou, her expression earnest as she stated, The matters concerning the Lin family require an explanation. Have you not grown weary of bearing this burden for so long? Xie Weilou's gaze fell upon Lin Qingwang's graceful figure as he spoke softly. If you allow me to caress your leg, I shall be invigorated and fatigue will be but a memory. You, Lin Qingwang, noticing Xie Weilou's diversion of the topic, could not help but feel a surge of irritation. For 3 years, this fellow had remained unchanged. Whenever critical moments arose, he would invariably shift the conversation. She fixed her gaze on Xie Weilou and insisted, let us discuss the matter of the Tianqi sword. Xie Weilou remarked with a smile. According to the information I gathered from the Zhenxi Marquisate, the Tianqi sword originates from the Wuyiage. Wuyiage, the second prince. Lin Qingwang pondered within her heart. It seems that the enigmatic figure wielding the golden serpent sword is of little consequence. The crux lies with the Wuyiage. The information from Xie Weilou can save her a considerable amount of time. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang and remarked, some matters cannot merely be judged by their surface. Even if all evidence lies before your eyes, it does not necessarily equate to the truth. One must entertain various hypotheses. For every seemingly implausible objective could potentially be your adversary. This statement served not only as a cautionary note for Lin Qingwang, but also as a poignant reminder for Xie Weilou himself. Once an individual becomes embroiled in a situation, it is highly likely they may be led astray. Often, what one believes to have uncovered may be a carefully orchestrated scheme by the strategist. To unravel such intricacies, one must maintain a profound sense of composure. I understand, Lin Qingwang replied with a serene expression. Very well, then. I find myself weary. Xie Weilou set down his teacup and walked towards the nearby bed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingwang immediately rose and declared, you are not permitted to lie down here. That simply will not do. Xie Weilou remained indifferent, reclining upon the grand bed, its softness imbued with a subtle fragrance. Lin Qingwang clenched her fists. A myriad of dark lines etched upon her forehead, her expression fraught with indignation. How utterly inconsiderate of this fellow. This was her bed, and he had simply made himself at home. Tomorrow, she would undoubtedly change the bedding. No, from now on, she would seek residence elsewhere. Xie Weilou stifled a yawn and, with a teasing smile, said to Lin Qingwang, Qingwang, I have climbed onto your bed. Do you have the ability to handle it? You are quite audacious, Lin Qingwang replied. Her expression stern. Xie Weilou smiled and said, in the stillness of the night, a solitary man and woman share a room. The bed is cold. Would you like to warm it together, Qingwang? Rest assured, I am quite honest and will not act inappropriately. Lin Qingwang took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip. Xie Weilou continued, shall I recite a poem for you? Oh. Lin Qingwang turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou, a flicker of interest igniting within her. During the Plum Appreciation Conference, the poems presented by Xie Weilou had overshadowed all others. Whether they were original or merely imitations remained a mystery. Now, as she heard Xie Weilou's intention to recite poetry once more, her curiosity was piqued. Wondering if this fellow could conjure yet another masterpiece, Xie Weilou pulled up the quilt and covered himself, speaking with a despondent expression, I am but a wastrel. How could I possibly compose poetry? Those were merely copied by me. Then copy another one, Lin Qingwang replied. Very well. The shadow of despair on Xie Weilou's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a mischievous grin. Lin Qingwang, witnessing Xie Weilou's swift change of demeanor, felt an ominous premonition and promptly interjected, never mind. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from continuing. Xie Weilou spoke with a grave demeanor. That is unacceptable. The essence of poetry arises with the wind, and it shall not cease until it is recited. Lin Qingwang, in silence, replied, very well. You recite, and I shall listen. Xie Weilou cleared his throat and chuckled, reciting. The north wind gently caresses, filling the hall with fragrance. Before the makeup table, a beauty ponders in sorrow. My beloved lies in slumber, easing his longing. The azure skirt slips, revealing tender grace. Plum blossoms and snow compete in beauty, while flowing waters and fallen petals share eternal companionship. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwang instantly bristled, fixing her gaze upon Xie Weilou. Your recitation is commendable. Truly befitting one who frequently lingers in taverns and brothels. Do refrain from such verses in the future, she retorted, laughter escaping her lips. Having recited, now it is time for slumber. Xie Weilou contentedly closed his eyes. After a while, faint snoring could be heard. How carefree, falling asleep so easily. Are you not afraid of my lethal intentions? Lin Qingwang gazed at the slumbering Xie Weilou and couldn't help but shake her head. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her expression reflecting deep contemplation. following her journey to the black market and her encounters with 4 peak practitioners of the shackled realm. Her cultivation had advanced to the initial stage of the expanding territory realm. At her current age, entering the expanding territory realm was undoubtedly impressive. However, she could not afford to be complacent. Relentless effort was still required. Cultivation. Lin Xinguang formed a hand seal, drawing the celestial energy from her surroundings. Enveloped in a radiant azure glow, the night passed in silence. The following day, at dawn, Xie Weilou opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Xinguang, who was still immersed in her meditation and cultivation. A sense of admiration welled up within him. Indeed, this woman was truly diligent. He quietly slipped out of bed and approached Lin Xinguang, extending his hand to caress her leg. "Dare to touch me, and I shall break your hand," Lin Xinguang said, her eyes fluttering open as she cast a cold glance at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou withdrew his hand with a smile and inquired, "Have you grown weary after a night of cultivation? The bed has been warmed for the entire night and is quite inviting. Shall we retire to it for a while?" "I shall not," Lin Xinguang replied as she rose, casting a glance out the window. It was time to head to the Tianqi division, for there were numerous matters to attend to today. In Tianqi City, snowflakes danced in the air, and the cold wind howled like a ferocious beast. The frost lay thick upon the ground, encasing it in a solid layer of ice, while icicles hung from the eaves, sharp as daggers. Many plum trees, which had bloomed vibrantly just yesterday, now bowed their heads in submission to the fierce cold and snow, choosing to hibernate. Yet, some proud plums, defiantly facing the biting wind, sought to resist, yet ultimately met a tragic fate of fragrant demise. Mischievous children awoke early, clad in thick cotton coats, wielding bamboo poles to strike the icicles hanging above. The desolation of winter's floral decay was swiftly replaced by the joyous laughter of the children. At the Tianqi division, Lin Xinguang donned a flowing azure gown, resplendent in her beauty, as she brewed a pot of fragrant tea to savor in solitude. Xie Weilou reclined in his chair, draped in his long robe, with his eyes half closed, seemingly dozing off, exuding an air of frailty as if he had not rested well the previous night. Zhang Long gazed at Xie Weilou, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Both were in the same line of work, yet Xie Weilou could sleep at any moment, treating this place as his own home, free to act as he pleased. Meanwhile, they were left to toil away. Indeed, having connections made a discernible difference. "Has there been a report today?" Lin Xinguang inquired, casting her gaze towards Zhang Long. He promptly handed her a scroll. "Last night, Zhang Zai, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, drowned, and simultaneously, Su Pan, the minister's secretary, also met his demise. Today, Zhang Zai's daughter, Zhang Yun, has come to file a report. These 2 cases fall under the jurisdiction of the second hall. 2 officials of the Ministry of Works have perished." Lin Xinguang raised an eyebrow, taking a glance at the scroll. The report came from the same individual, Zhang Yun, and, coincidentally, her husband was Su Pan. Had both father-in-law and son-in-law died together? The deputy minister held a rank of merely the 6th grade, while the secretary was just a minor clerk in the ministry. Their simultaneous deaths suggested that this matter was far from simple. Zhang Long remarked, "Zhao has already dispatched men to seal off both locations." Lin Xinguang nodded gently. "Since the cases have reached the second hall, we ought to take a look." With that, she set down her teacup. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, still drowsy, and said, "Xinguang, I shall accompany you." Lin Xinguang replied calmly, "I cannot trouble the young master." Xie Weilou rose from his seat and stretched lazily, remarking, "After all, I am here to embellish my reputation. I must adhere to certain formalities, lest others gossip." "Do you still fear gossip?" Lin Xinguang retorted, casting a scornful glance at Xie Weilou. "With your thick skin, your reputation within this city of Tianqi has long been tarnished. What is there to fear?" Xie Weilou spoke with a serious expression. "I fear the whispers of others regarding you, for you are my superior. If I were to languish in idleness, your reputation would also suffer." He chuckled lightly. "So, should I express my gratitude to you?" Lin Xinguang responded with a cold smile. Xie Weilou spoke gently. "After all, you will soon join my town West Marquis residence. At this moment, maintaining a good reputation will prevent any idle gossip." "You." Lin Xinguang's expression darkened. Zhang Long lowered his head, indicating he had heard nothing. At this moment, he was in complete awe of Xie Weilou in this Tianqi city. Who else had the audacity to provoke Commander Lin in such a manner? Only he, Xie Weilou, possessed such courage. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been struck down by a single sword. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xinguang seized the nearby Tianya sword, suppressing the flames of her inner turmoil, and coldly stated, "Let us go." For the sake of the Tianqi sword, she decided to temporarily overlook this fellow's provocations. At Zhang Zai's residence, Zhao Hu and a group of constables cordoned off a pond, beside which lay the corpse of a middle-aged man. Having met Commander Lin before, upon her arrival, Zhao Hu and the others promptly bowed in respect. Lin Qi nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings. The pond was small, its waters somewhat deep. Those unfamiliar with swimming might easily drown if they fell in. As for any additional evidence, it had been concealed beneath the heavy snowfall from last night, making it difficult to uncover any special traces on the ground. She circled the pond, inspecting it before focusing her gaze on the corpse before her. The lifeless face was contorted in a grotesque manner, bearing an eerie smile, with signs of impact on the forehead, and the clothing was disheveled, presenting a particularly terrifying sight. Xie Weilou gazed contemplatively at the lifeless body before him. The condition of the deceased bore signs reminiscent of drowning, yet there were also indications of death by freezing. Lin Qingwang bent down to scrutinize the body closely and murmured, "There is drowning fluid and debris in the mouth and nostrils. The lungs are inflated, and the livor mortis is a vivid crimson. The time of death should be around the hour of the pig." At this juncture, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Hu and inquired, "Where is Zhang Yun?" A woman in her early 30s promptly approached, clad in a pink cotton dress with a gray scarf around her neck, her attire evoking a sense of incongruity. Her complexion was pale, and her expression was one of profound sorrow as she addressed Lin Qingwang. "Your Excellency, I am Zhang Yun." Lin Qingwang continued, "Were you present at the time of your father's demise?" Zhang Yun shook her head, her face shadowed with grief. "I was not. My husband passed away last night. And in my sorrow, I came today to seek my father, only to discover he drowned in the pond." Lin Qinghuang narrowed her eyes and stated coolly, "Summon the steward of this place." At once, Zhao Hu replied, hastily departing. After a brief interval, he returned accompanied by a group, among them an elderly man. The elder bowed respectfully to Lin Qinghuang and declared, "I am the steward of this residence." Lin Qinghuang inquired, who was the first to discover Zhang Zai's drowning. "The steward." His expression laden with bitterness replied, "That would be me." "When was this discovered?" Lin Qinghuang pressed on. The steward explained, "This morning, as per routine. I would deliver food to the old master. However, upon passing through the courtyard, I found the master lying there. Just then, the young lady returned, and I immediately reported the incident." Lin Qinghuang scrutinized the steward and remarked, "There are numerous guards in the courtyard. No one noticed when the death occurred, or heard any cries for help. Under normal circumstances, a person drowning would undoubtedly call for assistance." The steward shook his head, stating, "The winds and snow were fierce last night. We did not hear any sounds. Moreover, this is outside the old master's loft, where he forbade the guards from approaching. They could only stand watch outside." Lin Qinghuang turned to Zhang Yun, asking, "Did your father forbid outsiders from approaching this area?" Zhang Yun nodded, affirming, "Yes. My father has always disapproved of guards coming near here. Even the maids must tread carefully when cleaning, especially in my father's room. He would not allow any maid to approach. He typically manages the cleaning himself." Lin Qinghuang's expression turned contemplative. With the snowstorm raging and the guards kept at bay, it seemed implausible that a drowning person could emit cries for help without anyone hearing. There must be extraordinary circumstances at play. With this thought, Lin Qinghuang addressed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, stating, "You were to analyze this case." Zhao Hu, his demeanor serious, responded, "Your Excellency, I believe Zhang Zai succumbed to drowning." Lin Qinghuang inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Zhao Hu pointed at Zhang Cheng's lifeless body, noting the contorted expression, the presence of liquid in his mouth, and the distended chest cavity, all indicating that he had inhaled a considerable amount of water during his fall, ultimately succumbing to drowning. It was winter now, and the nights were particularly frigid. Should one fall into icy waters, the shock could induce immediate muscle cramps, rendering them incapable of struggle, leaving their entire body submerged and silencing any cries for help. Lin Qinghuang shook her head, then turned to Zhang Long, asking, "What do you think?" Zhang Long replied, "I believe Zhao Hu is correct." Lin Qinghuang's gaze shifted to Xie Weilou, inquiring, "Xie Weilou, what is your perspective?" "What should I say?" he responded. Xie Weilou asked, "Lin Qinghuang, may I inquire, what caused the bruise on your forehead?" Xie Weilou gazed upon the lifeless body. "The weather is frigid today, and the pond has frozen over. If a person were to suddenly plunge into it, would it not be peculiar for their face to collide with the icy surface, leaving marks?" Lin Qinghuang silently nodded in agreement and inquired further, "Why is he not properly clothed?" From the appearance of the corpse, It is evident that he is not attired in a nightgown. Xie Weilou Dao, perhaps he felt excessively warm, prompting him to remove his garments. Thus, a question arises. In such frigid weather, why would he experience heat? Lin Xinhuang posed the pivotal inquiry. Xie Weilou nonchalantly remarked, I have heard it said that when a person is on the verge of freezing to death, they will perceive a warmth enveloping their body, prompting an instinctive shedding of their garments, often accompanied by a smile upon their visage, as if death itself is bestowing a final tenderness upon the departed. That is not correct. Zhao Hu interjected, shaking his head in refutation. When a person is freezing, they would be desperate to add layers of clothing. How could they possibly wish to remove them? Xie Weilou shrugged and remarked, who can tell? Perhaps it's a matter of blurred consciousness, leading to hallucinations. Lin Xinhuang interjected. In truth, Xie Weilou's assertion holds merit. Each winter brings with it a grim reality, as numerous individuals succumb to the bitter cold. According to various historical texts from different provinces, those who perish from freezing often strip off their garments, their faces adorned with an eerie smile. This phenomenon is exceedingly peculiar and remains without a definitive explanation. However, many of the deceased exhibit these two signs, which can be regarded as characteristic of those who have frozen to death. Zhao Hu appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that his reading was rather limited. The existence of such indicators among the frostbitten was indeed remarkable. Lin Xinhuang turned to Xie Weilou, asking, So you believe this individual succumbed to the cold? Xie Weilou spoke with a languid demeanor. Whether frozen to death or drowned, those are matters for another time. The most pressing issue at hand is to investigate the factors that compelled him to undertake such actions. His gaze fixated on the lifeless body of Zhang Zai on the ground. A normal, vibrant individual would not idly forsake the warmth of a room to deliberately venture out into the biting cold, only to find himself disoriented and ultimately succumbing to a pond. Would he? The very notion of him stepping out into the frigid air raises suspicions. This case is undoubtedly intricate and may require a connection to another matter. After all, the deceased is both a father-in-law and a son-in-law. Their fates are intertwined. Might there be some correlation in the cause of their deaths? Lin Xinhuang's lips curved into a subtle smile as she cast a discerning glance at Xie Weilou. This fellow, indeed, possesses a certain depth. His prior involvement in the Huanxia building case revealed a remarkable acuity, and once again, he has discerned the most critical issue. In a case of death, it must either be homicide, suicide, or accidental death. There must be a central factor leading to demise. Lin Xinhuang gestured. Take the body to the Tianquan Bureau. With that, she proceeded towards the loft. Xie Weilou contemplated the matter, and she too arrived at the same conclusion. The simultaneous occurrence of the two cases could not merely be a coincidence. It was imperative to investigate the other case as well. In due course, there might be some remarkable revelations to uncover. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Xinhuang's silhouette, a serene smile gracing his lips. The emergence of these two cases could hardly be deemed coincidental. It seemed as though someone was deftly guiding Lin Xinhuang's every move, deliberately steering her towards specific inquiries. Relying on the machinations of others was ultimately insufficient. Xie Weilou felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. Conspiracies and schemes? Who among us is not adept at such artifice? Within the attic, Lin Xinhuang meticulously scrutinized her surroundings. She made a significant discovery. Bending down to examine a section of the floor on her left, the majority of the attic was quite tidy, save for a patch of dust near the left bookshelf. Without hesitation, she approached the bookshelf, which was adorned with numerous scrolls, each connected by a slender thread. She began to tug at them in succession, with a resounding thud. As she pulled one of the threads, a faint sound emanated from behind the bookshelf, which then shifted aside automatically, revealing a concealed compartment before Lin Xinhuang's eyes. She did not immediately investigate the hidden space. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the floor, for the dust in that area was of paramount importance. It bore 3 distinct footprints and a minuscule dot, no larger than a fingernail. Xie Weilou cast a glance around. Everywhere else had been tidied, save for this particular spot, which was deliberately left cloaked in a veil of dust. This was not a mere oversight by Zhang Zai, but rather a calculated act. The dust on the ground was obscured by the bookshelf, and should it be moved aside, anyone attempting to access the concealed compartment would undoubtedly leave footprints beneath. If someone had visited during the night, it would be difficult to discern the dust. Zhang Zai was aware of the dust he had intentionally left behind. If an outsider approached, he would surely be alerted promptly. This was likely a precaution to deter intruders. Lin Xinhuang had previously observed the shoes worn by Zhang Zai. 2 of the footprints were undoubtedly his, while the origin of the last remained a mystery. She retrieved a pen from her sleeve and meticulously sketched the solitary footprint before returning the paper to her sleeve. She then directed her gaze towards the hidden compartment, which was covered in a fine layer of dust. However, in the center, there was a patch devoid of dust, indicating that something had once been housed there, but was now absent. During his lifetime, Zhenxi had prohibited anyone from approaching this area, presumably to prevent the discovery of whatever lay within the compartment, but alas, it had already been removed. Lin Qingwang mused to herself. Now, with the contents vanished and Zhenxi deceased, it was plausible that foul play had been involved. She took a step back, and the bookshelf seamlessly returned to its original position, making the dust on the floor even less conspicuous. Ah, this wine flask is exquisite. Do you suppose Zhenxi consumed something peculiar before his demise, leading to his physical decline? Or perhaps he was inebriated? Xie Weilou picked up a wine jug from the table. Lin Qinghuang approached, took the jug from Xie Weilou's hands, and tested the remaining liquid inside with a silver needle. Xie Weilou remarked with a smile, silver needles can test for many poisons, yet some toxins remain undetectable, such as the previous Tianqi. Lin Qinghuang tucked away the silver needles and pondered. This is the osmanthus brew from Tianqi City. It appears to pose no significant issue. After setting down the wine flask, she surveyed her surroundings once more. The furniture within the room was arranged neatly, devoid of any signs of chaos. There were no traces of a struggle to be found here. Xie Weilou fixated on the tablecloth before him, inhaling its peculiar fragrance, which was distinctly unlike that of wine. After a brief examination, he found little of significance. Lin Qinghuang remarked, "It seems we must visit Su Pan. I hope to uncover something extraordinary." The lack of evidence here suggested that little could be discerned, necessitating a post-mortem examination of Zhenxi. However, before this, a visit to Su Pan was imperative. At Su Pan's residence, within a grand hall, a grotesquely contorted corpse of a man lay on the ground, surrounded by members of the Tianquan division. Their expressions were peculiar. For Su Pan's death mirrored that of Zhenxi, both had distorted features and signs of blunt force trauma. According to the Su family, Su Pan's body had also been retrieved from a pond. The distinction lay in the absence of a sinister grin on Su Pan's face. His attire remained relatively undisturbed, while Zhenxi bore a head injury on his forehead, whereas Su Pan's injury was located at the back of his skull. Su Pan's time of death was recorded as midnight. Lin Qinghuang turned to Zhang Yun, calmly inquiring, "You were absent when your father passed. Were you present when your husband met his end?" "I was present," a middle-aged man clad in black robes interjected hastily. Lin Qinghuang frowned. "Who are you?" The man bowed. "I am the steward of the Zhang residence, Ma Shan." Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, "Since you are so certain of Madame Zhang's presence, it follows that you were also there. Please recount the details of this incident." Steward Ma responded, "The master was killed by a water ghost." "A water ghost?" Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze on Ma Shan. It was not uncommon for supernatural beings to commit acts of violence, yet upon a mere glance at the scene, she discerned that this was not the work of a creature. Sometimes, humanity could be more vicious than the supernatural. Steward Ma elaborated, "Last night, the master's screams echoed, and we witnessed a water ghost dragging him into the pond. Many guards and maidservants in the residence bore witness. Some attempted to intervene and were grievously injured. Indeed, we all saw it. The master was slain by a water ghost," recounted several of the Su family's guards and maidservants, their voices tinged with fear. The image of the grotesque water ghost dragging the master into the depths of the pond was etched into their memories forever. "Xie Weilou, if you were to investigate this case, how would you proceed?" Lin Qinghuang inquired, casting her gaze towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou gazed silently at Lin Qinghuang and said, "Qinghuang, I am merely here to make an appearance. There is no need for me to exert myself excessively." Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, "I do not tolerate idleness among my subordinates." Xie Weilou sighed, saying, "If you wish for the horse to run, yet provide it no grass, then only if you offer me sustenance will I exert myself. I shall prove to you that I am no worthless being." Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying discord in Xie Weilou's words, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate her feelings. Xie Weilou bent down to examine Su Pan's lifeless body, gently pressing on his chest. Su Pan's condition differed somewhat from Zhangxi's. There were no apparent signs of liquid debris in his mouth or nose, and his chest showed no significant signs of inflation. He turned to Butler Ma and inquired, "Did Su Pan struggle when he was dragged into the pond by the water ghost last night?" "Indeed," Butler Ma replied instinctively. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang instantly turned their gazes towards Butler Ma. They exchanged a meaningful glance, accompanied by a subtle smile that hinted at deeper implications. Xie Weilou examined Su Pan's mouth and nose, shaking his head and stating that there was no trace of drowning fluid, indicating that the individual had lost consciousness before plunging into the pond. He fixed his gaze on Steward Ma, inquiring if the person had already lost consciousness. What struggles could there have been? Steward Ma's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly replied, "It is possible that, due to the heavy wind and snow last night, coupled with the darkness, I may have misjudged the situation." "Ah, indeed, that is a possibility." Xie Weilou nodded, and then turned to Zhang Yun, saying, "I am quite curious. When your husband met his demise last night, you were present at the scene. Why did you not report the incident immediately?" Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. The members of the Tianquan division also fixed their gazes upon her. The death of Zhang Zai was not witnessed by outsiders, so reporting it today is understandable. However, the passing of Su Pan was witnessed by many. Why was there no report made last night? While it is comprehensible that others did not report it, Zhang Yun, as Su Pan's wife, failing to do so raises suspicions. Butler Ma hastily interjected, "Last night, with the water ghost on the prowl, fear gripped everyone's hearts, and they were all rendered speechless. Moreover, it was quite late at the time. It is likely that all the local authorities were unavailable. It was only after we came to our senses today that we rushed to report the incident." "I see." Xie Weilou extended his hand, gently caressing the back of Su Pan's head, noting the neatness of the wound. He inquired, "Butler Ma, how do you suppose this scar on your master's occiput came to be?" Butler Ma appeared contemplative as he replied, "He must have struck his head against a stone. Last night, the water ghost dragged the master down from the loft. When confronted by the guards, it discarded the master by the edge of the pool, where a stone happened to be, causing the master's head to collide with it. The guards affirmed, indeed, when that water ghost was engaged in combat with us, it did throw the master beside the pool." Xie Weilou remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, "You just mentioned that the wind and snow were fierce last night, and the darkness was profound. How then could you discern that Su Pan's head struck the stone? Is your vision sometimes keen and at other times lacking?" Butler Ma trembled slightly, realizing that Xie Weilou had set a trap for him, one that he unwittingly stepped into. The onlookers gazed at Butler Ma with a profound understanding. This man harbored significant issues. Xie Weilou inquired, "From which room was Su Pan dragged out by the water ghost?" A guard promptly replied, "It was from the Steward Ma's chamber." Xie Weilou gazed at Butler Ma, inquiring with astonishment, "What business does Su Pan have in your quarters?" Butler Ma promptly elucidated, "The master has come to inquire about certain financial matters." Xie Weilou said, "Let us go and examine that pond." Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the edge of a modest-sized pond within the courtyard. Although not expansive, the water was indeed quite deep, posing a significant risk of drowning. Xie Weilou bent down and gazed at a sharp stone by the edge of the pond, upon which lay frozen traces of blood. Butler Ma pointed at the stone and remarked, "Last night, the master collided with this very stone." Xie Weilou glanced around with a faint smile and remarked, "Last night, the landscape was blanketed in ice and snow, yet this particular stone remained uncovered. How intriguing. I can't shake the feeling that the snow surrounding this stone has been disturbed, for it is noticeably shallower than the snow in its vicinity." "Indeed, it appears to be so." The members of the Tianquan Bureau nodded gently, observing that while the surrounding stones were cloaked in ice and snow, this specific stone stood exposed. The snow encircling it was evidently less deep compared to other areas, suggesting that someone had deliberately cleared the snow to reveal the stone beneath. Numerous footprints encircled the pool, but a mere glance at the prints yielded no discernible conclusion. A sheen of cold sweat broke upon Butler Ma's forehead. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Butler Ma's face and remarked with a smile, "Butler Ma, in such frigid weather, you were surprisingly perspiring." The others also wore sardonic smiles as they scrutinized Butler Ma, for by this juncture in the investigation, they had begun to form their own suspicions. Butler Ma wiped away a bead of moisture and replied, shaking his head, "It is merely snow that has clung to my hair, melting and dripping down, not sweat." Xie Weilou cast his gaze upon the surrounding lofts, his attention settling upon one particular structure where the second-floor window lay shattered. "Is this the house of Steward Ma?" he inquired. "Indeed," Steward Ma affirmed with a nod. Xie Weilou inquired, "Where is Su Pan's residence?" "There," replied Butler Ma, pointing to one of the lofts. Xie Weilou turned to Zhang Yun and inquired, "May I ask, Madam Su, is your room located here?" Zhang Yun instinctively pointed towards another pavilion. Xie Weilou inquired with a smile, expressing his surprise that Madame Su and Su Pan did not reside in the same house. Zhang Yun trembled slightly and replied in a low voice, "My health has not been well. I have not lived with my husband for the past 2 weeks." "Madame Su's health is poor?" he remarked. "Just a moment ago, I examined your husband and found that it is he who is in poor health." Xie Weilou cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's gaze faltered, unable to meet Xie Weilou's eyes. Xie Weilou remarked, "Madame Su, has anyone informed you that the gray scarf draped around your neck does not harmonize with your pink cotton dress? Rather, it seems to complement the black robe worn by Butler Ma." Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze towards the scarf adorning Zhang Yun's neck. Having previously observed her attire, they sensed an inexplicable discord, yet could not articulate what was amiss. It was only upon Xie Weilou's observation that clarity dawned upon them. Indeed, the scarf around Zhang Yun's neck was incongruous. Not only did the colors clash with her garments, but the fabric itself was not silk. It was a coarse cloth devoid of any ornamental patterns, and its hue was rather somber. Generally, women's scarves are vibrant and adorned with exquisite embellishments and patterns. However, Zhang Yun's scarf lacked such features, resembling more closely that of a man's scarf. Zhang Yun's expression faltered, and a sense of panic enveloped her. Xie Weilou turned to Lin Qingwang and said, "Qingwang, could you please examine Madame Su's scarf? I suspect there is a mark around her neck." Lin Qingwang addressed Zhang Yun. "Madame Su, may I kindly ask you to show me your scarf?" Steward Ma interjected, "This is the lady's personal item." "Let me see it," Lin Qingwang said. Disregarding Steward Ma, her expression impassive as she reached out her hand toward Zhang Yun. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yun removed the scarf and handed it to Lin Qingwang. At that instant, everyone indeed observed a mark on her neck. In that moment, they couldn't help but admire Xie Weilou, astounded that he had accurately deduced the presence of a mark on Zhang Yun's neck. Xie Weilou gazed at Zhang Yun and inquired, "The mark upon Madame Su's neck is indicative of strangulation. Could you enlighten me as to who has left this mark?" "It was my husband," Zhang Yun replied, her gaze cast downward. Upon hearing these words, Xie Weilou felt no surprise whatsoever. He said, "I shall go and check on Su Pan's room." The room of Su Pan. Xie Weilou cast a glance around, noticing a table adorned with a wine jug. This arrangement bore a resemblance to Zhang Zai's chamber, which was impeccably tidy and far from disordered. He paid no heed to the table, but instead approached a cabinet. After a brief search, he discovered a small fragment of tea cake. Lifting the tea cake to his nose, he inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing as a familiar scent enveloped him, one that had lingered on the tablecloth in Zhang Zai's room. He carefully tucked away the tea cake. Xie Weilou stepped out of the room. "Have you made any discoveries?" Lin Qingwang inquired, gazing at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou shook his head and replied, "No." After saying this, he proceeded towards the steward Ma's residence. The snow outside had been cleared, and the footprints were hardly discernible. This was not only the case outside the steward Ma's abode. The same applied to the area outside Zhang Yun's dwelling, where the footprints had also been meticulously erased. Xie Weilou offered a serene smile and addressed Butler Ma, saying, "Last night, the water ghost committed a heinous act, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. Even the crucial matter of reporting the incident has been postponed until today. Yet the snow on the ground has been cleared. This must be the work of the household servants, who have always been diligent in their duties." Butler Ma replied, "Is that so? They have only cleaned outside your residence and Madame Su's, neglecting the area outside Su Pan's quarters. Do they deem Su Pan deceased, rendering the cleaning unnecessary? Or has someone directed them to only tend to the areas surrounding you and Madame Su?" Xie Weilou gazed directly at Butler Ma. "This is the thought of a servant. I cannot comprehend it." "He will surely be punished in due course," replied Butler Ma. "Xie Wei's corridor. There is no need for punishment. After all, he has cleared away certain things and has naturally observed some matters. It would be prudent to inquire with him, as one can certainly glean information." Butler Ma's pupils constricted. Xie Weilou addressed Lin Qingwang, saying, "Commander Lin, could you kindly search Madame Su's chamber for any exquisite vases or similar items?" Lin Qingwang cast a silent glance at Xie Weilou, pondering who the true commander was. "I have entrusted you with this investigation, and yet you presume to give me orders?" Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and swiftly made her way to Zhang Yun's room. Both Butler Ma and Zhang Yun trembled slightly, fully aware of the impending consequences. "Let us proceed to Butler Ma's quarters and see what we can uncover." Xie Weilou entered Butler Ma's room with a smile, accompanied by others. Within the room, the items were arranged neatly and the space was impeccably clean. In the dilapidated corridor, the water ghost has intruded, leaving unmistakable signs of destruction. However, the area has been tidied remarkably well. The steward, Ma, remarked, "I have always been fond of cleanliness and took the liberty to tidy up a bit." Xie Weilou, that would be tampering with evidence. Butler Ma was taken aback for a moment. Xie Weilou leaned out to gaze through the window. And at that moment, he noticed a faint footprint on the nearby eaves, accompanied by several claw marks on the wooden ledge beside the window. He turned to Butler Ma and inquired, "Please describe the scene when the water ghost broke in and abducted Su Pan." Butler Ma gestured towards the table and replied, "At that time, the master and I were seated here, discussing matters of the accounts, when the water ghost suddenly shattered the window and entered with astonishing speed. It seized the master and dashed out. By the time I gave chase, the guards were already engaged in a struggle with it." Butler Ma, once again, was weaving a tale of deceit. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Butler Ma, who appeared momentarily taken aback. "Pray, enlighten me, my lord," he inquired, fully aware that his fate was sealed for today, as his numerous lapses had rendered him vulnerable. The Tianqi office could easily drag him to the depths of a dungeon to extract a confession from him. Yet, he yearned to discern the specific areas where he had faltered. "I shall reveal to you where you have deceived," Zhang Long remarked, gesturing towards the shattered windowsill. In the frigid winter of the celestial revelation, paper becomes stiff with frost. Had the window been broken from the outside, the shards would be directed inward. However, the glass is splintered outward, indicating that the water ghost surged from within. Clearly, the previous case at the Huansha building, particularly the incident involving the breach in the portal, had imparted him some acumen, and this time was no different. "Ah, I see now," Butler Ma sighed, realizing he had ultimately been insufficiently cautious. Before long, Lin Xinghuang returned bearing a broken vase, its shards stained with blood. "Is this not the Celadon vase belonging to Butler Ma?" Members of the Su family recognized it through the damaged pieces. The bloodstains on this Celadon vase, found within Madame Su's chamber, instantly sparked conjecture. In the dimly lit corridor of the Xie residence, the shattered vase belonging to Steward Ma inexplicably found its way into Madame Su's chamber. I have heard it said that after committing a crime, an offender typically engages in 3 actions: staging the scene, concealing the body, and hiding the weapon. The weapon, as a rule, is seldom concealed within the perpetrator's own dwelling. Upon examining the contusion on Su Pan's occiput, I noted its smoothness. Had it been struck by a sharp object, the injury would have manifested as a dent. Only something with a polished exterior could result in such a uniform mark. It was now Steward Ma's turn to weave his excuses. With a countenance fraught with complexity, he remarked, "There is no necessity for further deception. This esteemed official is merely toying with a mouse. Should I persist in my prevarications, I would only render myself a source of ridicule." As the steward of the Su household, he was acutely aware of the procedures followed by the authorities. Indeed, mere suspicion could suffice for his arrest and subsequent interrogation, and he doubted his capacity to withstand such torment. Furthermore, his statements were riddled with inconsistencies, making any continued defense utterly futile. "Then do speak." Xie Weilou cast a glance at Butler Ma. Butler Ma, observing the pallid Zhang Yun beside him, fell silent for a moment. "The master's health has deteriorated. He has been sleeping apart from the mistress for the past fortnight. Last night, upon witnessing my interaction with her, he suddenly went into a frenzy, attempting to strangle her. In a moment of desperation, I seized a vase and struck him down. The scarf around the mistress's neck was hastily given by me to conceal the marks of his grip." "And what of the water ghost?" Xie Weilou continued to inquire. Steward Ma shook his head and replied, "There are no water ghosts. It was I who instructed the guard Lu Zhao to masquerade as one, with the intent of fabricating a scene of a water ghost committing a crime. I initially believed it to be a minor oversight, yet it has turned out to be riddled with flaws. Steward Ma, it is indeed you." Some individuals from the Su residence glared at Steward Ma and Madame Su, denouncing this pair of adulterers for their treachery and for the murder of the family head, deserving of the gravest punishment. Steward Ma and Madame Su lowered their heads, their faces ashen. "Go summon Lu Zhao." Xie Weilou glanced around. The little man had arrived, a figure clad in a gray robe, wearing a mask, and leaning on a cane, entered the room. Despite his limp, he possessed formidable strength, making him the most formidable guardian of the Su family. "Please, speak." Xie Weilou gazed at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao turned his attention to Butler Ma, who said, "Given the circumstances, you should speak the truth." Lu Zhao nodded and explained. "Last night, Butler Ma approached me, offering 100 taels of silver to assist him in staging a scene. I disguised myself as the water ghost, dragging the master's corpse from the attic. To conceal the injury on the back of the master's head, I deliberately placed him by the pond. creating the illusion of a rock collision, and refrained from reporting the incident immediately, as the signs of death were too evident. Thus, I chose to wait until this morning. Lu Zhao, you have always been by the master's side, his most trusted guard. I'm astonished to discover your involvement in this affair. I was curious why I did not see you during the confrontation with the water ghost last night. It turns out you were the water ghost. The guards of the Su family cast cold looks at Lu Zhao, remembering that some among them had sustained injuries during their encounter with him. Lu Zhao shook his head and remarked, I am merely a cripple, and Madame Su's father is an official of the Ministry of Works. If he were to intervene, this case would undoubtedly be resolved swiftly. Furthermore, if I were to act thoughtlessly, my fate would be no better. I merely did not anticipate that the official would meet his demise. Xie Weilou turned to Lu Zhao and remarked, when I previously inquired with the steward of the Zhang residence, he mentioned that around the hour of the rat, he observed a guard from the Su family visiting Zhang's household. That must have been you. He pondered for a moment and continued. It seems that during the time of Su Pan's demise last night, you did not accompany him. Otherwise, as his most trusted protector, your presence might have altered his fate. Lu Zhao, with a countenance reflecting a myriad of emotions, replied, I was commanded by the family head to deliver a newly acquired fine wine to Lord Zhang. Upon my return, I found that he had already fallen to the hands of Steward Ma. Had I been present, he would undoubtedly have survived. Alas, the dead cannot be resurrected. And I was left with no choice but to heed the arrangements of Steward Ma and Madame Su for the sake of 100 taels and my own life. Xie Weilou exclaimed in realization, a gift of wine? So the pot of osmanthus wine in Zhang Zai's room was sent by you. Indeed. Lu Zhao replied with a gentle nod. Lin Qi glanced at Xie Weilou, a smile gracing her lips, characterizing him as a cunning fellow. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Lu Zhao, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lu Guardian, you are being deceitful. Eh? Lu Zhao was taken aback, looking at Xie Weilou with confusion. I assure you, I have not lied. Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. You should be familiar with the sequence of Zhang Zai and Su Pan's deaths. Lu Zhao's heart tightened. He shook his head and said, I only know that the master passed away at the hour of the rat. The rest is unknown to me. In the dimly lit corridor, Xie Weilou remarked, Zhang Zai passed away before Su Pan. He met his demise at the hour of Hai, while Su Pan succumbed at the hour of Z. If the steward had indeed seen you at the hour of Z, would it not imply that you encountered the deceased Zhang Zai at his estate? Lu Zhao's expression shifted noticeably, and he hastily replied, It was quite late last night. I must have misremembered. Indeed, you have erred. For the steward of Zhang Zai did not witness your presence at the Zhang residence. Xie Weilou said with a playful expression. Lu Zhao trembled slightly and responded, My lord. There is no need to deceive a humble person. I indeed sought out Lord Zhang, though I may have misremembered the timing. May I have the honor of inspecting your hand? Xie Weilou gazed at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao, perplexed, extended his hand. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Lu Zhao's hands. Noticing that the man's fingernails were broken and bloodied, Lu Zhao explained, I am a practitioner of martial arts, and last night I was immersed in icy water. This should not pose a problem, right? It is likely due to my frequent grasping of the wooden eaves of windows. Xie Weilou spoke softly. Lu Zhao's pupils constricted as he instantly fixated on Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou pointed to the shattered window and remarked, The scratches outside are exceedingly conspicuous. And that solitary footprint is rather prominent as well. Lu Zhao furrowed his brow and inquired, What does this signify? Indeed, it may not signify much. But I must show you one crucial item. Xie Weilou stretched lazily. Qing Wang, please bring me the item you painted earlier. Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards Lin Qi Wang. Lin Qi Wang extracted a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou took the paper and said to Lu Zhao, Remove your shoes. Lu Zhao silently took off his shoes. Xie Weilou unfolded the paper, revealing a footprint. He gestured beside Lu Zhao's shoe, stating, This footprint corresponds precisely with the size of your shoe, and the patterns are remarkably similar as well. Lu Zhao remained silent for a moment before inquiring, So, what exactly are you implying, my lord? In the dimly lit corridor of Xie Wei's residence, beneath the bookcase of Zhang Zai, lay a layer of dust. Late at night, as you approached the bookcase to retrieve an item from the hidden compartment, you surely overlooked the dust that had accumulated. Your footprints were left behind. And there was another distinct mark, one made by your cane. Lu Zhao tightened his grip on the cane, his complexion paling drastically. At that moment, he realized that he had completely exposed himself. Dust. There was indeed dust beneath that cabinet. How careless of him. That old man Zhang Zai remained ever so cunning. Xie Weilou regarded Lu Zhao and Zhang Yun with an astute expression. Allow me to surmise the events. You first ventured to the residence of Zhang Zai under the guise of Su Pan, subsequently orchestrating his demise and absconding with the items concealed within the secret compartment. Following this, you returned to Su's estate, fortuitously positioned by the window of Steward Ma, whereupon you witnessed an illicit encounter between Steward Ma and Madame Su. Enraged by this betrayal, you relayed the information to Su Pan, who, in a fit of fury, confronted them, only to be felled by Steward Ma wielding a vase. Lu Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a sudden chill as both Steward Ma and Zhang Yun fixed their intense gazes upon him, pondering if they had been ensnared in Lu Zhao's cunning ruse. With a sense of resignation, Lu Zhao remarked, "Esteemed sir, your deductive prowess is indeed remarkable. The particulars are precisely as you have articulated." Xie Weilou shook his head and remarked, "This hardly qualifies as a detail. In comparison, I am far more intrigued by your motives for wanting to eliminate Zhang Zai and Su Pan. What was it about witnessing Butler Ma and Madame Su in a clandestine affair that incited such fury within you, prompting you to claw at the eaves of the window until they bore numerous marks, clearly not the result of a single day's distress? You were already aware of Butler Ma and Madame Su's indiscretions, and your anger was palpable." Lu Zhao replied in a grave tone, "I am responsible for Zhang Zai's demise. But Su Pan's fate does not lie with me." Xie Weilou chuckled, saying, "To kill one person is to kill two is still to kill. Since the deed is done, there is no need for denial. The scar on Zhang Zai's occiput is smooth. In truth, it was not fatal. The real cause of his demise was a heart attack. What? My blow was not the decisive factor in the death of the head of the family?" Steward Ma stared at Xie Weilou in astonishment. If he had not directly taken the man's life, could his punishment be mitigated? Rest assured, the dungeons of Tianquan Division will provide an experience that will make you feel as if you've been sitting there forever, Xie Weilou said softly. Upon hearing this, Steward Ma's face turned ashen once more. Xie Weilou turned to Lu Zhao and said, "Given the circumstances, you might as well recount every detail. There is no need for us to squander each other's time any further." Alas, Lu Zhao sighed softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, there is no necessity for further evasion, as it serves no purpose." With that, Lu Zhao silently removed the mask from his face, revealing a countenance marred by severe burns, a visage both grotesque and fearsome. "Luluki, it is you." Zhang Yun gasped in horror upon seeing his face, letting out a piercing scream as she collapsed to the ground in a faint. Lu Zhao fixed a sinister smile upon Zhang Yun, saying, "You wretched creature, did you not anticipate it would be me, your father, and you brought this affliction upon me? Did you ever consider that this day would come?" Xie Weilou gazed at Lu Zhao with a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting his continuation. Lu Zhao's expression darkened with melancholy. "In those days, Zhang Zai was merely a magistrate of Baihe County, while I was but a lowly servant. Zhang Yun and I had reached the point of discussing marriage, but alas, an unfortunate incident transpired. That wretched Zhang Yun, under the pretense of preparing a meal for me, rendered me unconscious and set fire to my abode, intending to burn me alive." With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, "When I awoke, I was utterly unrecognizable. It took me over half a year to recover, only to discover that Zhang Zai had been promoted to the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of Works in Tianqi City, and that vile Zhang Yun had married Su Pan. I was consumed with a desire for revenge, wishing to see them all suffer 1,000 tortures. I stealthily infiltrated the Su residence to earn Su Pan's trust by performing tasks for him. A fortnight ago, I fortuitously uncovered the scandal between Steward Ma and that wretched Zhang Yun, which only intensified my fury. That woman truly deserves her fate. Is murder insufficient to quench my wrath?" In the ominous corridor of despair, the atmosphere thickened with malice. Naturally, I meticulously orchestrated every detail, eliminating that scoundrel Zhang Zai. And with the assistance of Steward Ma and Zhang Yun, I ensured the demise of Su Pan. Consequently, they were imprisoned, awaiting their execution. And as their illicit affair was exposed, they would be subjected to the scorn of the masses, reviled by all. Is this not a source of exquisite satisfaction for me? A sinister grin spread across Lu Zhao's face. "You madman," Zhang Yun exclaimed, her finger trembling as it pointed at Lu Zhao. "Having faced death once, who could possibly retain their sanity?" Lu Zhao retorted with a chilling laugh. "Xie Weilou, you just mentioned that an event has transpired, seemingly connected to the items within the hidden compartment." Lu Zhao retrieved a ledger from his garments. "What event?" "You shall discern it for yourselves through the ledger." Lin Qingwang extended her hand, accepted the ledger, yet chose not to peruse it, instead tucking it away. "You employed a peculiar poison to slay Zhang Zai and Su Pan, did you not?" Xie Weilou spoke up, intentionally steering the conversation. The weapon wielded by Lu Zhao should be intricately linked to the half-piece of tea cake he had discovered in Su Pan's room. However, he did not intend for Lu Zhao to publicly disclose this matter, as it might prove useful later on. Lu Zhao did not refute this, he merely remarked, "Indeed, it is a peculiar poison. Once afflicted, the victim experiences intense body heat and accelerated heart rate, resulting in a volatile temperament. At such a moment, if one cannot cool down, they must merely await the fatal grip of cardiac arrest. Can cooling truly suppress the toxin?" The members of Tianqi division scrutinized Lu Zhao. He scoffed, "It is not that simple. Upon poisoning, the body overheats, creating a longing for cold. Yet, prolonged exposure to cold can lead to a loss of body temperature. The brain, however, remains oblivious, gradually leading to a haze of consciousness and the onset of hallucinations." At this juncture, the audience comprehended the critical factor behind Zhang Zi's demise. After being poisoned, Zhang Zi's body overheated, prompting him to leave the loft in search of a chilling breeze. Yet, as he stood in the cold, his brain failed to register the gradual loss of body heat. In the fog of confusion, he succumbed to hallucinations and fell into the pond, resulting in the injuries upon his forehead. Xie Weilou nodded gently. Having investigated to this point, both cases could be concluded. He turned to Lin Qingwang and said, "The cases have been clarified. I am weary and shall retire to rest. Go ahead." Lin Qingwang waved her hand. Xie Weilou is indeed a remarkable individual. His analytical prowess and ability to ensnare others surpass that of many within the Tianqi division. This case contains certain ambiguities that merit further scrutiny, however. These concerns are minor and do not overshadow the merits of his work. The fact that Xie Weilou has managed to uncover this information is commendable in itself. Xie Weilou stifled a yawn, his hands tucked into his sleeves, before turning away from the loft. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, among others, gazed at Xie Weilou with an expression of admiration. Who could claim that Xie Weilou was merely a debauched wastrel? His remarkable aptitude for discerning cases left them feeling inferior. Earlier, at the Huansha building, Xie Weilou had asserted that being a wastrel did not equate to being inept, and at this moment, they found themselves in complete agreement with his words. A wastrel, after all, merely possesses the means for indulgence, be it revelry or vice, but that does not imply a lack of intelligence. Following his departure from Su Pan's residence, Xie Weilou hastened towards Xie. In the elegant chamber, June and July greeted Xie Weilou with a respectful bow. Xie Weilou waved his hand gently, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. How have your inquiries progressed?" In June, he produced 3 letters and handed them to Xie Weilou, stating, "We have clarified the matter." The efficiency of their work was indeed commendable. Xie Weilou glanced at the letter, taking it in hand and opening the first envelope. Qingyuan Taoist Temple. Xie Weilou narrowed his eyes. According to the contents of the letter, Lu Yuan transformed himself into a Taoist priest after the Lin family's demise. And he is now a lighting attendant at the Qingyuan Taoist Temple, which is located 20 miles north of Tianqi City on Qingyuan Mountain. In June, he respectfully inquired, "Master Lu, the Qingyuan Taoist Temple possesses an air of mystery. It seems to conceal some secrets. Should we proceed to capture Lu Yuan?" Xie Weilou shook his head, saying, "I have my own plans regarding this matter." He proceeded to open the second and third letters. Before the Lin family met their demise, there had been interactions with the second prince. At the time of the Lin family's downfall, it is true that a group from Wuyiage had indeed been mobilized. As Xie Weilou reached this point, a subtle arch of his brow suggested a dawning realization. All indications seemed to point towards the second prince. Could it be that he was indeed the mastermind behind the demise of the Lin family? This matter was likely more intricate than it appeared. Indeed, the more evident something is, the more it raises suspicion. However, now that he was aware of Lu Yuan's whereabouts, locating him could yield some pivotal information, potentially leading to the discovery of the true answer. He set the letter aside. Xie Weilou produced a fragment of tea cake and handed it to Lu Yu, inquiring, "Do you recognize this?" Lu Yu took the tea cake, inhaling its aroma delicately, her pupils constricting as she exclaimed, "This is the Tianqi golden tea, which captivated Tianqi City a decade ago. Due to its extreme rarity, it was traded for gold and highly favored by certain aristocrats." She paused for a moment and continued. However, there were instances where individuals consuming this tea experienced sudden cardiac arrest, leading to its gradual disappearance from public consciousness. Yet, it appears that some still engage in clandestine sales. This particular piece of tea seems to have been infused with additional substances, which would likely render one unable to survive after consumption. Xie Weilou inquired. Who was selling it? The true culprits behind the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan must be this tea. Lu Zhao ventured forth with an ordinary item to seek an audience with Zhang Zai. Would Zhang Zai be inclined to meet him? Even if he were Su Pan's guardian, it would be futile. There exists but one possibility. He bore this tea, golden in hue, and, leveraging Su Pan's reputation, he could claim it was a gift from Su Pan to his father-in-law. Upon hearing of the Tianqi golden tea, Zhang Zai would undoubtedly be filled with excitement, eager to savor its flavor, which ultimately led to the subsequent tragic events. However, what right does a mere pawn like Lu Zhao have to obtain such precious tea? As he had previously surmised, there are unseen forces at play, urging Lin Qingwang to investigate certain matters. That ledger is crucial, containing information of utmost significance. Lu Yu nodded, stating, according to the intelligence controlled by Qie Shui, Zelangshuan is in the business of selling this tea, and behind Zelangshuan stands the third prince. Yet he remains shrouded in secrecy, consistently lurking in the shadows, never making a public appearance. Zelangshuan? The third prince? How intriguing. Xie Weilou squinted his eyes, realizing that the account book was a trap, likely aimed at the second prince. After all, the earlier appearance of the Tianya sword had already implicated the second prince in the downfall of the Lin family. Now, coincidentally, this case has also fallen into the hands of the second prince. As the orchestrator, one must seize the opportunity to lay down successive traps, ensuring that events intertwine seamlessly and yield the anticipated outcome. As for the golden tea, it represents yet another scheme. Lin Qingwang's investigation of the account book will undoubtedly reveal a plethora of information. Should she delve into the golden tea, it could very well lead to the third prince. Or perhaps, the golden tea was indeed crafted by the third prince himself, intended to undermine the second prince. The golden tea left at the scene might merely be a result of Lu Zhao's failure to destroy it in time. If that is the case, the presence of this tea cake at the scene presents a significant flaw. Xie Weilou is increasingly inclined to believe that someone intends to target the second prince, and also wishes to manipulate the third prince. If this is indeed the case, the individual orchestrating these machinations must possess a modicum of capability. Now, I would like you to assist me with a certain task. Xie Weilou instructed Jun on several matters. Since someone was plotting, he decided to stir the waters, causing the fish caught in the scheme to flounder chaotically. Understood, Jun replied with a bow. Xie Weilou took a sip of wine and departed from Qie Shui. In the grand hall of the Tianquan division, Lin Qingwang meticulously examined the ledger. She noticed a page was folded and immediately opened it for inspection. The year was the 49th of the Tianqi era, during the winter solstice, when the Baihe River suffered a calamity, and the second prince dispatched 30,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. As Lin Qingwang scrutinized this entry, her gaze sharpened. The 49th year of Tianqi was precisely 3 years ago, coinciding with the winter solstice when the Lin family met its demise. She swiftly rose and approached a nearby bookshelf, retrieving a scroll to peruse. In the 49th year of Tianqi, the Baihe dike collapsed, and the second prince was assigned to the Ministry of Works to oversee the repairs, bringing 30,000 taels of silver to Baihe County for relief efforts. Lin Qingwang continued to read further. During this time, the 30,000 taels of silver inexplicably vanished. But 3 days later, the second prince reclaimed the silver, and the relief efforts concluded flawlessly, with Zhang Zai, the magistrate of Baihe County, assisting the second prince, subsequently promoted to the position of junior minister in the Ministry of Works. She set down the scroll and retrieved an ancient ledger from her sleeve. This ledger belonged to the Lin family just before their downfall, which she had kept on her person in the hope of uncovering some clues. She opened the ledger and located the entries for the 49th year of Tianqi. Among them was a particularly curious entry indicating an expenditure of 30,000 taels of silver, yet lacking any explanation for this disbursement, and the handwriting appeared distinct from the others, as though added by a different individual. After putting away the ledger, Lin Qingwang pondered, yet another scheme, compelling me to investigate the second prince further. Had this been a mere ordinary expense, Zhang Zai, as a junior minister, would not have regarded a ledger with such significance. Evidently, there was a substantial issue with this account. The 30,000 taels intended for disaster relief had vanished, only to be recovered 3 days later. Coincidentally, the Lin family had also expended 30,000 taels of silver at that time. What a remarkable coincidence. What connection existed between the Lin family's expenditure of 30,000 taels and the subsequent recovery by the second prince? Were they the same funds? The emergence of this ledger once again cast her as a blade, urging her to pursue the second prince. Lu Zhao. Lin Qingwang understood that this individual must possess deeper insights. Zhang Yun's desire to incinerate Lu Xiao was likely orchestrated by Zhang Zai, intended to silence him. Report to Commander Lin. Lu Xiao has committed suicide by biting his tongue. Zhang Long hastily entered the hall. How decisive, Lin Qingwang remarked, slightly furrowing her brow. What did Zhang Yun say? She inquired. Zhang Long shook his head, replying, Zhang Yun stated that killing Lu Xiao was Zhang Zai's arrangement. But she was unaware of the true motives. Zhang Zai merely told her he intended to take her to Tianqi City and could not allow a mere guard like Lu Xiao to be a burden. Lin Qingwang smiled coldly. Report to Captain Lin. Just now my subordinate encountered someone claiming to be from the palace. She mentioned that the tea from Xylon Pavilion is exceptionally delicious and specifically brought you a sample. Zhao Hu swiftly entered, presenting a piece of rice paper to Lin Qingwang. Oh. Lin Qingwang accepted the rice paper and opened it, revealing a small tea cake with an intense fragrance. This scent. Lin Qingwang inhaled gently, sensing a familiarity. She closed her eyes, her mind racing through memories. Moments later, she opened her eyes and spoke gravely, Tianqi golden tea. I believe I encountered this aroma in Zhang Zai's chamber, though I did not dwell on it at the time. Tianqi golden tea? Wasn't this tea banned from sale a decade ago? Zhao Hu exclaimed in surprise. Tianqi golden tea was once all the rage. Its rich aroma adored by countless nobles and dignitaries. Although it is officially prohibited from sale, there are certainly those who would take risks. You must immediately investigate Xylon Pavilion. If this tea is indeed being sold, we shall uproot the operation, Lin Qingwang commanded coldly. Understood. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu departed without delay. Lin Qingwang gazed at the tea cake in her hand, murmuring, I had previously been curious about the poison Lu Xiao used to eliminate Zhang Zai and Su Pan, which even silver needles could not detect. It seems this golden tea is undoubtedly the answer. Would Lu Xiao offer Zhang Zai an ordinary beverage that would not capture his attention? Only this precious golden tea would compel Zhang Zai to eagerly brew and savor it. How exorbitant is this golden tea? Especially after its prohibition, the underground price must be even steeper. A mere guard like Lu Xiao would naturally lack the standing to acquire such a treasure. The cases of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are merely the surface. Many are entangled behind the scenes. Oh, what is Qingwang pondering? Is she perhaps thinking of me? Xie Weilou entered the grand hall with a smile. Lin Qingwang cast a glance at Xie Weilou and inquired, Do you wish to know what is in that ledger? I have no desire to know. Xie Weilou languidly settled down beside them. Lin Qingwang remarked indifferently, 3 years ago, the second prince went to Baihe for disaster relief, carrying with him 300,000 taels of silver for aid. Strangely, the money vanished without a trace, but after 3 days, he managed to retrieve it. Coincidentally, the Lin family also had an outflow of 300,000 taels at that time. Unable to comprehend, I found matters involving numbers to be the most perplexing. Xie Weilou shook his head. As he had anticipated, the cases of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were orchestrated by someone with the intent of urging Lin Qingwang to further investigate the second prince. This individual could be the first prince, the third prince, or potentially another royal. If it were the first prince who arranged this, then by providing the tea cake to Lu Xiao, which led to the demise of both men, he could achieve 2 objectives, prompting Lin Qingwang to pursue the second prince while simultaneously utilizing the tea cake to implicate the third prince. Conversely, if it were the third prince behind this scheme, he would have sold the tea cake himself, thereby fueling Lin Qingwang's inquiry into the second prince even further. Should it be another prince altogether, the intention behind this machination would be to incite discord among the 3 princes, allowing one to reap the benefits in the ensuing turmoil. In any scenario, the second prince remains the target of scrutiny. At this juncture, Xie Weilou leaned towards the belief that the first prince was the mastermind behind these events. After all, the mere presence of the tea cake in Su Pan's quarters was a significant flaw. Had the third prince been the architect of this plot, he would undoubtedly have refrained from leaving such incriminating evidence. In light of this, Xie Weilou also played a part, deliberately having individuals from Xie Shui masquerade as palace personnel to deliver the tea cake to Lin Qingwang. A single step that would inevitably sow seeds of suspicion among the princes. From the perspective of the third prince, the investigation into Xylon Pavilion would be a devastating blow, leading him to question whether the first prince or another royal was plotting against him. From the first prince's standpoint, the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, coupled with the scandal surrounding Xylon Pavilion's sale of golden tea, would provide ample grounds for him to impeach the third prince. However, since the palace had informed Lin Qingwang about the golden tea, this would also raise some doubts for the first prince. Assuming the first prince was indeed the architect of this setup and had intentionally left a small tea cake in Su Pan's room, his aim would be to ensnare the third prince. Yet, with this information leaking from the palace, the third prince would likely suspect him first, which would lead to an overt conflict detrimental to the first prince's interests. It is crucial to note that the outcomes would differ significantly depending on whether Lin Qingwang discovered the golden tea through her own investigation or via the palace's revelations. In such a moment, would the first prince also harbor suspicions that there was another entity orchestrating events behind the scenes, aiming to incite a rift among the three princes? Is there perhaps a deeply concealed prince observing the chaos unfold? Should the princes begin to harbor doubts, the waters would become murky indeed. If one cannot comprehend, then so be it. Lin Qingwang chose not to elaborate further on this matter. Xie Weilou extended his foot and said to Lin Qingwang, "Qingwang, my foot is cold." Lin Qingwang replied nonchalantly, "Your body is depleted, your vital energy is compromised, your kidneys are weak, and the balance of yin and yang is insufficient. It is only natural that you feel cold. You should refrain from frequenting brothels. Otherwise, you may not endure this winter." Xie Weilou murmured, "If you warm my bed and allow me a taste, I shall endure. Should you dare to speak further nonsense, I will ensure you do not survive even this day." Lin Qingwang's expression hardened, glaring fiercely at Xie Weilou. "On such a frigid day, why must your warm lips utter such chilling words?" Xie Weilou sighed. Lin Qingwang closed her eyes, choosing to ignore the man. An hour later, a voice reported, "Commander Lin, we discovered a considerable amount of golden tea in Xylin Pavilion. The place has now been sealed off, but it appears that the third prince is behind it." Zhang Long bowed to Lin Qingwang. "Understood. You may leave." She waved her hand, then took up a brush and quickly pinned a memorial. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, since these individuals wished to contend. Let them do so among themselves. She merely needed to present the information she had gathered accurately. As for where her blade would ultimately strike, that would depend on what she could uncover. If they wished to wield her as a weapon, it would not be so simple. 2 hours later, Lin Qingwang's memorial was presented to the emperor by the Grand Commander. In the imperial palace, within the Qianquan Hall, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and an imposing presence sat upon a bed. He gazed at the memorial in his hand and coldly commanded, "Summon the third prince to see me at once." This middle-aged man was none other than Emperor Xia. A eunuch hurried off to deliver the summons. After some time, a young man entered the grand hall, clad in a pristine white robe, strikingly handsome and unblemished. "Your son pays respects to father." This was the third prince, Yan Wuqing. Emperor Xia regarded Yan Wuqing with indifference. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" Yan Wuqing paused for a moment. "I do not know. Take a look for yourself." Emperor Xia tossed the memorial at Yan Wuqing. Yan Wuqing caught the memorial and, upon a cursory glance, his pupils constricted. He hastily bowed and exclaimed, "Father, someone is wrongfully accusing me." "Wrongfully accusing you?" "The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are linked to golden tea, and your Xylin Pavilion is also selling golden tea. Do you think this is an injustice?" Emperor Xia replied with a stern countenance. "I." Yan Wuqing lowered his head, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. In that moment, he understood the difficulty of defending himself. For Xylin Pavilion indeed belonged to him, and he was indeed selling golden tea. However, he had no connection to the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan. Yet, who would believe his words? Emperor Xia, unyielding, declared, "You shall face the wall for half a month to reflect upon this. The winter hunting affairs you are responsible for will be handed over to your elder brother." "I understand." Yan Wuqing dared not retort. "You may leave." Emperor Xia waved his hand dismissively. With his head bowed, Yan Wuqing exited. "Incompetent fool," Emperor Xia muttered coldly. Once outside Qianquan Hall, Yan Wuqing's expression darkened considerably. He hurried back to his residence, incensed at being outmaneuvered today. Upon his return, the guards greeted him respectfully. Yan Wuqing coldly instructed, immediately investigate the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, and also thoroughly look into matters concerning Xylin Pavilion. At the moment, Xylin Pavilion fortuitously sold him golden tea, allowing him to amass a considerable fortune. However, with the recent sealing of Xylin Pavilion and the confiscation of numerous golden tea leaves, his losses are indeed monumental. The Emperor Xia has now become aware of his dealings in golden tea. Should he persist in selling this tea, he would undoubtedly face grave repercussions. The path to wealth through golden tea is, for the present, obstructed, with someone having severed his financial lifeline and ensnared him in malice. How could he not feel fury? The guards promptly set to work. After a stick of incense burned, the guards returned. Presenting a letter to Yin Wuchen, the investigation has revealed that the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are linked to golden tea. And the information regarding the tea was provided to Lin Qinghuang by someone within the palace. Yin Wuchen received the letter and scrutinized it. His expression turning serious. Information from within the palace? How audacious of Yin Junlin. It is one thing to take revenge on Yin Wuya, but to dare to entangle me in this golden tea affair and inform Lin Qinghuang of Xylan Pavilion's dealings is utterly intolerable. Since you have shown no mercy, do not expect any courtesy in return. Were Lin Qinghuang to independently uncover the truth about the golden tea and trace it back to Xylan Pavilion, it would undoubtedly take considerable time. During this interval, he could easily erase any traces of Xylan Pavilion's involvement with golden tea. However, with someone in the palace explicitly relaying news of Xylan Pavilion's tea sales, he was left with little opportunity to respond. Who in the palace would be most likely to convey the information about the golden tea to Lin Qinghuang? Naturally, it would be Zhang Zai, the mastermind behind the cases of Su Pan and Zhang Zai, the first prince. Yin Wuchen crushed the letter in his hand. His voice icy. The winter hunt is about to commence. My father has entrusted this matter to Yin Junlin. You should make the necessary preparations. I intend to present Yin Junlin with a grand gift. Understood, the guard replied, bowing before departing swiftly. In the residence of the second prince, a young man donned in a blue robe, with a shadowy expression, was casting bait into a pond. He was none other than the second prince, Yin Wuya. Your Highness, the emperor has summoned the third prince, imposing a month of solitary confinement on him. The winter hunt has also been assigned to the first prince. A guard reported to Yin Wuya. Yin Wuya responded indifferently. The eldest has played a clever game, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The guard hesitated before saying, this may very well be the third prince's doing. Considering that the golden tea he sold is intrinsically linked to the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, Yin Wuya remarked, it is understandable that the third wishes to stoke the flames, but he would not leave such an obvious flaw as Xylan Pavilion exposed. After all, he has also incurred significant losses this time. This is clearly the work of the eldest, executing a well-crafted scheme. The guard glanced at Yin Wuya. Now that the first prince is in charge of the winter hunt, we must. Yin Wuya gazed at the pond. Let us observe how things unfold. Understood, the guard bowed and took his leave. Meanwhile, in the residence of the first prince, Yin Junlin, clad in a black robe, savored of fine wine, a broad smile gracing his face. I can only imagine how dismal the expressions of the second and third are at this moment. Do not become overly jubilant. You may not truly be the victor in this matter. A voice, tinged with aloofness, resounded as Yin Ruyu approached. Yin Junlin looked at Yin Ruyu in surprise and inquired, why do you say that? Yin Ruyu replied impassively. The sale of the golden tea at Xylan Pavilion was not discovered by Lin Qinghuang. Rather, someone within the palace conveyed the information to her. Yin Junlin raised an eyebrow. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were indeed orchestrated by him, and he had also introduced the golden tea as part of a meticulously crafted scheme. His intention was twofold. Not only did he wish for Lin Qinghuang to investigate Yin Wuyo, but he also aimed to extract a measure of suffering from Yin Wuchen. After all, he had sensed something amiss regarding the previous convergence of the 3 factions around Yin Wuyo. It seemed that someone was deliberately scheming, perhaps to observe the ensuing conflict from a distance, and that individual might very well be the third brother, Yin Wuchen. Thus, he had set a trap for Yin Wuchen. However, he had refrained from informing Lin Qinghuang about the sale of the golden tea at Xylan Pavilion. It is prudent to leave some room for maneuver. Implicating Yin Wuchen with the golden tea would suffice, granting him an opportunity to react without rendering the situation utterly hopeless. Yet, the direct transmission of information from the palace to Lin Qinghuang left Yin Wuchen with no chance to respond, leading to the complete annihilation of Xylan Pavilion, which seemed far from favorable. Yin Ryu remarked coolly, it appears there are others behind the scenes. Is it the 4th prince, the 5th prince, or perhaps the 6th prince? You have devised a scheme for 2 birds with 1 stone, yet someone is orchestrating a plot for 3 birds, observing the conflict from a distance. Yin Junlin, his expression grave, responded, in the struggle for imperial power, there are certainly those lurking in the shadows, watching the fray. This cannot be allowed to continue. They must all be drawn out. Otherwise, their continued concealment poses a grave threat. As evening descended, the horizon was adorned with the glow of twilight, transforming the snow-capped mountains into a resplendent golden hue, a sight of exquisite beauty. Xie Weilou opened his eyes and removed the long robe draped over him. He cast his gaze towards the distance, where Lin Qingwang was intently examining a scroll. This woman was remarkably diligent. Qingwang. The Tianquan division could disperse its duties at Xin time. It must now be Su time, and it was time to return home. Xie Weilou replied with a smile. You may return on your own. Lin Qingwang said indifferently, Very well. You are a cultivator, capable of enduring the journey, but I am different. My frail frame requires nourishment. Xie Weilou rose and made his way outside the hall. The news regarding Lu Yuan had been uncovered, and it was time to venture to Qingyuan Mountain, where nocturnal endeavors would attract less attention. You do not seek to mend. You merely wish to continue depleting your essence, Lin Qingwang remarked, observing Xie Weilou's retreating figure with an expressionless demeanor. Given this fellow's disposition, it was likely he would soon find himself in a brothel, ceaselessly pursuing indulgence. An hour later, the sky had grown dim, and the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, yet a faint glimmer of light pierced through the darkness. Qingyuan Mountain was enveloped in swirling snowflakes, with gusts of frigid wind howling ominously. At the summit stood a temple known as Qingyuan Daoist Temple. The temple was substantial, its stone walls formidable, and within its confines were several grand halls, illuminated by the flickering glow of lamps, indicative of a thriving incense trade. Inside one of the grand halls, a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by flickering blue lanterns. This was the lamp keeper of Qingyuan Mountain. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through, forcing the hall's door open, and the chilling wind rushed inside, causing the blue lanterns to sway and the light to flicker erratically. The lamp keeper slowly opened his eyes, rising to close the door, only to find a handsome man in white robes standing outside, a broad smile gracing his features. This was, of course, Xie Weilou. Upon seeing Xie Weilou, the lamp keeper's pupils constricted, yet he still inquired, Esteemed guest, it is late in the night. What brings you to Qingyuan Daoist Temple? Xie Weilou smiled and said, Of course, I have come for you, Lu Yuan. Upon hearing the name Lu Yuan, the lantern servant's expression changed dramatically, his eyes sharpened with a fierce intent, and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him as he swiftly took action, revealing a cultivation level that reached the pinnacle of the locking chains realm. Xie Weilou reacted with remarkable swiftness. In a mere instant, he stepped forward and appeared before the Taoist of Sherding, delivering a powerful kick to the latter's abdomen. Bang! The Taoist was sent flying, violently crashing against the wall, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth as the wall cracked under the impact. Terror flickered in his eyes. Was Xie Weilou not a mere cripple? How could he possess such formidable strength? Even he, a peak practitioner of the shackled realm, was unable to withstand it. Boom! Xie Weilou waved his hand casually, and the grand hall's door closed instantly, an enigmatic force sealing the area. He approached the Sherding Taoist, grasping the latter's neck firmly, and inquired with a smile, Lu Yuan, do you understand why this young master has sought you out? The Sherding Taoist's gaze turned fierce, and he immediately gritted his teeth. Bang! Xie Weilou delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's mouth, causing teeth to shatter and blood to pour forth. With a casual flick of his hand, a poisoned tooth fell to the ground. Do you wish to die? That is certainly an option. However, you must first answer my question. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. Xie Weilou spoke with a beaming smile. I shall reveal nothing to you. The lamp-bearing Taoist fixed a fierce gaze upon Xie Weilou. Indeed, he was Lu Yuan, the one who, 3 years prior, had assisted a certain prince in framing Xie Weilou. However, it was evident that Xie Weilou's desire to extract any answers from him was a futile hope. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou smiled faintly and remarked, Just now, I observed this place and discerned the presence of a demonic entity. The fact that you are mingling with such creatures astonishes me even further. It seems the individuals behind you are truly extraordinary. Whether you wish to kill or maim, I submit to your will. If you seek to uncover the demise of the Lin family from me, your calculations are evidently misguided. Lu Yuan sneered in response. A defiant tongue is indeed preferable. Xie Weilou seized Lu Yuan's arm with a firm grip, applying considerable pressure. Crack! In an instant, Lu Yuan's arm was mercilessly crushed. Ah! Lu Yuan let out a piercing scream of agony. Xie Weilou extended his hand once more, his fingers resembling the blades of a predator, piercing directly into Lu Yuan's chest. Sizzle! Xie Weilou exerted a tremendous force, tearing one of Lu Yuan's ribs from his chest, blood gushing forth in a scene that was profoundly disturbing. Ah! Lu Yuan screamed in agony, his body trembling incessantly as waves of unbearable pain engulfed him, rendering his existence a torment. The sensation of having a bone wrenched from his body was something only he could comprehend at that moment. Losing an arm paled in comparison to this excruciating experience. Do not be hasty. This is merely an appetizer. Soon, I shall shatter every bone in your body and proceed to flay you alive. I am eager to witness just how long you can maintain your bravado. Xie Weilou wore an exceptionally hearty smile as he grasped Lu Yuan by the neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Lu Yuan's body struck the floor, fracturing it with numerous cracks, his bones shattered, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Xie Weilou placed his foot firmly upon Lu Yuan's other arm, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Is the one behind you the first prince or the second prince? Lu Yuan's expression contorted in agony. His teeth clenched tightly as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Xie Weilou, his already shattered teeth now threatening to crumble further. Such stubbornness makes this all the more intriguing. Xie Weilou's smile was imbued with a sense of playful malice as he exerted pressure, snapping the second arm of Lu Yuan. His foot then pressed down upon Lu Yuan's thigh. Is this merely the extent of the third prince's prowess? Is this all there is? Even if you were to take my life, I would remain silent. Lu Yuan emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Were it not for his status as a cultivator, the overwhelming agony would likely have rendered him unconscious. Boom. With a forceful step upon the precarious tower, Xie Wei shattered Lu Yuan's leg, chuckling as he remarked, "The fourth prince?" Lu Yuan, gritting his teeth in silence, offered no response. Indeed, he was the fifth prince. Xie Weilou suddenly stepped forcefully onto Lu Yuan's other leg, producing a sharp crack. Lu Yuan's limbs were utterly incapacitated. Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself. Letting out a heart-wrenching scream, Xie Weilou appeared to be oblivious to the plight before him, his foot firmly planted upon Lu Yuan's chest. Your limbs are rendered useless. Next, I shall systematically shatter your torso and skull. Fear not, for you shall not meet an easy demise. I intend for you to endure the agony of being flayed and drawn. At that moment, Lu Yuan was gripped by sheer terror. The Xie Weilou who had emerged from prison was evidently more ruthless than before. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Xie Weilou, should I perish? The answer you seek will vanish with me." Xie Weilou nonchalantly remarked, "Oh really? I'm still curious to see whether your words are as resilient as your bones." He exerted a slight pressure with his foot. Lu Yuan let out a series of agonized cries, his ribcage shattered, internal organs gravely damaged, blood gushing forth from his mouth. He writhed in torment, struggling desperately. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan's eyes, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Pray tell, which among the first prince, second prince, third prince, fourth prince, or fifth prince is the true culprit?" Lu Yuan, seemingly unable to bear the weight of the moment, trembled in fear as he stammered, "It is the second prince, it is he." "Oh, do elaborate." Xie Weilou responded with an air of indifference. Lu Yuan, trembling, confessed, "I was commanded by the second prince to conceal myself by your side. The matter concerning the Lin family's downfall was not known to me from the outset. I merely received his orders to incite you against the Lin family. After their destruction, I quietly transferred some of the Lin family's assets into your name, as per his instructions." Xie Weilou casually remarked, "Oh, I almost forgot. There seems to be a sixth prince." Upon hearing the word sixth prince, Lu Yuan instinctively averted his gaze. "It is time for you to embark on your journey." With a forceful stamp beneath the precarious tower, a resounding boom echoed through the air. In an instant, Lu Yuan's body erupted, blood splattering and staining the grand hall crimson. Roar. Simultaneously, a series of eerie howls resonated from outside the hall. Xie Weilou smiled coldly, casually waving his hand, causing the palace doors to swing open. Roar. A humanoid monster rushed, and instantaneously. Demon. Xie Weilou gazed at the monstrous figure that burst into the room. It was a Taoist, his eyes a crimson hue. His visage twisted and fierce, with sharp fangs protruding from his mouth and a neck adorned with blood-red scales. An eerie aura of malevolence emanated from him, exuding a sense of brutality and bloodlust. He was not a true demon, but rather a demonized human. This realm was vast and boundless, with the Great Xia merely a corner of it. To the north of Great Xia lay the Demon Kingdom, where demonic creatures roamed freely, frequently launching incursions into the territories of Great Xia. Each invasion wrought significant destruction. The Great Xia had long endured the threat of these demonic beings, enacting strict prohibitions against their presence within its borders. Any demon discovered was to be executed without hesitation. To the west of Great Xia was the Western Xu Dynasty, which had formed an alliance with the demons, utilizing their dark energies to create numerous demonized humans. Although these hybrid beings were not as fearsome as their purebred counterparts, they were not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary person, once transformed into a demonized human, would possess formidable strength far beyond that of an ordinary soldier. This was precisely why Western Shu was so eager to produce these beings. As long as there were common folk, they could continuously muster an army of demonized humans. The Zhenxi Marquisate had engaged in numerous fierce battles against the demonized humans of Western Shu, incurring heavy losses. Thus, the emergence of such a being at the Qingyuan Taoist temple was certainly no coincidence. Roar. The demonized human before him let out a ferocious roar, brandishing a Taoist sword. His bloodthirsty expression twisted in rage as he lunged at Xie Weilou with a swift, lethal strike. Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at the fiend, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside his adversary. With a swift motion, he seized the creature by the neck and squeezed with formidable strength. In an instant, the fiend's neck was shattered, and its head was sent soaring into the air, while the decapitated body erupted in a torrent of crimson. Xie Weilou leapt forth from the tower. Outside the palace, over 100 malevolent beings emerged. Among them were Taoist priests and ordinary folk alike, all bearing grotesque visages. Their eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, enveloped in a sinister aura. Roar. The throng of fiends surged towards Xie Weilou simultaneously, akin to famished beasts that had suddenly stumbled upon a delectable prey, eager to devour it whole. The prowess of these creatures was not formidable. None even reached the realm of the expansion stage. Die. Xie Weilou extended his hand, and with a casual squeeze, a terrifying force erupted. Boom. In an instant, over 100 demon-like beings were reduced to a crimson mist, staining the ground with blood. Impressive strength, remarked the two aged Taoists who suddenly materialized atop the pavilion ahead. Their gaze was icy, and the malevolence emanating from them was far beyond that of the mere demons, revealing them to be two authentic fiends. Xie Weilou gazed impassively at the four elderly Taoist priests and remarked nonchalantly, "Two late-stage demon creatures from the expanding territory realm are still worth observing." The two elder Taoists exchanged sinister smiles, and a thick mist enveloped them, causing their forms to rapidly transform. A massive blood-red wolf materialized, unleashing a chilling howl that turned the sky a deep crimson, bathing the entire temple in a ghastly glow. Simultaneously, a pitch-black python emerged, stretching 20 meters in length. Coiling atop the loft with its gaping maw, sharp fangs glistening with a corrosive liquid. "Kill him," commanded the serpent demon, its blood-red eyes gleaming as it spoke human words. The malevolent aura emanating from its body intensifying. With a swift movement, cracks began to spiderweb across the loft. Roar. The wolf demon bellowed, swiftly appearing above Xie Weilou. With a colossal paw descending, it bore an overwhelming pressure, capable of obliterating the entire courtyard with a single strike. Xie Weilou waved his sleeve, and the Zhonghua sword materialized before him. Grasping the long sword firmly, he felt the chill of the impending confrontation, with a sharp clang as the wolf demon's claw descended. A glint of cold light flashed in Xie Weilou's eyes. The Zhonghua sword was drawn, releasing a frigid wave of sword energy that cleaved the blood-red sky. In an instant, his figure appeared behind the wolf demon. Drip. Xie Weilou stood aloft, blood dripping from the flower burial sword. The wolf demon trembled, its pupils constricting. In an instant, its head soared high, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and its headless corpse plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Blood surging outward as ice and snow melted away, followed by a resounding explosion, flesh and blood scattering. Roar. The serpent demon, witnessing the wolf demon's demise, felt no fear. Instead, it was consumed by rage, its eyes glistening with bloodlust as its massive form quaked, and its thick tail swung violently towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou gripped his long sword tightly, his form vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already atop the wolf demon, his foot firmly planted upon the serpent demon's head. With immense force, he propelled the serpent demon downward. The serpent demon let out a thunderous roar, its gaping maw lunging towards Xie Weilou in a fierce bite. Slash. Xie Weilou did not evade. Instead, he unleashed a powerful sword strike. A surge of dark sword energy, spanning 100 meters, erupted forth, swiftly cleaving towards the serpent demon's gaping maw. With a resounding crash, the sword energy sliced downwards, severing the serpent demon's mouth, shattering its sharp teeth, and causing blood to spurt forth as its head was cleaved cleanly in half. Xie Weilou deftly maneuvered the sword technique, launching the morning flower sword, which circled the neck of the serpent demon. With a sharp hiss, the sword's aura erupted, severing the demon's neck and cleaving its body in two. Blood gushing forth as the headless body writhed upon the ground, shattering the surrounding grand hall. With a resonant chime, the morning flower sword returned to its sheath. In a fierce explosion of malevolent sword energy, the serpent demon's body erupted, scattering flesh in all directions, ensuring its complete annihilation. Xie Weilou casually waved his hand, and two demon cores materialized in his grasp. He murmured to himself, "It is time to return to rest." With that, he took flight and departed. Outside the city, 3 miles away, Xie Weilou walked alone across the icy terrain, gradually halting his steps. Raising an eyebrow, he beheld a group of individuals clad in black, numbering around 30. "It is you." Xie Weilou cast his gaze upon one of the figures. Though the individual was veiled, those eyes were unmistakable. They belonged to the middle-aged general of the Zhenxi Marquisate. These cloaked figures hailed from the very same estate, and more specifically, they were all under the command of Xie Weilou. Considering the timeline, Xie Weilou must have returned, with his son having suffered the severance of an arm. That old man would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. "My lord, I beg your pardon," he thought. The middle-aged general's gaze was chilling, radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. Within the confines of the Zhenxi Marquisate, they would naturally refrain from acting against Xie Weilou. However, outside these walls, they would harbor no such reservations. Xie Weilou has returned. And upon learning of the events that transpired at the West Town Marquis' residence, he was filled with immense fury, even blaming them for their failure to rescue Xie Weilou. This time, Xie Weilou commanded them to deal with Xie Weilou, thus offering them a chance to redeem themselves through merit. Naturally, they dared not refuse. Xie Weilou's expression was one of indifference. "Kill him." The middle-aged general immediately gestured, and over 30 men swiftly charged towards Xie Weilou, their blades flashing and the air thick with the scent of impending death. "Die." In Xie Weilou's eyes, a crimson glimmer flickered as he waved his sleeve. With a thunderous roar, ice and snow erupted, resembling a chilling beam of light that suddenly surged forth to annihilate the cloaked figures. A piercing scream echoed, and in an instant, over 30 black-clad men were transformed into a mist of blood. "What?" The middle-aged general, witnessing this scene, could not help but narrow his pupils, his eyes betraying a look of horror. Xie Weilou, born with frail bones, seemed destined to be estranged from the path of martial arts. Yet, at this moment, what did he behold? "It is your turn." In an instant, Xie Weilou appeared before the middle-aged general. The general, taken aback, dared not dwell on his thoughts. He swiftly drew his sword, only to find it ensnared by a formidable force, rendering it impossible to extract. A chill coursed through his entire being. Xie Weilou extended his hand and grasped the middle-aged general by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. With an indifferent tone, he inquired, "Are you unable to even draw your sword?" The general felt a sudden constriction, every ounce of his strength thoroughly suppressed. His face was etched with terror as he stammered, "Your Highness, I was wrong. I beg you. Please don't kill me." Boom. Xie Weilou exerted a powerful grip, and in an instant, the middle-aged general's body erupted, transforming into a mist of crimson. There was no salvation for those who erred. What purpose did pleas for mercy serve? Xie Weilou uttered a few words with a tone of indifference before proceeding forward. At the Zhenxi Marquis residence, blood-red lanterns hung, swaying in the chilling wind. Within the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat solemnly in a chair, cradling a cup of tea in his hand. On the table beside him lay a blood-stained knife. This middle-aged man was none other than Xie Weilou's second uncle, Xie Weilou. He had just returned from an outing, only to discover that his son had lost an arm, a reality he found utterly unbearable. "Ah, uncle has returned. Why are you still awake at such a late hour?" A voice, devoid of warmth, echoed as Xie Weilou entered with an impassive expression. Xie Weilou's gaze swiftly fell upon Xie Weilou, his pupils narrowing. Upon seeing Xie Weilou unscathed, he comprehended that those he had dispatched had failed. A group of inept individuals, unable to deal with a mere scion. It seemed this young man possessed some unknown advantage, for he should not have survived otherwise. He gradually set down his teacup, his eyes icy as he remarked, "Wuji is, after all, your cousin. Your actions were excessively ruthless." Upon hearing those words, Xie Weilou smiled lightly, then strode with hands clasped behind his back to stand before Xie Weilou. With a resounding thud, he kicked a nearby table aside, the smile on his face vanishing entirely. In a tone laced with menace, he remarked, "Considering the foolish deeds he has committed, my second uncle should consider himself fortunate that I have not subjected him to a fate of dismemberment." Snap! Xie Weilou's complexion turned ashen, his fist clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing. With a solemn expression, he remarked, "Yet this does not warrant severing one of his arms, does it?" Xie Weilou chuckled and said, "Second uncle, I believe it would be best for you to relinquish your temporary title as the Marquis of Zhenxi and depart sooner rather than later. Individuals of your ilk will only tarnish the reputation of my esteemed Marquis of Zhenxi estate. Xie Zhangxuan has already sent someone to deal with him, so he certainly will not show any courtesy. You." Xie Zhangxuan's expression was filled with fury as he waved his hand, causing the bloody long knife to tremble violently. "Second uncle, you are advanced in years. It would be wise to seek peace in the grave sooner rather than later. Do not embarrass yourself here, lest I find it impossible to restrain myself from turning you to ashes with a single strike." Xie Weilou displayed a look of disdain as he strode directly towards his own loft. After 3 years, it was evident that Xie Zhangxuan had indeed entered the realm of expansion, albeit merely at the initial stage. Yet, this was all there was to it. That old wretch, having failed in his attempt to assassinate me, would undoubtedly engage in further schemes. However, it mattered little. When the time comes, I shall simply crush him. Boom. Xie Zhangxuan exerted a forceful grip, causing the long blade to shatter. With an expression of icy determination, he fixated on Xie Weilou's retreating figure, his murderous intent intensifying. However, he knew he could not eliminate Xie Weilou here. After all, Xie Weilou was not only the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi, but also affiliated with the Tianquan Bureau. Should the opponent perish within the confines of the Marquis of Zhenxi's estate, he would find himself unable to absolve his culpability. You wretched creature, await your reckoning. There shall come a day when you meet your demise. Xie Zhangxuan muttered to himself, his expression dark and foreboding. He had long coveted the position of the Marquis of Zhenxi, and now that it was within his grasp, he would never relinquish it. Only by eliminating the wretched Xie Weilou could he secure his hold on this title. Since he could not dispose of Xie Weilou within the confines of the Marquis's residence, he resolved to accomplish it outside. Although his previous attempt had ended in failure, he possessed countless methods to ensure that this wretched creature would be utterly annihilated. Within the loft, young master Fu Bo gazed at Xie Weilou with a complex expression, taken aback by the latter's audacious challenge to Xie Zhangxuan. Although Xie Zhangxuan temporarily holds the position of the Duke of Zhenxi, the power he wields is considerable. While he may not act against Xie Weilou within the Duke's residence, he will not show any mercy outside its walls. Xie Zhangxuan has always been a ruthless and cunning individual. In his past rivalry with Xie Nantian for the title of Marquis, he employed numerous and scrupulous tactics. Now that he has ascended to the position of Marquis, it is certain that he will not relinquish this status easily. The emergence of Xie Weilou poses a significant threat to Xie Zhangxuan's status. It is certain that the former will not let the latter off easily. Some matters are inevitable, so why should one tread cautiously? Xie Weilou remarked nonchalantly. That is indeed the case. Fu Bo let out a soft sigh, yet he understood that, as Xie Weilou had stated, this matter was ultimately unavoidable. Even if Xie Weilou refrained from confronting him, Xie Zhangxuan would not allow Xie Weilou any respite. However, Xie Weilou's actions inadvertently provided Xie Zhangxuan with an opportunity to strike, leaving one to ponder whether this turn of events was fortuitous or detrimental. In the dimly lit corridor, Xie Weilou turned to Fu Bo and inquired, I have a question for you. After the demise of the Lin family, what has become of the Lin family's assets under my name? Following the fall of the Lin family, certain properties had inexplicably appeared in his possession. During his imprisonment, these assets remained untouched and did not revert to the surviving members of the Lin family. They continued to operate as usual. He pondered the current state of affairs. If those properties were still intact, they should rightfully be returned to Lin Qingwang. Fu Bo fell silent for a moment before responding. After your second uncle took control of the Zhenxi Marquisate, all the assets of the Marquisate have been completely seized by the Yu family. As for the properties under your name, they have been silently transferred to Xie Wushang. The Yu family is the wife of Xie Zhangxuan, a woman of exceedingly unscrupulous methods, while Xie Wushang is the eldest son of Xie Zhangxuan. His talent for cultivation is moderately commendable. 3 years ago, he reached the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm. As for his current level of cultivation, it remains uncertain, but he should at least have attained the shackled realm, which is hardly noteworthy. Xie Weilou said softly, Yu's cunning methods are indeed noteworthy. Tomorrow, I shall pay her a visit. Should she be so blind as to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to shatter her vision. It is one thing to consume the wealth of the Duke of Zhenxi, but to audaciously encroach upon my own assets and even transfer them under the name of Xie Wushang? Such recklessness is nothing short of courting disaster. Does she truly believe that with the elder and Xie Nantian gone, I, Xie Weilou, am an easy target? Fubai managed a bitter smile. Before long, he departed from the loft. Time to cultivate. Xie Weilou sat upon his bed, casually gesturing to seal the loft with a wave of power. He formed a seal and activated the Nirvana Sutra. A resonant hum echoed as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, continuously converging within his dantian, which expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, in the enigmatic residence of Tianqi City, a masked figure clad in black addressed a gray screen, reporting, "My lord, Lu Yuan. The wolf demon and the serpent demon have been slain." Behind the screen, a man was playing the guqin. "Who is responsible for this?" the man inquired, his voice calm and devoid of any turbulence. "It remains uncertain for the moment, but I sense it is intricately linked to a few of the other princes." The black-clad figure replied solemnly. The man ceased playing, speaking softly, "Tianqi City has grown increasingly lively. My brothers are not to be underestimated, for they cannot tolerate anyone reaping the benefits from behind the scenes." This man was none other than Yin Wugu, the sixth prince of the Great Xia. The black figure continued, "With Lu Yuan deceased, might he have uttered anything untoward before his demise?" Yin Wugu responded with composure, "No. He was afflicted by the poison of the demon soul. Should he reveal any information about me, his spirit would be obliterated in an instant." Upon hearing this, the black figure nodded lightly and inquired, "What are your plans next, my lord?" "Let us offer a token of gratitude." Yin Wugu waved his hand. The black figure understood and departed swiftly. Yin Wugu rested his hand on the guqin, a contemplative expression gracing his features. A mist enveloped the air, revealing a stunning beauty clad in a flowing white gown. With an enchanting smile, she chimed, "I have suffered losses with the wolf and serpent demons. How shall we account for this?" Yin Wugu continued to play. "I shall find a suitable place anew. You will continue your work on the demon folk. Capture some formidable cultivators for me. Only then will the demons you create possess greater strength." The woman replied sweetly, "The winter hunt will take place in the Snow Wolf Valley. You shall capture the prey yourself." Yin Wugu closed his eyes, the melody of the guqin lingering in the air. The following day, at dawn, an explosive sound resonated. A resounding roar emanated from within the ominous tower. As his aura grew increasingly formidable, at this moment, his dantian expanded significantly, brimming with potent spiritual energy. His cultivation had ascended to a new height, reaching the pinnacle of the boundary of expansion. As he had anticipated, upon entering this realm, his dantian had been cultivated to a vast 500 units. Thus, he stood at the zenith of the boundary of expansion. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Having reached the pinnacle of the expansion realm, he felt no fear even in the presence of an ordinary cultivator from the Tao repository realm. Furthermore, he possessed a celestial restoration technique. Once unleashed, it would allow him to instantaneously ascend to the Tao repository realm. With the expansion realm firmly established, his thoughts now turned towards the Tao repository realm. In the shadowy corridors of the Xie Tower, it is whispered that the Taoist realm embodies the forging of the 5 sacred repositories of the human body: the repository of the heart, the repository of the liver, the repository of the spleen, the repository of the lungs, and the repository of the kidneys. Once the 5 sacred repositories are meticulously crafted, the Taoist realm will naturally manifest, and the power that can be harnessed will become exceedingly formidable. However, matters pertaining to the Taoist realm cannot be rushed at this juncture. With the Nirvana Sutra in hand, he has already embarked upon the cultivation of the Taoist path, yet he requires a considerable amount of resources. Compared to the preceding 3 realms, the Taoist realm is far more challenging to cultivate. Consequently, the resources demanded are correspondingly vast. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "Enter," he beckoned. Xie Weilou spoke up. Fu Bo and Li Hua entered, carrying food and a golden basin. "My lord, please freshen up and have something to eat," Fu Bo said softly. Xie Weilou nodded gently. Subsequently, he freshened up briefly. Xie Weilou inquired, "Surely Li Hua is aware of the properties under my name?" "Indeed, but those assets have been." Li Hua's expression wavered. After Xia Zhangxuan assumed control of the Zhenxi Marquisate, all the assets of the Zhenxi Marquisate were entrusted to the Yu family for management. Over the past 3 years, the Yu family has transferred numerous properties, including those belonging to Xie Weilou. Now, all those properties have ultimately come under the name of Xie Wushang. In a certain sense, the current Zhenxi Marquisate is, in fact, a mere facade. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. "Later, take me to see those enterprises." He held little interest in the other estates of the Zhenxi Marquis' residence. Yet he was keen to ascertain who dared to persist in their occupation of his own properties. "Of course, my lord," Li Hua replied obediently, nodding her head. After having a bite to eat, they proceeded. Xie Weilou accompanied Li Hua as she departed from the town West Marquis' residence. As for Xie Zhangxuan, he had already gone to court early in the morning. That old fellow, having ascended to the position of Marquis of Town West, is naturally reluctant to relinquish it easily. Over the past 3 years, he has been meticulously maneuvering within the court, all in hopes of firmly securing his seat. On the streets blanketed by ice and snow, Xie Weilou walked side by side with Li Hua. "Your Highness, you possess considerable wealth, including 5 opulent mansions, 3 splendid taverns, 3 jewelry emporiums, 2 fabric shops, and a gaming house," Li Hua continuously elaborated to Xie Weilou. After listening to the conversation, Xie Weilou sighed. "I am truly wealthy," Li Hua replied with a bittersweet smile. "Your Highness, among your various properties, only the gambling house truly belongs to you. The rest, including the grand mansions, wine houses, and jewelry shops, all originate from the Lin family and bear little significance to you. As for the gambling house, it is indeed established by you. The original owner was a debauched individual, proficient in indulgence and vice, and it is quite ordinary for him to run a gambling house. Unfortunately, all those properties have now been transferred to Xia Wushang under the auspices of the Yu family." Xie Weilou chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, where does the Yu family usually reside? To reclaim these assets, one does not need to resort to vandalism. Rather, one should approach the Yu family directly and engage in reasoned discourse. Should reason fail, then one must resort to force." Li Hua softly interjected, "She has always been at Qingya Courtyard. This courtyard originally belonged to the heir, but has since been usurped by her, and she frequently resides there. The Yu family, valuing their reputation, often invites numerous noblewomen to play cards at Qingya Courtyard. Then let us proceed to Qingya Courtyard." Xie Weilou smiled faintly. Before long, Xie Weilou and Li Hua arrived at the entrance of Qinjian. Qinjian is an immense estate, constructed around a serene lake, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, exuding an air of grandeur. The interior is adorned with elegance, abundant vegetation, and a picturesque environment, making it a most exquisite locale. Merely this single residence is worth a fortune. "Halt! Who are you?" barked one of the guards stationed at the entrance. "This is Qinjian, the residence of the noble lord and lady. No common folk are permitted to approach." Upon seeing Xie Weilou and Li Hua, the guards' expressions turned fierce as they swiftly drew their blades. Their words dripped with reprimand and expulsion. Li Hua promptly interjected, "This gentleman is the heir of the town West Marquis." "What heir? I've never heard of such a thing. Speak again and be gone at once. Dare to come closer, and you shall face dire consequences." One of the guards interrupted Li Hua, his face contorted with impatience. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. With a sharp crack, he delivered a resounding slap to the guard, the sound crisp and clear. Blood streamed from the guard's mouth and nose, and several teeth were dislodged. "You insolent wretch!" the guard exclaimed, his eyes flashing with resentment as he regained his composure. Bang! Xie Weilou delivered a powerful kick, propelling the guard several meters away. As another guard regained his composure, his expression transformed into one of fury, and he immediately drew his blade to strike at Xie Weilou. Bang! Xie Weilou seized the guard by the neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground. "Ah!" The guard let out a piercing scream of agony. Xie Weilou casually picked up the long sword from the ground and strode into the courtyard, with Li Hua hastily following in his wake. At that moment, in a pavilion within the courtyard, Youngster was engaged in a game of cards with a group of noblewomen. This was one of her daily rituals, and through her continual participation in these games, she gradually integrated herself into their circle, which filled her with immense pride. "Apologies, I've won again," Youngster declared, drawing a card that confirmed her victory, a broad smile illuminating her face. The other noblewomen merely offered casual compliments and began to produce their stakes. "Sister Yu, I heard that Xie Weilou has been released from prison. He is the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi and will likely soon ascend to the title himself. You ought to be cautious," remarked a slightly younger noblewoman with a playful smile. The others also wore knowing smiles. In the past, Youngster would not have had the privilege to engage with them. However, since Xie Zhangxuan temporarily assumed the title of Marquis of Zhenxi, she had gained a semblance of legitimacy to interact with them. Yet, deep down, they still looked down upon her. With Xie Weilou's return from prison, the dynamics had shifted. It was uncertain when he might claim Xie Zhangxuan's position as the Marquis. At that juncture, Youngster would no longer have the standing to partake in their games. The noblewoman's words, ostensibly a warning, were also laced with veiled sarcasm. The implication was clear. Her ability to play cards with them was merely due to her husband's temporary status as Marquis, rather than any merit of her own. Youngster discerned the underlying tone in the noblewoman's remarks, a flicker of darkness crossing her gaze. Nevertheless, she smiled and retorted, Xie Weilou is merely an ungrateful wretch, born of a mother yet raised without one. When the elder and Xian were alive, he had the audacity to be arrogant. Now, there is no place for him in the Marquis of Zhenxi's estate. Yet, as she uttered these words, her heart swelled with uncontainable fury. She had not forgotten how Xia Wujin had suffered at the hands of the recently returned Xie Weilou, losing an arm and now lying in the medical hall. She would not let this grievance go unaddressed. An opportunity to eliminate that wretch would eventually arise. Madam, trouble is brewing. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, her face pale with alarm. Youngster raised an eyebrow, her voice cold as ice. What is all this commotion? Speak slowly and clearly. The maid stammered. Xie Weilou is coming with a sword, what? Youngster's voice sharpened, panic flashing in her eyes. That wretch was approaching with a sword? Just prior, he had slain the son of the Duke of Omping and severed Xia Wujin's arm. What could this mean? Surely he was not intent on coming for her. The young scion, indulged and reckless, harbored a propensity for annihilation at the slightest provocation, perhaps even daring to extinguish his own kin. This thought sent waves of trepidation coursing through Yu's heart. The noble women present, upon hearing her words, were smiles that deepened with intrigue, anticipating a spectacle to unfold. Quickly summoned the guards. Should that impudent youth dare to overstep, let him be met with immediate retribution, Yu declared, her teeth clenched and countenance darkened. If that reckless youth sought his demise, she would oblige him. Immediate retribution? My dear aunt, your wrinkles have multiplied, rendering you even less appealing, and your bravado has swelled. A voice, dripping with indifference, pierced the air as Xie Weilou approached, a long blade glinting ominously in his hand, his eyes alight with a frosty gleam. Xie Weilou, what is your intention? Yu's heart tightened at the sight of the blade, a flicker of fear igniting within her. The other noblewomen, sensing the tension, instinctively recoiled, unwilling to embroil themselves in such perilous affairs. Xie Weilou gazed at the Yu clan and declared, while I languish in prison, you have audaciously transferred all my assets under my name to Xie Wushang. Your boldness is matched only by your ambition. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Return all my properties immediately. Otherwise, I shall ensure your head rolls today. What? She has indeed appropriated the assets belonging to Xie Weilou? A derisive smile graced her lips. Is it merely the properties of Xie Weilou? Presently, all the estates of the Zhenxi Marquisate are under the dominion of Sister Yu. No matter how one perceives it, Xie Weilou is the heir of the Zhenxi Marquisate, the future Marquis himself. Seizing his assets while he is imprisoned is rather inappropriate, is it not? A few noblewomen spoke up slowly, their words laced with a hint of scorn. After all, he is an heir. To consume the assets of the Zhenxi Marquisate is one thing, but to not spare even his own properties? Such insatiable greed. Does she not fear the consequences? In essence, Xie Songshuan holds merely a temporary title as the Marquis of Zhenxi, not the true Marquis. Upon hearing the remarks of the crowd, Yu's countenance darkened considerably. She glared at Xie Weilou, exclaiming, Xie Weilou, what nonsense are you spouting? Boom. Xie Weilou struck with a single blow, cleaving the entire gaming table in two, splintering wood flying in all directions, which startled Youngster into a shiver. Xie Weilou cast a frigid gaze at Madame Yu and demanded, will you hand it over or not? Madame Yu gnashed her teeth and spat, you insolent wretch. With no respect for your elders, Xie Weilou did not afford Youngster the opportunity to finish her words. In an instant, he extended his hand, seizing her by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. With an icy tone, he declared, very well, since you refuse to comply, then prepare to meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, he exerted a subtle yet firm pressure. Youngster's eyes widened in terror as her body thrashed in a desperate struggle, gasping for breath. In that moment, sheer fear enveloped her, and she stammered, I will. The looming threat of death was palpable, and she sensed that Xie Weilou was indeed capable of ending her life. This wretched creature was utterly unrestrained, willing to commit any atrocity. Xie Weilou let out a cold smile, releasing his grip. Then let us hasten. Ahem. Youngster covered her throat and coughed, quickly instructing her maid. Go fetch the box from my cabinet. The maid, visibly alarmed, hurriedly departed. Before long, the maid rushed back, cradling the box in her arms. Youngster opened the box to reveal a stack of contracts, handing them to Xie Weilou. Inscribe your name here, and I shall affix my seal. When the time comes, we shall submit it to the merchant office. Xie Weilou received the contract and examined it carefully. After confirming that there were no issues, he inscribed his name. You also swiftly wrote her name and affixed her seal to the document. Xie Weilou carefully tucked away the contract, casting a fleeting glance at the noble ladies present. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked, I apologize for interrupting your delightful gathering, dear ladies. Please, do continue your amusement, but only for today. For this elegant garden rightfully belongs to me, and I shall reclaim it come tomorrow. With a resounding thud, he cast his long sword to the ground and turned to depart. You shall wait, you little wretch, you sure seethed, her gaze fixed on Xie Weilou's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with venomous resentment. Today, this impudent scoundrel had stripped her of her dignity, and she vowed not to let him escape unscathed. Alas, I have lost all interest in continuing this farce. I bid you farewell. The noble ladies sighed gently, turning to leave, their faces betraying a smirk of schadenfreude. On the street, Li Hua spoke softly, My lord, while you have secured these contracts, upon submission to the Merchants' Guild, the properties may not immediately revert to your name. For you sure will assuredly intervene. The transfer of assets can be expedited or delayed. If handled deftly, it can be accomplished in an instant, but should it falter, you may find yourself in a prolonged wait for news. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, No worries. If the merchant office truly lacks discernment, this heir wouldn't mind utilizing the authority of the heavenly authority to investigate them. The heavenly authority oversees all officials and possesses the power of immediate execution before reporting. Should the individuals from the merchant office be blind to their own folly, a thorough investigation is certainly warranted. Among those in power, how many are truly destitute? A careful inquiry will undoubtedly reveal a wealth of valuable information. Moreover, apart from the gambling house, every name on this deed is inscribed with Lin Xinguang's name. The heir is indeed formidable, Li Hua remarked, a smile gracing her face. Xie Weilou chuckled softly and said, You should return to the Marquis of Zhenxi's residence and stay close to Uncle Fu. I must head to the Tianquan Bureau next. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave now, Li Hua replied obediently, nodding before turning to depart. Xie Weilou smiled gently and made his way towards the Tianquan Temple. Within the Tianquan Temple, in the second hall, Lin Xinguang was perusing several scrolls. Upon noticing Xie Weilou's entrance, she cast a fleeting glance in his direction and then returned to her prior focus. Xie Weilou smiled as he handed the box to Lin Xinguang. Xinguang, take a look at the gift I have prepared for you. I'm not interested, Lin Xinguang replied expressionlessly. Xie Weilou opened the box and said, Inside are the property deeds of the Lin family. Lin Xinguang responded, placing the scroll down. She picked up the deeds and examined them briefly, then cast a suspicious glance at Xie Weilou. These properties have all been transferred to Xie Wushang's name by your second aunt. Have you reclaimed them all? Xie Weilou smiled lightly and said, This is the property of the Lin family, and it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. Your name is inscribed upon it. When the time comes, you simply need to have the merchants handle the matter. Lin Xinguang set down the receipt, gazing at Xie Weilou. I have given it all to you. Xie Weilou returned to the Ho residence in Zhenxi, appearing to bask in glory. However, life is undoubtedly arduous for him. Now that the other party demands the return of these properties, he has no choice but to comply. Xie Weilou furrowed his brows and said, Who do you think this young master is? Do I lack for such trifling possessions? Lin Xinguang replied indifferently. What? Are you still unwilling to accept? Xie Weilou settled himself beside her, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and remarked, As for the Lin family's assets, they rightfully belong to their original owners. If I were to accept them, the burden of the Lin family's downfall would inevitably fall upon me. In such a case, how could I possibly enjoy moments of romance with you, or celebrate our union? Furthermore, you are destined to be mine, and these properties shall eventually be mine as well. You. Lin Xinguang grew increasingly uneasy with his words. She glared at Xie Weilou and retorted, You have long since shouldered this burden. Do not forget your own misfortunes. Xie Weilou chuckled. I spent 3 years in prison primarily due to my indiscretion in observing Yan Ryu bathe. During my time in confinement, I inquired about the downfall of the Lin family for 3 years. Had you clarified the matter from the very beginning, it is unlikely that I would have remained incarcerated for such an extended period. Lin Xinguang responded with an air of indifference. Is it truly so? Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xinguang. Silence enveloped Lin Xinguang. Despite Xie Weilou's clear explanations, his release from prison remained an impossibility. The annihilation of the Lin family, the release of a notorious criminal from the West Chu, the act of spying on the crown princess during her bath. and the consequent disgrace to royal dignity. Any one of these transgressions alone warranted a death sentence. To be incarcerated for 3 years was, in fact, a relatively lenient sentence. Furthermore, upon Xie Weilou's imprisonment, Xia had stipulated that he must not be released before serving a full 3 years. During this period, Xie Weilou indeed endured considerable suffering. However, had he been released prematurely, it is likely he would have met an untimely demise. The 3 years of confinement, in a sense, served as a form of protection for Xie Weilou. Spying on the crown princess while she bathed, what a perilous act. That woman was notoriously ruthless. Anyone who dared to offend her would find themselves facing certain death, especially a man like Xie Weilou who had beheld her form. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that Xie Weilou is still alive today. As for the matter of the deed, you may handle it. Otherwise, the Yu family will continue to create mischief. Xie Weilou pondered deeply. With Lin Qingwang intervening, it seems that no one would dare to tamper with this contract. It is likely that the Merchant Bureau would refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, when the heavenly authority investigates, those individuals would likely face imprisonment. Lin Qingwang remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "Very well." Xie Weilou stretched lazily and inquired, "How have your investigations progressed?" Lin Qingwang glanced around before slowly replying, "While I was delving into the affairs of Wuyage and the account book of Zhangzai, I uncovered 2 notable matters." "Oh?" Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang. Lin Qingwang remarked, "Prior to the downfall of the Lin family, the second prince visited them. The 30,000 taels of silver recorded in the Lin family's accounts, along with the subsequent 30,000 taels discovered by the second prince, are likely to be from the same source. Furthermore, during the Lin family's demise, individuals from Wuyage had seemingly taken action. In this matter, I have also uncovered another significant clue. At the time of the Lin family's destruction, it appears that someone from Wuyage was indeed involved. And I have already gathered information on one of these individuals. I intend to find an opportunity to extract the truth from them." Xie Weilou narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. In that case, the suspicion surrounding the second prince is indeed considerable. "Do you believe he is responsible for the downfall of the Lin family?" Lin Qinghuang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Some matters cannot be judged solely by their surface, nor by a mere fragment of information, until the truth is unveiled. Everyone remains a suspect, including individuals beyond the few princes. It was evident that she had not succumbed to the allure of easily obtained information. Rather, the smoothness of the news unsettled her. How astute Lin Qinghuang was. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou revealed a faint smile. Lin Qinghuang, as always, was astutely clever. The second prince would undoubtedly investigate. Even if the counterpart was not the culprit, a wealth of valuable information could still be unearthed. However, if one were to solely regard the second prince as the target, it would indeed lead them astray, and they might become a mere instrument in the hands of others. Xie Weilou inquired with a smile, "What are your thoughts on the sixth prince?" "The sixth prince? Yin Wugo?" This royal figure tends to maintain an exceedingly low profile, rarely revealing his true self. I have encountered him only a handful of times, hence I remain oblivious to his genuine nature. Lin Qingwang shook her head. "Exercise caution. He is likely a cunning individual, adept at concealing his true intentions." Xie Weilou issued a warning. As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent flickered deep within his eyes. Lin Qingwang scrutinized Xie Weilou. "Are you aware of something?" Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang's enchanting figure, her ample bosom, enticing waist, and strikingly beautiful legs evoking a sense of desire. He murmured, "Allow me a taste, and I shall reveal it to you." "Humph." Lin Qingwang scoffed lightly. Nevertheless, she took note of Xie Weilou's suggestion. Her initial focus had been solely on the first, second, and third princes, but now another target had been added to her list. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "Several intriguing events transpired last night." "Oh? What captivating occurrences were they?" Xie Weilou has developed an interest. Lin Qingwang stated, "The first matter is that 20 miles outside the city, a private cannon house has exploded. According to the information I possess, this cannon house belongs to the Grand Prince. The second matter involves the Qingyuan Taoist temple, which has suffered a massacre. All the Taoists have been annihilated, seemingly at the hands of monstrous entities. The third matter concerns the Wuyage, which experienced a bloody assault last night, resulting in numerous fatalities." Xie Weilou smiled faintly and remarked, "The artillery chamber of the first prince and the Wuyage of the second prince. Has the third prince suffered any losses in his enterprises?" The explosion at the artillery chamber and the bloodbath at the Wuyage seemed to be connected to last night's destruction of the Qingyuan Daoist temple. The rivalry among those princes is indeed intriguing. Lin Qinhuang shook her head, saying, the third prince's loss pertains to the Xylan Pavilion, which was previously sealed by the Tianquan office. While it appears that the damages inflicted upon the first and second princes may signify a retaliation from the third prince, I suspect that the situation is far more complex. Who can truly know? Xie Weilou smiled faintly. The second prince and the third prince were reminiscent of him during his time of bearing the blame. The burden had darkened him over time. Esteemed Commander Lin, I have urgent matters to report, Zhang Long declared as he swiftly entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Lin Qinhuang. What is it? Lin Qinhuang inquired with an air of calmness. Zhang Long replied, in 3 days, we will hold the Winter Hunting Festival, an event that occurs once every 3 years. This time, it is to be held in the Snow Wolf Valley, with the Tianquan department assigned to its defense. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinhuang asked, has the Grand Commander assigned this task to the second prince? Zhang Long shook his head, saying, the Grand Commander has allowed the first and second princes to compete for this task. However, it seems that Commander Yin of the first prince's faction is particularly interested in it. Lin Qinhuang pondered for a moment before responding. Then let it be given to her. The second prince shall not partake in this task. She had received intelligence indicating that the winter hunting matters had originally been under the purview of the third prince. But after the incident involving Zelangshuan and the golden tea came to light, the responsibility fell upon the first prince. Given that the first prince now oversees the winter hunting festival, it is highly likely that certain individuals will stir trouble, hindering his ability to conduct the event smoothly. At such a critical juncture, it is indeed the wisest choice for the second prince to remain uninvolved. Should complications arise, it would lead to significant difficulties for the second prince. If the first prince desires this task, then let it be his. Over the years in the Tianquan department, she has learned much about the importance of conducting affairs with wisdom. Zhang Long, understanding her directive, promptly replied, I comprehend. I shall proceed to inform the first prince. Very well. Lin Qinhuang gestured lightly. The Winter Hunting Festival. Xie Weilou wore a contemplative expression. The Winter Hunting Festival, held once every 3 years, required the numerous scions of nobility from Tianqi City to participate. Achieving victory would undoubtedly astonish all and could even lead to an audience with the emperor, garnering significant attention. Consequently, many young nobles seized the opportunity to showcase their prowess during this event. The Spring Gathering, Summer Glare, Autumn Chase, and Winter Hunt. The first 3 merely involved hunting common beasts. However, the Winter Hunting Festival, occurring every 3 years, was distinct as it involved the pursuit of ferocious beasts tainted by demonic energy, rendering it far more perilous. Lin Qinhuang glanced at Xie Weilou and cautioned, as the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi, you must participate in this winter hunting festival. The Snow Wolf Valley is exceedingly treacherous, so take care of yourself. Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. In comparison to ferocious beasts, the most perilous entity is undoubtedly humanity. That is all you need to understand, Lin Qinhuang remarked calmly. Xie Weilou returned to the Ho residence in the west of the town, a development that certain individuals would rather not witness. Just as his second uncle, who now occupies that esteemed position, is understandably reluctant to relinquish his power. Should Xie Weilou be eliminated, his uncle could securely maintain his status, while the title of heir would inevitably pass to another. Xie Weilou smiled gently, lifted the teapot, and poured himself a cup of fragrant tea, savoring it in solitude. Lin Qinhuang gazed at the contract on the table, contemplating, and then declared, I shall attend to this matter first. With that, she took the contract and departed. Not long after Lin Qinhuang left, a burly middle-aged man clad in a black robe entered. Xie Weilou gazed at the middle-aged man, who was no ordinary individual, possessing formidable strength at the late stage of the expansion realm. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before declaring, I am Xinjiang, the Grand Commander of the Heavenly Authority. Xie Weilou rose and clasped his fists, saying, it is Commander Shen. A pleasure to meet you. Xinjiang Zhang presented an invitation card to Xie Weilou, stating, the Grand Prince wishes to invite the young master for a drink. Might the young master have the time? Within the Tianquan division, there exists a lack of unity. The individual he has chosen to support is none other than the Grand Prince. This is no secret, as many are aware. After all, his ascent to the lofty position of Grand Commander is significantly linked to the Grand Prince. Thus he sees no need to conceal this relationship. Xie Weilou accepted the invitation with a smile, remarking, time can always be carved out, and besides, How could I possibly refuse an invitation personally delivered by Commander Shen? Upon witnessing Xie Weilou accept the invitation, Xinjiang's demeanor softened considerably. He spoke in a gentle tone. Though the internal affairs of the Tianqi division appear tranquil, beneath the surface, turbulent currents are at play, concealing a dreadful peril. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Yet, he understood that Xie Weilou would likely not face any challenges within the Tianqi division. After all, he was under the protection of Lin Qingwang, and furthermore, the invitation was extended by someone associated with the prefectural governor, the second-in-command of the Tianqi division. With such a formidable backing, who would dare to lay a finger on him? That is indeed true. May I inquire when the crown prince wishes for me to visit? Xie Weilou smiled lightly. The intricacies of human relations, of course, warrant consideration. However, the ultimate course of action rests with the gentle breeze. Xinjiang glanced out the window. If the young master has time, we may visit now, for the crown prince resides within his residence. Very well. Let us proceed to partake in a cup of wine, though today's delay may hinder our duties. Should I incur a monetary penalty? The commander shall need to cover for me. Xie Weilou tucked the invitation into his sleeve and stood up with a smile. Very well. Xinjiang replied with a gentle nod. Xie Weilou said little, his hands clasped behind his back as he exited the grand hall. The residence of the crown prince is situated to the east of the palace, not far from the Tianqi office. Unfortunately, the position of crown prince has yet to be established. Otherwise, he would reside in the eastern palace by now. Before long, Xie Weilou arrived outside the grand residence of the crown prince. The mansion was quite impressive, with the snow outside meticulously cleared away. The main doors stood wide open, flanked by two upright and vigilant guards. Xie Weilou stepped forward and presented the invitation. I have the honor of meeting His Highness. The two guards did not even glance at the invitation. Instead, they promptly bowed. It was evident that the crown prince had given prior instructions. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and proceeded into the mansion. Ah, Brother Xie, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. As soon as he set foot inside the estate, a voice filled with delight rang out. A handsome man clad in a black robe hurried towards him. It was none other than Yan Junlin. Xie Weilou smiled and clasped his fists, saying, I have the honor of meeting the Grand Prince. Yan Junlin quickly replied, Brother Xie, there are no outsiders here. As brothers, there is no need for such formality. Come, I have already prepared fine wine. Let us go and share a cup together. Xie Weilou glanced around in astonishment and remarked, Has the crown prince invited only me? Yan Junlin, with a grave expression, replied, Only Brother Xie can compel me to treat this matter with such seriousness. The crown prince truly overwhelms me with his unexpected favor. Xie Weilou feigned shock as he spoke. The other party's skill in maintaining appearances was commendable. At the very least, this demeanor would not evoke any displeasure. Last night, Yan Junlin's artillery room had exploded, yet today, the other party displayed not a hint of disturbance, a testament to their composure and sophistication. Without further ado, let us indulge in a couple of drinks first. Yan Junlin said with a serious expression. Very well. Then let us proceed to enjoy a couple of drinks. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. In the eyes of the public, Yan Junlin was perceived as someone who aspired to great heights yet achieved little, a man prone to grandiose ambitions and superficial accomplishments. Whispers circulated that he was lacking in both ambition and intellect, and did not possess the wisdom of his royal siblings. This, they speculated, was the reason he had appointed Yan Ruyu as his military advisor. Some even suggested that the delay in establishing the position of crown prince was due to the emperor's profound dissatisfaction with Yan Junlin. Otherwise, given his status as the eldest prince, he would have long since been recognized as the master of the Eastern Palace. Xie Weilou understood that individuals of royal descent were never to be underestimated. One must not be beguiled by their outward appearances or the rumors that surrounded them. With a mere glance, Xie Weilou discerned that Yan Junlin was far from ordinary, as the latter only revealed a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the shackled realm. However, Xie Weilou sensed an aura that was distinctly extraordinary. The true cultivation of his counterpart should be at the frontier realm, albeit concealed by some arcane artifact. Please. Yan Junlin extended his hand, gesturing for Xie Weilou to proceed. Xie Weilou did not take the lead, but instead smiled and extended his hand. As the two walked forward side by side, within a lavish loft, the music gradually filled the air, while a beautiful dancer performed, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eyes. On the stove, fine wine was warmed, its rich aroma wafting through the room, tantalizing the senses. Xie Weilou and Yan Junlin, holding their wine goblets, gazed with beaming smiles at the enchanting dancers. The graceful and alluring figures swayed with an elegance that was undeniably captivating. "What do you think, Brother Xie?" Yin Junlin inquired with a radiant smile. Xie Weilou raised his wine cup towards Yin Junlin, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that the crown prince possesses such prowess. I am truly impressed. For a man, this is indeed one of life's few pleasures." Yin Junlin promptly lifted his cup in response. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Subsequently, they continued to indulge in their libations, their attention captivated by the enchanting dance of the beautiful performers, without engaging in any further conversation. Xie Weilou remained unperturbed, sipping his wine with a rich smile. After a while, Yin Junlin could no longer contain himself. With a subtle glance, he signaled for the musicians and dancers to withdraw. He then picked up the wine jug, filled Xie Weilou's cup, and with a serious demeanor, stated, "The purpose of inviting you here, Brother Xie, is to convey certain matters of importance." "Oh, please, speak, Your Highness." Xie Weilou's gaze lingered upon the women, and upon hearing Yin Junlin speak, he seemed to come to a realization. Life is but a performance, wholly dependent on one's artistry. Yet, before him, Yin Junlin still lacked a certain finesse. Within the depths of Yin Junlin's eyes, a flicker of complex emotion surfaced. Upon encountering Xie Weilou, he felt a tinge of disappointment. This fellow appeared rather unremarkable, merely a collection of women. What was there to admire? Was it merely their long legs, graceful waists, alluring postures, ample bosoms, or exquisite beauty? Admittedly, they were indeed captivating. Suppressing the turmoil within, Yin Junlin spoke with a grave demeanor. "What do you think of the Princess Chang?" Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou instantly spewed forth a mouthful of his drink. Yin Junlin also seemed to find the statement somewhat abrupt, yet he softly remarked, "According to whispers I have heard, it appears my father, the Emperor, harbors intentions of making you the prince consort." Bang! Xie Weilou forcefully cast his wine cup upon the table, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." At that moment, he was indeed taken aback. Words uttered by the crown prince could not be dismissed as mere fabrications. The machinations of a sovereign could lead to countless actions, and he had a nagging suspicion regarding the ulterior motives at play. It was no wonder that he had been ambushed by that iron tiger. This was most likely the reason behind it. Yin Junlin replied with a smile, "This is merely a rumor, yet I sense there is truth to it. If you were to marry her, it would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence." Xie Weilou furrowed his brow and said, "The discord between her and me is insurmountable. She would take my life, and I wish to live for a few more years." "Everything is possible. There is no need for excessive worry," Yin Junlin replied, gently toying with his wine glass. Naturally, he hoped fervently that Xie Weilou would unite with the princess, for such a union would undoubtedly serve his own interests best in the future. Xie Weilou cannot be tamed by the Princess Chang. If the two were to unite, she would ultimately dominate him. Should he manage to win Xie Weilou over first, it would greatly enhance his prospects in future competitions. Xie Weilou waved his hand and said, "Let us not discuss this matter any further. I feel a chill enveloping me." Yin Junlin replied, "Then let us speak of other matters, specifically concerning your esteemed Zhenxi Marquisate. As far as I am aware, your second uncle shares a close rapport with the third prince, who appears to have made certain promises to him. For instance, ensuring that he remains in his current position, and it seems that the failure of your family patriarch's secluded meditation is somewhat linked to your second uncle. Should the third prince ascend to the throne, such a scenario could indeed materialize." Xie Weilou once again raised his wine cup, deliberately omitting the latter part of his words. The old gentleman's failure in seclusion was undoubtedly more complicated than it appeared. This required his own investigation. Yin Junlin shook his head, remarking that if you were eliminated, the matter could still be resolved. What, then, was the intention of the crown prince? Xie Weilou gazed at Yin Junlin. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yin Junlin's eyes as he promptly suggested, "Let us join forces. I shall assist you in becoming the Marquis of Zhenxi. What say you?" This. Xie Weilou found himself engulfed in hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Yin Junlin recognized an opportunity and promptly inquired, "Brother Xie, do you still harbor any reservations? Although the Marquis of Zhenxi's estate has fallen into decline, should it be drawn into his camp, it would undoubtedly prove to be of immense value." Xie Weilou gently grasped his wine glass and remarked, "I have been encountering some difficulties of late. My second uncle has now seized control of everything at the Zhenxi Marquis residence, and Youngster has devoured all the assets of the estate, including those under my command." Yin Junlin instantly comprehended Xie Weilou's implication and chuckled softly. "Ah, So it is a matter of finances. This is but a minor issue. I am never short of funds. Allow me to assist you with some, just to tide you over. What do you think? Splendid. Xie Weilou's face broke into a smile. Ha! It's a trivial matter. Yin Junlin, without further ado, promptly approached a nearby chest. He opened it to reveal stacks of silver notes and countless treasures of gold and silver. He said to Xie Weilou, Brother Xie, feel free to take whatever you fancy. I am not in one of these possessions. Then I shall not be polite. Xie Weilou approached and retrieved a bag from his sleeve. This. Yin Junlin paused upon seeing the bag that Xie Weilou had produced, momentarily taken aback. Had this been prepared in advance? Xie Weilou discerned the expression on Yin Junlin's face. Does the crown prince sense a problem? Yin Junlin immediately waved his hand and said, There is no lack of funds. Take as you wish. Excellent. Xie Weilou truly showed no restraint, continuously stuffing various treasures such as gold, silver, and jewels from the box into his bags. Once he filled a bag, he proceeded to tuck stacks of silver notes into his sleeves. Yin Junlin's gaze bore a hint of resentment. This fellow was utterly unreserved. However, he lacked no need for such trinkets. The more Xie Weilou took, the more reassured he felt. This indicated that their arrangement was, for all intents and purposes, solidified. Xie Weilou stuffed his sleeves full of silver notes before ceasing his actions. He inquired, What are your subsequent plans regarding this matter, Your Highness? Yin Junlin's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. It's quite simple. If that second uncle of yours were to lose his position as the Marquis of Zhenxi, would it not then belong to you? Understood. Then I shall count on Your Highness. Xie Weilou clasped his fists in greeting. He had already devised a plan in his mind. If Xie Zongxuan proved to be oblivious to his impending fate, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Fortuitously, a scapegoat had now presented itself, which was rather advantageous. Yin Junlin smiled deepened as he continued, This matter will progress gradually. My invitation to you today is merely for a casual conversation between us. This evening, I intend to host a banquet at my residence, and I would be delighted if you could grace us with your presence. That is only natural. Xie Weilou tucked the banknotes into his sleeve and rose, stating, I have been out for a while. I must return to the Tianquan office for a rest, as I feel rather fatigued. Very well. Allow me to see you off. Yin Junlin promptly replied. He then accompanied Xie Weilou as he departed from his residence. At the entrance of the estate, Yin Junlin gazed at Xie Weilou's retreating figure, his smile broadening. There is a certain advantage to foolishness. At the very least, it prevents one from overthinking many matters, thereby facilitating control. Your Highness, do you truly intend to cultivate a relationship with this wastrel, Xie Weilou? A dancer approached, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Yin Junlin. Given the current situation of the Marquis of Zhenxi, the likelihood of Xie Weilou being eliminated by Xie Zongxuan seemed the greatest. Aligning oneself with a mere drunkard appeared rather futile. Yin Junlin cast a sidelong glance at the maid and replied nonchalantly, What do you understand? If he were overly astute, he would be difficult to manage. As long as he ascends to the position of Marquis of Zhenxi and can be utilized for my purposes, it will yield the greatest benefit for me. Furthermore, if Xie Weilou were to truly marry Yin Ruyu, while I maintain control over him, it would undoubtedly prove far more advantageous than the benefits derived from the Grand Princess's influence over him. Though the Grand Princess is close to me, each member of the royal family has the potential to become a rival, and one must always exercise caution against them. Upon hearing this, the dancer exhibited a look of understanding and added, Should we not send someone to protect him? I fear Xie Zongxuan will not let him off easily. Yin Junlin shook his head. There is no need. There are those who will ensure he does not meet an untimely demise. The previous mention of his father's intention to have Xie Weilou become a son-in-law was not mere folly. It was a matter of substance. Although his father lay ill, he remained unfathomable, and the heart of an emperor is ever-changing. If he truly wished for Xie Weilou to become a son-in-law, he would not easily allow him to perish. Regrettably, Yin Junlin was overthinking, a common flaw among those with deep scheming minds, often delving excessively into matters. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, Follow him discreetly and observe his next course of action. Understood, the dancer replied before swiftly departing. Xie Weilou held a bag, his smile radiant, yet his eyes clouded with contemplation. This time, he had gleaned two exceedingly significant pieces of information from the crown prince. The first revelation was the palace's intention to arrange a marriage between him and Yin Ruyu. This matter was certainly not without foundation. Previously, after he had eliminated the individuals from the Anping Marquis' residence, the one at court had instructed the Tianquan division to suppress the incident, indicating much. As for the motives behind such a proposition, Xie Weilou could surmise a few. The emperor's heart is enigmatic and unpredictable, and it is evident that he does not intend for the Western Town Marquis' residence to align with the crown prince. On the surface, his union with Yin Ryu would seemingly bolster the crown prince's support, as she is an ally of his. Thus, it would appear logical for the Western Town Marquis' residence to back the crown prince. Yet, is it truly that simple? Certainly not. Could he truly forge a union with Yin Ryu? The answer is no, for there is one individual who would never consent: Yin Ryu herself. This information was not directly proclaimed, but rather leaked through whispers, inviting speculation and prompting action from various factions. Yin Ryu, discontent with this development, would undoubtedly devise means to eliminate him, Xia. However, the crown prince had set his sights on the Western Town Marquis' residence, aiming to win him over and eagerly anticipating his union with Yin Ryu. Consequently, discord would inevitably arise between the crown prince and Yin Ryu. Once conflict emerges, these two would no longer be inseparable allies. This is a tactic of the emperor, using mere whispers to sow discord among the courtiers. Is the intention to create division due to the formidable alliance between Yin Ryu and Yin Junlin, which seems too great to control? If so, I could indeed stoke the flames further. Xie Weilou remarked darkly to himself. The emperor lay bedridden, yet he had not succumbed to death. The princes and princesses below were bound to attract scrutiny if they drew too much attention to themselves. Moreover, upon encountering Yin Junlin this time, a sudden thought took root in his mind. 3 years prior, he had beheld the form of the eldest princess, who was the true instigator behind this affair. At that time, he had deemed the third prince to be the most likely culprit, given his close ties with the third princess. Yin Ryu had plotted against the third princess and him, only to find himself ensnared in a scheme instead, while the third princess emerged unscathed. And the third prince's counterplot appeared to pose no issue. However, at present, Xie Weilou felt that Yin Junlin was the most probable architect of the scheme. The Marquis of Zhenxi's residence from 3 years ago was indeed a valuable ally. If Yin Junlin sought to court the Marquis, instigating some discord between me and Yin Ryu would seem a more direct approach. Xie Weilou's countenance bore a contemplative expression. His thoughts were not drawn to the sight of Yin Ryu bathing, but rather to the implications of lying together with her. According to royal protocols, there existed 2 potential resolutions to this predicament. The first approach was to swiftly resolve the matter by marrying Yin Ryu, thus preserving the dignity of the royal family. The second alternative involved his execution, a course of action that the Duke of Zhenxi's household would undoubtedly oppose, which led to his imprisonment. Yin Junlin maintained a close association with Yin Ryu, and coincidentally, she had fallen victim to the poison of the fragrant beauty. One must ponder who would possess the most opportunity to scheme against Yin Ryu. It would naturally be Yin Junlin. Someone intimately acquainted with her and knowledgeable about the fragrant beauty's poison, his machinations would leave her utterly unprepared. If indeed Yin Junlin were the orchestrator of this plot, it would prove to be quite intriguing, for this individual was certainly not as simple as he appeared. It remains to be seen what further capabilities he might possess. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. Besides this, he also received another piece of news. The old master's failure in seclusion seemed to be connected with Xie Zhangxuan. However, Xie Weilou sensed that the matter was not as simple as it appeared, hinting at something amiss. Xie Zhangxuan might have the opportunity to take action. Yet he lacks the requisite strength, for the old master is a formidable figure of the Daozong realm. Furthermore, there exists a mysterious third uncle. Even if the latter is not present at the Zhenxi Hofu, with intelligence agencies such as the Tingshuola, how could Xie Zhangxuan attempt to strike without being aware? There exists a possibility for Xie Zhangxuan to take action, yet it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate the old gentleman. The true nature of this matter necessitates further investigation. As for the position of the Duke of Zhenxi, Xie Weilou currently harbors little interest in it. Xie Zhangxuan's close association with the third prince may indeed bolster his position as the Marquis of Zhenxi. However, this matter pertains solely to the other party and bears little consequence for him. If that old fool remains oblivious, then he shall be sent to meet his demise. The first prince believes that by eliminating Xie Zhangxuan, the title of Marquis of Zhenxi will fall into his hands. Such notions are utterly fanciful. The crux of the matter does not lie with Xie Zhangxuan, nor with him, Xie Weilou, but rather with the individual in the palace. A single word from that person could compel Xie Zhangxuan to abdicate, allowing Xie Weilou to ascend to that esteemed position. Should the individual choose to remain silent, even if Xie Zhangxuan were to perish, he would still be the heir apparent, not the Marquis of Zhenxi. Thus, while the first prince's thoughts are commendable, they pale in comparison to the cunning of his father. As Xie Weilou continued on his way, a gambling house came into view. He weighed the contents of his pouch lightly before striding boldly into the establishment. Not far off, a dancer appeared, and upon seeing Xie Weilou enter the gambling house, she momentarily froze, a smirk of derision flickering in her eyes. "Prodigal," she scoffed, shaking her head. "Truly, he is a reckless spendthrift, having just acquired a modicum of wealth." He hastily rushes into a gambling den. Half an hour later, the dancer returned to the first prince's residence. "What news?" Yin Junlin inquired of her. The dancer candidly replied. After departing from here, he headed straight for the gambling house, and within half an hour, he had squandered all the money he had taken with him. Yin Junlin's lips twitched as he pressed his forehead in distress, exclaiming, "A true spendthrift. An absolute wastrel. I find myself regretting having invited him here. I fear that Xie Weilou is destined for mediocrity. Such extravagance and lack of restraint render him unfit for any significant endeavor." The dancer offered a bitter smile, refraining from further comment, knowing that he was the one who had made the choice. Not long thereafter, the news of Xie Weilou's visit to the Grand Prince's residence spread among the various princes. Xie Weilou's presence at the Grand Prince's estate is certainly not a favorable development. Although Xie Weilou may seem ineffectual, he is nonetheless the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi. Presently, Xie Zhangxuan merely serves as a temporary stand-in for the position of Marquis of Zhenxi. Ultimately, this title will inevitably fall to Xie Weilou. The Grand Prince's preemptive maneuver places us at a disadvantage. However, is it not possible that, just as the Grand Prince has sought to cultivate an alliance with Xie Weilou, we too could attempt to forge a bond? Forge an alliance? If we were to eliminate him, would not the Grand Prince's schemes unravel into mere folly? The princes began to concoct their own strategies. The Heavenly Authority Bureau. Xie Weilou reclined in a chair, indulging in a brief slumber. Lin Qingwang entered the grand hall with an impassive expression. "Qingwang, my shoulders feel a bit sore. Would you be so kind as to give them a gentle massage?" Xie Weilou opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon Lin Qingwang's beautiful legs. Lin Qingwang furrowed her brow and asked, "Did you visit the Grand Prince's residence?" "What is the matter?" Xie Weilou retorted. Lin Qingwang coldly remarked, "There are certain matters in which it is best not to engage, otherwise you may find yourself unaware of how you meet your demise." Xie Weilou said nervously, "You frightened me. My heart is racing. Please come over and give me a massage." "You," Lin Qingwang replied, somewhat speechless. She tossed a deed to Xie Weilou and stated indifferently, "The gambling house occupied by the Yu family now belongs to you." Xie Weilou accepted the deed, tucking it into his sleeve, a smile gracing his face. "Today, I have lost a considerable amount of silver with this gambling house. I shall surely win it all back in due time." "Is that so?" Lin Qingwang replied with a cold smile, thinking to herself, "What a cunning fellow. The silver you lost has merely found its way to your own establishment." Xie Weilou turned to Lin Qingwang and said, "Qingwang, today I have uncovered a significant secret. Would you like to know?" "Oh." Lin Qingwang narrowed her eyes, sensing that this fellow had perhaps gleaned some intriguing information during his visit to the Grand Prince's residence. Xie Weilou glanced around cautiously and whispered, "There are ears on the other side of the wall. Come closer, and I shall share this with you discreetly." Lin Qingwang did not ponder much and immediately lowered her head, saying, "Speak." Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang as she leaned in closer, her earlobe glistening with a dewy sheen. He parted his lips and gently nibbled at it. "You." Lin Qingwang's body trembled, and she immediately recoiled. She glared furiously at Xie Weilou. "Xie Weilou, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you wish for your own demise?" Xie Weilou licked his lips, stifling a yawn, and gazed at Lin Qingwang with a look of perplexity. "Qingwang, what troubles you? Your face is as flushed as a candied hawthorn." "Strangely enough, I just had a dream in which I savored a candied hawthorn. It was utterly delightful." With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Qingwang clenched her fists, her expression brimming with indignation, yet she feigned ignorance. "I'm quite tired. I shall lie down for a while longer." Xie Weilou closed his eyes. Lin Qingwang gazed at this rogue, feeling a sense of helplessness in her heart. She genuinely worried that she might lose control and inadvertently strike him down with a single blow. As evening approached, Xie Weilou opened his eyes to find Lin Qingwang sitting cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in a formidable aura. He sensed that it would not be long before she achieved a breakthrough. Xie Weilou felt a twinge of astonishment. Lin Qingwang had only recently entered the Tuajiang realm, yet now exhibited signs of a breakthrough. This woman undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Just as he had previously inquired of Lin Qingwang whether she was truly a member of the Lin family, she opened her eyes, cast a glance at Xie Weilou, and replied coolly, "What? Do you wish to learn?" Xie Weilou expressed his curiosity. "Can I learn?" "You cannot." Lin Qingwang shook her head. "The foundation of cultivation lies in the spirit bone." When Xie Weilou entered the celestial prison, she had conducted an investigation and discovered that this individual was nothing but a broken shell. A broken shell lacks spiritual resonance and can hardly harmonize with the essence of heaven and earth, much like the absence of a spiritual bone. To her knowledge, Xie Weilou's father had even sought the assistance of a sword immortal from the great Xia. Unfortunately, after examining Xie Weilou's broken shell, that esteemed sword immortal declared it beyond their power to assist. "What more can you say?" Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang in silence. "You are but a wasted soul. There is little I can do, unless—" Lin Qingwang fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. "Unless what?" Xie Weilou clasped his hands over his chest. Lin Qingwang scoffed, saying, "Unless someone were to transplant a piece of spiritual bone that is in harmony with your corporeal form, that is not feasible. It contravenes the natural order." Xie Weilou shook his head and said, "The way of heaven? In this world, there are many who engage in such deeds. Sometimes, possessing extraordinary spiritual bones yet lacking the ability to protect them can indeed be a form of calamity," Lin Qingwang remarked with profound meaning. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Lin Qingwang, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Qingwang, in this fleeting moment, I have suddenly sensed an air of mystery about you. Pray tell, what grade of spiritual bone do you possess? Is it of the superior or the exceptional class?" "Neither," Lin Qingwang replied with a serene demeanor. "I find that hard to believe," he retorted. Xie Weilou wore an expression of skeptical disbelief. Yet internally he pondered. If it were neither of the finest quality nor of exceptional grade, it could hardly be classified as medium or inferior. Could it be that beyond the exceptional, there existed even higher tiers of spiritual bones? This was a matter in which he was woefully uninformed. "If you choose not to believe, so be it," Lin Qingwang replied, her patience waning. Feeling a twinge of hunger and with nightfall approaching, she decided to return home. Xie Weilou stood up and stretched lazily before making his way outside the hall. Lin Qingwang glanced at him, but did not utter a word. The night was fraught with fierce winds and heavy snow, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of ice and snow. Many trees had already withered, while the few remaining green leaves struggled to endure, hoping to survive the harsh winter. Within the city of Tianqi, the lights were obscured by the tempest, casting a somewhat dim ambience. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadows it cast. Yet, in the darker corners, there lurked the potential for more terrifying dangers. In a silent and desolate alleyway, Xie Weilou, holding an umbrella, traversed the icy expanse alone, leaving a trail of footprints behind him. At an opportune moment, he halted his steps. Before him stood a dozen figures cloaked in black, each wielding weapons and exuding a chilling demeanor. However, the prowess of these assailants was quite feeble. The most formidable among them barely reached the mid-level of the Xianhuang realm, while the rest were even less capable. "Eliminate him," commanded the mid-level Xianhuang figure with a wave of his hand. Boom. The other black-clad figures, their eyes filled with malice, immediately surged towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou's expression remained serene as he shook the oil paper umbrella in his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of pressure that sent the snowflakes cascading down. Boom. The group of over a dozen cloaked figures had not even approached when they were obliterated into a mist of crimson. The mid-phase black-clothed man of the Xianhuang realm observed this scene, his countenance darkening. Hadn't the employer claimed that Xie Weilou was merely an ordinary person? Was this what one would call an ordinary person? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. Instead, he swiftly drew the long blade from his waist and charged toward Xie Weilou with ferocity. Die! Xie Weilou extended his fingers, gently squeezing, and a surge of malevolent pressure erupted. Ah! A piercing scream resonated, and the cloaked figure was instantly reduced to ashes. Having observed for so long, "It is time for you to emerge." Xie Weilou cast his gaze towards a certain direction, where a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe and wielding a longsword stood. Many in the city of Apocalypse had misjudged him, failing to realize that he was indeed a practitioner. However, it mattered not. "I shall swiftly send you on your way." The middle-aged man's expression remained indifferent, emanating an aura of an initial stage of boundary expansion. In a fleeting moment, his figure blurred, and the longsword was drawn, piercing towards Xie Weilou's neck with lightning speed. Xie Weilou revealed a faint smile, deftly pinching the approaching longsword between his fingers, as if it were ensnared by an iron clamp, rendering it unable to advance. "What?" exclaimed the middle-aged man, his expression one of astonishment. Turn to ashes. Xie Weilou's smile was ominous as he lightly flicked his fingers against the longsword. Boom. In the next instant, the sword shattered, and the middle-aged man's body was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. There is no one left. Xie Weilou smiled faintly, holding an oiled paper umbrella as he walked forward. Today's assault came from two factions. The first wave was exceedingly weak, seemingly the work of a singular individual. You sure? Having previously humiliated them, a desire for retribution is entirely understandable. As for the figure appearing from the Tuajiang realm, it likely stemmed from the machinations of a certain prince. After all, it was no secret that he had visited the Grand Prince's residence today. Some individuals evidently wished to thwart any alliance between him and the Grand Prince, hence their intent to eliminate him. Before long, at the residence of the princess, the courtyard lay shrouded in ice and snow, while the palace interior was brightly lit. Within a certain pavilion, Yanruyu was perusing a scroll, her gaze tranquil, radiating an exquisite gentleness. Yet, she was a woman of fierce cunning, ruthless and merciless. Suddenly, an ice crystal arrow pierced through the pavilion, hurtling towards Yanruyu. Her eyes remained devoid of any disturbance as she gently tightened her grip on the scroll, causing the arrow to explode upon impact. There is a mouse, Yanruyu remarked calmly, setting down the scroll before striding outside the pavilion. In an instant, she appeared atop another pavilion. Atop that pavilion stood a mysterious man cloaked in black and wearing a mask. This individual was none other than Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Yanruyu. It must be said that this woman was truly stunning, yet undeniably perilous. With a thunderous sound, Yanruyu spoke not a word and struck towards Xie Weilou with a single, powerful palm, unleashing a terrifying imprint of her hand. Xie Wei's figure flickered and was sent flying 100 meters away. With a thunderous roar, the pavilion was instantly shattered by Yanruyu's palm strike. She furrowed her brow slightly and was poised to strike again. Xie Weilou stood 100 meters away. Speaking indifferently, a certain prince has entrusted me to convey a message to you. Regarding that incident from 3 years ago, you were indeed schemed against by the crown prince. With that, he soared away. This was his way of stirring the waters, ensuring that the woman, Yanruyu, could not remain unscathed. Upon hearing these words, Yanruyu's pupils contracted, and a terrifying aura erupted from her, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding palaces and pavilions. 3 years ago, she had harbored her suspicions. Now, upon receiving this revelation, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Given the circumstances of that time, the likelihood that Yin Junlin had plotted against her was indeed substantial, as he had the opportunity to do so. At the Yin Junlin residence, the banquet had already been in progress for quite some time. Yin Junlin had invited numerous friends, wearing a facade of smiles, yet harboring a sense of discontent within. Xie Weilou, that rascal, actually betrayed his trust. How despicable. Just earlier in the day, he extracted a considerable fortune from me, and now, after squandering it all, he refuses to acknowledge his debts? How can one be so utterly lacking in integrity? Your Highness, I have urgent news to report. A guard promptly entered the room. Yin Junlin glanced at him and inquired, "What is it?" The guard hastily replied, "Just now, young Master Xie sent word through an intermediary, stating that he was the victim of an assassination attempt and expressed his gratitude for the life-saving intervention of your men. However, he has been greatly shaken by the incident and will not be attending tonight's banquet." An assassination attempt? Yin Junlin's expression turned contemplative as he gestured for the guard to leave. He did not doubt the authenticity of the matter. It was entirely plausible that Xie Weilou, having visited his residence during the day, would encounter danger by night. After all, the other competitors would not relish the thought of him successfully winning over Xie Weilou, and eliminating him would be a most effective strategy. Someone saved Xie Weilou's life? Yin Junlin speculated that it was his father's doing. From his perspective, his father would certainly not wish for Xie Weilou to perish so easily, and thus, all his conjectures seemed to materialize. This thought brought a faint smile to Yin Junlin's face. It was not that Xie Weilou was unwilling to attend, but rather that he was too frightened to do so. Having faced an assassination, it would be quite unreasonable for one to simply dash over to indulge in merriment. Since Xie Weilou mistakenly attributed his saviors to be my father's men, I shall graciously accept this misunderstanding. Yin Junlin's smile grew more pronounced. He turned to the guests in the hall and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us drink freely. However, do not let your guard down in anticipation of the winter hunt. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will not disappoint you." The surrounding guests responded as they raised their goblets. On the eve of the winter hunt, Each prince would host a gathering for a select group of young individuals as a form of wagering. After all, those who performed admirably during the winter hunt would garner the emperor's attention by placing their bets in advance. They hoped that those they supported would dazzle and thus bolster their own standing in future competitions. Indeed, Yin Junlin nodded with a smile and high spirits. Little did he know that he had been sold out. Meanwhile, at the residence of the third prince, in the attic, Yin Wuchan was savoring fine wine. Today, he had also entertained a few friends, but the daytime banquet had already concluded. Your Highness, our operatives have failed. There are no remains to be found. A guard, with a grave expression, bowed before Yin Wuchan. Failed. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuchan raised an eyebrow. He had dispatched a formidable expert from the Tuajiang realm. Yet they had met with such a dismal outcome? His intention to eliminate Xie Weilou is quite straightforward. Currently, Xie Zhangxuan has grown close to him, and he plans to eradicate Xie Weilou, thereby allowing Xie Zhangxuan to secure his position as the Marquis of Zhenxi. This maneuver would also thwart Yin Junlin's schemes, thus enabling him to steadfastly obtain the support of the Zhenxi Marquisate. Although this noble house has fallen from grace, its influence remains significantly potent. However, it is essential to send more people. The guard inquired. Yin Wuchan replied nonchalantly. It appears that Yin Junlin has dispatched someone to protect Xie Weilou. I suspected that fellow would seek to ally with Xie Weilou. How could he possibly allow him to walk into danger? This aligns perfectly with Yin Junlin's character. Since one attempt has failed, let us wait for the Winter Hunt Conference to seek another opportunity. The guard bowed respectfully. Understood, my lord. In the stillness of the night, at the Lin residence, Lin Xinguang returned just in time to see Xie Weilou standing outside the estate, one hand clutching a handful of white snow. Xie Weilou, what are you doing? Lin Xinguang raised an eyebrow. With such heavy snow and frigid weather, why would he choose to come here instead of visiting a brothel or returning home? Xinguang. When Xie Weilou beheld Lin Xinguang, a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Lin Xinguang was taken aback for a moment before promptly inquiring, what troubles you? A hint of mist appeared in Xie Weilou's eyes, as a stream of tears cascaded down his cheeks. With a dejected expression, he murmured, the people of the Zhenxi Marquisate will not allow me to return. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on his abdomen and took a bite of the snow in his hand, looking pitiful, fragile, and helpless. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinguang fell into silence. She gazed at Xie Weilou and said, stay here with me tonight. Let us share a meal together later. All right. Xie Weilou took another bite of the snow-white delicacy. Just a little longer, and we shall soon dine. Lin Xinguang waved her sleeve, causing the morsel in Xie Weilou's hand to scatter. She grasped his wrist and led him toward the residence. Before long, within the pavilion, a steaming array of aromatic dishes was prepared. Lin Xinguang served an abundance of delicacies into Xie Weilou's bowl, urging, do not dawdle, partake swiftly. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Xinguang, his eyes filled with tenderness as he spoke. You have been so kind to me, Xinguang. It would be even better if you could warm my bed tonight. Is your skin itching, perhaps? Lin Xinguang shot a glare at Xie Weilou, wondering just how pitiful he had become to still indulge in such frivolous banter. As Xie Weilou busily consumed his meal, he turned to Lin Xinguang and remarked, in times of need, one relies on family at home and on friends when venturing out. Yet, over the past 3 years, it has been you, Xinguang, who has lent me a hand, and it is also you who has supported me time and again. Lin Xinguang furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable dissonance in Xie Weilou's words, though she could not pinpoint the evidence to substantiate her feelings. She fixed her gaze upon him and said, if your heart is indeed stirred, then share with me what you know about the downfall of the Lin family. There are myriad details you have yet to reveal. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Xinguang, stating, my guard is the key. Lin Xinguang acknowledged the significance of his words, yet after the Lin family's demise, the guard vanished without a trace. A contemplative expression crossed her face. At the time of the Lin family's downfall, evidence confirmed that both Xie Weilou and his guard were present. While Xie Weilou was imprisoned, the guard's disappearance was decidedly anomalous. Over the past 3 years, she had been discreetly investigating the whereabouts of that guard, but to no avail. It was as if he had evaporated from the earthly realm, which was profoundly mysterious. I know where he is. Xie Weilou uttered a phrase. Lin Xinguang immediately fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. Where is it? Xie Weilou gazed with a haunting look and softly uttered, I have killed. Lin Xinguang found herself at a loss for words. The enchanting light in Xie Weilou's eyes faded away, replaced by a subtle smile. I was merely jesting. However, If you were to let me have a taste, I might indeed recall something. Go ahead, Lin Xinguang said, as she picked up a piece of meat and placed it directly into Xie Weilou's bowl. At the moment she uttered this phrase, she understood that she could extract no further information. After the meal, Xie Weilou reclined in his chair with an air of indolence, akin to that of a grand gentleman, while the maid diligently tidied the table. Lin Xinguang, on the other hand, held a scroll in her hands, which was no ordinary manuscript, but rather a treatise on a cultivation technique. Once the maid had departed, Xie Weilou approached the bed, removed his shoes and socks, and lay down directly. Xinguang, you have not changed the quilt. It is still the same as last time. Lin Xinguang replied nonchalantly, I have changed it. It is merely the same color. Xinguang, this evening, I am in quite a splendid mood, so I shall warm your bed. You may quietly slip under the covers later, but do not disturb my rest. Xie Weilou pulled up the quilt and enveloped herself in its warmth. The soft bed offered an inherent comfort for slumber. Lin Xinguang, disregarding Xie Weilou, casually waved her hand, sealing the attic door with a surge of power. She then approached his side, unfurling the scroll in her grasp. Settling into a cross-legged position, she formed intricate hand seals, a formidable aura emanating from her being. Xie Weilou refrained from disturbing Lin Xinguang any further. He closed his eyes and remained silent throughout the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Xinguang opened her eyes to find herself nestled in a soft bed, a warm quilt enveloping her. A sudden change swept across her expression as she quickly turned her gaze to the side. There, curled up, was Xie Weilou, his head resting against her arm. After inspecting her own body and ensuring nothing was amiss, she coldly addressed him, Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, bewilderment evident in his gaze, and upon seeing Lin Xinguang, a look of astonishment crossed his features. Xinguang, you indeed stealthily slipped into the blankets last night. No wonder I felt such warmth. Is that so? Lin Xinguang replied, casting a cold glance at Xie Weilou. How could she be unaware of her own ascent to the bed? Last night, she had been engrossed in her cultivation and had no recollection of climbing onto the bed. Xie Weilou spoke strangely. With your formidable strength, would you not notice if I were to pull you into bed? Lin Xinguang was momentarily taken aback, as if there were some truth to his words. Could it be that she had indeed overexerted herself in her cultivation, leaving her mind clouded, and had unwittingly climbed up herself? Xie Weilou chuckled and inquired, what cultivation method are you practicing? Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further practice, lest you inadvertently harm your mind. The bed was not ascended by Lin Xinguang voluntarily. Rather, she was cradled there by him. Last night, Lin Xinguang encountered some difficulties during her cultivation, which Xie Weilou noticed, prompting him to carry her to the bed. The scroll she had been studying was remarkably profound, possessing a potent effect on the cultivation of the dantian. The issue she faced last night stemmed from excessive energy expenditure while attempting to open her dantian, resulting in her succumbing to slumber. However, this was not a cause for alarm. A good rest would suffice. I spare your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinguang swiftly withdrew her arm and decisively left the bed. On the ground lay the scroll, which she picked up and scrutinized. The cultivation method appeared to be without fault. Closing her eyes, she assessed her physical condition. Her dantian had indeed expanded further, indicating that her efforts from the previous night were not in vain. It seemed that the exertion from opening her dantian had been rather taxing. Lin Xinguang mused quietly to herself. Cultivating the dantian undeniably requires utmost focus, demanding considerable mental energy. Xinguang, you slipped in last night without my notice. Since the bed is still warm, why not join me once more so I may feel your presence? Xie Weilou gazed admiringly at Lin Xinguang's graceful figure, his smile deepening. Should we continue discussing this matter? Do you believe I would toss you out? Lin Xinguang shot an irked look at Xie Weilou. Feeling that she had made a grave mistake bringing this fellow into her abode last night, Xie Weilou spoke with a melancholic expression. If he and I were to share a bed, it would mean we have shared our lives until old age. Can you truly bear to cast me aside? Lin Xinguang's lips twitched slightly as she gently rubbed her brow. I see now. Your pitiable demeanor last night was merely an act. How foolish of me to fall for your theatrics. The despondency that lingered on Xie Weilou's face vanished, replaced once more by a radiant smile as he wrapped the blanket around himself for added warmth. Get up, Lin Xinguang admonished, casting a sharp glance at Xie Weilou. With a flick of her fingers, the windows swung open, allowing a chilling breeze to sweep into the room. Xie Weilou shivered slightly and immediately buried his head beneath the quilt. Before long, Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang journeyed to the Tianqi division. The snow was eternal, piercing to the bone. On the bustling street, Xie Weilou stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his face etched with exhaustion, while Lin Qingwang, beside him, held an umbrella, her expression remarkably serene. Are you truly this fatigued? Lin Qingwang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou, rendered speechless, remarked, I am quite frail. I certainly need more rest and sleep. Rising so early, how can one avoid feeling weary? Lin Qingwang scrutinized Xie Weilou's physique and nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. You appear quite weakened. You should seek a physician and procure some nourishing medicine. Xie Weilou stifled a yawn and remarked, There is no need for replenishment. It serves little purpose. Lin Qingwang replied with a cold smile, frequenting brothels proves futile. However, it is wise to proceed with caution. This winter has only just begun, and one must not falter even through the season. With that, she quickened her pace. The snowflakes gently settled upon Xie Weilou. I am aware of your concern for me. Upon our arrival at the Tianqi office, I shall permit you to nestle in my embrace. Xie Weilou promptly stepped forward and approached the shelter of the umbrella. Lin Qingwang remained silent. Before long, the two arrived at the Tianqi division, where they happened upon Shenzhan. Having greeted the Grand Commander, Lin Qingwang performed a respectful bow. Shenzhan nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Xie Weilou, as if he were about to speak. Observing this, Lin Qingwang proceeded into the main hall. Shenzhan then addressed Xie Weilou, inquiring if the young lord had not rested well the previous night. Xie Weilou, with a countenance full of melancholy, lamented, Last night I was startled and have been plagued by nightmares. Is there any hope for restful slumber? Upon hearing this, Shenzhan did not express any skepticism, for he was already aware of the assassination attempt on Xie Weilou from the previous night. He spoke in a hushed tone. The Crown Prince has instructed me to inform you that the assailants from last night were affiliated with the Third Prince. In truth, there were two factions involved in the assassination, one of which was sent by Xie Weilou's second aunt. However, the Crown Prince had advised him to focus on the primary source, and thus attributed the entire incident to the Third Prince. Upon listening to Xie Weilou, there was not a trace of surprise in his heart, yet a furious expression of indignation adorned his countenance. What audacity! The Third Prince dares to lay hands on me. The heir apparent, I implore the Grand Commander to convey to the Crown Prince that he must promptly eliminate both Xie Zhengxuan and the Third Prince. The House of Zhenxi shall fully support him in his ascension to the throne. The surrounding officers trembled slightly, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Was this something they were permitted to hear? Shenzhan's countenance changed dramatically, and he hastily interjected, Your Excellency, exercise caution in your words. At this moment, he felt somewhat speechless. Was this a matter that could be publicly acknowledged? Understood. I shall await the Crown Prince's response in silence. Xie Weilou nodded gently. Rest assured, the young master is quite safe and in no danger. Shenzhan spoke softly. Then I shall retreat inside for a brief slumber. Xie Weilou waved his hand and strode into the second hall. Shenzhan observed Xie Weilou's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed the Crown Prince's attempt to win him over might be misguided. Within the second hall, Lin Qingwang fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou and inquired, Were you attacked last night? Not at all, he replied. Xie Weilou shook his head and said, Did you think I was deaf when you spoke so loudly just now? Lin Qingwang frowned and replied, In any case, I don't think it was loud at all. Xie Weilou casually took a seat beside her. Lin Qingwang remarked indifferently, You have just emerged from imprisonment and now find yourself ensnared in the tumult of royal power struggles. This is quite troublesome. Had you refrained from visiting the Crown Prince yesterday, perhaps these complications could have been avoided. Alas, it is too late to lament such choices now. As long as you maintain proximity to the Crown Prince, the other princes will not let you off easily. I do not comprehend. Xie Weilou chuckled lightly. Lin Qingwang found herself at a loss for words. Commander Lin, we have a case. Zhang Long entered the grand hall, holding a scroll. Lin Qingwang accepted the scroll and cast a glance at its contents. Zhang Long continued. The son of the vice minister of the Imperial Horse Department, Dong Hen, recklessly rode his horse and fatally collided with the stableman, Luan. In a drunken rage, he subsequently had Lu An's father killed when he went to confront him. Lu An's wife passed away early, leaving behind only a 15-year-old daughter named Lu Ping, who was the one filing the complaint. Lin Qingwang pondered. This incident seems to have occurred about 10 days ago, does it not? The Imperial Horse Department, while seemingly ordinary, should not be underestimated. They are responsible for the management of war horses, which are crucial for military campaigns and recruitment. Thus, this institution is deeply intertwined with matters of war, making its personnel highly sought after by various factions. Zhang Long elaborated. This case has been passed around to the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice, with each party attempting to shirk responsibility. However, this morning, it has been submitted to the Heavenly Authority, as the Vice Minister of the Imperial Horse Department is backed by the third prince. The evidence is irrefutable, yet the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice have hesitated to close the case precisely because of the third prince's involvement, leaving all parties reluctant to reach a resolution. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, "How can I be entrusted with this case?" Lin Qinghuang fell into silence upon hearing this. Last night, Xie Weilou had been ambushed by the third prince's men. Should this case fall into his hands, he would undoubtedly pursue it with great fervor, thus retaliating against the third prince. However, such actions would irrevocably offend the third prince. Why was this case submitted to the Tianqi division today? Why did it arrive at the second palace? There was no need for speculation. This was the work of the first prince, providing Xie Weilou an opportunity to vent his fury. This case was meticulously prepared for him. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qinghuang and remarked, "Since this case has been handed over, it will undoubtedly be investigated. My handling of this matter will surpass your efforts." Lin Qinghuang found herself entangled in considerable trouble. Her undertaking of this case could be interpreted as a response to the assassination attempt on the third prince last night. However, if Lin Qinghuang were to oversee this case, it would only serve to further alienate another prince. Given that this case was orchestrated by the first prince, it would be prudent for him to seize the opportunity. "Are you certain? You must understand that my management of this case may not be as troublesome as you imagine." Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou reassured, "Rest assured, I have it under control." Lin Qinghuang, exuding confidence, handed the scroll to him. Since Xie Weilou had come here to enhance his reputation, he should seize the opportunity to accumulate merit. Who knows, he might indeed inherit the title of Marquis of the West in the future. She then turned to Zhang Long and instructed, "Zhang Long, assist Xie Weilou alongside Zhao Hu." Zhang Long promptly replied, "At your command." In the second palace, there were 10 officials, and he and Zhao Hu were among them, holding a rank superior to ordinary captains, each overseeing 10 subordinates. However, they would surely hesitate to handle such a case themselves. After all, this was Tianqi City, beneath the emperor's gaze, where influences intertwined. Offending even a single individual could lead to formidable consequences. If Xie Weilou were to take on this case, there would undoubtedly be no issues. After all, in terms of connections, Xie Weilou was not lacking compared to anyone else. Xie Weilou cast a glance at the scroll and addressed Zhang Long. "Summon Dong Hin and the daughter of Lu into the Tianqi office." "Very well," Zhang Long replied succinctly before promptly departing. 2/4 of an hour later, in the grand hall of the second palace, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood flanked by a group of officers. Kneeling before them were 3 individuals, a 15-year-old girl and 2 young men. The girl was clad in tattered garments, her feet shod in worn-out cloth shoes, her hands bearing frostbite, and her pallid visage was marked by a flicker of terror in her eyes. The 2 young men, however, wore expressions of indolence, their faces adorned with languid smiles, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. One of the men cast a sidelong glance at the girl and sneered, "Little one, just wait. After your little dance, I shall certainly sell you to a brothel." The girl shrank back, trembling with fear, for among the group that had assaulted her grandfather, 2 were present before her now. The officers and attendants darkened their expressions, their gazes toward the 2 young men sharpened with icy intent. To arrive at the Tianqi office and display such brazen arrogance was indeed audacious. In the foremost seat sat Xie Weilou, who slowly inquired, "Who is Dong Hin?" "Your Excellency, my young master is unwell and unable to attend. We are his guardians, here in his stead," one of the men replied with a courteous bow. "But Dong Xiao merely eliminated 2 wretched commoners. Is that truly such a grave matter?" He continued with a smile. "This case has been passed through the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice, yet remains unresolved, which speaks volumes of the Dong family's formidable influence. Even though we now find ourselves at the Tianqi office, it is likely merely a formality. One must remember, their patriarch is a vice minister of the court of imperial sacrifices, a figure whom even the third prince seeks to curry favor with. With such a background, who would dare to lay a finger on anyone from the Dong household? This situation is indeed intriguing. The accused fails to appear, while 2 guardians take his place. Xie Weilou's smile was cold and severe. The man chuckled, saying, as I mentioned earlier, my young master is unwell and unable to attend this gathering. We have come here for the same reason. If there are any matters to address, rest assured I will convey them to my young master. Another gentleman, with a faint smile, added, my master is the vice minister of the Ministry of Imperial Household Affairs, and all necessary arrangements have been made long ago. Esteemed officials need only to make a brief appearance. A mere formality? Xie Weilou regarded the situation with a knowing expression. He turned to Zhang Long and inquired, is the evidence conclusive? Zhang Long replied in a solemn tone, all forms of evidence have been meticulously prepared. Furthermore, Luan's father was brutally murdered, and these 2 individuals were also involved. Xie Weilou inquired, what is the prescribed punishment for intentional homicide according to the laws of the Great Xia? Death by beheading. Zhang Long candidly replied, excellent. Then let it be so. Since they have come as substitutes for Dong Hen and have committed an offense, they shall be executed as well. Xie Weilou's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with fierce intensity. As commanded, Zhang Long swiftly unsheathed the dagger at his waist. The chilling aura of the blade enveloping the 2 men. The duo, taken aback, exchanged startled glances. One of them hastily exclaimed, my lord, we are merely here on behalf of young Master Dong. We have committed no crime. The other quickly produced a pouch of silver. Offering it with urgency, this is a humble token of respect from young Master Dong to you esteemed gentlemen. If this matter could be resolved amicably, they would pocket this sum without hesitation, yet they had not anticipated that the officials of the Tiantian Bureau would draw their blades upon arrival. Xie Weilou observed the silver offered by the man and glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, inquiring, surely, there are no instances of bribery within the Tianquan division? Zhang Long, with a serious demeanor, replied, I cannot speak for the others, but there is certainly none in the second hall. Excellent, Xie declared. Bribery committed in open court warrants an even graver punishment, death. Xie Wei's voice was chillingly cold. With a swift motion, Zhang Long wasted no words and struck down with his blade. No. The man, witnessing the gleaming long knife descending toward his neck, revealed a look of sheer terror. In the next instant, blood gushed forth as his head severed from his body, leaving him lifeless. Don't. Another individual, startled, turned pale and wore an expression of panic, clearly unprepared for the brutal reality that as a mere lackey, he would face such slaughter in the court. With a thunderous swing, Zhang Long swiftly beheaded him before he could even comprehend the situation, blood splattering everywhere. The onlookers among the constables felt a sense of relief. 2 lackeys dared to act recklessly within the precinct of Tianquan, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Quite satisfactory. Xie Weilou nodded with a smile. His gaze fell upon the young girl, and he spoke softly, little one, you should return home and await news. I shall set forth to apprehend the culprits and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. A mist of emotion welled in the girl's eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, my lord, thank you. During this time, she had traversed numerous magistracies. Yet no one had come forth to champion her cause. Now, having arrived at the Tianquan Bureau, where 2 of her aggressors had met their demise, she felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Tianquan Bureau could indeed deliver her the justice she so desperately sought. Xie Weilou spoke. Let a few stay behind to tidy up this place, while the rest accompany me to the Dong residence to apprehend individuals. Are we capturing them directly? Zhao Hu inquired instinctively. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Zhao Hu, asserting, with irrefutable evidence, we shall proceed to arrest him directly. Shall we allow him to celebrate the new year unimpeded? Understood, Zhao Hu replied with a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Were they in a different position, they would certainly hesitate to apprehend someone directly. Otherwise, this summons would not merely involve 2 guards. However, as the heir of the Zhenxi Marquisate, Xie Weilou's status would easily overshadow that of a mere minor official from the Ministry of Rights. With Xie Weilou leading the charge, they felt emboldened to act without fear of any opposition. Stay close, he instructed. Xie Weilou strode towards the palace exit. Lin Xingwang happened to be standing outside the hall. She cast a calm glance at Xie Weilou and remarked, well done. The Tianquan division possesses the right to act first and report later. Those who commit evil should be executed without any hesitation. Understood. Xie Weilou waved his hand, picked up an oiled paper umbrella from the side, and proceeded forward. Before long, he arrived outside the Dong residence. Xie Weilou held an oiled paper umbrella as snowflakes cascaded down, flanked by several officers. Who are you? One of the guards at the entrance of Lord Dong's residence demanded. This is the estate of Lord Dong. No idle folk are permitted to approach. Depart immediately, lest we be compelled to act ungraciously. The two guards stood at the gate, their expressions sour as they scrutinized Xie Weilou and his companions, their words laced with reprimand. Such audacity! Zhang Long and the others raised their brows. As members of the Tianqi division, when had it become the prerogative of mere guards to issue reprimands? Or was it that the denizens of the Dong residence had grown so brazen as to disregard the Tianqi division entirely? Impertinent! Xie Weilou spoke softly. Suddenly, Zhang Long charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to each of the two guards. The guards were sent flying, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. As they clutched their faces in agony, roaring, "How dare you create a disturbance in the Dong residence?" Xie Weilou advanced expressionlessly, his foot landing upon one of the guard's fingers, and he remarked indifferently, feigning ignorance? Even the celestial authority remains oblivious? Ah! The guard emitted a piercing scream, yet retorted angrily, "And what of the celestial authority? To strike openly, where is the law? In this city of enlightenment, who is unaware of the celestial authority?" He was indeed aware, yet the young master had instructed that anyone who arrived should be driven away without exception. Over the years, bolstered by the third prince, the Dong residents had grown increasingly arrogant. Who would dare to offend them lightly? Bang! Xie Weilou forcefully kicked the guard away, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "Since you are aware of the Tianqi division, how dare you act so recklessly? You are truly ignorant of the consequences. Who is causing a disturbance at the Dong residence?" An irate voice resonated from within the estate, and soon a middle-aged man, adorned with a sword at his waist, emerged, accompanied by a dozen guards. "The Tianqi division is conducting an investigation. Bring Dong Hen forth at once." Xie Weilou spoke indifferently. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Xie Weilou and replied nonchalantly, "My young master is unwell and cannot endure the cold wind. Please come another day." Xie Weilou squinted his eyes and said, "Repeat that." "The Tianqi division is handling the case. Summon Dong Hen forth." The middle-aged man scoffed. "What? Is the Tianqi division so formidable? Do you dare to intrude upon the residence of the vice minister of the Ministry of Imperial Horse? Indeed, this is the residence of the vice minister of the Ministry of Imperial Horse, a place where your insolence is unwelcome. Should you dare to act recklessly? Do not blame us for being uncivil." The other guards immediately echoed his sentiments. Xie Weilou extended his hand and spoke with an air of indifference. "Proceed to apprehend them directly." Zhang Long and the others immediately stepped forward. "Let us see who dares." The middle-aged man swiftly drew his sword from his waist, and the guards surrounding him followed suit, instantly blocking the entrance. What audacity! Zhang Long and his companions' expressions turned cold, their eyes filled with murderous intent. It was one thing for royal relatives and high-ranking officials to confront the Tianqi division, but for a mere group of guards to unsheath their swords against it was tantamount to courting death. If these individuals were to survive, what respect could the Tianqi division command? Xie Weilou's smile was chillingly sinister, and with a frosty tone, he declared, "The Tianqi Bureau investigates cases, and those who obstruct shall face execution without mercy. Since they refuse to cooperate, let them be slain." Clang! In an instant, Zhang Long and his companions drew their blades. A fierce aura of bloodlust erupted forth. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, they charged at the guards with their weapons drawn. The Tianqi Bureau conducts investigations. Who dares to stand in their way? A group of guards, ignorant of the rules, deserve to perish. Ah! A series of piercing screams echoed. Those from the Tianqi Bureau, whose blades had tasted blood, were far superior to these guards. Moments later, all the guards lay lifeless on the ground, their blood staining the earth. The middle-aged man collapsed, a grotesque wound marring his body, though he was not yet dead. He gazed at Xie Weilou and the others with terror in his eyes, stammering, You abuse your power and kill indiscriminately." Xie Weilou picked up a long knife from the ground, gently caressing its blade. With an indifferent tone, he remarked, "What were you doing just now? Do you finally comprehend your fear?" Alas, it is too late. With a thunderous swing, he struck down, severing the middle-aged man's neck, and blood gushed forth. Ah! A maid happened to walk by the residence at that moment, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene before her, she let out a piercing scream. Xie Weilou entered, brandishing a blood-stained long knife. He cast a glance at the maid and coldly inquired, "Where is Dong Hen?" The maid, utterly terrified, instinctively pointed towards a pavilion. Xie Weilou, with a stoic expression, proceeded towards the loft, closely followed by Zhang Long and the others. Inside the loft, Dong Hen, clad in a flowing purple robe, reclined upon a bed, His eyes narrowed as he leisurely savored the nuts presented by a maid. Suddenly, the door to the loft was forcefully kicked open. Xie Weilou entered with Zhang Long and others. How audacious! Who is the impertinent wretch? Dong Hen instantaneously opened his eyes, his expression dark and foreboding. However, upon seeing Xie Weilou and his companions, his countenance transformed in an instant. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Dong Hen with indifference and commanded, "Seize him." The two constables immediately stepped forward, swiftly apprehending Dong Hen. In a state of panic, Dong Hen exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I am the son of the minor minister of the imperial household, backed by the third prince." Slap. Xie Weilou approached Dong Hen and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to his face. He sneered, "The third prince? If you possess such prowess, why not summon him?" After the altercation, he coldly commanded, "Take him to the Heavenly Authority Office for judgment." "No, I refuse to go to the Heavenly Authority Office." "I will not go," Dong Hen exclaimed in terror. Entering the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice all offered a chance for leniency. However, to be sent to the Heavenly Authority Office would mean, if not death, at least a severe punishment. "You have no say in the matter." Xie Weilou let out a cold smile, discarding the bloodstained long knife, and turned to the maid, saying, "Inform your master that when he comes to collect Dong Hen's remains, he should remember to bring along 1,000 taels of silver." "Let us go." Zhang Long waved his hand, and the officers promptly followed suit. "I did not wish to go to the Tianqi office." "Jutao, hurry and find my father," Dong Hen bellowed. Not long after, at the residence of the third prince. "Your Highness, Dong Xiaoqing requests an audience." A guard greeted Yin Wuqing. Yin Wuqing was savoring a fine wine, and he replied nonchalantly, "What is the matter?" The guard responded, "It pertains to the previous affair involving Dong Hen." Yin Wuqing frowned and said, "Did I not already make it clear? The Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice will not treat him harshly. It is merely a formality, is it not enough?" The guard hesitated, then said, "I have only just received word that this case has now been taken over by the Tianqi office, and Dong Hen has already been apprehended by Xie Weilou and taken there." Yin Wuqing's gaze sharpened. He said with a stern expression, "This must certainly be the work of Yin Junlin. I dispatched someone last night to assassinate Xie Weilou, and today he brings this case forward. It seems he intends to provide Xie Weilou an opportunity for venting his frustrations. What shall we do next?" Dong Xiaoqing is still outside. The guard inquired in a low voice. Yin Wuqing pondered for a moment, then spoke in a deep tone, "Since the man has been taken by Xie Weilou, that fiend will undoubtedly show me no mercy. Inform Dong Xiaoqing that I shall do my utmost, but he must prepare for the worst. Additionally, advise him to act with utmost caution and avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him. Since he is allied with the Xiaoqing of the Taipu Temple, he surely has some unsavory dealings with them. If they were to become disordered and expose certain matters, it would spell trouble." "Understood." The guard promptly departed. Yin Junlin. Yin Wuqing crushed the wine cup in his hand, his eyes icy cold. If Dong Hen were to truly perish, it would not pose a significant problem for him. After all, his collaborator was the Xiaoqing of the Taipu Temple. Yet it would still have some repercussions. At Yin Junlin's residence, the dancer reported, "Your Highness, Xie Weilou has already brought Dong Hen back to the Tianqi office." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yin Junlin's face. After all, Xie Weilou was startled last night. Today, I have provided him with an opportunity to vent, and he will surely be more satisfied. By demonstrating my sincerity, I can effectively win him over. The dancer smiled and said, "The Xiaoqing of the Taipu Temple has already allied with the third prince. This matter will undoubtedly request the third prince's intervention. Since Xie Weilou was attacked by the third prince's men last night, he will certainly show no leniency. Thus, the possibility of cooperation between Xie Weilou and the third prince is virtually non-existent." Indeed, Yin Junlin's smile was rich and captivating. The third prince sought to win over Xie Songshuan, and thus would no longer attempt to court Xie Weilou. However, it is better to be cautious than to overlook any possibility at this moment. It is of utmost importance to ensure that Xie Weilou establishes a clear boundary with the third prince. The dancer pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Should we deliberate on this matter? Perhaps we could find a way to seize some leverage over the third prince?" Yin Junlin replied, "Let us observe for now." "Understood." The dancer nodded gently. Half an hour later, at the Tianqi division, in the second palace, Xie Weilou was savoring fragrant tea in a state of bliss. Lin Qinghuang held a scroll in her hands, and as she slowly spoke, she inquired, "The person has been captured. What do you intend to do next? Naturally, we shall eliminate them. We cannot afford to squander a meal, came the reply. Xie Weilou spoke nonchalantly. Lin Qinghuang closed the scroll and, with a calm expression, remarked, "Then let it be done. It is merely the execution of a serious offender. It is nothing of great consequence. Within the Tianquan division, the daily demise of such criminals is beyond count. The evidence in this case is irrefutable. Dong Hen is already condemned to death, requiring no retrial, and execution can proceed directly. Those who enter Tianquan are bound to face dire consequences, and in comparison, Xie Weilou's 3 years here have been relatively favorable." Reporting to Commander Lin, someone just visited Dong Hen. Zhao Hu entered briskly to inform. Lin Qiguang inquired, "Oh, who was it?" Zhao Hu replied, "A certain official from the first hall." "I see," Lin Qinghuang responded, not overly concerned. Zhao Hu then turned to Xie Weilou and added, "Lu Ping is currently also in the Tianquan division." Xie Weilou set down his teacup and declared, "Let us resolve this matter." With that, he strode towards the palace exit. Inside the prison, Dong Hen sat leisurely on a straw mat, crossing his legs and chewing on a blade of grass, his eyes squinted in contentment. Compared to his earlier terror, he now exuded an air of calm. Just moments ago, an officer from the Heavenly Authority had visited him, assuring him that there was no need for haste, as influential figures above were already considering a solution. Supported by the third prince, Dong Hen felt secure in his position within the Heavenly Authority, confident he could leave unscathed. A smug smile played upon his lips. "Dong Hen, rise." At that moment, Zhang Long approached, accompanied by several officers. Dong Hen opened his eyes and stood up, stretching lazily before offering Zhang Long a self-satisfied grin. "Are you planning to release me? I recall your visit to my residence. I shall surely repay your kindness in due time." "Huh," Zhang Long responded, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Was Dong Hen attempting to issue a threat? The audacity of a man on the brink of death to threaten him was nothing short of absurd. Xie Weilou approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Dong Hen. Dong Hen, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Xie Weilou and sneered. "You were quite arrogant before. Tell me your name, and I shall repay you in due course." Zhang Long and the others exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Did Dong Hen not recognize Xie Weilou? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Despite being a libertine, Xie Weilou was nonetheless a young master. And how could an ordinary person penetrate his circle? As the son of a minor official from the Taipu Temple, Dong Hen was certainly not entitled to mingle within Xie Weilou's domain. Repay me? How intriguing. Xie Weilou smiled coldly as he extended his hand. Zhang Long promptly stepped forward to unlock the prison door. Dong Hen emerged with a triumphant expression, pointing at Xie Weilou and declaring, "Since it was you who apprehended me, you shall personally escort me out." Bang! Xie Weilou stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Dong Hen's abdomen, sending him hurtling 3 meters away. "Ah!" Dong Hen clutched his stomach, emitting a pained cry, and glared at Xie Weilou, exclaiming, "You are doomed. How dare you lay your hands on me?" Xie Weilou remarked indifferently, "Take him directly to the square." Having uttered these words, he turned and departed. 2 officers promptly advanced and restrained Dong Hen. "You are doomed. I, Dong Hen, am backed by the third prince. If you dare to touch me, you are declaring war against him." Dong Hen shouted furiously. Smack! Zhang Long delivered a resounding slap, knocking several of Dong Hen's teeth loose. "What a fool. That is Xie Weilou, the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi. In his presence, you amount to nothing." Zhang Long scoffed. Upon hearing the name Xie Weilou, Dong Hen's body trembled, clearly overwhelmed. While he may be a wastrel, with blood on his hands, he realized he was insignificant before the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi. "Take him away," Zhang Long sneered before turning to leave. In the square, Dong Hen knelt upon the ground, his expression one of utter terror. Was this not meant to escort him out? How had he found himself on the scaffold? At that moment, Zhang Long stood beside him, expressionless, wielding a long blade. Below the platform, numerous officers gathered, their faces stern, devoid of any emotion. Countless lives had been extinguished in this square, and they had long grown accustomed to such sights. Among the crowd was Lu Ping, who, upon witnessing Dong Hen's capture, felt tears welling in her eyes. She murmured, "Father, grandfather, the villains have been apprehended. Do you see this?" Xie Weilou sat calmly in his chair and remarked. Dong Hen galloped through Tianqi City, colliding with and killing Luan. Subsequently, he conspired with his guards to slay Luan's father, who had come seeking justice. The evidence is irrefutable. According to the laws of the great Xia, his crimes warrant execution. Xie Weilou, you cannot kill me. My Dong family has ties with the third prince. Dong Hen stammered in terror. Execute him, came the decree. Xie Weilou spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Do not. Dong Hen's body trembled, instantly paralyzed by fear. With a swift motion, Zhang Long's blade fell, transforming Dong Hen into a headless corpse in an instant. My son. At that moment, a piercing and sorrowful voice rang out. A man in official attire, in his 50s, hurried over. Upon witnessing the moment Dong Hen's head was severed, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his expression filled with profound grief. The newcomer was none other than Dong Yao, the vice minister of the court of imperial entertainments. Quickly, help Lord Dong up. Xie Weilou spoke. A constable stepped forward to assist Dong Yao in rising. Xie Weilou approached Dong Yao and sighed, Master Dong, you have arrived too late. Dong Yao, with a pained expression, gazed at Xie Weilou and replied, Young Master Xie, why must you execute so hastily? Why not wait a little longer? Xie Weilou gently patted Dong Yao's shoulder, his face filled with regret as he said, Master Dong, it is not my desire to execute the sentence so hastily, but rather a directive from above. Above. Dong Yao's expression froze in shock. Xie Weilou spoke softly. The fact that this case has reached the Tianqi Department is undoubtedly the work of the Grand Prince. The supreme leader of the Tianqi Department is also aligned with the Grand Prince. I am merely a nominal heir, lacking any real authority. Do you truly believe I can influence this matter? I am merely here to fulfill a formality. Did I not instruct the maid from the Dong residence to inform you to bring 1,000 taels of silver? Dong Yao was tightly clutching a banknote of 1,000 taels. Xie Weilou retrieved the banknote from Dong Yao's grasp, shaking his head. Originally, this banknote could have afforded the brothers of the Tianqi division a few drinks, and naturally, the matter concerning Dong Hen could have been postponed. However, with the Supreme Commander issuing a direct order for execution, what recourse do I have? I have already granted you time, yet why have you delayed for half an hour? Dong Yao's countenance was as pale as death. Why had he arrived half an hour late? It was because he had been seeking connections to save Dong Hen. Xie Weilou spoke softly, Lord Dong, please accept my condolences. You have clearly offended someone. The vortex of power, the moment you set foot into it, inevitably leads to irreparable consequences. You should have foreseen this. Alas, I too must return to report. A prince without real power ultimately possesses no voice. Having said this, he turned and walked towards Lu Ping. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Lu Ping, leading her away from the square along a broad avenue. Xie Weilou pressed the banknote into Lu Ping's hands, saying, Dong Hen has passed away. This is the compensation from the Dong family. Although it is not substantial, it is sufficient for your livelihood. Lu Ping, deeply moved, instinctively knelt down, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. Xie Weilou gently supported Lu Ping and whispered, Live well, the road ahead is still long. Tears streamed down Lu Ping's face as she hastily retrieved a rolled-up book from her sleeve and handed it to Xie Weilou. Sir, this is a compilation my father prepared, which he secretly concealed. It seems to pertain to something significant. I feel that his death, caused by being struck by Dong Hen while riding, may be connected to this object. I now entrust it to you. Xie Weilou took the book and nodded softly. I understand. You may return now. If there are any matters in the future, simply seek out Commander Lin of the Second Hall of Tianqi. Lu Ping performed a courteous bow and then turned to depart. Xie Weilou glanced at the book in his hands, and a peculiar expression emerged in his eyes. It was a ledger meticulously maintained by Luan, which also contained some personal accounts. Luan was a stableman in the Imperial Horse Department, well acquainted with the war horses under his care. He had noticed that several of the steeds he tended to inexplicably vanished, yet the ledger bore no record of their disappearance, instead documenting full payments. This was evidently suspicious. Someone was falsifying accounts, while others were discreetly relocating the horses. Upon careful observation, he discovered that the missing horses had all been taken away by Dong Yao under various pretexts, yet they were never returned. Occasionally, the minister of the Imperial Horse Department would bring officials for inspections, and Dong Yao would substitute inferior horses to deceive them. How could the minister, responsible for the war horses, be oblivious to the presence of substandard steeds? How could he remain unaware of the discrepancies in the ledger? Yet, he chose to turn a blind eye, as he too was complicit in this scheme, profiting alongside Dong Yao. It seems Luan's demise was intrinsically linked to this affair. Xie Weilou tucked away the ledger with a soft sigh. How might this ledger be utilized to yield the utmost efficacy? If the heavenly authority were to investigate on their own, it might inadvertently lead to a quagmire, particularly since the matter involves the third prince. It is likely that the inquiry would be halted midway, as the royal family requires a semblance of dignity. Eureka! A sinister glimmer flickered in Xie Weilou's eyes. This ledger was most appropriate to present to Yan Junlin at this moment. In due course, he could manipulate the situation to intensify the rivalry among the princes. With this thought in mind, Xie Weilou gracefully departed from the Heavenly Authority office, making his way directly to the residence of the Crown Prince. Within the opulent abode, Yan Junlin was savoring a cup of tea. "Your Highness, Xie Weilou requests an audience," reported a respectful guard. Upon hearing this, Yan Junlin immediately set down his teacup and strode towards the entrance. The moment he beheld Xie Weilou, a warm expression illuminated his face as he eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Xie, do come in, do come in." Xie Weilou laughed heartily and said, "Today, while addressing the case of Dong Hen, he, fearing for his life, discreetly handed me an account book. This item pertains to the third prince, and I thought you would find it intriguing, so I hurried over." Upon hearing this, Yan Junlin's pupils contracted, and he quickly replied, "Brother Xie, lower your voice. Walls have ears. Let us converse inside the building." "Oh, what a trivial matter this is." Xie Weilou directly retrieved the ledger and handed it to Yan Junlin, stating, "This ledger is now in your possession. Last night, the third prince dispatched assassins to target me, which is utterly contemptible. When the time comes, take this ledger and deal with him decisively." Yan Junlin accepted the ledger and promptly opened it for inspection. After a brief glance, his expression grew exceedingly grave. "Brother Xie, I must sincerely thank you for today's matter." Xie Weilou smiled and said, "The account book has been handed to you. I must take my leave now. I am simply this way. Regardless of how others may treat me, my heart remains clear." Yan Junlin, visibly moved, quickly replied, "This prince shall certainly not betray Brother Xie's trust. Then I shall take my leave. I have other matters to attend to." Xie Weilou waved his hand and departed with a smile. At the moment he turned, there was a hint of intrigue in his expression. Yan Junlin's assertion that walls have ears was indeed no exaggeration. The information he had provided to Yan Junlin regarding the ledger would soon reach the ears of the third prince. If Yan Junlin possessed any acumen, he would certainly refrain from immediately surrendering the ledger, opting instead to negotiate some form of beneficial exchange with the third prince. After all, as princes, how many could truly claim to be untainted? Should he retain possession of this ledger, then tonight, Xie Weilou would bestow upon him a modest gift. Before long, at the residence of Yan Wuchan, a guard hastily reported, "Your Highness, a grave situation has arisen. That scoundrel Dong Hen appears to have supplied Xie Weilou with a ledger, which he has now delivered to Yan Junlin. It likely contains information pertinent to the Ministry of Rights." What? Upon hearing the news, Yan Wuchan's complexion changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of the significance of such a ledger. "What shall we do next?" the guard inquired urgently. Yan Wuchan regarded the guard and asked, "What of the messenger?" "There are no issues," the guard replied. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuchan let out a sigh of relief. If Yan Junlin intended to suppress the information, the messenger would not have had the opportunity to relay it. However, the fact that the message had arrived indicated one thing. Yan Junlin wanted me to be aware of this matter, believing I would tread carefully, which meant he sought to negotiate. "What shall we do then?" the guard asked, puzzled. Yan Wuchan smirked coldly. "Since Yan Junlin wishes to negotiate, it is likely he seeks to carve out some of the benefits for himself, and he will not easily relinquish the ledger. This, in turn, affords me an opportunity." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Let us prepare for dual strategies. First, send someone to seize the ledger. If we succeed, many complications will be avoided. If we fail, then I shall engage him in negotiation." "Ah, I see. Your Highness is most insightful," the guard quickly flattered. "Ha." Yan Wuchan chuckled with amusement. As a prince, who among them did not possess some leverage over their adversaries, the real challenge lay in how to leverage this advantage to secure the greatest benefit. He had already surmised Yan Junlin's intentions, which presented him with an opportunity. That night, amidst the fierce wind and snow, the conditions were ripe for treachery. A masked figure clad in black traversed a snow-laden alley, his hands encased in metallic gauntlets adorned with sharp spikes. This enigmatic figure was one of Yan Wuchan's operatives, a formidable warrior at the late stage of the expansion realm. Stealing the ledger from Yan Junlin would undoubtedly be no simple feat. Dispatching a strong adversary from the late stage of the expansion realm might just offer a glimmer of hope. The figure cloaked in black appeared to sense something, promptly halting his steps and gazing ahead. In the depths of the alleyway before him, another figure clad in black emerged, similarly masked and wielding a sword, seemingly awaiting his arrival. This individual was none other than Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou cast a calm glance at the figure clad in black across from him and remarked, "I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The figure in black uttered no further words. With a clenched fist, his aura erupted with intensity. And in an instant, he surged towards Xie Weilou, delivering a devastating punch. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xie Weilou's eyes at the very moment the black-clad man's fist was about to descend. With a swift sound, it cut through the air. The burial flower sword in Xie Weilou's hand was suddenly unsheathed, unleashing a chilling surge of sword energy that swiftly sliced across the neck of the cloaked figure. The black-clad man's expression froze momentarily, and in an instant, his head was severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. With a single stroke, he was vanquished. Xie Weilou sheathed the morning flower sword and removed the gauntlets of the cloaked figure, donning them upon his own hands. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards the ground. Boom! The lifeless body of the cloaked man instantaneously dissolved into a mist of blood. Having accomplished this, Xie Weilou took flight, departing swiftly. Not long after, at the residence of Yin Junlin, a figure cloaked in black stealthily ascended to the loft, searching for something. This intruder was none other than Xie Weilou. Just then, Yin Junlin, accompanied by a cadre of guards, burst into the room. Fixing his icy gaze upon Xie Weilou, he spoke with a tone laced with menace. "What audacity! To steal within the very halls of a prince, unaware of your impending doom." Initially, he had anticipated that Yin Wucheng would seek him out, but instead of his adversary, he found a thief. In that moment, Yin Junlin realized that Yin Wucheng was not inclined to negotiate amicably. Rather, he sought to usurp the power that lay within Yin Junlin's grasp. "Seize him," Yin Junlin commanded with a chilling smile, gesturing grandly as his guards surged towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou unleashed a powerful punch, his gloves emanating a crimson glow, their sharpness unparalleled, as the imprints of his fist surged forth. "Ah!" The guards let out a collective wail, all sent hurtling through the air. In the late stage of the expansion realm, Yin Junlin's expression darkened as he immediately charged towards Xie Weilou, delivering a punch of his own. Xie Weilou, undeterred, unleashed another punch. The fists of the two collided instantaneously, releasing a formidable wave of pressure that obliterated the loft in an instant. With a cough, Yin Junlin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body propelled out of the shattered loft. Xie Weilou's gaze was fierce and menacing as he charged towards Yin Junlin, delivering another powerful punch directly to Yin Junlin's chest. With a resounding thud, the blow sent Yin Junlin's body crashing to the ground, causing him to spout another mouthful of blood. Xie Weilou, filled with a murderous intent, was about to strike again. Yin Junlin, rising from the ground, retrieved a shattered heart-protecting mirror from his chest. With a chilling gaze fixed upon Xie Weilou, he bellowed, "Someone eliminate him." Though the force of the previous blow had been deflected by the mirror, he had still sustained significant injuries. His vital energy surged chaotically within him, and his internal organs were damaged. Suddenly, a formidable aura enveloped the courtyard as an elder materialized atop a pavilion, emanating an extraordinarily fearsome presence, revealing himself to be a practitioner at the initial stage of the Daozong realm. Upon witnessing the scene, Xie Weilou turned and departed, for he was merely the victim of a frame-up and had no reason to linger. The elder struck with a powerful palm, obliterating a distant pavilion into mere dust. Yet his blow failed to strike Xie Weilou. Can he escape? The elder's tone was icy, and he prepared to pursue. "Wait," Yin Junlin interjected promptly. The elder halted. With a composed demeanor, Yin Junlin remarked, "The gauntlets this man wields appear familiar. He is one of Yin Wuchuan's subordinates. Had it not been for the protective mirror, I would undoubtedly have met my demise. I will seek retribution later. You must immediately visit Yin Wuchuan's estate and show him the consequences of his actions. I must now proceed to the palace to pay my respects." Initially, he had intended to negotiate with Yin Wuchuan regarding the ledger he possessed, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Yin Wuchuan had sent someone to steal the ledger and attempted to take his life, clearly indicating a reluctance to engage in dialogue. Therefore, there was no need to afford Yin Wuchuan any opportunity. He would simply submit the ledger. This ledger might not strip Yin Wuchuan of his power, but it would certainly compel him to relinquish what he had wrongfully consumed at the Taibu Temple. Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated no longer and swiftly departed. Within the city, atop a concealed pavilion, Xie Weilou removed his black robe, and stowed away his gauntlets. A playful expression gracing his features as he remarked, Yin Junlin has indeed dispatched a Taoist master to confront Yin Wuchen, and it is likely that Yin Wuchen's residence is also fortified by a Taoist master. The impending confrontation between the two presents me with the perfect opportunity to strike at Yin Wuchen. Tonight's events will undoubtedly escalate the conflict between Yin Junlin and Yin Wuchen to its zenith, perhaps even drawing out all the onlookers, allowing the princes to continue their mutual suspicions. To act as the puppet master, one could hardly ask for a more fortuitous scenario. Such a frame-up is bound to contain flaws, yet it is precisely these flaws that afford room for imagination. The princes, plagued by excessive suspicion, will certainly concoct myriad theories, and their long-standing grievances towards one another will only exacerbate the situation. Even if discrepancies are uncovered, they will inevitably turn on one another. Sometimes, one does not require concrete evidence to act. A mere pretext suffices. Why should it be that only Yin Junlin is unscathed while Yin Wuchen suffers? Such an imbalance is simply untenable. After all, we are brothers. We must share in each other's trials and tribulations. Xie Weilou donned a gray robe and retrieved a bronze mask, which he adorned upon his visage. An aura of terror emanated from him. Piercing into the initial realm of Daozong, he produced 2 demon cores, delicately toying with them before extracting a portion of their power. Before long, a fierce battle erupted at Yin Wuchen's residence. An elder and a middle-aged man, both formidable practitioners in the initial realm of Daozong, clashed, shattering numerous pavilions as they ascended into the void, their might overwhelming. A group of guards encircled Yin Wuchen within the courtyard. His expression darkened, taken aback by the unexpected assassination attempt. At that moment, a figure in gray robes appeared, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a devastating strike towards Yin Wuchen. Protect His Highness. The guards, their faces grim, shielded Yin Wuchen, while several others charged towards the gray-robed figure. Boom. With a resounding crash, Xie Weilou's fist descended, unleashing a devastating imprint that obliterated the guards before they could even approach, reducing them to mere ashes. Is this the realm of Taoist concealment? Curse it. Yin Wuchen's expression turned exceedingly grim. Xie Weilou struck once more, his sleeves sweeping through the air, causing all the remaining guards beside Yin Wuchen to transform into a mist of crimson. He clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating blow towards Yin Wuchen. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Wuchen let forth his full aura, immediately countering with a punch that revealed his mid-stage Taquan cultivation. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a resounding impact. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Yin Wuchen's hand bone shattered, and his body was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Xie Weilou stepped forward, suddenly appearing before Yin Wuchen. With a swift motion, he struck out his palm. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Yin Wuchen's face swelled, teeth scattering, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. A resounding crack followed. Xie Weilou surged forward, seizing Yin Wuchen's arm with fervor, twisting it with force until a sickening crack echoed in the air. Yin Wuchen's arm was broken. Ah! He let out a piercing cry of agony. Yet, his reflexes were astonishingly swift. With his other hand, he formed a fist and struck violently towards Xie Weilou's head. Xie Weilou reacted with remarkable swiftness, lifting his knee and delivering a sudden blow to Yin Wuchen's chest. Bang! Yin Wuchen's chest caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Xie Weilou released his grip and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, Yin Wuchen was propelled backward, colliding violently with an artificial mountain, shattering it into pieces, and leaving an unknown number of his bones broken. Xie Weilou's gaze was fierce, ready to strike again. Presumptuous. At that moment, a flying sword descended from the heavens, abruptly slicing towards Xie Weilou. The middle-aged man, who had been engaged in combat with the elder, seized the opportunity to intervene. Boom! The long sword cleaved downward, instantly carving a 100-meter fissure into the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Xie Weilou struck the long sword with a resounding slap. Bang! The sword was sent flying. The middle-aged man deftly manipulated the sword technique, and the long sword once again slashed towards Xie Weilou, its formidable sword aura engulfing him. Xie Weilou's figure flickered and retreated 100 meters. He cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man in the void, lingering for no longer than necessary before soaring away. Your Highness. A group of guards rushed out, and upon seeing Yin Wuchen sprawled among the rubble, their expressions turned to shock as they hurried to assist him. Yin Wuchen was lifted, one arm hanging limply, his chest sunken, hair disheveled, face swollen, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a truly disheveled appearance. In the void, two figures of Taoist cultivation clashed for a brief moment. The elder, with a fierce gaze, moved his fingers, sending a flying dagger slicing down. Boom. The guards beside Yin Wuchen were instantly obliterated, leaving only him standing on the ground. The elder formed a seal with his hands, the dagger reappearing before him, and coldly stated, "There are certain matters that cannot be done. I have come to provide a warning to the third prince." With that, he vanished into the void. "Your Highness." The middle-aged man descended swiftly, and upon witnessing Yin Wuchen's injuries, his face changed dramatically. Yin Wuchen immediately produced a vial of elixir and consumed it. Wiping the blood from his lips, his expression filled with fury as he demanded, "Did you discern the techniques employed by those two just now?" The middle-aged man extended his hand, drawing forth a strand of demonic energy from Yin Wuchen's body. He solemnly remarked, "That elder of Taoist cultivation appears to be affiliated with the first prince. As for the subsequent individual, I cannot discern his origins. But he exudes a potent demonic aura. He must be one of their kind." Very well, very well." Yin Wuchen's face was a mask of rage, and he began to piece together the identity of the one who had intervened. "So this is how it is it? Excellent. Since they wish to see him dead, he shall no longer hold back from this day forth." 7 Nights of Snow. Xie Weilou reclined by the window on the second floor, savoring fine wine while listening to melodious tunes, his smile radiating warmth. The treacherous assassination that transpired tonight would undoubtedly leave the princes in a state of disquiet. The competition among the princes had previously been a gradual affair. They would refrain from resorting to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. However, with the events of this evening, the dynamics have irrevocably shifted. Those who had been deliberately concealing their true capabilities and pretending to be unsuspecting will find it increasingly difficult to maintain their charade. For when assassination looms, how can one continue to feign innocence? The sixth prince, Yin Wugo, will inevitably crush you in due time. Xie Weilou gently grasped the wine glass, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. This evening's events would surely allow him to draw Yin Wugo out, to observe the unfolding drama from a safe distance. Would he feign innocence while ensnaring his adversaries? If he did not bring about your demise, it would be a defeat for me, Xie Weilou. First, let the several princes contend with one another and see if they can eliminate each other. Should they fail, I shall intervene personally. Before long. Xie Weilou set down his wine cup and departed from Qiyeshui. However, at this moment, the city of Tianqi was in an uproar. The assassination attempt on 2 princes was no trivial matter. The Tianwan division and the Imperial Guard were both in motion, striving to uncover the culprit. Yet, it was evident that they would never succeed in their pursuit of the assassin. Xie Weilou, reeking of alcohol, ambled down the street with his head bowed. His hands tucked within the sleeves of his garment, his steps unsteady as he moved forward. A group of constables approached briskly, led by Lin Qingwang. When Xie Weilou beheld Lin Qingwang, a radiant smile graced his face. "Qingwang, come home with me," he urged. "To your abode." Lin Qingwang cast a frosty glance at Xie Weilou and retorted coldly, "The moment you depart from the Tianquan division, you indulge in the pleasures of the flesh. Do you not fear perishing in a woman's embrace?" A chorus of chuckles erupted from those of the Tianquan division at her words. So what if the heir enjoyed such indulgences? What of it? Is it not the nature of man to revel in such delights? Xie Weilou's expression darkened. "Nonsense. Am I so incapable?" He inquired further. "You all appear quite hurried. Is there some urgent matter at hand?" "I happen to be free and can partake." "You've had too much to drink. Return home and rest," Lin Qingwang remarked coolly. "The winter hunting festival is to be held in 2 days, and we must depart for Snow Wolf Valley tomorrow. Do not arrive too late." With that, she waved her hand and departed with the group of hunters. Xie Weilou observed Lin Qingwang's silhouette and called out loudly, "Qingwang, may I come to your house tonight?" "Get lost." Lin Qingwang's frigid voice echoed back. "Understood. Time to retreat." Xie Weilou proclaimed loudly. Lin Qingwang quickened her pace, choosing to disregard this fellow. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang's silhouette, a silent smile gracing his lips, before lowering his head and departing. Half an hour later, Xie Weilou arrived outside the residence of the Marquis of Zhenxi. At this moment, numerous guards patrolled the area, while several soldiers vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Has Xie Zongxuan succumbed to fear? Xie Weilou smiled with a hint of intrigue. The news of his close association with Yan Junlin had already spread, and how could Xie Zongxuan not be wary? With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently towards the entrance of the residence. The guards at the door, upon seeing him, neither saluted nor obstructed his passage. Within the courtyard, A young man clad in a black robe was wielding a long sword. The sword's aura was fierce, and snowflakes danced in the air. Xie Weilou gazed at the man in the black robe, who was none other than Xie Zongxuan's eldest son, Xie Wushang. Xie Wushang, possessing extraordinary talent, became a disciple of a sword cultivator from Tianqi City. 3 years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Xianwang realm, and now he has entered the mid-stage of the shackled realm. However, he remains unremarkable, easily crushable with a mere flick. Whoosh! Xie Wushang sensed the arrival of Xie Weilou, and a chilling intent to kill flickered in his eyes as he swung his sword towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou seemed to be caught off guard. As the long sword approached him by merely a hair's breadth, it abruptly came to a standstill. Xie Wushang retracted his long sword, casting a frigid gaze upon Xie Weilou as he spoke. "You have harmed my brother and dishonored my parents. These grievances will inevitably be repaid in due time." Xie Weilou, with a broad smile, immediately applauded and exclaimed, "Well said. It resembles a clown performing in a grand theatrical production." Snap! Xie Wushang clenched his fists. The sound of cracking bones echoing, his aura of malevolence palpable. However, he dared not strike against Xie Weilou in this place. After all, Xie Weilou was the heir of the Zhenxi Marquisate. Should he take the life of Xie Weilou here, it was likely he would meet his own demise by dawn. And Xie Zongxuan would also bear a heavy toll. Xie Weilou's expression was laced with sarcasm as he made his way towards his own loft. The winter hunt was set to take place in the Snow Wolf Valley. If that fool Xie Wushang was oblivious to the dangers, he would meet his end there. That accursed being, the title of heir apparent will eventually be mine. Xie Wushang's murderous intent surged within him. His desire to eliminate Xie Weilou was not solely driven by a thirst for vengeance towards his parents and Xie Wujing. Rather, it stemmed from his ambition to become the heir of the Duke of Zhenxi. The position of the Duke's heir was a coveted one, a gateway to future power. Such greed ran rampant in the family. Despite its insatiable nature, it could either lead to their downfall or demise. At the residence of Yin Junlin, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" The elder, a master of the Taoist realm, inquired as Yin Junlin returned from the palace. Taking a deep breath, Yin Junlin revealed a smile. "Although I faced an assassination attempt tonight, fortunately, this prince emerged relatively unscathed. I have already submitted the account book to my father, upon discovering the discrepancies." He was exceedingly furious. Subsequently, the Ministry of Imperial Transport underwent a thorough investigation, resulting in the dismissal of the minister and his deputy. I have recommended an individual to recover the lost warhorses, and that person is soon to assume the minister's position. As for Yan Wuchen, further repercussions await him, and he shall not fare well. The assassination attempt left him displeased, yet a visit to the imperial palace had alleviated some of his vexation. The new minister of imperial transport was aligned with him, promising a continuous stream of benefits, indeed, a remarkable gain. The elder continued, regarding Yin Wuchen. Yin Junlin smiled lightly. "I am already aware of the situation. You have done well. Yin Wuchen dared to instigate an attack against me, and he must now face the consequences." Shaking his head, the elder replied, "There is something amiss. The true assailant who injured Yin Wuchen was not me, but rather another master of the Taoist realm." "Another master of the Taoist realm?" Yin Junlin's brow furrowed in intrigue. While in the palace, he had only heard of Yin Wuchen's assassination and severe injuries, initially believing it to be the work of his own faction. The elder pondered. "That Taoist master is shrouded in mystery. I cannot discern his true nature, yet I sense a malevolent aura surrounding him." A glint of insight flashed in Yin Junlin's eyes. According to his intelligence, the sixth brother seemed to possess a peculiar fascination with demonic entities. The elder spoke gravely. The individual who struck was exceedingly ruthless, intent on eliminating Yin Wuchen. Had it not been for the protection of another Taoist master, Yin Wuchen would surely have perished tonight. Whether or not that individual is a demon, he may very well be a practitioner of dark arts. Yin Junlin narrowed his eyes. "After I commanded you to act, coincidentally, another Taoist master sought Yin Wuchen's life as well. If Yin Wuchen were to truly perish, what do you suppose would transpire?" Watching from the sidelines and stirring the waters, what a cunning strategy. One might not fear being drowned in the process. This blame, of course, would fall squarely upon your highness. The elder spoke plainly. When he initiated the assassination, he had made no effort to conceal his identity, intending to instill fear in Yin Wuchen. The Taoist master residing within Yin Wuchen's estate would undoubtedly recognize him as a confidant of Yin Junlin. Consequently, outsiders would likely draw connections to Yin Junlin regarding tonight's events. If Yin Wuchen were truly to be slain, then Yin Junlin would inevitably bear the ignominy of fratricide. With an air of composure, Yin Junlin remarked, "It was I who was first attacked. Regardless of what others may say, I am in the right. As for those who exacerbate the situation, they shall not be allowed to live in comfort." The elder responded, "The Winter Hunt Conference presents an opportunity." Yin Junlin nodded lightly. "Indeed, it is a splendid opportunity. There will undoubtedly be disturbances. In that case, I shall act amid the chaos, imparting a lesson to a certain individual. Yin Wuchen is not a fool. Since he has survived, he will surely discern certain truths from tonight's events." "Understood." The elder clasped his fist in acknowledgement. "Has the princess come by?" Yin Junlin seemed to recall something. After his assassination attempt, Yin Ryu would likely come to investigate. The elder shook his head. "She has not arrived." Yin Junlin stated, "It appears she is displeased with my efforts to ally with Xie Weilou." "Perhaps so. Very well. This matter need not be attended to for now." Yin Junlin proceeded toward a pavilion, as he had sustained some injuries and required rest. In the sixth prince's residence, within the pavilion, Yin Wugo was playing the guqin. Gradually, he inquired, "Are you aware that a demon of the Dao concealment realm attempted to assassinate Yin Wuchen tonight?" A mist materialized within the chamber, revealing a beauty clad in a flowing white gown, elegantly seated with her legs crossed, gently caressing her hair and giggling if he were to die. "Would that not be more advantageous for you?" Yin Wugo ceased his playing and turned to the lady in white. "Thus, do you know this demon?" The beauty smiled alluringly. Shaking her head, "You must understand, within Tianqi City, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some demon clans are deeply concealed, and even I find it challenging to trace their whereabouts. Since you can collaborate with me, others can certainly form alliances with the remaining demons." After hearing this, Yin Wugo raised an eyebrow. "From what you say, I cannot shake the feeling that this situation has grown more intricate. Indeed, it is somewhat complicated, but it is your affair, not mine." After speaking, the beauty yawned and vanished from the pavilion. Yin Wugo gently rubbed his brow, muttering to himself, "Who has set this trap for me?" Although he had concealed his dealings with the demons quite thoroughly, his siblings were no fools and would undoubtedly detect various clues. The previous destruction of the Qingyuan Daoist temple had already revealed much. It could be surmised that among his siblings, some were already aware of his collaboration with the demons. The assassination attempt on Yin Wuchen tonight was clearly intended to drag him down, and it was highly likely that the perpetrator had formed an alliance with other demon clans. It seemed quite natural for the other party, having collaborated with the remaining demons, to be aware of his dealings as well. What a predicament! Yin Wugo rose, gazing out the window, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The next day, Xie Weilou awoke from a deep slumber to the midday sun, the weather today delightful. With no further snowfall, the sun shone brilliantly, casting golden rays that dazzled the eye. Rising from his rest, he engaged in a brief morning routine before stepping out of his loft. To his surprise, a gathering had formed at the residence of the Marquis, as the location for the winter hunting festival was to be held at Snow Wolf Valley, a considerable distance away, necessitating an early departure. Leading the contingent from the Marquis of Zhenxi was none other than Xie Wushang. When Xie Wushang beheld Xie Weilou, a chilling malice flickered in the depths of his eyes. According to the long-standing customs of the Winter Hunt Festival, the privileged youth of Tianqi City were required to participate, with the aim of honing the skills of the younger generation. Xie Weilou, as the heir of the Zhenxi Ho residence, despite being deemed ineffectual, could not decline this matter. Once the other party arrived at the Snow Wolf Valley, he would have numerous opportunities to eliminate them. Xie Weilou discerned the sardonic glint in Xie Wushang's gaze. The Snow Wolf Valley was indeed a prime locale for murder. Those who were oblivious to their impending doom deserved to be fulfilled in their fate. "Let us depart." Xie Wushang waved his hand, leading the team away. Fu Bo stepped forward and addressed Xie Weilou. "Young master, shall I accompany you on your journey to Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilou smiled lightly, saying, "No need. I am well aware of this matter. You may remain at the Marquis's residence." With that, he strode out. Not long after departing from the Marquis's house, Xie Weilou encountered Lin Qinhuang. Lin Qinhuang gazed at Xie Weilou and, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "Are you not joining the procession of the Marquis of Zhenxi to Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilou shrugged and inquired, "Dare I accompany you? What if I were to meet my demise along the way?" Lin Qinhuang replied with a hint of indifference, "You have a point. The journey to Snow Wolf Valley is fraught with peril. One who ventures alone is undoubtedly doomed. Surely, you are not so foolish and must be planning to follow the entourage of the Crown Prince." "Clever." Xie Weilou nodded with a smile. Naturally, he intended to accompany Yin Junlin's party. After all, they had been ambushed by ill-intentioned individuals the previous night, and it was only fitting to offer them some warmth today. Lin Qingyuan pondered and said, I shall not go to Snow Wolf Valley. Take care of yourself. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingyuan and remarked, I believe you will undoubtedly venture to Snow Wolf Valley. Lin Qingyuan narrowed her eyes and queried, what leads you to such a conclusion? I am hardly a scion of the elite in Tianqi City, and moreover, the second palace has no guarding assignments. Xie Weilou spoke with a grave expression. Surely you cannot bear to send your future husband to his demise. Lin Qingyuan was rendered speechless, having never encountered such a self-absorbed individual. Be cautious of the people in the palace, Lin Qingyuan remarked before turning to leave. Indeed, she was bound for the Snow Wolf Valley, for according to the intelligence she had gathered, a pivotal figure from the Wuyage would also be heading there, and she needed to seize the opportunity to extract information from him. However, on this journey, she would remain shrouded in the shadows. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and then proceeded forward. Before long, Xie Weilou arrived at the grand entrance of the imperial palace, where several exquisitely crafted palanquins were stationed. Each was drawn by the winged snow-trotting steeds, renowned for their remarkable speed and stamina, capable of traversing 100,000 miles in a single day. Flanking the scene were numerous armored cavalrymen, wielding long spears with an air of formidable authority. From within one of the palanquins, Yin Junlin emerged, and upon catching sight of Xie Weilou, a smile graced his countenance. Brother Xie, he exclaimed. Xie Weilou clasped his fists and said, I have met the crown prince. Yin Junlin promptly supported Xie Weilou, his expression earnest as he replied, We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Xie Weilou smiled and said, With so many eyes upon us, we must adhere to some basic decorum. Yin Junlin's expression turned serious as he replied, What decorum is there between us? Such matters hold no significance. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for yesterday's events. Xie Weilou inquired, This morning, I heard that the Crown Prince accomplished something significant last night. I am well aware of the Crown Prince's boldness in his endeavors. Yin Junlin replied softly, Brother Xie, to be frank, I indeed undertook a momentous task last night, but I also sustained severe injuries. Xie Weilou spoke with a grave expression. Rest assured, from this day forth, the Zhenxi Marquisate will wholeheartedly support you. The great undertaking shall undoubtedly come to fruition. It is understood between us. Yin Junlin's smile deepened. The slight beating he endured last night somehow rendered him more at ease. He chuckled, Brother Xie, please take my carriage. I cannot bear the thought of you following others to Snow Wolf Valley. It leaves me uneasy. Then I shall not be polite, Xie replied. Xie Weilou nodded gently. Subsequently, he took his seat in Yin Junlin's palanquin, which was spacious and adorned with numerous protective runes. Within, exquisite tea sets were arranged, and a maid was pouring tea. Let us depart, Yin Junlin announced. The spirit steed surged forward, its wings fluttering as it lifted the palanquin skyward, gliding smoothly without a hint of turbulence. Other palanquins swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, from various locations within the city, numerous palanquins ascended into the sky, hastily joining Yin Junlin's procession. Inside the palanquin, Yin Junlin remarked with a gentle smile, Dear Brother Xie, our journey does not lead us directly to the Snow Wolf Valley, but rather to the northern frontier, where we shall convene with the General of the North. Xie Weilou held a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. Let us meander about casually, he suggested. Consider it merely a diversion. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. Yin Junlin smiled as he spoke. Despite his light-hearted words, he understood that Xie Weilou would undoubtedly encounter numerous assassination attempts. Once they departed from Tianqi City, many would seize the opportunity to act. However, Yin Junlin was aware that Xie Weilou had formidable allies backing him, so he did not harbor excessive worries for his safety. Half a day later, the main force arrived at the outskirts of the northern city. The north was a frozen expanse, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, exuding an intense chill. Towering 30 meters high, the city walls were enveloped in thick ice crystals, their original dull color now infused with a silvery hue. An ancient formation sealed the city, making it exceedingly difficult for foreign tribes to launch an incursion. On the city walls stood numerous soldiers clad in armor, resembling ice sculptures, motionless against the cold. The northern region was an immensely important stronghold for the great Xia Dynasty, serving as the second line of defense in the north, standing guard against the invasions of the northern demon tribes. Over the years, the demon tribes had breached the first line of defense several times. Yet the second line remained largely unassailable, thanks to the presence of General Mu Bei and his 300,000 troops. Atop the city walls stood a middle-aged man adorned in black armor, exuding an air of authority accompanied by a terrifying presence. This man was General Mu Bei, the Lord of Northern City, a peak master of the Daozong realm. With his demon-slaying sword, he had vanquished numerous demon tribes, instilling fear across the land. Upon noticing the approaching carriage, Mu Bei commanded in a deep voice, "Open the city gates." With a thunderous rumble, the heavy gates swung open. While the northern city was sealed by a formidable formation, which would require dismantling for entry from above, Mu Bei clearly had no intention of committing such folly. The carriage entered the city in succession. Inside the city, soldiers saluted. "We pay our respects to the crown prince." Mu Bei, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, returned the gesture. "General Mu, no need for such formalities," Yin Junlin quickly interjected, assisting him. Mu Bei remarked, "I have arranged a banquet at the Lord's residence. Please follow me, and we shall discuss the situation of Snow Wolf Valley then." "Thank you, General Mu," Yin Junlin nodded subtly. At the Lord's residence, within a grand hall adorned with an array of exquisite wines and delicacies, the guests took their seats. The men occupied one side, while the women sat on the other, filling the hall with approximately 100 distinguished individuals. It was evident that the youth present were of remarkable lineage. Xie Weilou sat beside Yin Junlin, idly toying with a wine glass, his gaze fixated on Su Muxue, who was sprawled on the ground. Upon sensing his scrutiny, a look of disdain involuntarily crossed Su Muxue's face. She shot a glare at Xie Weilou, only to find that his attention had already shifted, now focused on another lady clad in a pale yellow down dress. This lady was no ordinary person. She was the third princess, Yin Rui. Observing this, Su Muxue could not help but express her distaste. Was this fellow truly unfamiliar with women? Yin Rui was strikingly beautiful, with large eyes, an oval face, and a charming little canine tooth peeking from the corner of her mouth. She lay languidly on the table, absent-mindedly drawing circles with her hand. Noticing Xie Weilou's gaze upon her, she bit her canine tooth and shot him a fierce glare. Xie Weilou smiled as he sipped from his cup. Yet his mind was in deep contemplation. Yin Rui exuded an aura of vivaciousness and innocence, seemingly carefree and remarkably naive. However, one could not underestimate her. As a member of the royal family, she was undoubtedly more complex than she appeared. At that moment, several individuals were fixated on Xie Weilou, including a few princes, Xiao Su and Xie Wushang, their expressions devoid of any telltale signs. Even if they harbored thoughts, they would not reveal them in front of the assembly. "Her Royal Highness, the princess has arrived." A voice rang out from outside the hall. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Yin Rui, clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with a delicate veil, gracefully entered the grand hall. Her steps were light, her garments billowing, her figure exquisite, and her long, dark hair danced with the breeze, reminiscent of a pure and ethereal lotus. A subtle fragrance enveloped her. Beside her walked a strikingly handsome gentleman in a white robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. Mu Bei rose to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to your highness." "There is no need for such formality, General Mu," Yin Rui replied, her voice melodious and enchanting. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Yin Rui, his grip on the wine glass tightening ever so slightly. In an instant, Yin Rui turned to Xie Weilou, and within the depths of her serene eyes, a flicker of enigmatic light emerged. The temperature within the grand hall plummeted abruptly, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Surely, an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Xie Wushang's heart was filled with a series of cold, mocking laughter. Xie Weilou had committed an unspeakable act against Yin Rui, and now that she had made her presence known, he was surely compelled to consider how he would respond. Some individuals present displayed peculiar expressions. The encounter between these two promised to be exceedingly intriguing. However, the anticipated spectacle did not materialize. The ethereal glimmer in Yin Rui's eyes vanished, her enchanting gaze once again transformed into a tranquil sea, and she proceeded to take a seat. The gentleman clad in white also settled himself nearby. For a brief moment, the onlookers were taken aback, yet they soon came to terms with the situation. Regardless of the magnitude of their discord, it was unlikely that it would erupt in public. Such an outburst would merely expose their vulnerabilities. What transpired in secrecy remained a mystery. It was predictable that Xie Weilou's undertaking was fraught with peril. The number of individuals present who harbored intentions to eliminate him was certainly more than one. Xie Weilou paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him. His gaze rested upon the man clad in white. With a faint smile, he remarked, "This gentleman possesses an extraordinary demeanor, yet I have not had the pleasure of encountering him before." The onlookers also turned their attention to the white-clad figure, their eyes revealing a glimmer of intrigue. This individual was indeed remarkable, with a substantial background. The man in white clasped his fists in salute to Xie Weilou and introduced himself, saying, "Li Haoran from the Heavenly Observation Bureau. It is an honor to meet you, young lord." Li Haoran? The disciple of the national master, indeed exuding an air of distinction. Just as the rumors suggested, Xie Weilou marveled at the fact that there were only a few formidable experts within the divine court of the great Xia Dynasty, one of whom happened to be the national master, Yuan Tianxiang. As a disciple of the national master, Li Haoran was no ordinary individual. He had already attained the mid-stage of the expansion realm. Li Haoran gently replied, "Thank you for your kind words, young master." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yan Junlin turned to Mu Bei and inquired, "General Mu, what is the current situation in Snow Wolf Valley?" Snow Wolf Valley is a vast gorge situated 30 miles north of the northern city, teeming with various ferocious beasts and fraught with danger. Mu Bei approached a map, grasped a brush, and pondered aloud. The present condition of Snow Wolf Valley is even more perilous than before. 3 years ago, a tribe of demons breached the first line of defense to the north and advanced southward, only to be annihilated by the Northern Defense Army within Snow Wolf Valley. The resultant demonic aura has made the beasts in the valley increasingly formidable. He swiftly marked 3 circles on the map, labeling them A, B, and C. For this winter hunting festival, Snow Wolf Valley has been divided into 3 distinct zones. The area marked C is the outer perimeter, where one can find no demonic beasts, only some ordinary wildlife suitable for those lacking cultivation to hunt. The area marked B is designated for those with cultivation, serving as the primary hunting ground, populated by numerous beasts corrupted by demonic energy. As for the area marked A, I must caution everyone to avoid it, for it harbors exceptionally powerful demonic beasts. The crowd nodded in silent agreement. Mu Bei continued, "As for the specifics of this winter hunting festival, the Crown Prince will elucidate tomorrow. After this banquet, you are welcome to stay at the Lord's residence to rest adequately. We shall set off for Snow Wolf Valley early in the morning." The attendees were expressions of contemplation, for the winter hunting festival scheduled for tomorrow promised to be fraught with danger. Half an hour later, the banquet came to a close. Xie Weilou and Yan Junlin walked along a lengthy corridor. "Brother Xie, tomorrow I shall secretly dispatch skilled protectors for your safety, yet you must remain vigilant." Yan Junlin stated with a grave expression, "Dispatching formidable warriors? That is out of the question. Behind the tower of Xie Wei, there exists a formidable presence. There is no need for him to send anyone." Xie Weilou displayed a faint smile upon his face. "In that case, I shall be at ease." Yan Junlin glanced around. "I currently have numerous matters to attend to, so I shall not engage in idle chatter with you, Brother Xie. Do carry on with your tasks." Xie Weilou nodded with a smile and proceeded towards a pavilion. Yan Junlin gazed at Xie Weilou's retreating figure before departing as well. As Xie Weilou ascended to the attic, he fortuitously encountered Xie Wuxian. "Truly cherish the moments of today." Xie Wuxian cast a chilling smile at Xie Weilou. "Fool." Xie Weilou quietly uttered 2 words. Snap. Xie Wuxian clenched his fists, departing with a countenance full of frost. "Young Master Xie, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence." A charming maid approached. Xie Weilou glanced at the maid and inquired with a smile, "May I ask which princess this is?" The maid candidly replied, "The 3rd princess." Xie Weilou waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not interested. This young master is weary." With that, he retreated into the loft. The maid stood in stunned silence for a moment, astonished that he dared to reject the 3rd princess. With a slight frown, she turned back the way she came. Inside the loft, Yen Rui was warming herself by the fire. Though a cultivator, the chill of the northern realm made the warmth all the more inviting. The maid entered the loft and reported, "My lady, Xie Weilou did not come." "Oh, if he does not wish to show himself, then so be it. What is so remarkable about that?" Yen Rui replied nonchalantly. The maid lowered her voice and inquired, "My lady, tomorrow marks the winter hunt. The other princes and princesses have their own agendas, and it is sure to be fraught with peril. What are your plans?" "Survival is paramount. Let the rest of the matters be disregarded," Yen Rui said as she stretched. "The waters have become murky. I shall observe others perform, while my own safety remains my foremost concern." "Very well," the maid nodded gently. The following day, at the entrance of the Snow Wolf Valley, a grand assembly gathered. Before them loomed towering snow-capped mountains, arranged like a magnificent vase, with a vast interior space seemingly emanating a faint aura of demonic energy. Yan Junlin surveyed the crowd and mused, "This winter hunt will commence at 1:15 noon tomorrow. You are all required to survive within the Snow Wolf Valley for 1 day. During this time, your sole objective is to hunt demonic beasts to your heart's content. His gaze settled on Li Haoran, who casually waved his hand, sending white jade tokens flying toward the assembled crowd. These tokens have been crafted by the astral monitor. You need only to place a drop of your blood upon them. The number of demonic beasts you slay, as well as their strength, will be recorded within. Seemingly recalling something, he added with a significant tone, these tokens serve merely as a means of counting. They will not track your movements or traces. The crowd collectively accepted the tokens. Xie Weilou toyed with the token, remarking, this item is quite impressive. It should fetch a handsome price. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran's expression faltered, and he quickly replied, this item is not worth much. It will need to be reclaimed later. Cough, cough. Yin Junlin gently cleared his throat and continued, in this winter hunting tournament, the top 5 participants will receive special rewards. The higher the rank, the more abundant the rewards. Among these rewards is the boundary expanding pill, which allows for the opening of one's dantian. Therefore, I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort in hunting the beasts. Mu Bei solemnly stated, the rewards for this winter hunting tournament are immensely tempting, distributed by the royal family and the astronomical bureau. Currently, I and Li Haoran are in charge of the proceedings. Once the results are announced, rewards will be allocated according to rank. The boundary expanding pill? Anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the crowd, for rewards from the royal family and the astronomical bureau were indeed alluring. Yin Junlin surveyed the assembly. If there are no objections, we may commence the winter hunting tournament. No objections. The crowd responded with grave expressions. Excellent. I hereby declare the winter hunting tournament officially open, Yin Junlin proclaimed solemnly. The participants swiftly mounted their steeds, each equipped with a curved bow and arrows. Let us set forth, Yin Junlin urged, as he mounted a warhorse and gestured grandly. The group immediately charged into the Snow Wolf Valley. Mu Bei and Li Haoran positioned themselves at the entrance. Li Haoran spoke, the Snow Wolf Valley is fraught with peril. There must be some cultivators who have infiltrated it already. Mu Bei glanced at Li Haoran and replied nonchalantly, the Snow Wolf Valley is quite vast. It is not unusual for some to blend in. According to His Majesty's decree, those at the Tao level are deemed beyond our concern. We need not worry about those beneath that level. I will ensure that no cultivators at the Tao level are present inside. Any other matters do not concern me. The dangers are indeed present, for the beasts are fierce and human hearts can be ruthless. However, the rewards are substantial. High risks yield high returns. If one can indeed advance to the forefront and claim the rewards, it would surely lead to soaring success. Li Haoran chuckled silently, choosing not to say more. Snow Wolf Valley. Area C. Xie Weilou rode on his war steed, casually surveying his surroundings. The sea area was equally vast, and although a dozen individuals had entered this zone together, the others had now vanished from sight. Little deer. Xie Weilou gazed upon a snow-white deer in the distance. A smile gracing his lips as he swiftly grasped his bow and arrow. With a swift motion, he drew the bowstring and released the arrow, which whizzed past the startled creature. Yo-yo. The snow deer, taken aback, immediately bolted into the distance. Can you escape? Xie Weilou, with a playful smile, galloped forward on horseback. After a brief pursuit, the snow deer vanished, revealing a solitary figure ahead, accompanied by a steed. Xia Wushang, bow and arrow in hand, cast a fierce, murderous glare at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Xia Wushang, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, there are many who wish for my demise on this journey, yet I did not anticipate you to be the first to emerge. So eager are you? A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered deep within his eyes. Since the adversary had come forth, he would send him on his way, thereby sparing himself the trouble of seeking him out. Xia Wushang's gaze was chilling as he aimed his arrow at Xie Weilou. You have harmed my brother and humiliated my parents. Only by personally vanquishing you can I alleviate the hatred that resides within my heart. Xie Weilou chuckled and said, if you wish to be the heir, just say so. Why burden yourself with a lofty pretext? Nevertheless, it matters little. A person on the brink of death may hold certain thoughts that are understandable. Embrace death. In Xie Wushang's eyes, a chilling glimmer flickered as an arrow was abruptly unleashed towards Xie Weilou, aiming directly at his brow. Xie Weilou slightly tilted his head as an arrow whizzed past his ear. Xie Wushang's expression darkened as he swiftly unsheathed the sword at his waist. Leaping into the air, he lunged fiercely towards Xie Weilou, his blade slicing through the air, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Such impatience shall hasten your journey to the afterlife. Xie Weilou smiled faintly, a smile that was chillingly sanguine. As Xie Wuxiang's long sword descended with ferocity, he swiftly extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching the blade. What? Upon witnessing this, Xie Wuxiang could not help but feel his pupils constrict. Crack! With a casual flick, Xie Weilou snapped his longsword in half. The immense force of the recoil instantly sending Xie Wuxiang hurtling through the air. Whoosh! Xie Weilou flicked his fingers, and the severed sword shot forth towards Xie Wuxiang like a bolt of lightning. Xie Wuxiang's body trembled as the broken sword pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. With a grimace, he exclaimed, "How could this be? I am not even a match for a mere fool, and yet you have managed to cultivate." Without a second glance at the precarious building, Xie Wei unleashed a powerful strike with his palm. Boom! Xie Wuxiang's body was utterly reduced to a mist of blood, and the token he possessed was likewise rendered into mere powder. Such insatiable greed! How could it escape death? Xie Weilou's tone was chilling as he glanced in another direction, declaring, "It seems you are enjoying yourself. Step forth." A man dressed in a brocade robe emerged, his expression one of terror as he gazed at Xie Weilou and stammered, "My lord, I was merely passing by." Xie Weilou remarked indifferently, "The pinnacle of the shackled realm. Who sent you here?" Upon hearing this, the fear that once graced the face of the man in the brocade robe vanished instantaneously. His gaze transformed into one of unparalleled ferocity as he lunged forward towards Xie Weilou, brandishing a sharp dagger in his hand. Xie Weilou leapt into action, seizing the adversary's arm with a single hand, while his knee forcefully struck the man's chest. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the richly robed figure's chest caved in, and a spray of crimson erupted from his lips, causing his body to plunge to the ground. Xie Weilou leaped down, swiftly pressing his hand against the man's head. The man in the brocade robe appeared utterly terrified. This time, genuine fear gripped him. It was said that Xie Weilou was born with a frail constitution, incapable of cultivation. Who could be spreading such rumors? With his peak shackled realm cultivation, he could not even withstand a single strike from Xie Weilou. Was this what they referred to as being unable to cultivate? "Your Highness, please, do not kill me," the man in the brocade stammered. "Who sent you?" Xie Weilou spoke with an expressionless demeanor. The voice of the brocade robe trembled. Boom! With a resounding slap, Xie Weilou reduced the man in the brocade robe to mere pulp, rendering him irrevocably deceased, unable to articulate a coherent word. It was perhaps best for him to simply succumb to his fate. Xie Weilou spoke softly, mounted his steed, and departed on his warhorse. Half an hour later, amidst a vast expanse of snow, Xie Weilou kindled a bonfire, above which a wild rabbit was skewered, its meat roasted to a golden hue, generously sprinkled with spices, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Not far ahead, a dozen individuals clad in the attire of the Tianqi division approached briskly. "Esteemed guests, do you require assistance?" Xie Weilou gazed upon the assemblage before him. One of the men immediately clasped his fists and said, "I respectfully report to your highness. I am Feng Wu, the chief officer of the first hall of the heavenly authority." Xie Weilou raised his hand to interrupt the man's words, declaring, "I am well aware of the officials in the hall of Tianqi, and there is no one by the name of Feng Wu among them. You cannot possibly be from Tianqi." Clang! The man's pupils constricted as he swiftly drew the dagger from his waist, and the others followed suit, surrounding Xie Weilou with their blades drawn. Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile, "I am merely jesting with you. This young master does not recognize a single soul from your esteemed hall. However, I surmise you are individuals dispatched by the vice commander of the first hall. When Dong Hen was captured, it seems someone from the first hall paid him a visit, and the Dong family is backed by the third prince. Thus, I wonder, are you not in league with the third prince?" Upon hearing this, the man coldly retorted, "It appears that the young master is not as feeble as rumored. Yet are you aware that your demise is imminent?" They were indeed affiliated with the third prince, and Yin Wuchan harbored a strong disdain for Xie Weilou, naturally seeking to eliminate him here. This time, Yin Wuchan had leveraged his position within the heavenly authority's first hall to participate in the hunting tournament's security duty, allowing them to infiltrate. With the identity of the heavenly authority, they could roam freely within the Snow Wolf Valley. "Death, are you referring to yourselves?" As Xie Weilou's eyes shimmered, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a tremendous force. Boom! Before the dozen or so individuals surrounding him could react, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. After dispatching these foes, as Xie Weilou gazed ahead, a figure emerged within 100 meters, a woman clad in the attire of the heavenly authority. She wielded a sword, her expression grim, and her eyes filled with a palpable aura of murderous intent. This was none other than Fu Xianlin, the vice commander of the first hall. possessing a cultivation level in the mid-expansion realm. With a swift motion, Fu Xianlin appeared merely 10 meters before Xie Weilou, her tone chilling as she remarked, "The entire city of Tianqi has been deceived. Who could have anticipated that the young master would conceal himself so profoundly among those who had just been ruthlessly slain?" Several were in the late lock realm. For Xie Weilou to dispatch them with a single strike, he must be at least at the pinnacle of the locking realm. However, this was of little consequence to her. Being in the mid-expansion realm, she was more than capable of dealing with him, as she did not believe that Xie Weilou's prowess surpassed her own. Indeed, that is the case. Xie Weilou nodded with a smile. With a clang, Fu Xianlin ceased her idle chatter, drawing her longsword in a swift motion, striking towards Xie Weilou with a single, deadly blow. Boom! As Fu Xianlin's sword sliced through the air, a chilling aura enveloped the space, imbued with a sense of annihilation, intent on slaying Xie Weilou with that one lethal stroke. Xie Weilou's smile was radiant as he slowly extended his hand. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of ferocious energy erupted forth, causing the ice and snow upon the ground to erupt like a colossal wave. In an instant, Fu Xianlin's sword was shattered, and the overwhelming force sent her soaring, shattering her internal organs and forcing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Xie Weilou stepped forward, appearing before Fu Xianlin. He clenched his fist and struck fiercely at her abdomen. Bang! Fu Xianlin's body flew back like a cannonball, soaring 20 meters before colliding with a massive boulder, shattering it into pieces. Ah! She uttered a cry of agony, blood gushing from her mouth as her bones and internal organs succumbed to the devastation, leaving her on the brink of death. Xie Weilou approached Fu Xianlin with a smile. "No, it cannot be." Fu Xianlin's expression was one of profound anguish. As she noticed Xie Weilou advancing, she felt the looming threat of death, her eyes revealing a glimmer of terror. Already at the mid-stage of the expansion realm, she had initially believed that eliminating Xie Weilou would be a simple task. However, she found herself unable to withstand even a single blow from him, who was at the very least at the late stage of the expansion realm. Isn't Xie Weilou a naturally frail individual? Even if the issue of his frailty were resolved, it would be impossible for him to cultivate at such an astonishing pace. After all, 3 years in prison provided no resources for cultivation. So, what accounts for his remarkable strength? Who can elucidate this matter for her? In this moment, Fu Xianlin was engulfed by profound fear. The heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi had been concealing his true prowess beneath the facade of a dissolute youth. Secretly, he was a figure of unfathomable cultivation. What schemes could he possibly be devising? Xie Weilou extended his hand, grasping Fu Xianlin's neck, and with a faint smile remarked, "This young master has been single for far too long, and I find myself thinking you possess a certain charm." Fu Xianlin trembled as she replied, "If only you would spare me, I could offer you." "I am unwilling." Xie Weilou's voice was chilling as he exerted a firm grip, and in an instant, Fu Xianlin was reduced to ashes. After obliterating Fu Xianlin, Xie Weilou returned to the fire pit, picked up the roasted rabbit meat, and began to savor it slowly. What should be done next? Xie Weilou's expression was one of deep contemplation. He understood that he could not truly hunt the beast during this winter hunting conference. Now at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, he could elevate his cultivation to the Taoist canon realm through the application of the celestial restoration technique. Yet, such prowess was insufficient to ensure his safety. The demise of his grandfather and father hinted at numerous enigmas, suggesting the possibility of formidable adversaries or the lurking presence of a sinister conspiracy. Revealing his true cultivation prematurely might not bode well for him. It could very well lead to his untimely eradication. Given the current circumstances, prudence was paramount. Remaining concealed in the shadows and quietly enhancing his abilities was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. His third uncle, Xie Weilou, was an inscrutable figure, and in crucial moments, he might prove to be a reliable ally. However, as someone who had already faced death once, Xie Weilou cherished his life even more. In this ruthless foreign realm, he was naturally reluctant to entrust his fate to others. Thus, he resolved to rely on his own strength. Today at the Snow Wolf Valley, several princes and princesses were engaged in a contest of wits, and the ensuing events were bound to be quite lively. He decided to wait until the waters became murky before making his move. Xie Weilou murmured in the dim corridor, noting that Yin Wugo concealed her true strength quite adeptly, providing an opportune moment to investigate her capabilities. Half of the rabbit meat remained uneaten. Xie Weilou discarded it onto the ground, feeling overwhelmed and unable to consume any further. He retrieved the white jade token, having previously refrained from dripping blood onto it. Thus, the token remained dormant. Crack! Xie Weilou crushed the token into dust. Such an object was unnecessary to keep on hand. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Weilou rose and departed, intending to explore Area B. Before a colossal stone blanketed in snow and ice, he encountered the sixth prince. 7 formidable demons of the late expansion realm bowed respectfully to Yen Wugo. Yen Wugo, with an indifferent tone, instructed them, "Attend to your own affairs and refrain from contacting me henceforth." He had tasked the female demons to venture into the Snow Wolf Valley to capture individuals for the purpose of crafting powerful demon beings. Regrettably, the female demons were thwarted at the entrance, leaving only the 7 late-stage expansion realm demons to proceed. Fear not. The 7 demons revealed sinister smiles before swiftly departing. Yen Wugo gazed into the distance and mused, "I am quite curious about what those 3 will do next." The third brother was still recuperating from injuries sustained during the Heavenly Awakening and had not attended the Winter Hunt tournament. Currently, the primary focus within the Snow Wolf Valley was on Yen Junlin, Yen Wuyo, and Yen Ryu. His intention in allowing the demons to enter and capture individuals was primarily to seize some capable cultivators, particularly the powerful allies brought by Yen Junlin, Yen Wuyo, and Yen Ryu. The thought of these formidable allies eventually being transformed into demon beings for his own use intrigued him greatly. Meanwhile, at another location within the Snow Wolf Valley, Yen Junlin drew his bow and dispatched a mystical beast of the Xianwang realm. He turned to a middle-aged man beside him and inquired, "Have those demons made any moves?" As he was responsible for the Winter Hunt tournament, he had ample room for maneuvering and had already arranged for strong allies to be present. Initially, his aim was to assist certain talented youths in achieving better standings. For if they garnered favorable attention, it would ultimately benefit him even more than securing first place. However, it now appeared that he would need to employ these strong allies to deal with certain individuals. He was aware that others had also quietly infiltrated the Snow Wolf Valley with their powerful allies, including some demons, all under his watchful eye. Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, possessing considerable strength, being at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, and was the most formidable individual recruited by Yen Junlin. Yen Junlin stated, "Once those demons take action, you shall lead a portion of our forces to eliminate all those sent by Yen Wuyo, Yen Wuchen, and Yen Wugo. Additionally, those young individuals closely associated with them should also be removed. As for the remaining individuals, they will be tasked with protecting the young talents I value." The middle-aged man pondered, eliminating their sent agents poses no issue. However, dealing with those young individuals could result in significant complications. Who among those attending the Winter Hunt tournament lacks a notable background? A few casualties may be inconsequential, but if the numbers escalate excessively, it will undoubtedly provoke thorough investigations from above. Moreover, as Yen Junlin is responsible for this matter, any major issues will surely lead to scrutiny. Yen Junlin's expression turned contemplative. "Trouble has arisen since I assumed responsibility for the Winter Hunt tournament. The waters are already muddied, so let us stir them further. In the end, we shall shift the blame onto the mystical beasts and the demons. Isn't the 6th brother fascinated by the demons? Does he not relish being the 6th? Then let us grant him that indulgence." Understood. A middle-aged man took flight, vanishing into the distance. Half an hour later, heavy snow began to fall upon Snow Wolf Valley, blanketing the landscape in white and obscuring visibility. Beasts of the wild roamed openly, while an ominous threat lurked in the shadows. Some were mounted on horseback, hunting these creatures. When suddenly a chilling wind swept in, laden with murderous intent, in an instant, one fell to the ground, blood sprang forth, meeting a gruesome end. Others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, yet in the next moment, a fleeting shadow appeared, and they vanished without a trace. At this juncture, several prince's men were operating covertly in the dark. The already perilous Snow Wolf Valley was now shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, prompting many to sense an unsettling shift and band together. Alas, their efforts were in vain. They were far too feeble to withstand the might of true power. Amidst the falling snow, Xie Weilou donned a flowing black robe, bearing a quiver of arrows upon his back, and clad his hands in gauntlets, as he swiftly charged forward, undeterred by the onslaught of monstrous beasts that surged around him. Before long, Xie Weilou arrived in a forest blanketed by snow and ice, where he beheld Yen Wugo, who was engaged in the hunt for a demon beast. On the surface, Yen Wugo did not reveal any formidable cultivation, appearing to be merely at the late stage of the shackling realm. As one who adeptly feigned weakness, he surely would not disclose his true prowess. With a swift motion, Yen Wugo mounted his steed, aiming an arrow at a demon wolf. In an instant, his eyes narrowed, and he shifted his position. The arrow shot forth with a brilliance akin to starlight, hurtling directly towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou swiftly retrieved his bow and arrow. Executing the motion with seamless precision, the arrow soared forth with a resounding whoosh, directly meeting its target. Boom! The two arrows collided, resulting in a spectacular explosion from Yin Wugo's projectile, yet Xie Weilou's arrow retained its formidable momentum, hurtling fiercely towards Yin Wugo's head. With a raised eyebrow, Yin Wugo instinctively tilted his head aside, allowing the arrow to graze past his visage, piercing through a grand tree behind him. Whoosh! Xie Weilou once again drew his bow and released another arrow, which hurtled towards Yin Wugo. Instinctively, Yin Wugo glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and a chilling expression settled upon his face. He extended his hand and seized the incoming arrow mid-flight. With a sharp crack, Yin Wugo crushed the arrow with force. His countenance was imbued with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the gauntlet on Xie Weilou's hand. So it was one of the third's men. Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. With that declaration, his aura surged dramatically, his cultivation level soaring from the late stage of the shackled realm to the pinnacle of the expansion realm in a single stride. The pinnacle of the expansion realm. Xie Weilou narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing him as a cunning individual who feigned weakness. Die. Yin Wugo uttered no further words. With a swift stride, he lunged towards Xie Weilou, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Xie Weilou cast aside his bow and arrow, advancing with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated in all directions. Numerous trees were snapped asunder, snowflakes danced in the air, and several beasts were startled into retreat. With a thud, Yin Wugo was sent flying over 20 meters, crashing into a massive tree behind him. What? Yin Wugo exclaimed in shock, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Despite his peak cultivation in the Tuajiang realm, he found himself unable to withstand the might of this individual's blow. Xie Weilou's figure flickered and, in an instant, appeared before Yin Wugo, launching a powerful kick aimed at her chest. Yin Wugo had no time to evade and could only raise an arm to shield herself. Boom! Xie Weilou's leg struck violently against Yin Wugo's arm, the immense force shattering it. Yin Wugo's body was violently propelled into a nearby tree, which splintered under the impact, sending him flying once more for over 20 meters. After regaining his balance, Yin Wugo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression darkening as he glanced at his arm. The bone's already fractured. Damn it, he uttered, his tone laden with menace. Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at Yin Wugo, resembling a wraith as he suddenly materialized before her, affording her no opportunity to react. With unrestrained force, he thrust his fist towards her chest. Bang! The impact of his fist resonated with a thunderous roar against Yin Wugo's chest, causing a deep indentation, blood to spatter, and her body to be propelled backward. Xie Weilou stepped forward and suddenly appeared beside Yin Wugo. He reached out, grasping her neck with a firm grip, and violently propelled her towards the towering tree nearby. Crack! The colossal tree splintered upon impact with Yin Wugo's body. Ah! Yin Wugo's expression contorted in agony as she emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Blood gushing from her mouth and nose, her hair disheveled, and her body seemingly broken in numerous places. A murderous intent surged in Xie Weilou's eyes as he unleashed a fierce punch towards Yin Wugo's head. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated as his fist struck Yin Wugo's skull, causing blood to spatter. Yet, this head was remarkably resilient, astonishingly unshattered by the blow. Snap! Xie Weilou delivered a swift slap to Yin Wugo's face, shattering it with brutal force, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Enough! Yin Wugo let out a roar of humiliation. His eyes filled with a deep crimson light, as a terrifying demonic aura began to emanate from his being. Huh! Xie Weilou emitted a chilling laughter, his power intensifying as he struck fiercely at Yin Wugo's chest. With a thunderous impact, Yin Wugo's already concave chest was pierced by Xie Weilou's fist, blood gushing forth as the massive tree splintered. Yin Wugo was sent hurtling backward like a mere sandbag, soaring 100 meters away. With a casual flick of his wrist, Xie Weilou sent a splatter of blood from his gauntlets flying, directing his gaze towards Yin Wugo. You are not yet worthy to kill me. Yin Wugo struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes a vivid crimson, his voice hoarse beyond measure. The malevolent energy surrounding him surged, and despite having a gaping wound in his chest, he still managed to stand, a testament to his formidable vitality. Xie Weilou scrutinized Yin Wugo, recognizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary, seemingly impervious to death. Long Lao, eliminate him. Yin Wugo's voice was hoarse, as if he were conversing with someone unseen. With the utterance of his words, an explosive surge of demonic energy emanated from him, escalating 100-fold, enveloping him in a shroud of black luminescence. Astonishingly, the wounds upon his chest began to heal at an accelerated pace. As for his cultivation, he ascended from the pinnacle of the expansion realm directly into the Dao concealment realm. Yin Wugo clenched his fist slightly, casting a gaze towards Xie Weilou that was strikingly devoid of emotion, as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Was it the spirit of an elder that possessed him? Xie Weilou murmured to himself, finding this scene all too familiar. Was it not the very manner in which a certain emperor of the fire domain had risen to prominence? He had not anticipated that Yin Wugu would harbor such a formidable presence within. Without a trace of hesitation, Xie Weilou turned to depart. The enigmatic entity residing within Yin Wugu eluded his comprehension. He could not discern its true cultivation level nor the abilities it wielded. It was unwise to take risks, for opportunities would abound in the future. Can you truly escape? Yin Wugu's voice was devoid of emotion as he extended his hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A colossal handprint materialized, sealing the heavens and the earth. Boom! Within a radius of 500 meters, the area erupted in an explosion. Countless trees shattered, leaving behind an enormous imprint in the dense forest. Has he escaped? Yin Wugu raised an eyebrow, surprised that his opponent had managed to flee despite his intervention. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. Xie Weilou rode his war steed, meandering with a languid expression. In their prior encounter, he had indeed gauged Yin Wugo's strength, discovering that the latter harbored formidable forces within, which took him by surprise. However, now that he had discerned his opponent's reliance, future confrontations would undoubtedly become considerably more straightforward. As Xie Weilou gazed ahead, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her face concealed by a mask, fiercely battling a horde of demonic beasts with a bronze sword in her hand. Qi Wang. Xie Weilou spoke loudly, and with just a glance. He recognized the woman before him as Lin Qingwang. Moreover, there seemed to be a peculiar change in the aura surrounding Lin Qingwang. As she engaged in combat with the demonic beast, the familiar voice caused her lips to twitch. Why does Xie Weilou not remain in Zone C and instead venture to Zone B? Moreover, it is quite perplexing that he recognized her. Is she truly that conspicuous? With a fierce determination, Lin Qingwang unleashed her sword, obliterating a monstrous beast before her into a mist of crimson. The remaining beasts surged forward once more. Do not fear. My dear, I shall assist you. Xie Weilou seized the curved bow beside him and drew it taut to release an arrow. Whoosh! The projectile soared swiftly towards Lin Qingwang. In a flash, Lin Qingwang unsheathed her sword and sent the approaching beast flying. However, the arrow narrowly grazed her face, prompting her to glare at Xie Weilou and exclaim, "If you're not going to assist, then refrain from hindering. My mistake, my mistake. Allow me another shot, and I assure you it shall not miss." Xie Weilou drew his bow once more. "Do not create chaos," Lin Qingwang exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. With a single stroke of her sword, the sword energy surged tenfold. And in an instant, the surrounding demonic beasts were reduced to ashes. Seeing the situation, Xie Weilou had no choice but to lower his bow and arrow. He rode his horse to Lin Qingwang's side and said, "Qi Wang, do you doubt my prowess? With that arrow I just loosed, these vile beasts would have been reduced to ashes. Believe you? Not a chance." Lin Qingwang replied coldly. "How did you recognize me?" She then cast a puzzled glance at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou regarded Lin Qingwang with admiration, exclaiming, "I can discern the length of your beautiful legs, the size of your bosom, and the allure of your curves at a mere glance." "You," Lin Qingwang retorted, her composure shattering in an instant. At that moment, she yearned to strike Xie Weilou with a resounding slap. Xie Weilou glanced around. The snow was intensifying, and it was likely that a blizzard would soon descend. "I previously spotted a cave. Let us seek refuge from the storm there. Furthermore, I have something you are most eager to know." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwang felt a stirring in her heart and immediately replied, "Lead the way." "Stay close," he instructed. Xie Weilou rode his horse to the side. Before long, a campfire blazed within a cave. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang and inquired, "What have you gained from your recent venture into the Snow Wolf Valley?" Lin Qingwang retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile, "You previously mentioned that when the Lin family was annihilated, someone from Wuyiage had intervened. I surmise your presence here is to seek a key individual associated with Wuyiage." Lin Qingwang gazed deeply at Xie Weilou and affirmed, "Indeed, it is indeed for one person, who currently resides in the Shualong Valley. That individual led the charge during the downfall of the Lin family. Have you managed to locate him?" Xie Weilou inquired with a smile. Lin Qiguang sighed softly and said, I have found it. He encountered an attack from a mysterious demon clan and was left with but a breath of life. He claimed that at the time of the Lin family's downfall, he was sent by the second prince to assist the Lin family. So what is your conjecture? Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qiguang. Lin Qiguang remarked, the Lin family possesses immense financial resources, making it a prime target for the competing princes. It is likely that the Lin family supports the second prince. The relief funds of 300,000 taels, which were lost and then recovered during the flood at Baihe, were actually provided by the Lin family to fill the void. Xie Weilou gently nodded. According to the information from Qie Shui, the Lin family indeed had dealings with the second prince prior to their downfall. If the Lin family were to support the second prince, certain matters would become explicable. However, some questions would remain elusive. Lin Qiguang seemed to perceive Xie Weilou's thoughts and softly remarked, there are indeed some issues that defy explanation, for my father has always maintained a position of neutrality. As the head of the Lin family, he has expressed his intention not to support any faction, as the Lin family desires to remain uninvolved in the power struggles of the imperial court. With a thoughtful gaze, she continued, if he were to support the second prince, it would undoubtedly be a commitment of his utmost effort, and the entire Lin family would be aware of this matter. Xie Weilou pondered. Your father may not offer his support, yet it remains uncertain whether other members of the Lin family will do so. If my memory serves me right, you should have an uncle. Lin Qiguang gazed at Xie Weilou. You are quite astute. In her hands lay the account book of the Lin family, which recorded an expenditure of 300,000 taels of silver, and the handwriting differed from that of others. She had perused various books left by members of the Lin family, and discovered that the script matched perfectly with that of her uncle. Perhaps it is not the Lin family as a whole that supports the second prince, but rather the second master of the Lin family. This matter remains shrouded in mystery. The second prince's envoy to the Lin family raises the question of whether his intention is to obliterate the Lin family or to assist them. Such ambiguity cannot be clarified by a mere utterance. Thus, she hoped to glean some valuable insights from Xie Weilou. Lin Qiguang's gaze fixed upon him. The time has come for you to speak. Xie Weilou said, I have located my guard. Where is he? Lin Qiguang inquired immediately, for that guard was of utmost importance. Xie Weilou candidly remarked, Qingyuan Taoist Temple. Qingyuan Taoist Temple? Lin Qiguang paused for a moment, taken aback. That place had already been annihilated, allegedly at the hands of the demon race. Indeed, I had previously visited Qingyuan Taoist Temple, coincidentally encountering the massacre perpetrated by the demons. My guard was among those targeted. He too met his demise. Xie Weilou's expression was earnest. He could spin a lie without a flicker of embarrassment. What did he confide before his demise? Lin Qiguang inquired. Xie Weilou shrugged and said, I was concealed in the shadows and happened to witness his demise, so I naturally couldn't extract any information. However, Lin Qiguang narrowed her eyes. However, he was a target of the demon clan, indicating that they intend to silence him. Those demons might be acting on behalf of someone else, and the entity behind this seeks to ensure that the guard who knows the truth remains forever silent. Clever indeed. Xie Weilou smiled as he extended his thumb. Lin Qiguang's expression turned contemplative. You previously inquired about the sixth prince, which surely was not a mere frivolity. The sixth prince is typically low-key. However, I have heard it said that he harbors a keen interest in supernatural beings. Xie Weilou chuckled lightly. Lin Qiguang spoke with profound meaning. In the Snow Wolf Valley, there are demon tribes slaughtering, and there are also demon tribes capturing people. How fortuitous. The answers sought for 3 years now seem to reveal some clues, provided that what Xie Weilou has said is indeed true. Xie Weilou chuckled and said, Let us capture a demon to inquire. No need to capture. A demon has already approached us. Lin Qiguang turned her gaze towards the entrance of the cave. There, a towering figure clad in a black robe emerged, his face dark and imposing, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, indicative of a late-stage practitioner of the expansive realm. It seems fortune favors me. Encountering a practitioner of the early stage of the expansive realm, the burly man sneered. As he entered the cave, his form began to transform. His hair turned entirely black, his facial features became pronounced, his eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, and his fangs appeared exceedingly sharp, resembling the visage of a black bear. This is indeed a black bear spirit. Qiguang, can we contend with it? Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qiguang. Previously, it had been impossible, but now. Lin Qiguang rose to her feet, grasping the bronze sword firmly. With a thunderous roar, The black bear spirit cackled and lunged at Lin Qi, its claws sharp and lethal. A human from the Tuozhong realm, transformed into a demon, would undoubtedly become even more formidable. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qing's eyes as she swung her sword, a chilling aura emanating from it. With a resounding clash, the bronze sword met the bear spirit's claws, a powerful shockwave reverberating through the cavern. "Get lost!" the black bear spirit bellowed, striking the bronze sword with both hands. In a violent explosion, Lin Qing's sword shattered, and she was violently thrust backward by the overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, she waved her fingers, summoning the Tianqi sword, which shot forth towards the black bear spirit. The bear spirit crossed its arms before it, a surge of demonic energy enveloping it, successfully intercepting the oncoming Tianqi sword. With a swift step, Lin Qing dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the bear spirit. A thunderous impact echoed as the bear spirit was sent flying 3 meters. Lin Qing quickly seized the Tianqi sword, striking down upon the bear spirit. Enough! The bear spirit roared in fury, clenching its fist and launching a devastating punch, a burst of dark demonic energy erupting as it collided with the Tianqi sword. A deafening boom resonated within the cavern, the ground trembling beneath them. With its left hand clenched into a fist, the bear spirit unleashed another blow. Lin Qing immediately raised the Tianqi sword to shield herself, but was hurled 10 meters away, executing a graceful somersault to dissipate the force, landing effortlessly on the ground. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qing with a smile, saying, "Qing, it appears you are not my match." "Not my match." Lin Qing tightened her grip on the Tianqi sword, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in her eyes as terrifying sword energy erupted. Boom. In the next moment, her cultivation soared dramatically, advancing from the initial stage of the expansion realm to the mid-stage of the expansion realm. The mid-stage of the expansion realm. In Xie Weilou's eyes, a hint of unusual color emerged. It had only been a few days since Lin Qing entered the expansion realm, yet she had advanced once more so swiftly. Was it due to the extraordinary nature of her spiritual bone? Indeed, Lin Qing's spiritual bone was enigmatic. It was neither of superior nor extraordinary quality, but rather peculiar. After her rapid surge in cultivation, Lin Qing's gaze turned fierce as she once again brandished her sword against the black bear spirit, intent on challenging a foe of the late stage of the expansion realm with her mid-stage prowess. Xie Weilou gazed intently at Lin Qing, eager to witness whether she could contend against the late-stage black bear spirit now that she had advanced to the mid-stage of the expansion realm. Overcoming a minor realm should pose little challenge for her. Previously, when he had intervened on her behalf, her adversaries had been 2 realms above her. Now, the black bear spirit was only 1 realm superior, thus Lin Qing was likely capable of engaging in battle. Upon unleashing her mid-stage expansion realm prowess, the Tianqi sword in Lin Qing's grasp became all the more formidable, its sword energy erupting with lethal intent, for it was a spiritual weapon of considerable caliber, wielding immense power. With a swift motion, Lin Qing appeared before the black bear spirit in an instant, striking with her sword, enveloping the area in a haze of azure sword energy. The black bear spirit's crimson eyes flared with wrath, its demonic aura surging forth as it unleashed a black fist imprint, shattering the very laws of the battlefield with sheer force. The collision between the Tianqi sword and the black fist imprint resonated with a thunderous roar, the fist imprint disintegrating instantly while the fierce sword energy remained undeterred, ruthlessly cleaving into the black bear spirit's fist. The impact severed the creature's arm, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. Ah! The black bear spirit let out a wretched cry as its body was sent hurtling through the air. Lin Qing transformed into a streak of white light, reappearing before the black bear spirit, her sword striking once more, aimed directly at its head. "Impressive," she remarked. Xie Weilou expressed his approval, acknowledging that Lin Qing's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Overcoming a minor realm posed no significant challenge. However, should she face an opponent exceeding 2 realms, she would likely fall short. With a thunderous roar, the black bear demon was thoroughly provoked, manifesting as a colossal black bear shadow. Lin Qing's sword descended, only to be intercepted by this dark apparition. The bear demon's bloodshot eyes glimmered with malice as its form transformed into a towering 3-meter black bear, its demonic aura intensifying ominously. In a swift motion, the bear demon lunged, delivering a powerful slap toward Lin Qing, its malevolent energy surging forth with tremendous pressure. Undeterred, Lin Qing unleashed a surge of sword energy, striking back with ferocity. The black bear shadow shattered under her assault, and the force of her sword cleaved into the bear demon, leaving a gruesome gash that nearly bisected it. With a resounding crash, the bear demon collided with the wall. Blood splattering everywhere as it stammered, "You are merely at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. How can you?" Without uttering a word, Lin Qingwang closed the distance, her left fist launching a relentless barrage of blows, each strike causing torrents of blood to erupt from the bear demon. After a series of merciless punches, she plunged her Tianqi sword into the bear demon's chest, pinning it against the wall. "Ah!" The bear demon let out a harrowing scream. Lin Qingwang's voice turned cold as she demanded, "I offer you a chance at life. Tell me who sent you." With blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Qingwang, the bear demon retorted defiantly, "Do you think I would divulge that?" Clenching her fist, Lin Qingwang struck its head with brutal precision. After several punishing hits that left the bear demon's skull riddled with cracks, she coldly declared, "Refusal means death." Bloodied and in excruciating pain, the bear demon could no longer withstand the torment and trembled as it confessed, "It was Prince Lulu." Without hesitation, Lin Qingwang delivered another crushing blow to the bear demon's head. The impact was devastating, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood, leading to its immediate demise. Silence followed. Whether it spoke or remained silent, death awaited. Lin Qingwang sheathed her Tianqi sword, her hands steady and resolute. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang, his face filled with emotion as he remarked, "Qingwang, I never imagined you to be such a ruthless and deceitful woman." Lin Qingwang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Now you understand? Are you feeling afraid?" Xie Weilou gently touched his foot, admitting his fear. "Indeed, I am frightened. My legs have turned to jelly. Qingwang, come over and help me up." "Humph." Lin Qingwang let out a cold snort. The playful banter between the young couple was quite amusing. Outside the cave, a hoarse voice suddenly resonated, followed by an even more terrifying surge of blood-red, demonic energy that rushed in. Lin Qingwang gazed forward, her pupils involuntarily contracting. A middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, wielding a blood-colored demon blade, made his appearance. The demonic aura surrounding him was extraordinarily dense. However, it was not purely that of a demon. It bore traces of human essence, indicating that he was neither entirely demon nor human, but rather a half-demon. Lin Qingwang's expression grew exceedingly grave. She had encountered this demon before. He was responsible for the death of a member of the Endless Pavilion, and his strength was exceedingly formidable, likely a pinnacle existence of the expansion realm. "It is you, the half-demon blood sky wolf." Xie Weilou gazed intently at the man clad in crimson, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. He had encountered this half-demon before, or rather, the original owner of his body had, 3 years prior. During the release of a notorious criminal from the Western Shu, this half-demon had made an appearance, possessing a connection to that nightingale. Lin Qingwang cast a glance at Xie Weilou, pondering whether he recognized this half-demon. Blood Skywolf fixed his gaze upon Xie Weilou, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Logically speaking, I should thank you for freeing the general, but unfortunately, someone seeks your life." "Is it Yin Ryu?" Xie Weilou smiled faintly. The former Western Shu commander, Tai Hu, was likely dispatched by Yin Ryu. Now, with this half-demon from Western Shu making an appearance, it is highly probable that it is also the handiwork of Yin Ryu. The situation has become increasingly intriguing. Could it be that Yin Wugo is colluding with the demon clan, and Yin Ryu is in league with Western Shu? If that is the case, then Yin Ryu is more cunning than he had anticipated. A glimmer of crimson light flickered in the eyes of Xue Tianlang. "You have grown wiser since 3 years ago. Thus, you cannot be spared." "Qingwang, are you capable of fighting?" Xie Weilou inquired. Lin Qingwang grasped the Tianqi sword tightly, her expression grave as she spoke. "I will hold him off. You must flee. Advancing 1 minor realm is feasible, but to leap 2 minor realms is beyond imagination. If one does not wish to perish in a desperate struggle, revealing all hidden cards may offer a glimmer of hope, yet even if she survives, she will be left severely wounded." Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, pondering his identity. "Who am I, Xie Weilou, to allow a woman to stand before me? However, this half-demon possesses considerable strength. I shall remain behind you for your protection." Lin Qingwang remained silent. "Die." The blood sky wolf's eyes glinted with murderous intent as his crimson blade struck fiercely towards Lin Qingwang. A terrifying wave of blade energy erupted, causing the cavern to tremble, rocks to fracture, and debris to rain down. Lin Qingwang countered with a sword strike. The clash of blades resonated with a thunderous boom. She felt a surge of immense power rush towards her, pain coursing through her arm as she was violently propelled backward. Her expression darkened. If this continued, the cave would soon collapse. With a fierce resolve, Lin Qingwang delivered a punch to the rock wall, creating a sizable breach that pierced through the mountain. Without hesitation, she seized Xie Weilou's arm and dashed toward the opening. "Can you escape?" The blood sky wolf scoffed, unleashing his crimson blade once more. A wave of blade energy, 100 meters wide, cleaved through the mountain. The terrifying force surged towards Lin Qingwang and Xie Weilou. In a blur, Lin Qingwang leapt downward, landing on solid ground. Releasing her grip, she urged, "Xie Weilou, you must flee. He cannot escape." The blood sky wolf emerged from the mountain, looming above them. With a single stroke, he unleashed a torrent of crimson blade energy that enveloped Lin Qingwang and Xie Weilou. Lin Qingwang narrowed her eyes, quickly forming a sword technique as the Tianqi sword sliced through the air, emitting a 100-meter arc of sword energy towards the heavens. The crimson blade energy collided with the sword energy. Boom! The sword energy dissipated, yet the force of the blade remained unabated, hurtling towards Lin Qingwang. She swiftly evaded. But the ground beneath her shattered, creating a 50-meter-long fissure, snow and ice scattering under the pressure of the violent shockwave that sent her flying. With agility, she flipped, embedding her sword into the earth, leaving a long mark as she skidded to a halt 20 meters back. A glance at her palm revealed torn skin, blood flowing freely. In the mid-stages of the expansion realm, facing a peak expert of the same realm, she felt the disparity keenly. Skywolf slash. The blood sky wolf's voice was icy as he caressed the blade's back before swinging it fiercely. A blood-red celestial blade manifested in the heavens. With a resounding cry, he brought the blade crashing down, the crimson glow saturating the sky as the 300-meter blade energy descended with ferocity, causing the nearby mountains to crack under its might. Lin Qingwang gritted her teeth. Immediately, she formed a sword technique. The Tianqi sword levitated before her. Her hands moved in intricate patterns, the sword vibrating as terrifying sword energy radiated outward, bursting forth as azure lotus blossoms. Azure lotus questioned the heavens. Lin Qingwang soared upward, the sword hovering before her as she gestured, her long hair swirling in the air, her eyes glinting with cold brilliance. Whoosh! The Tianqi sword ascended skyward, a burst of myriad-colored sword energy erupting, instantaneously striking towards the heavens. As it traversed, the lotus flowers bloomed, snow swirling in the air, the sword energy resembling frost. Boom! The 300-meter crimson blade energy met the myriad-colored sword energy in a cataclysmic clash. In a mere second of stalemate, the azure sword energy disintegrated, and the blade's might descended, engulfing Lin Qingwang. A resounding crash echoed from the heavens. As the blade struck, the earth was rent asunder, creating a fissure 300 meters long, and a great mountain was cleaved in two by a single stroke. Lin Qingwang's body plummeted, her hair disheveled, the mask upon her face shattered, a trickle of blood gracing her cornered lips, and her complexion pale as death. Just before her impending impact with the ground, Lin Qingwang directed her sword towards the earth, executed a somersault, and regained her stance. She inhaled deeply, assessing her condition, only to find her brow furrowed in concern. Blood Skywolf loomed above, wielding his long blade, and remarked indifferently, "To withstand my strike and yet remain alive, you are indeed remarkable. Should you ascend another realm, perhaps today I would have no choice but to retreat. Alas, your end is nigh, death." A glimmer of crimson shone in Lin Qingwang's eyes as she gently traced her finger over her brow, and a rune materialized. The instant the rune appeared, her body trembled, and a grimace of anguish crossed her features. Xie Weilou glanced at Lin Qingwang, raising an eyebrow as he approached her side, firmly grasping her hand. "Qingwang, it's time. Do not cause trouble." Lin Qingwang replied with a solemn tone. "Perish." The blood wolf, brimming with murderous intent, swung his blade once more, aiming to cleave both Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang in a single strike. 100-meter wave of blade energy surged, sealing the heavens above, descending with terrifying destructive force. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Qingwang's forehead as she strained to summon the strength from her brow. Xie Weilou cast a glance at the descending 100-meter blade aura above, and with a flick of his sleeve, a resounding boom echoed as the formidable blade aura was instantly dispersed, causing bloodlight to surge outward. Both Blood Heaven Wolf and Lin Qingwang were momentarily taken aback. "Xie Weilou, you." Lin Qingwang's movements faltered. The scene before her was evidently beyond her expectations. Initially, she had prepared to fight with all her might, never anticipating that Xie Weilou would intervene. Dispersing Blood Heaven Wolf's blade aura so effortlessly, what level of cultivation could this signify? "Leave the rest to me." Xie Weilou gazed upward at the Blood Wolf, taken aback by the unexpected depth of its concealment. Blood Wolf raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! Xie Weilou waved his hand casually, and the Zhonghua sword materialized before him. This very sword had previously saved me. Lin Xinghuang's expression changed dramatically as she instantly recognized the Zhonghua sword. During the incident at Huansha Tower, she had been ambushed by a mysterious individual of Mid-Tujiang realm, and it was a man clad in black robes who had intervened to vanquish the assailant. Now, it dawned upon her that it was Xie Weilou who had come to her aid. This was not the only occasion. During her excursion to the black market, another figure in black had appeared, eliminating the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. In retrospect, that individual was also Xie Weilou. No wonder the silhouettes of those two black-robed figures had seemed oddly familiar to her. Concealment serves a purpose. Otherwise, the thrill of the hunt would be lost. Shui Tianlang let out a menacing laugh, gripping his long knife tightly as the malevolent aura emanating from him erupted in full force, revealing the pinnacle of his Tujiang realm prowess without a hint of restraint. Tianlang Shuriwa, he bellowed, and the blood-red long knife quivered in response, unleashing a terrifying wave of blade energy. Above, an ominous blood-red crescent moon appeared, not a mere lunar shape, but a manifestation of blood-colored blade energy, robust and exceedingly sharp, dominating the skies with its overwhelming presence. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red blade energy descended, its might unparalleled, the crimson light blinding as an aura of dread surged forth. An intriguing strike indeed. Xie Weilou offered a subtle remark, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, the burial flower sword shot forth towards the heavens in an instant. Boom! The burial flower sword collided fiercely with the crimson blade aura, the terrifying blood-red energy instantly detonating, sending splashes of crimson light scattering and blade energy surging in all directions. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantly appearing amidst the vast heavens. He grasped the Zhonghua sword, flicking his fingers to send the scabbard hurtling towards the blood wolf, akin to a shooting star, moving with astonishing speed and an overwhelming aura of terror. The blood wolf barely had time to evade, instinctively raising his crimson blade in defense. With a resounding boom, the scabbard collided with the blade, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the blood wolf reeling. Xie Weilou's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as he tightened his grip on the long sword. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear before the blood sky wolf. Boom! With a swift motion, Xie Weilou unleashed a sword strike, and a dark sword aura materialized. It instantly collided with the blade of the blood sky wolf, shattering it effortlessly, as if cutting through with the force of nature, brimming with malevolence. Crack! The crimson long knife of the blood sky wolf was cleaved in two by a single strike, and a formidable sword energy erupted forth, fiercely striking the wolf's chest. Ah! The blood sky wolf let out a piercing wail, its body severed in twain, blood gushing forth. Xie Weilou extended his hand, and the sword sheath flew into his grasp, the Zhonghua sword gradually returning to its scabbard, the striking blossom of the other shore prominently displayed upon its blade. As the Zhonghua sword completely entered the sheath, the fragmented body of the blood sky wolf disintegrated into dust, swiftly vanishing into the ether. Lin Xinghuang stared blankly at Xie Weilou, astonished by this extraordinary display of strength, utterly remarkable. Xie Weilou sheathed his burial flower sword, leaping gracefully to Lin Xinghuang's side, and in a playful tone inquired, "Xinghuang, do you find this heir to be handsome? Do you suddenly perceive my frail form as remarkably robust, leaving you salivating?" Once Lin Xinghuang regained her composure, her expression turned intricate as she questioned, "You have concealed your prowess well. How have you cultivated such skills?" 3 years, an entire 3 years. Xie Weilou remained oblivious to the presence of the individual beneath her very gaze, despite the fact that he emanated not a trace of a cultivator's aura, which is indeed quite perplexing. This fellow is exceedingly adept at concealing himself, having slain the blood sky wolf, a pinnacle cultivator of the Tujiang realm with a single sword strike. One must ponder, what realm does he currently inhabit? Is it the Daozong realm? Xie Weilou, with a rich smile, said, "Come closer, allow me to whisper something to you." Lin Xinghuang took a step back, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. With such formidable strength, why did you not act sooner? If this fellow had chosen to intervene earlier, she would not have been injured. Xie Weilou sighed, "To seek glory in the eyes of others, one must endure suffering in the shadows. Moreover, having acted first, what joy is there in the hero saving the damsel?" Lin Xinghuang retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Is that so? In truth, you are merely curious to ascertain whether I am worthy of witnessing your prowess, are you not? Had I disregarded everything and fled just now, you would likely refrain from revealing your true abilities in my presence again. To put it plainly, it boils down to a matter of trust. This fellow has concealed his strength for 3 years. One can only wonder what his intentions are, and he is unlikely to reveal his cultivation easily. Now, revealing his abilities before me, does that signify his trust in himself? It seems my earlier beating has barely secured this fellow's trust, which only serves to infuriate me further. However, I can understand, given the perilous state of the Zhenxi Marquisate, with both the old Marquis and the current Marquis deceased. It is only prudent for Xie Weilou to exercise caution if he wishes to survive. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang in silence. Do you take me for someone insignificant? I watched you get hurt, and there is but one reason for it. What reason? Lin Qingwang raised an eyebrow. Xie Weilou smirked wickedly. Naturally, I am craving your body. Now that you are injured and unable to move, does it not mean I can do as I please? With that, he boldly embraced Lin Qingwang. Release me. Lin Qingwang exclaimed in astonishment. Could this man truly be so audacious? Qingwang, why are you so slender? You feel so light. You ought to eat more. I prefer your fullness. Xie Weilou embraced Lin Qingwang and soared into the distance. Before long, Xie Weilou guided Lin Qingwang to another cave. Yet he did not truly indulge in her whims. He produced a jug of exquisite wine and began to savor it alone. Lin Qingwang seated herself on the ground, adopting a meditative posture to diligently heal her wounds. After the passage of half an hour, she sensed that her condition had improved significantly and cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou. Although she harbored some doubts regarding his formidable cultivation, her wisdom prompted her to refrain from inquiring further. Everyone possesses their own secrets, including herself, who harbored certain truths she preferred to keep concealed. Given your strength, having entered the Snow Wolf Valley, you must have sought out Yanwugu. Am I correct? Lin Qingwang spoke slowly. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, Indeed. I have sought him out. He possesses the pinnacle of cultivation in the realm of expansion. However, this is not the most crucial aspect. The key lies in the presence of a mysterious, formidable entity by his side, which remains shrouded in obscurity and warrants caution in making any moves. Mysterious entity? Lin Qingwang expressed her astonishment. Xie Weilou pondered. It must be the soul of a formidable demon clan warrior. By revealing this to you, it is hoped that you will take precautions. Since he has disclosed certain matters to Lin Qingwang, he naturally does not wish for her to confront Yanwugu, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Fear not. Lin Qingwang replied with a serene expression. If she were a reckless individual, she would have perished countless times by now. Even if the truth behind the downfall of the Lin family were laid bare, she would not act rashly. One must remain dormant before striking with lethal precision. While some may wield her as a weapon, she is merely the hilt. The true blade is the heavenly authority. Someone seeks to grasp the hilt and unleash the sharp edge, yet whether this blade can confront the imperial clan remains to be seen. After all, the heavenly authority belongs to the royal family, and wielding a royal blade against royal kin yields limited results. To avenge the Lin family's grievances, the most prudent approach is not to look to others, but to focus on herself, fervently enhancing her cultivation, for as long as her strength is formidable, all else will fall into place. Before long, a fierce blizzard descended, with howling winds shrieking in a sharp and piercing manner. An hour passed, yet the tempest showed no signs of abating, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, as flashes of lightning caused the mountains to tremble. Numerous peaks, influenced by mysterious forces, began to fracture. Within the cave, Xie Weilou gazed at the cracked rock wall, furrowing his brow and commented, This blizzard today seems rather unusual. Where have we ever witnessed such ferocity in a typical snowstorm? Let us venture outside and investigate. Lin Qingwang declared as she rose to her feet and made her way towards the entrance of the cave. Xie Weilou paused for a moment in contemplation before proceeding onward. Upon exiting the cave, a fierce wind surged forth, and snowflakes danced wildly in the air. The white snow within the valley was swept up by a terrifying storm, resembling colossal serpents of ice and snow that rampaged across the ground, devouring and wreaking havoc with tremendous force. In the distant sky loomed a massive vortex, within which violet lightning flickered, resonating with a series of thunderous roars. At that moment, the blizzard in the valley was being drawn toward the location of the vortex. That was Area A. Lin Qingwang gazed intently at the distant whirlpool. Given the tumult, could it be that some extraordinary treasure was about to emerge? A flicker of interest ignited within Xie Weilou. A treasure? Lin Qingwang appeared to have recalled something. Her heart stirred. I once encountered a record in an ancient tome that spoke of a malevolent entity imprisoned within the Snow Wolf Valley. A malevolent entity? I must investigate. Xie Weilou's figure flickered and swiftly soared forward. Lin Xinghuang donned a mask and promptly followed suit, as the commotion in the armor district was considerable, likely drawing the attention of others as well. A quarter of an hour later, Xie Weilou arrived at the edge of a frozen lake in District A, where a swirling vortex loomed above the surface, spinning incessantly and unleashing a tempest that erupted skyward, relentlessly devouring all in its path. Within the vortex, flashes of lightning flickered, bearing an ominous force of destruction. At this moment, a considerable assembly of individuals gathered here, including Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, Yin Wugo, Yin Ruyu, Su Muxue, and Xiao Su among others. Xie Weilou cast his gaze upon the group, noticing the disheveled state of Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugo, all of whom bore grievous injuries, their breaths disordered, and their complexions as pale as death. Brother Xie, Yin Junlin remarked, his expression tinged with surprise upon spotting Xie Weilou, for he had not anticipated his presence in Zone A. This area was exceedingly perilous, and their journey had been fraught with relentless assaults from ferocious beasts, whose prowess far surpassed that of the creatures in Zone B. Remarkably, he had survived. Yin Ruyu's gaze settled on Xie Weilou, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Despite having dispatched the peak-blood celestial wolf, she had failed to eliminate Xie Weilou. Su Muxue and Xiao Su exchanged a glance with Xie Weilou but chose to remain silent. Xie Weilou approached Yin Junlin with a look of astonishment and inquired, "What has transpired here?" The sight of Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugo all bearing injuries took him by surprise. Particularly concerning was Yin Wugo, whom he had previously subjected to a severe beating. However, with the intervention of that ancient specter, Yin Wugo's wounds had swiftly mended. Now, he bore numerous additional injuries that appeared gravely perilous, injuries not inflicted by Xie himself. With a pained expression, Yin Junlin lamented, "Alas, we encountered a terrifying ambush from the demon race, and it remains a mystery who brought them here." At this juncture, he instinctively glanced at Yin Wugo. Yin Wuyo, too, turned his gaze towards Yin Wugo, for he had also faced an onslaught from the demon race, specifically from a being of peak Tuajiang prowess. Were it not for his own advantages, he would likely have met his demise. Yin Wugo remained silent. Previously, he had been attacked by a mysterious individual, and before long, he was assailed once more by a formidable demon of the same peak Tuajiang caliber. The waters were thoroughly muddied. It was not just he who had dispatched demons, but others present had also sent forth their own. Yet, he remained unaware of the instigator behind this chaos, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. He had come perilously close to losing his life and found himself unjustly burdened with blame, which left him exceedingly displeased. Yin Junlin turned to Xie Weilou and asked, "Brother Xie, have you encountered any perils?" Xie Weilou sighed. "I have also encountered a demon clan ambush, something called the Blood Sky Wolf, whose power is exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, the Crown Prince dispatched individuals to preserve my life." Yin Junlin's pallid face revealed a hint of a smile. "It is only proper. How could I allow Brother Xie to venture into the Snow Wolf Valley unprotected?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yin Ruyu's eyes. No wonder Xie Weilou was unharmed, for Yin Junlin had sent forth formidable allies. Yet, the current state of the Blood Sky Wolf remained uncertain, perched at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm. Even if Xie Weilou could not be slain, he should be safe. "Brother Xie, what brings you to the A district?" Yin Junlin inquired, puzzled. Boom. Before Xie Weilou could respond, a beam of lightning thundered down from the swirling heavens, striking the lake's surface. The ice shattered explosively, and water erupted skyward as a mysterious force began to emanate from the lake. Everyone immediately turned their gaze to the lake. Such commotion likely heralded the emergence of a treasured artifact. Whoosh! Suddenly, beams of light surged forth from the lake, suggesting the presence of something valuable. Yin Junlin and the others reacted swiftly, dashing forward to seize the opportunity, while the rest of the crowd also sprang into action. Xie Weilou stood motionless, refraining from making a move. Yin Junlin was the first to seize a longsword, gently caressing its blade, his expression brightening with delight at the quality of the weapon. The others also managed to acquire some valuable items. However, numerous beams of light continued to emanate, prompting them to act once more. Su Muxue grasped a peculiar orb, stowing it away before setting her sights on another radiant beam, decisively claiming it for herself. Upon seizing the light, she discovered within it a withered skeletal arm. Her countenance darkened, a wave of revulsion washing over her, and she promptly discarded it. By a twist of fate, The discarded skeletal arm hurtled towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou grasped the withered arm of bones, fixing his gaze upon Su Mushiwei as he exclaimed, "Su Mushiwei, this is excessive." Humph. Su Mushiwei let out a cold snort, disregarding Xie Weilou entirely. The others exchanged glances, observing Xie Weilou clutching the desiccated arm, rendered speechless. They resumed their fervent struggle for the remaining radiance. Xie Weilou gazed at the desiccated skeletal arm in his hand, a frown of displeasure etched upon his face. Yet he still chose to stow it away. At that moment, a flicker of astonishment surged within him upon contact with the skeletal arm. He sensed that this object was far from ordinary and resolved to take it back for further examination. After the passage of a brief incense stick's worth of time, the objects that had emerged were swiftly claimed, and the surface of the lake trembled once more as a grand bronze hall ascended from its depths. This hall, immense in stature, radiated an enigmatic copper luminescence, while the heavens above roared with ceaseless thunder, bolts of lightning striking the bronze structure. What is this? The onlookers fixated on the bronze hall rising from the lake, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Roar! Suddenly, a cacophony of beastly roars reverberated from all directions. The crowd immediately turned their gaze to the surroundings, where they beheld the emergence of over 20 formidable beasts, all unmistakably of the Tuajiang realm. Over 20 Tuajiang realm beasts. The spectators' expressions sharpened. The area was already teeming with powerful creatures. The appearance of these Tuajiang realm beasts in this locale, was it in pursuit of the bronze hall? Looking into the distance from the perilous tower, it becomes evident that this place is not merely inhabited by the boundary-expanding demonic beasts. Lurking in the shadows are 4 formidable beings of the Daozong realm. Roar! The air reverberates with 4 terrifying roars as these Daozong beasts emerge. A majestic white snow wolf king, a fierce purple tiger, a colossal black serpent, and a massive gray elephant. Upon their arrival, the surrounding demonic creatures hastily part ways, while the onlookers shudder, their eyes wide with terror. They are undoubtedly in the early stages of the Daozong realm, Xie Weilou murmured, noting that the 4 beasts of the Daozong realm posed little threat. However, with such a commotion, how could the outside world remain oblivious? It was likely that powerful figures would soon make their appearance. Roar! The 4 beasts of the Daozong realm unleashed a terrifying roar as they charged towards the bronze hall, sensing something of great value within. The remaining beasts launched an assault on those present. "How dare you!" A chilling voice rang out, and a blood-red long sword descended from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that reduced over 20 beasts of the Tuajiang realm to nothingness in an instant. A middle-aged man clad in black battle armor hovered above, his expression cold and formidable, exuding a terrifying aura. This was Mu Bei. With a swift motion, Mu Bei directed his gaze towards the 4 beasts of the Daozong realm, sending forth the blood-red long sword, which cleaved through them effortlessly. Roar! Just as the 4 beasts approached the bronze hall, they were obliterated into a mist of blood by a single strike, proving their inadequacy against a peak Daozong realm opponent. The onlookers regarded Mu Bei with awe, recognizing the overwhelming might of a peak Daozong realm expert. Suspended in the void, Mu Bei grasped the long sword, then spoke slowly. "You too, step forth." Boom! The heavens trembled as an elder clad in a blue robe and a middle-aged man bearing a sword-sheathed soared into view. Like Mu Bei, they too were formidable experts at the peak of the Daozong realm. "Lord Pei of the Qintian Bureau," they murmured. The other seemed to be a member of the Holy Academy. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the 2 figures in the sky. Lord Pei, also known as Pei Qing, hailed from the Qintian Bureau, a peak expert with unparalleled combat prowess, well known to nearly everyone present. As for the man with the sword sheath, only a few princes recognized him, for he was from the Great Xia Holy Academy. The Great Xia Holy Academy was a revered sanctuary for cultivation, teeming with powerful individuals and hidden talents. Countless young aspirants took pride in aspiring to join the academy. However, the criteria for admission were exceedingly stringent, making it virtually impossible for ordinary individuals to gain entry. Once admitted, one would receive abundant resources and support. "Greetings, General Mu." Pei Qing and the middle-aged man acknowledged Mu Bei. Mu Bei regarded the two, contemplating. "Lord Pei, Daoist Dugu. The emergence of the Tianxia Hall prompts me to inquire about your intentions." It was evident that he was aware of the significance of the Bronze Hall. This was the Tianxia Hall, rumored to have been left behind by an unparalleled expert to suppress a terrifying evil entity. Over the years, many strong figures had investigated this place, yet none had yielded results. Now that the Tianqi Hall had manifested, it was uncertain whether this heralded good fortune or misfortune. Dugu Wujing appeared pensive. It is said that an awful evil entity is suppressed within the Tianqi Hall. Should that entity emerge, our combined strength may prove insufficient. I have relayed this information back to the Holy Academy, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Mu Bei nodded gently, casting his gaze towards Pei Qing. Master Pei, please relay the news back to the Qintian Bureau. Certainly. Pei Qing responded, producing a jade talisman. He swiftly enacted a spell, and a beam of light surged towards the heavens. Half a fragrant stick of incense later, a thunderous sound echoed. The firmament trembled once more as three colossal manifestations materialized in the celestial realm. One, a grotesque figure with a green face and sharp fangs. Another, an elegant sage. And the last, a gray-clad Taoist. Before each of these manifestations stood an individual. Before the grotesque figure stood an elderly eunuch clad in azure robes. Before the sage, a middle-aged scholar donned in white Confucian attire. And before the Taoist, an aged practitioner. The three figures were all at the profound realm of manifestation. In the shadowy depths of the Xie Weilou Tower, a phrase echoes, to expand territories is akin to cultivating one's inner self. Forging the 5 sacred chambers of the human body. The realm of the Xuanshan is where one gives birth to a transcendent form within the cultivated inner sanctum. Endless land requires guardians, and the Xuanshan serves as this protector, resembling a valiant general. Those who reach the Xuanshan can harness its power, transforming into a magnificent manifestation that suppresses all corners of the world with formidable strength. Once the Xuanshan transforms into a dragon, it is akin to a general guarding the realm suddenly becoming an emperor. With a mere thought, it metamorphoses, gathering fortune, unparalleled in might. Its strength terrifyingly akin to that of a true dragon, with a corporeal form forged to an extraordinary degree, exhibiting overwhelming dominance. However, the dragon transformation realm is not the pinnacle, for beyond it lies the divine court realm. The divine court encompasses myriad aspects, and after the physical body reaches its zenith, one must cultivate the soul. The divine court represents a dimension for soul cultivation, where, once the soul is unleashed and roams the cosmos, it becomes immortal. Achieving the ultimate mastery of both body and soul is genuinely formidable. The great monitor of the divine palace, the esteemed Mr. Yin from the Holy Academy, and Lord Qimei of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, Yin Junlin gazes upon these three figures with a sense of reflection. Alas, certain monitors from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the Holy Academy will not partake in the struggle for imperial power, rendering them unattainable allies. Otherwise, he would truly seek to recruit them. The trio of Mu Bei respectfully bows to these three Xuanshan figures. The great monitor of the divine palace nods slightly. Casting a glance at the assembly below, he ponders aloud. With the emergence of the Tianqi Hall, the impending obliteration of the Snow Wolf Valley may usher in a dreadful crisis. His Majesty has decreed the early conclusion of the winter hunt. Your achievements shall remain valid. Now, you are to proceed beyond the valley. The great monitor of the divine palace, presiding over the imperial ancestral temple, holds an extraordinary status. The great monitor of the divine palace stands as the mightiest among them, rarely revealing himself in ordinary times. Upon hearing his words, the assembly displays a flicker of discontent. They had glimpsed the bronze hall and had anticipated seizing some treasures, yet now it seems rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, it is understandable. Their cultivation is too feeble, and should any extraordinary events unfold, it is likely that all would meet a swift demise. Boom. With a mere wave, the great monitor of the divine palace conjures a force that sweeps the crowd, transporting them out of the Snow Wolf Valley. Let us act. The 6 present exchange glances, directly initiating their assault. The Tianqi Hall has suppressed this place for many years, and the seal above has begun to weaken. As for the malevolent entity within the hall, even if it truly exists, after enduring the passage of time, its power has likely diminished to a fraction of its former self. Thus, their intervention may indeed lead to its defeat. Thunderous roars. The 6 unleash their might simultaneously, directing a terrifying force toward the bronze hall. Boom. The bronze hall trembled, resonating like a colossal bell, its formidable might radiating in all directions, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to shatter. At its epicenter, the surrounding realm erupted in a frenzy, with lakes evaporating and the mountains of Snow Wolf Valley instantaneously reduced to ash, the ground riddled with countless wounds and deep ravines. Outside Snow Wolf Valley, the onlookers emerged, their gazes heavy with concern as they beheld the valley, marred and ravaged. The combined might of the three pinnacle Taoist sects and the three great mysterious forms was overwhelming, inducing an unsettling sensation among the spectators. It appeared that some had yet to emerge. A few individuals scanned the vicinity. Over 100 had participated in the winter hunt, yet only 30 or so remained visible, indicating a significant number still trapped within the valley. Yin Junlin and the others furrowed their brows, acutely aware that Snow Wolf Valley had been subjected to a tremendous force. The fate of those they had sent inside remained uncertain, and should they have perished, it would represent a considerable loss. Nonetheless, the strength of their dispatched companions was formidable. They were not easily defeated. The advent of the Bronze Hall promised an abundance of treasures within, and to be excluded from claiming them would be profoundly disheartening. With such thoughts weighing on their minds, the mood of the group soured. 100 meters away, Xie Weilou and Lin Qinhuang stood side by side, gazing at the battered Snow Wolf Valley. Lin Qinhuang pondered, "The Bronze Hall evokes a peculiar sensation within me. I sense that this matter will not conclude so simply." Xie Weilou gazed into the distance, remaining silent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within the Snow Wolf Valley. The Bronze Hall surged forth, pursued by 6 formidable figures led by Mu Bei, who simultaneously unleashed their powers to seal off the surrounding space. With a hum, before the Bronze Hall could escape, it was forcibly restrained, and its gates were shattered. What? The onlookers outside the valley stared in astonishment at the Bronze Hall and Mu Bei's group. At that moment, the 6 warriors bore some injuries. As they launched their assault on the Bronze Hall, a withered corpse emerged, yet fortunately, the power emanating from it had significantly waned. Otherwise, the 6 would have undoubtedly paid a hefty price. They instinctively believed that this corpse was the suppressed evil spirit. With the gates now in ruins, the 6 entered the hall, where they beheld several towering pillars of legacy. Just as they were about to delve into their mysteries, a mysterious force repelled them. It seemed that the Bronze Hall prohibited any living being above the realm of expansion from entering. The Grand Supervisor of Tianqi glanced downward, pondering. The Winter Hunt Assembly has concluded prematurely, lacking a certain excitement. Perhaps we should introduce a captivating trial. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Mr. Yin from the Sacred Academy. Mr. Yin chuckled softly and proclaimed, "This Bronze Hall harbors a mysterious legacy. Today, all young individuals below the realm of Dao concealment present may enter the Bronze Hall. Those who acquire any legacy within shall be granted a spot in our Sacred Academy." What? The Bronze Hall contains a mysterious legacy? We may all enter? A spot in the Sacred Academy? The youthful crowd below instantly displayed expressions of exhilaration upon hearing this. They had just lamented their expulsion from the Snow Wolf Valley, only to find fortune emerging before them in an instant. What could be more significant than a mysterious legacy and the opportunity to enter the Sacred Academy? The Grand Supervisor of Tianqi addressed the crowd solemnly. The results of the Winter Hunt Assembly still stand. And whether you can enter the Sacred Academy depends solely on your own capabilities. We can only confine this Bronze Hall for a quarter of an hour. You have precisely 15 minutes, understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. With a resounding boom, the Grand Supervisor wasted no time. With a casual wave, spiritual energy transformed into a long corridor that sloped downward. "It can begin now," Mr. Yin stated solemnly. Those with cultivation no longer hesitated and immediately dashed along the corridor towards the Bronze Hall. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qinhuang and called out, "Qinhuang, mm." Lin Qinhuang's figure flickered, and she swiftly dashed towards the Bronze Palace. Xie Weilou pondered for a moment and was about to step forward, only to notice that the withered skeletal arm within his storage ring was trembling, a peculiar force emanating as if to impede his progress. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, halting his advance. The skeletal arm fell eerily still. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed, and the Bronze Hall erupted with a resounding roar. 7 white jade pillars surged forth, radiating brilliance as they scattered in various directions. The individuals who had entered the Bronze Hall were also expelled. With a hum, the Bronze Hall trembled, breaking free from the restraints of 6 formidable beings, and soared directly into the heavens, ultimately vanishing from sight. Mu Bei and the others were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that these heritage pillars would ascend. However, they chose not to pursue. Previously, they had observed 9 heritage pillars, 2 bronze and 7 white jade. Now, with 7 white jade pillars soaring away, it was evident that 2 bronze pillars remained within. The legacies associated with those 2 bronze pillars were extraordinary, stirring immense desire within them, yet they lamented their lack of destiny with them. As for the legacies of the 7 white jade pillars, they held little significance for them. Mr. Yin inquired, "Who has obtained the legacy?" The crowd exchanged glances. Yin Wuyo turned to Yin Wugo, coldly remarking, "Old Six, impressive tactics." He had been on the brink of seizing the legacy, but had suddenly been beset by a mysterious demonic force, thwarting his comprehension. Among those present, Yin Wugo bore the greatest suspicion. Surely, the legacy obtained by Old Six is remarkable. Yin Junlin also fixed a cold glare upon Yin Wugo, who had encountered a similar predicament, also falling short. Yin Ryu remained silent, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yin Wugo. Yin Wugo fell into silence. This time he had not secured the legacy, nor had he acted against others. Someone was framing him. Among those present lurked a presence of unfathomable depth. Who could it be? Alas, Elder Long had exhausted himself previously and had succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, he would surely have sensed that individual's presence. Observing the lack of response, Mr. Yin smiled lightly. There are still 7 heritage pillars scattered in various directions. I shall remain in the Northern Territory for a day. Tomorrow at noon. Anyone who has obtained a legacy may seek me in the city of the North. The admission quota remains valid. With that, he vanished from the scene. Upon hearing this, the crowd was electrified, feeling a renewed sense of possibility. Just a moment had proven insufficient for comprehension. If they could find a heritage pillar next and grasp its essence, perhaps they could attain a legacy. With this thought, excitement flickered in their eyes. The eunuch Tianqi turned to Mu Bei. "General Mu, I leave this to you." "Understood." Mu Bei replied with a slight clasp of his fists. Subsequently, Tianqi and the others departed. Mu Bei regarded the crowd below, solemnly stating, "The results of the winter hunt have been recorded by Li Haoran. Now, everyone shall seek the heritage pillars. The results of the winter hunt will be announced punctually tomorrow at noon." The crowd exchanged glances before swiftly dispersing. Lin Qingwang silently approached Xie Weilou's side. Xie Weilou inquired softly, "How is it?" "Acquired." Lin Qingwang gently nodded. Within the Bronze Hall, there existed 9 kinds of legacies, and the 2 most extraordinary legacies inscribed upon the bronze pillars had already been secured by her. "Splendid." Xie Weilou extended his thumb, a glimmer of approval evident in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang gazed at Xie Weilou in astonishment, inquiring, "Why didn't you attempt it just now?" Xie Weilou is an enigmatic figure. Should he enter the Bronze Hall, he would likely seize the legacy. "I disdain him," Xie Weilou remarked with a hint of acidity in his tone. Lin Qinghuang detected the undertone of bitterness in his words and couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself, "What a hypocritical fellow." She spoke softly this time. "I paid particular attention to Yin Wugo and Yin Ryu." Yin Wugo remained unperturbed. However, Yin Ryu exhibited a peculiar aura, a subtle demonic power that enveloped her, and she launched an attack on Yin Wugo and the others. Xie Weilou pondered, "That woman is indeed quite extraordinary." Lin Qingwang inquired, "There are still 7 legacy pillars remaining. Would you care to give them a try?" Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, "I am not particularly captivated by the notion of inheritance, but I can lend a hand. It is of little significance for you to remain here. You should return first." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently, for having just received the inheritance, she indeed required a tranquil place to contemplate and absorb it fully. Xie Weilou spoke little and departed silently. Amidst the frostbitten expanse lay a solitary white jade pillar, adorned with numerous enigmatic runes that exuded an air of complexity. At this moment, Yin Junlin, Yin Wui, and Yin Wugo stood before the stone monument, exchanging glances yet refraining from immediate contemplation. "Old Six, you have already acquired the inheritance. Do not be overly greedy," Yin Junlin remarked with a stern countenance. Yin Wui responded calmly, "Indeed. Old Six, your ambush against me within the Bronze Hall resulted in my failure to comprehend. Relinquish your claim to the inheritance of this pillar. Otherwise, it may disrupt the harmony among brothers." With a sigh, Yin Wugo added, "Regardless, I lack the strength of both of you. Since elder brother and second brother desire the inheritance here, I shall not dare to contest it." "You lack their strength?" A voice of surprise echoed. The expressions of Yin Junlin and the others darkened as they turned swiftly, discovering a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and adorned with gauntlets approaching, none other than Xie Weilou. "It is you." Upon seeing Xie Weilou, Yin Junlin and Yin Wugo's eyes gleamed coldly. Yin Wui, however, fixated on Xie Weilou's gauntlets, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Is he one of the third?" Xie Weilou regarded Yin Wugo with a playful glint in his eyes, exclaiming, "The 6th prince truly knows how to masquerade. Despite possessing the pinnacle of the Takujiang realm, he deliberately conceals his prowess, presenting himself as merely a late-stage practitioner of the Jialua realm, a true wolf in sheep's clothing." indeed. The mention of the pinnacle of the Decujiang realm caused Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo to exchange a sharp glance, their gazes fixed upon Yin Wugo, laced with scrutiny. Is it truly the pinnacle of the Decujiang realm? If this individual speaks the truth, then the sixth prince undoubtedly poses the gravest threat to them. Yin Wugo's expression darkened, and he refrained from any defense, for there was little purpose in denial. Since this person had appeared here, it was inevitable that he would take action, and his true cultivation would soon be laid bare before Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo. Cursed third brother, how could he force me into such a predicament? Xie Weilou continued. You possess a mysterious spirit of the demon race within you. The aura of the Taoist realm you previously revealed truly startled me. Might I be permitted to summon it for a glimpse? What? There is indeed a spirit of the demon race. Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo cast a sinister glance at Yin Wugo, their eyes brimming with foreboding. He truly deserves his fate. You are indeed deserving of your demise. Yin Wugo's tone was icy as he fixed his gaze upon Xie Weilou. Boom. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantaneously appearing before Yin Wugo, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Yin Wugo's head. A resounding crash echoed as Yin Wugo, caught off guard, was sent flying over 20 meters, his head bloodied and battered. In the moment he hit the ground, Yin Wugo swiftly rolled to his feet, feeling the warm blood streaming from his ear. No longer concealing his cultivation, he unleashed the full force of his peak Tuajiang realm aura. Indeed, he was at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm. What a cunning old fox you are. You have truly hidden your strength well. Yin Wuyo and Yin Junlin fixed their cold gazes upon Yin Wugo. Had it not been for this individual's intervention, they would likely have remained oblivious to the truth. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly low-key old six possessed such formidable power? What significant undertakings had he concealed from them over the years? What other secrets might he hold that they were unaware of? With a swift motion, Yin Wugo summoned a long sword, his eyes filled with ferocity, and unleashed a devastating strike towards Xie Weilou. The sword chi surged, stirring a tempest of snowflakes, and with a fierce slash, it cleaved through the air, the ground underneath cracking open for 100 meters. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Weilou unleashed a powerful punch, the impact resonating as it shattered the sword energy in an instant. He swiftly closed the distance, launching a rapid assault on Yin Wugo's head with his fist encased in armor. Yin Wugo promptly raised his sword in defense. With a resounding crash, the longsword splintered. Yet the force of the punch remained unabated, striking Yin Wugo's head with tremendous might. Like a ragdoll, he was sent flying 100 meters away. Remarkably, his skull, having been forged to perfection during his time in the Xinhuang realm, remained unshattered. Only a trickle of blood flowed from the impact. Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo exchanged grave glances, their expressions reflecting the weight of the moment. Indeed, a peak figure in the Tuajian realm could withstand considerable punishment. Should this cloaked figure succeed in ending Yin Wugo's life, here, Xie Weilou gazed at the two princes and calmly remarked, Esteemed princes, Yin Wugo poses a significant threat. Should he remain alive, your future prospects shall be utterly devoid of competitiveness. It would be prudent for you to ally with me and together eliminate him. With that, Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo exchanged no words of hesitation and swiftly turned to flee. Knowing that this was the third prince's scheme, they understood that the adversary would undoubtedly resort to silencing any witnesses. Their presence would only seal their doom. Xie Weilou observed two individuals fleeing, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. His objective had been accomplished. From this moment forth, Yin Wugo could not aspire to become the sixth. He cast his gaze toward Yin Wugo, who stood 100 meters away. It was evident that this individual would not be easily dispatched, for within him resided a formidable soul entity, suggesting he possessed additional hidden strengths. However, it was worth exploring what other cards he might hold. With this thought in mind, Xie Weilou charged once more at Yin Wugo. If he could not vanquish Yin Wugo today, he would at least ensure that he was left severely weakened. Yin Wugo rose from the ground, his eyes a crimson hue, his murderous intent more potent than ever. He produced a blood-red demon pill and consumed it. Boom. Upon ingesting the demon pill, his aura surged dramatically. Though he had yet to step into the Tao realm, he was perilously close. How intriguing. Xie Weilou's voice was chilling as he clenched his fist and launched a powerful punch towards Yin Wugo. Kill. Yin Wugo's voice was hoarse, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupted from within her as she retaliated with a punch of her own. Boom. The two fists collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening explosion that resonated through the air. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, causing the ice and snow to melt within a radius of 500 meters, leaving the ground riddled with countless scars. The power emanating from Xie Weilou intensified. Boom. One of Yin Wugo's arms was utterly obliterated, transforming into a mist of crimson. And his body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring 100 meters away. Yin Wugo let out a wretched scream, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Severely injured. With a sudden movement, Xie Weilou appeared before Yin Wugo, not granting the latter a moment to regain their footing. He unleashed a powerful punch that struck fiercely against Yin Wugo's chest. Bang! Yin Wugo's body plummeted into the ground, creating a 10-meter-deep crater, lying within this abyss. His form was a gruesome sight, yet the malevolent energy surrounding him did not dissipate. On the contrary, it grew increasingly potent, exhibiting an uncanny ability to mend his wounds. His vitality proved remarkably resilient. Xie Weilou offered a faint evaluation, then unleashed a powerful punch downward. A striking imprint erupted, forcefully crashing into the abyss below. Boom! The pit shattered and expanded, its diameter reaching 100 meters, plunging suddenly as thick smoke billowed upward. Yin Wugo emerged from the swirling smoke, delivering a fierce blow aimed at Xie Weilou's head. Xie Weilou's expression was filled with scorn as he casually reached out, seizing his opponent's wrist. With a sudden twist, a sharp crack echoed, and Yin Wugo's arm was broken. A resounding slap followed. Xie Weilou delivered a resounding slap to Yin Wugo's face, causing it to shatter, blood splattering and teeth to fall. Yin Wugo let out a mournful cry, her expression filled with excruciating agony. Xie Weilou lifted his knee, striking fiercely at Yin Wugo's abdomen. Yin Wugo was sent flying, blood spraying forth as his body crashed violently against the stone pillar. His face contorted in agony, his eyes a deep crimson, and his arm, shattered into a mist of blood, astonishingly regrew under the potent influence of the demonic aura, resembling an undying monstrosity. Such remarkable regenerative ability is truly extraordinary. Xie Weilou's expression was one of indifference. Under ordinary circumstances, any peak cultivator encountering his attacks would have been reduced to a mere mist of blood by now. Yet Yin Wugo remained alive, demonstrating an extraordinary vitality. With a primal roar akin to that of a beast, Yin Wugo seized one of his own severed arms and forcefully reattached it. Gripping a stone pillar behind him, he charged forward like a ferocious ape, hurling the pillar towards Xie Weilou with tremendous force. Xie Weilou extended his hand and struck the stone pillar with a powerful palm. Bang! The stone pillar was instantly reduced to dust, the immense force sending Yin Wugo flying. Xie Weilou struck out with a mighty palm, and a colossal handprint manifested, forcefully driving Yin Wugo into the ground. Dust erupted, the earth trembled, and an enormous imprint was left on the surface. Standing within it, Yin Wugo was disheveled. Her garments tattered, her body marred by numerous cracks, and blood streamed from her form, presenting a most pitiful sight. What other means remain? Xie Weilou, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired with an air of indifference. Yin Wugo promptly retrieved a vial of elixir, consuming its contents in a single gulp, causing his aura to surge rapidly. Xie Weilou squinted slightly, recognizing the essence of this elixir. It felt eerily familiar. Yin Wugo truly resembled a protagonist. Kill. Yin Wugo's gaze turned fierce as she charged once more towards Xie Weilou, her fist striking with tremendous force, a gale of power sweeping forth, exuding an overwhelming might. Xie Weilou observed Yin Wugo charging towards him. In an instant, he shifted his form and materialized beside his opponent, grasping the latter's neck with a firm grip, and effortlessly hurled Yin Wugo into the air. Boom! Xie Weilou clenched his fist, unleashing a formidable imprint that struck fiercely against Yin Wugo's chest, penetrating through it and causing a violent eruption of blood, leaving a gaping wound. Yin Wugo was sent flying, his complexion pale and his breath feeble. Yet the malevolent energy enveloping him incessantly mended his injuries, preventing his demise. Indeed, his life force was remarkably resilient. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Yin Wugo, unleashing a devastating strike that erupted with cataclysmic force. The ground fractured beneath him, resembling the end of the world. Fissures appeared in all directions, and the howling winds filled the air with a deafening roar. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled violently, erupting in a frenzy. Yin Wugo, in a disheveled state, emerged from the swirling dust, standing aloft with a look of deep-seated resentment directed at Xie Weilou. "I shall remember you. Prepare yourself," he declared through gritted teeth, extending his hand towards his heart and, in a swift motion, piercing through to draw forth a drop of heart's blood. As the essence of his heart was extracted, his visage contorted with agony, and his aura began to dissipate wildly. Clearly, the act of utilizing his heart's blood exacted a tremendous toll on him, potentially causing a decline in his cultivation level. Thus, before him materialized a peculiar golden scale, into which he infused the blood from his heart. With a crack, the golden scale fractured, and a mysterious power awakened, releasing a blinding light that enveloped his form. In an instant, he soared into the heavens at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight. An array of tactics indeed. Xie Weilou gazed at the vanishing figure of Yen Wugu, his expression betraying no emotion as he uttered a solitary remark. Although he had managed to draw out some of his opponent's tactics this time, he felt it was insufficient. Yen Wugu undoubtedly possessed numerous hidden cards, making the prospect of his demise exceedingly challenging. In truth, his assessment was entirely justified. The sole entity residing within Yen Wugu had succumbed to a profound slumber. However, the myriad of safeguards bestowed upon Yen Wugu would certainly awaken that sole entity if he were to face true peril, compelling it to fight fiercely to protect him. Thus, the endeavor to extinguish Yen Wugu's life proved to be far more arduous than Xie Weilou had anticipated. Nevertheless, he mused, patience is a virtue. Opportunities abound in due course. Xie Weilou transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from this place. Yen Wugu had suffered continuous blows and could not fathom that his opponent could possess the ability to defy the heavens and recover swiftly. Half an hour later, amidst the heavy snowfall, a woman clad in a pale yellow down dress was desperately fleeing for her life. Behind her, a late-stage demon from the brandished an ice crystal bow, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. The arrows fell like thunder, unleashing tremendous force that sent her hurtling through the air. Not far away, Xie Weilou silently observed the unfolding scene. The woman in question was none other than the third princess, Yen Rui. She appeared innocent and carefree, yet surely harbored complexities beyond mere appearances. Die! The demon's voice was frigid as it unleashed another arrow. Whoosh! The icy crystal arrow flew with astonishing speed, piercing through Yen Rui's form in an instant. Her pupils contracted, and she collapsed to the ground, blood spraying forth. The demon smirked coldly, swiftly approaching Yen Rui's side, extending a hand to assess her breath. Boom! At that moment, Yen Rui suddenly opened her eyes, grasping a jade talisman in her hand. She shattered the talisman, and a surge of crimson light erupted, catching the demon off guard and reducing it to a mist of blood. Indeed, the members of the royal family possessed formidable hidden cards. Xie Weilou murmured in a dimly lit passage. Yen Rui, struggling to rise, took a deep breath and grasped the arrow that had pierced her body. With a forceful tug, the arrow was extracted, and a jet of blood gushed forth. Hiss! She trembled, her countenance contorted with agony, drawing in a sharp breath before collapsing to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. At the base of a cliff, Yen Rui opened her eyes to find Xie Weilou seated upon a stone, warming his hands by the fire. She paused for a moment in surprise. Ah, the princess has awakened, looking rather well. It seems you are not destined for death just yet. I nearly contemplated procuring a coffin for you. Xie Weilou gazed at Yen Rui with a rich, warm smile. After a moment of realization, Yen Rui's expression sharpened as she immediately assessed her injuries, discovering that her body had been tended to. However, the skill employed in the bandaging ignited her irritation. You saved me, Xie Weilou? Yen Rui fixed her gaze upon him. The situation was unmistakably clear. Xie Weilou had indeed rescued her. She had always held a disdain for this individual, yet unexpectedly he had spared her life. This revelation felt rather peculiar. Had it not been for him, amidst that snowy wilderness, she would have surely succumbed to any lurking beasts. Xie Weilou said with a smile, Indeed, when I first encountered you in the midst of the heavy snow, you were nearly lifeless. It was my kind-hearted nature that compelled me to bring you here. Alas, I am not particularly skilled in bandaging, and I hope the princess can forgive my inadequacies. Yen Rui glared fiercely at Xie Weilou, retorting, It is not that you are merely lacking in skill. You are utterly ignorant of how to bandage properly. Your technique is truly abysmal. How is Xie Weilou bandaged? The fabric was directly torn from her garment and wrapped around her body, the strips tightly constricting her form, causing her great discomfort. It was the first time witnessing such a method of bandaging. If one were to apply a dressing at the very least, it should adhere closely to the skin and the wound. Xie Weilou shrugged slightly. There is nothing I can do. Her Highness is delicate, and I dare not glance indiscreetly. What if I were to be imprisoned? Ultimately, the purpose of bandaging is to staunch the bleeding. Whether it is done internally or externally, the outcome remains the same. Yen Rui was rendered speechless. Xie Weilou gazed at Yen Rui with astonishment, inquiring, "Your Highness, why are you so gravely injured?" "Upon seeing you, I noticed a blood-stained arrow nearby. Surely, that cannot be the work of a beast." Yan-Rui fell into silence, her lips sealed. During this winter hunting festival, her intent had been self-preservation, consistently steering clear of others, yet she had still been targeted. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The winter hunting festival had concluded prematurely, and she could now return to the northern border city. Xie Weilou rose to his feet. Yan-Rui was aware of the conclusion of the winter hunting festival. However, she had not been present when the Bronze Hall made its appearance, as she was still evading danger in the Snow Wolf Valley. Nevertheless, after Mu Bei announced the end of the winter hunting festival, the news resonated throughout the valley, reaching the ears of all within. Initially, she felt a sense of relief. But upon stepping out of the Snow Wolf Valley, she discovered that the army of guards had vanished, and she found herself being pursued by a demon. Had it not been for her hidden cards, she likely would have perished. "Support me," she instinctively requested as she attempted to rise, only to be met with a surge of pain that furrowed her brow, intensifying her suffering. Xie Weilou extended his hand to help Yan-Rui to her feet. "Your Highness, have you had a dream?" "What dream?" Yan-Rui gazed at Xie Weilou in confusion. A handsome man, riding a white steed and treading upon clouds of 7 colors, descended from the heavens, saving your very life, prompting you to feel an irresistible urge to offer yourself in devotion, or to serve him like a humble beast of burden. Xie Weilou smiled warmly. "Don't even think about it. You, a debauched dandy who revels in brothels and taverns, are unworthy of me," Yan-Rui said earnestly. "Then you may return by yourself." Xie Weilou released his grip and strode forward. Yan-Rui instantly collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Xie Weilou's retreating figure. She immediately called out, "Xie Weilou, come back." Xie Weilou halted his steps and declared, "I wish to offer myself entirely to you." "Impossible," Yan-Rui instantly retorted. "Farewell." Xie Weilou continued to move forward. Yan-Rui, in a state of urgency, felt the weight of solitude as Xie Weilou departed. Stranded in this place, retreating was not an option. She hastily exclaimed, "Very well. If it means offering myself in devotion, then so be it. Please return." Xie Weilou extended his hands, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Unfortunately, you are unworthy of me, Your Highness. Farewell." With that, he quickened his pace and soon vanished from sight. Yan-Rui stood there, utterly stunned. Did he really just leave? That infuriating man. Filled with rage, she found solace in the nearby flickering flames. Struggling to sit cross-legged, she began to chant her incantations. Since returning was not an option for the moment, she would focus on healing her wounds. Nightfall settled over a countryside inn. Xie Weilou rode forward on his warhorse. "Esteemed guest, as the sky darkens and the snowstorm intensifies, may I inquire if you require lodging for the night?" A young attendant promptly approached to offer his welcome. Xie Weilou dismounted gracefully and handed the reins to the attendant. "First, procure something to warm my stomach. As for lodging, we shall decide later." This inn harbored a sinister intent, lurking with the threat of bloodshed. "Understood." The attendant promptly led the horse away to the side. Xie Weilou stepped into the inn. Within the grand hall of the establishment, a large basin of charcoal fire cast a comforting warmth throughout the space. At this moment, a considerable number of patrons had gathered, indulging in hearty feasts of meat and copious amounts of wine. Upon noticing Xie Weilou's entrance, they swiftly turned their gazes towards him, their eyes glinting with a menacing light. Xie Weilou disregarded these individuals and looked ahead, only to spot a familiar figure, Su Muxue. Su Muxue raised her head and, upon seeing Xie Weilou, was momentarily stunned, inwardly lamenting how she seemed to encounter this harbinger of misfortune everywhere. Xie Weilou approached Su Muxue with a smile. Casting a glance at her bosom before speaking, "Muxue, what a serendipitous encounter on such a late evening. Have you ever considered beseeching me to take you as a concubine? Who has any affinity with you? This is my seat. Do not occupy it," Su Muxue retorted, glaring at Xie Weilou while instinctively shielding her chest. Xie Weilou, without a hint of reservation, exclaimed loudly, "Boss, bring me a jar of fine wine and 2 tails of beef. This lady will foot the bill." "Certainly." The proprietor, who was busy tapping on his abacus, quickly responded. "You." Su Muxue felt a surge of irritation as she took her seat, pondering why she should be responsible for the payment. "What audacity!" Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. "I do this for your own good. As a frail woman alone in the world, what would you do if you encountered ill-intentioned individuals? With my presence, I can ensure your safety." "Heh," Su Muxue replied coldly. "You, a debauched young master, think you can protect me? It would be a feat if you could safeguard yourself. I advise you to leave this place at once. Otherwise, you may forfeit your own life. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mushiwei offered her warning. Unfortunately, none of you shall leave this place. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from above, and a young man clad in a blue robe emerged, flanked by several figures in black. Yanji Xiao. Su Mushiwei's expression darkened, a fierce intent glimmering in her eyes. This man was none other than the son of the Minister of War, Yanji Xiao, who had previously dispatched men to hunt her down. Had it not been for him, she would have long returned to Beijing. Su Mushiwei, surrender the inherited stone pillar you possess, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today, Yanji Xiao declared, fixing a cold gaze upon her. He had witnessed Su Mushiwei stow away an inherited stone pillar into her storage bag during his search for it, and he harbored a keen interest in that relic. Initially, he had hoped she would voluntarily relinquish it, but her lack of cooperation compelled him to pursue her relentlessly. Now that he had cornered her in this inn, he could hardly believe a single Su Mushiwei could turn the tide. The inn was filled predominantly with his prearranged accomplices, 3 of them at the initial stage of shackling, and 1 at the pinnacle of the shackling realm. He was confident that a mid-stage shackling Su Mushiwei could not stir significant trouble. To his surprise, Xie Weilou's presence here was unexpected. However, he held a deep disdain for Xie Weilou. Should this fool be oblivious to his own peril, it would be all the more convenient to eliminate him. In such desolate wilderness, is it not commonplace for a life or 2 to be extinguished? Xie Weilou gave Su Mushiwei a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mushiwei, you are truly remarkable. While others seek the heritage stone pillars solely for the purpose of obtaining the legacy, you, on the other hand, have taken the bold step of collecting the pillars for yourself. Are you planning to allow everyone in the Su family to comprehend their essence? Such insatiable greed. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed by it? If you cannot speak wisely, it would be better to remain silent. Su Mushiwei cast a glance at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou spoke with grave seriousness. That pillar is beyond your grasp. Why not entrust it to me? Su Mushiwei disregarded Xie Weilou, casting a cold gaze at Yanji Xiao. If you wish to claim the heritage of the stone pillar, it will depend on your capabilities. Ignorant of the consequences, a chilling intent flickered in Yanji Xiao's eyes. Since they had already sent someone to pursue her, the enmity was irrevocably established. Thus, one should act decisively without hesitation. Xie Weilou gazed at Yanji Xiao with astonishment. With such a palpable intent to kill, you cannot possibly be contemplating murder before the very eyes of this prince, can you? You guessed correctly, Yanji Xiao replied, his smile twisted in malice. Su Mushiwei must perish. And so must you. I have long harbored a discontent towards you. Clang. The patrons within the inn immediately rose to their feet, drawing their weapons, while the inn servants and the proprietor also brandished their arms. Xie Weilou and Su Mushiwei found themselves encircled. Whoever struck them down first would receive a generous reward. But Yanji Xiao, with a frigid demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. Such a reward was unattainable. If Xie Weilou and Su Mushiwei were to perish today, all present, save for his trusted subordinates, would share the same fate. Otherwise, should news of this incident spread, even his father would be unable to shield him from the repercussions. Kill. In an instant, the surrounding individuals sprang into action. Whoosh. Su Mushiwei, with a flick of her wrist, summoned a long sword from her storage pouch at her waist. Grasping the blade, she unleashed a powerful strike, releasing a chilling wave of sword energy. Boom. The assailants were sent sprawling, blood gushing forth as they succumbed to their demise. A mere band of lesser warriors, they were utterly insignificant in the presence of a practitioner at the locking realm. Yanji Xiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, these lackeys were inadequate. He instructed several cloaked figures beside him. Engage and eliminate Su Mushiwei first. 3 of the black-clad figures swiftly positioned themselves at 3 distinct points, all in the early stages of the locking realm. They rapidly formed hand seals, their auras erupting as they sealed off the inn, preparing to execute a combined attack. Exchanging glances, they launched their assault on Su Mushiwei simultaneously. Meanwhile, another black-clad figure, arms crossed and expression impassive, stood at the periphery, a peak practitioner of the locking realm, fully capable of maintaining order. A murderous intent enveloped Su Mushiwei's gaze as she instantly engaged in battle with the trio. After a brief incense stick's burn, Su Mushiwei cleaved one black-clad foe aside. However, the remaining 2 immediately retaliated with a powerful strike. Instinctively, she raised her sword in defense. Their palm strikes collided with her blade, unleashing a tremendous force that sent her staggering back 3 meters. The previously struck black-clad figure reacted swiftly, his sleeve sweeping out to unleash a poison dagger that darted toward Su Mushue's neck. Su Mushue evaded just in time. The other two, seemingly anticipating this maneuver, brought their hands together and unleashed synchronized punches, their combined strikes hurtling toward her. Having just dodged the dagger, Su Mushue faced the incoming punches, clenching her left fist. She met the oncoming force. Boom. The impact of their strikes unleashed a formidable pressure, reducing nearby tables and chairs to splinters. With her sword in her right hand, Su Mushue swiftly delivered a strike, a 10-meter-long wave of sword energy slicing toward the two assailants. They countered with rapid punches. The black-clad figure behind them stepped forward, pressing both hands on the backs of his comrades, channeling his strength into them. Boom. An even more terrifying wave of punch energy erupted, colliding with her sword energy, sending shockwaves throughout the vicinity, and cracks appeared on the walls of the inn. Bang. In the next moment, the fist imprint was dispersed by the sword energy, causing the three individuals to be knocked back, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Though Su Mushue had repelled the trio, her expression remained somber. These three were merely at the initial stage of the locking realm, yet their combined assault allowed them to clash with her. Had it been just one of them, she would have swiftly annihilated the foe. Presently, a mysterious observer lingered nearby, their unfathomable cultivation instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within her. The three talents' combined technique could not contend with you. Truly, Su Mushue is remarkable. Indeed, if it were an ordinary practitioner at the mid-stage of the locking realm, they would hardly manage to drive them back. Yan Zhixiao let out a cold chuckle, casting a glance at the figure cloaked in black beside him. The black-clad individual spoke not a word, their figure flickering before suddenly appearing before Su Mushue, delivering a powerful palm strike. Su Mushue immediately swung her sword, unleashing a frigid sword energy. Boom. The clash between the palm imprint and the sword energy erupted. The sword energy shattered instantly, and Su Mushue's sword was broken as well. The overwhelming force sent her flying 5 meters. Coughing up blood, Su Mushue's complexion turned ashen, already grievously wounded. With her mid-stage cultivation, she was naturally incapable of withstanding an assault from a peak locking realm adversary. Mid-stage locking realm, merely an ant, the black-clad figure remarked indifferently, approaching Su Mushue with an impassive demeanor. Grasping the shattered sword, Su Mushue regarded the black-clad individual with trepidation. Their power was formidable, rendering her no match. Unable to even withstand a single strike, she feared she would meet her demise in this and tonight. Casting another glance at Xie Weilou, she felt a twinge of helplessness. This fellow, unfortunate in luck, would likely be doomed to accompany her on this perilous journey. Yan Zhixiao, observing the scene, wore an even more pronounced smile. Su Mushue posed no threat now. Her death was inevitable. Yet, the woman possessed a striking beauty. Should he indulge in her company before delivering the fatal blow? No. Time was of the essence. It was better to crush her swiftly. He spared a glance at Xie Weilou, his murderous intent palpable. Once Su Mushue was vanquished, he would personally ensure the demise of Xie Weilou. What nonsense about being the heir of the West Town Marquis. Today, they would all perish. Xie Weilou held a glass of wine, savoring its flavor, as if all that transpired bore no relevance to him. The man in black intoned with a chilling tone, unleashing a powerful strike towards Su Mushue, a surge of dark energy erupting forth to ensnare her. It is over. Su Mushue's pupils contracted in terror. She attempted to evade, but found herself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as the ominous force surged towards her. Bang! Xie Weilou gently cast the wine cup in his hand onto the table. An enigmatic force permeated the air, dispersing the palm strike of the cloaked figure before it could reach Su Mushue. The cloaked figure halted, casting a glance towards Xie Weilou, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Su Mushue also fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou, her expression one of bewilderment. What is this? Yan Zhixiao's countenance darkened. Moments earlier, when Xie Weilou had thrown the wine cup, he had distinctly sensed a surge of profound energy erupting, causing the cloaked figure's strike to be shattered. This left him feeling uneasy. Isn't Xie Weilou a naturally useless fellow? It appears, however, that he possesses some degree of cultivation. It seems he has a modicum of strength, yet it regrettably falls short in my presence. The man in black uttered these words nonchalantly, as he struck out a palm towards Xie Weilou, unleashing the full force of his peak shackles, the black imprint of his hand enveloping the air with a menacing aura. Xie Weilou flicked his sleeve, and the wine cup on the table shot forth, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly shattered the black handprint. The cup hurtled directly towards the figure clad in black. The black-clad individual, taken aback, extended both hands and unleashed a powerful strike towards the cup, summoning an even more formidable force. With a resounding crash, the cup collided with the handprint, resulting in a spectacular explosion, sending wine splattering in all directions. Xie Weilou's fingers danced lightly, and a droplet of liquid, akin to a cold gleam, suddenly pierced the black-clad man's brow, causing a jet of blood to erupt forth. The black-clad man's expression froze as his brow was penetrated, blood gushed forth relentlessly, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly lifeless. "You've stained the floor." Xie Weilou shook his head, casually waving his hand. In an instant, the corpses within the inn were reduced to ash, and the multitude of bloodstains evaporated completely. This. Su Muxue stared at Xie Weilou, appearing somewhat incredulous. This individual possessed such formidable power, effortlessly subduing a peak-shackled warrior with but a flick of his fingers. He must at least be at the realm of expansion, right? Wasn't he supposed to be a congenital waste, incapable of cultivation? Is this truly the same debauched Xie Weilou she once knew? In that moment, Su Muxue suddenly realized that she could no longer comprehend Xie Weilou. How is this possible? Yan Zhixiao's face turned pale, his expression filled with terror as he fixed his gaze on Xie Weilou, his body trembling slightly. The fact that a peak-shackled warrior was so easily subdued by Xie Weilou sent chills down his spine. Xie Weilou cast a sinister smile towards Yan Zhixiao. Upon realizing the situation, Yan Zhixiao swiftly turned to flee. "Get down here." Xie Weilou waved his hand casually, unleashing a force that ensnared Yan Zhixiao and yanked him down from the second floor. With a resounding crash, Yan Zhixiao's body collided with the ground, bones shattering, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. As he emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony, Xie Weilou regarded Yan Zhixiao with an expression of indifference, remarking, "A worthless wretch who hasn't even stepped into the realm of shackles dares to act insolently before me, utterly unaware of their impending doom." With a swift motion, he struck, his palm crashing against Yan Zhixiao's face. Yan Zhixiao was sent flying, his visage shattered, blood and flesh a gruesome spectacle, leaving a trail of crimson on the ground as his cries echoed in despair. Xie Weilou picked up a pristine wine glass once more, pouring himself a drink. With an impassive expression, he turned to Su Muxue and said, "I present you with a choice. Eliminate him." In an instant, Su Muxue grasped the gravity of the situation, swiftly advancing towards Yan Zhixiao with her broken sword in hand. Xie Weilou had concealed his true abilities for many years. And now, before her very eyes, he revealed his prowess. If she did not hand over certain incriminating evidence to Xie Weilou, it was likely he would ensure her silence for eternity. Yan Zhixiao, after all, was the son of the Minister of War. Should he perish at her hands, it would be tantamount to providing Xie Weilou with a weapon against her. If she wished to keep this matter under wraps, she naturally could not afford to speak of Xie Weilou. However, as Yan Zhixiao observed Su Muxue advancing towards her, a look of terror flooded her eyes. "Die!" Without the slightest hesitation, Su Muxue swung her sword, and in an instant, Yan Zhixiao's head was severed, blood splattering forth. Xie Weilou cast a faint glance. Those whom he had slain were to be dealt with by his own hand. After uttering these words, he took a sip of wine and ascended the stairs. Su Muxue fell into a moment of silence, then struck the lifeless body of Yan Zhixiao with a decisive blow, causing it to instantly dissolve into a mist of crimson. She gazed at the retreating figure of Xie Weilou, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. At that moment, he appeared utterly unfamiliar, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, instilling within her an inexplicable sense of trepidation and unease. Suddenly, she found herself longing for the previous Xie Weilou, who had been so eloquent in his flirtations. Furthermore, witnessing this enigmatic side of him awakened an inexplicable feeling of loss, as if she had missed out on a precious treasure. The following day, in the early morning light, Xie Weilou mounted his steed, ready to hasten towards the northern city. Su Muxue, riding alongside him, observed him in silence, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue, hesitant to break the stillness. "Is there something on your mind?" Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at Su Muxue. "Thank you for last night," Su Muxue began. "What occurred last night is of no concern to me. You are the one who took a life. If you did not wish for such an outcome, it would be prudent to refrain from mentioning it again." Xie Weilou, with an expressionless demeanor, uttered a single phrase before departing on his war steed. Su Muxue gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. She could distinctly perceive the growing indifference in Xie Weilou's attitude, which left her feeling quite unsettled. It was still before noon. Xie Weilou arrived at the Lord's Manor, and the main force gradually returned to this place. Xie Weilou, Yin Rui limped towards him in front of a pavilion. Xie Weilou gazed in astonishment at Yin Rui and inquired, "Your Highness, what has caused your leg to become impaired?" "Humph, mind your own business," Yin Rui retorted, glaring fiercely at Xie Weilou. "I cannot be bothered." Xie Weilou, with a casual wave of his hand, made his way towards a grand hall. "You." Yin Rui's expression momentarily froze. Had this fellow become so aloof? He spoke to her with such indifference. She promptly limped towards the hall. Inside the grand hall, a gathering of people was present. During the winter hunting festival, over 100 participants would assemble, yet at this moment, only 60 or 70 individuals were in attendance. Among them were Yin Ruyu, Yin Junlin, and Yin Wudo. Notably absent was Yin Wugo. After sustaining such severe injuries, recovery would certainly take time. As Xie Weilou entered, many gazes turned towards him. Yin Ryu cast a fleeting glance at Xie Weilou before diverting her gaze, yet a coldness lingered deep within her eyes. Yin Junlin was an impediment. Had it not been for his interference, the Blood Sky Wolf would undoubtedly have eliminated Xie Weilou. "Brother Xie." Yin Junlin's face broke into a smile as he immediately waved his hand. Xie Weilou approached with a smile and took a seat beside him. "The Crown Prince seems to be in good spirits. Could it be that you have received the inheritance?" Upon hearing the word inheritance, Yin Junlin's expression turned bittersweet, for there was no inheritance to speak of. At that moment, he was engulfed in a sense of despondency, as all the skilled warriors he had dispatched had perished, with none returning. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "Seeing Brother Xie in good health brings me joy." Xie Weilou spoke in a hushed tone, expressing gratitude for the formidable experts dispatched by the Crown Prince. "A mere trifle," Yin Junlin replied with a gentle wave of his hand. "General Mu has arrived." A resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Mu Bei, Mr. Yin from the Holy Academy, and Li Haoran entered the grand hall. After exchanging pleasantries with General Mu and Mr. Yin, the assembly rose to pay their respects. Today's gathering was not merely to announce the results of the winter hunt, but also to ascertain if anyone had acquired the legacy contained within the Bronze Hall. Those fortunate enough to obtain this inheritance would secure a place at the Holy Academy. The Daxia Holy Academy, home to numerous formidable warriors, embodies the martial will of Daxia and is a revered sanctuary for countless aspirants yearning to enter its hallowed grounds. Regrettably, the criteria for admission are exceedingly stringent, rendering many individuals destined to remain unconnected to the academy. To gain early entry into the Holy Academy would undoubtedly pave the way for a soaring future. Mu Bei gently gestured to the assembly and turned to Li Haoran. "Please announce the results of this winter hunt." "Certainly." Li Haoran nodded, producing a scroll and manipulating an incantation. The scroll emitted a radiant blue light, revealing the names of the participants alongside the number of beasts they had hunted. The assembly immediately turned their attention to these names. Li Haoran began, "Each of you is undoubtedly aware of how many beasts you have hunted. This list is compiled based on the data relayed from your tokens. Please verify if there are any discrepancies." The crowd scrutinized the list, confirming its accuracy, as they were well aware of their own hunting tallies, which were also visible on their tokens. Noticing no objections from the crowd, Li Haoran waved his hand once more, causing 5 names to gleam with blue light, signifying the top 5 hunters. The assembly gazed at these 5 names. First place went to Xiao Su, who had slain 80 beasts. Second place was Chao Luo with 78 beasts. Third was Su Muxiue, having hunted 70 beasts. Fourth was Zhao Hongying, with 60 beasts. Fifth was Lu Jihu, who had taken down 55 beasts. Notably, none of the princes or princesses were among them. Their own victories would hold little significance compared to elevating those they favored into the top 5. Yin Junlin observed these 5 names, a smile gracing his face. For at last, there was a positive development. Among these 5, Chao Luo and Lu Jihu were individuals he esteemed. Yin Wuyo's expression also brightened. As one of his favored individuals, Zhao Hongying was included as well. As for Xiao Su and Su Muxiue, one was backed by the Marquis of Wuan, while the other was the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Neither had yet aligned themselves with any faction. Many in attendance sighed softly upon witnessing these results. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances during the winter hunting conference, it is likely that several dark horses would have emerged. Unfortunately, the event concluded prematurely, leaving many unable to showcase their true capabilities, and thus this list is undoubtedly inflated. Li Haoran stated that the top 5 of the winter hunting conference would receive generous rewards, and upon returning to Tianqi City, His Majesty would personally summon them. For now, the rewards would be distributed. Subsequently, Mu Bei and Li Haoran presented the rewards to the top 5. The rewards were indeed substantial. The first-place winner, Xiao Su, was bestowed with a territory expansion pill, which evoked envy among the others. Having already reached the pinnacle of the locking realm, it would not be long before Xiao Su stepped into the territory expansion realm with this pill in hand. Su Muxue received a locking pill along with other rewards. This locking pill would enable her to swiftly ascend a small realm within the locking realm, which was a commendable reward. However, as she put away her rewards, her emotions were somewhat conflicted. She understood where the true experts among them stood. Should those individuals take action, they would likely not only fail to make the top 5, but perhaps even the top 10. Mu Bei addressed the assembly. The rewards have been distributed. Is there anyone present who obtained the inheritance from the Bronze Hall? You may step forward now. After a moment's hesitation, Su Muxue stood up, bowing to Mu Bei and Mr. Yin, before performing a hand seal that enveloped her in an enigmatic aura. Although she had received the inheritance, it was exceptionally profound, and she knew it would take time to comprehend fully. The Daxia Sacred Academy was also a place she longed to enter. If she waited until the enrollment period, countless competitors would make it even more challenging. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. The crowd looked at Su Muxue in astonishment. She truly was extraordinary. Soon, envy surfaced among them. For compared to the rewards of the Winter Hunting Conference, a place in the Sacred Academy was far more precious. Mr. Yin, sensing the power emanating from Su Muxue, nodded slightly. Indeed, this aura originates from the inheritance stone pillar. Xiao Su and a lady in a flowing red gown also stepped forward, both having received the inheritance as well. Like Su Muxue, they performed their hand seals, their bodies radiating a unique aura. Well done. Mr. Yin waved his hand, and 3 tokens flew towards the trio. These are the Academy tokens. Present them for registration at the Sacred Academy, and from this moment forth, you shall be disciples of the Academy. Thank you, Mr. Yin, the 3 expressed with deep bows. Mr. Yin glanced at the remaining individuals, noticing no one else stepping forward. And with a gentle smile, he said, the enrollment spots for the Academy have been granted, and it is time for me to take my leave. With that, he turned and exited the Grand Hall. The onlookers gazed at his retreating figure, their expressions tinged with regret. How wonderful it would be if they too could secure a place in the Sacred Academy. Yin Weio wore a radiant smile as he gazed upon the woman clad in a flowing red gown, none other than Zhao Hongying, whom he held in high regard. Yin Junlin let out a cold laugh, refraining from further comment. Mu Bei pondered for a moment and remarked, this winter hunting festival has encountered unexpected occurrences. I hope the Crown Prince will take note of the list of those who have fallen, to be presented to His Majesty in due course. Engaging in battle against demonic beasts is inherently perilous, yet the treachery of human hearts is far more daunting. It is likely that many of the deceased met their end at the hands of others. Yin Junlin replied with a solemn expression, rest assured, General Mu. Indeed, the northern city is fraught with uncertainty. With the winter hunting festival concluded, if there are no pressing matters, all may return to Tianqi City, Mu Bei stated gravely. The winter hunting festival claimed numerous lives, primarily within the Snow Wolf Valley. Those who perished were merely outmatched, and thus could not be blamed. However, should they fall within his northern city, that would be intolerable. It was time to send these noble scions back. The assembly understood the implication of Mu Bei's words and remained silent. Half an hour later, the group boarded their palanquins and made their way back to Tianqi City. Mu Bei stood atop the city wall, watching the departing palanquins, murmuring to himself, there are indeed a few promising prospects among them. Li Haoran approached, saying, this time, within the Snow Wolf Valley, there were fatalities among those at the pinnacle of the Tuojiang realm, along with the presence of several powerful demonic entities. Mu Bei responded nonchalantly, the imperial edict I received merely instructed that no one above the Tuojiang level should enter the Snow Wolf Valley. The rest is of no concern to me. Li Haoran chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. 3 hours later, the group returned to Tianqi City. At the Zhenxi Marquisate, eldest young master. Upon seeing Xie Weilou, Li Hua's face lit up with joy, and she rushed over. Xie Weilou extended his hand, gently caressing Li Hua's head. After my departure, has anything of note transpired at the Ho residence? Li Hua replied in a delicate voice, young master. Nothing extraordinary has occurred here. Xie Weilou inquired, what of Xie Zongxuan? If Xie Zongxuan were to learn of Xie Wuxiang's demise, it would surely be quite intriguing. Li Hua murmured, He departed early this morning and has yet to return. By the way, Uncle Fu has also gone out to attend to certain matters. He likely won't be back for a day or two. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and proceeded towards the attic. Go prepare hot water. This young master wishes to take a bath. Certainly, young master, Li Hua replied obediently. Within the attic, Xie Weilou took a warm bath and donned a set of black garments. Gazing at his reflection in the copper mirror, he beheld a striking visage that exuded a hint of allure. The shades of black, white, and yellow were effortlessly mastered. Such is the advantage of possessing handsome features. With a casual flick of his hand, Xie Weilou conjured a force that sealed off the attic. He retrieved a withered skeletal arm from his storage ring. Upon first encountering this peculiar relic, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Now, he could take a closer look. Buzz! The celestial scripture within Xie Weilou's dantian quivered. In an instant, a skeletal arm surged into his dantian, immediately manifesting a terrifying aura of dark energy. This once mere skeletal limb underwent a profound transformation, morphing into a jet-black demonic hand. Enshrouded in enigmatic black runes, it bore peculiar scales that glimmered ominously, while a mysterious demonic energy permeated the air. Its nails were sharp and exceedingly lethal. At the center of the palm, there resided a bizarre blood-red eye. Xie Weilou raised his brow, immediately turning his focus inward to his dantian. At this moment, the celestial tome radiated a peculiar strength, continuously suppressing the ominous black hand. The aura emanating from the hand was extraordinarily formidable, inducing a faint sense of unease within Xie Weilou. After a considerable duration, the malevolent hand finally fell silent, its terrifying demonic energy still lingering. Yet firmly subdued by the celestial tome, Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon the demonic hand residing within his dantian, an uncanny sensation enveloping him. As if he possessed the ability to command this sinister appendage. Was this a consequence of the heavenly tome? With a mere thought, the demonic hand within his dantian vanished instantaneously, merging seamlessly with his left hand, which now radiated a terrifying aura of demonic energy, distorting the surroundings in its wake. Indeed, he could truly exert control. Xie Weilou slightly clenched his left hand, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The power of the demonic hand was truly formidable. At this moment, a single punch from him could effortlessly subdue a formidable Taoist master. As for the pinnacle limit of this demonic hand, he could not ascertain it for now. However, he sensed that wielding this demonic hand rendered him extraordinarily powerful. Thus, he had acquired a formidable trump card. The heavenly tome was indeed marvelous. Xie Weilou remarked in the dimly lit passage that the ability to command this enchanted hand is profoundly linked to the celestial tome. Although the winter hunt expedition did not yield any rewards, acquiring this mystical appendage could be deemed a significant gain. However, there lingers a concern regarding whether the presence of this enchanted hand within his body may lead to complications in the future. Not long after, the list of deceased from the winter hunt was released, with names such as Xie Wushang and Yan Zhixiao among them. This tragic event claimed numerous lives, each belonging to distinguished backgrounds. It now falls upon the royal family to find a way to console the bereaved families. Xie Weilou emerged from the attic, just in time to see Xie Zhangxuan approaching with a composed expression. Xie Zhangxuan's eyes reddened with sorrow as he fixed his gaze on Xie Weilou. Is it true that Wushang has been killed? Are you aware of this? At the winter hunt conference, Xie Wushang must have had some schemes in mind. How could he be oblivious to them? It was certain that the adversaries would make their move against Xie Weilou in the Snow Wolf Valley. Yet, here stood Xie Weilou alive, while Xie Wushang had met his demise. This circumstance could not help but provoke his deep contemplation. Xie Weilou gazed at Xie Zhangxuan in astonishment. What do you mean? My second uncle doesn't truly believe I was responsible for Xie Wushang's demise, does he? If you had taken the time to thoroughly comprehend the events that transpired in Shuelong Valley, you would realize that I am in no way implicated. Oh, pray, do enlighten me on what exactly transpired. Xie Zhangxuan said with a stern expression. I too am quite curious about what has transpired. You may investigate it yourself. Xie Weilou's smile was rich and warm. You. Xie Zhangxuan's expression momentarily froze. I shall proceed to the Tianquan division. My second uncle may act as he pleases. Xie Weilou departed with a smile. Click. Xie Zhangxuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fierce murderous intent, regardless of whether this matter was connected to Xie Weilou. That wretched creature must meet its demise. After a short while, a scout from the Zhenxi Marquisate returned, presenting Xie Zhangxuan with a scroll containing information regarding the events at Snow Wolf Valley. Upon perusing the contents of the scroll, Xie Zhangxuan's expression grew somewhat despondent. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? This time, the casualties were considerable, totaling 39 individuals, with Xie Wushang being merely one among them. According to the information presented, a bizarre slaughter had unfolded within the Xuelong Valley. Numerous formidable demon clan experts at the late stages of their cultivation had made their presence known, engaging in killings and abductions, alongside other unknown powerhouses wreaking havoc. Subsequently, even the emergence of the Bronze Hall was noted, with experts from the Daozong and Xuanxiang realms making an appearance. This was no trivial matter. In his eyes, Xie Weilou was merely a worthless being. How could he possibly contend with Xie Wushang? Regardless of the circumstances, this wretched creature must perish. My son Wushang has died, and he too must meet his end. Xie Zhangxuan's eyes, a deep crimson, whispered in the shadows. Tianqi Division, Second Palace. Lin Qingwang was savoring fragrant tea. Qingwang. The voice of Xie Weilou resonated through the air. Lin Qingwang gently set down her teacup, her gaze directed toward the entering figure of Xie Weilou. A hint of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Clad in a flowing white robe, Xie Weilou appeared to be a frail young master, delicate and sickly, reminiscent of a timid scholar. However, donning a black robe transformed him, bestowing upon him an aura of captivating allure. Xie Weilou sat down beside her and cast a fleeting glance at Lin Qinghuang's exquisite legs. He softly suggested, "Qinghuang, may I touch your leg?" Lin Qinghuang lifted her skirt to conceal her beautiful limbs and replied nonchalantly, "Touch your own. Mine is too coarse, lacking the smooth, delicate, and fair quality of yours." Xie Weilou shrugged and said. Lin Qinghuang wore an expression of utter disbelief. Every word that escaped his lips was laden with innuendo. What kind of predatory language was this? As if struck by a sudden realization, she added, "Deputy Commander Fu Xianlin has passed away." Xie Weilou expressed his surprise and inquired softly, "Did you do this?" Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes, thinking, "What does this have to do with me?" It was, in fact, Xie Weilou himself who concealed his talents so profoundly. He must have accomplished numerous deeds within the Snow Wolf Valley. And what she had witnessed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. She picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to Xie Weilou, saying, "Many lost their lives in the Snow Wolf Valley this time. Within this scroll are some of the names." Xie Weilou glanced at the scroll before casting it onto the table, remarking with indifference, "Too many words. I cannot be bothered to read. Commander Lin, there is a grave matter at hand." Just then, Zhang Long entered briskly. "Speak," Lin Qinghuang directed him. Zhang Long presented a scroll to Lin Qinghuang, stating, "In the past 3 days, 8 young men and women have perished in Tianqi City. All were disciples of the Xianyuan Martial Academy, endowed with spiritual bones and exceptional roots. All aged below 16. Their untimely deaths have incited the wrath of the Xianyuan Martial Academy, which has issued orders for the Second Hall to resolve this case within 7 days. The Xianyuan Martial Academy is a prominent institution for cultivation within Tianqi City, its strongest member being at the realm of Tuajiang. While not as formidable as the behemoth that is the Daxia Holy Institute, the Xianyuan Martial Academy remains a coveted establishment for countless youths yearning for cultivation, as entry therein significantly enhances one's prospects on the path of martial arts. Numerous academies akin to the Xianyuan Martial Academy exist in Tianqi City. Lin Qinghuang took possession of the scroll, perusing its contents that detailed the autopsy reports of the deceased, their identities, and any conflicts they may have had with others. The bodies were described as utterly shattered, their organs excised. After reading, Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. Turning to Zhang Long, she inquired, "Are the bodies still at the Tianqi Division?" "They are all in the morgue of the Second Hall," Zhang Long promptly replied. "Let us go and have a look," Lin Qinghuang suggested, her expression contemplative as she cast a glance at Xie Weilou, adding, "Let us go together." Xie Weilou looked at Lin Qinghuang with surprise. "Qinghuang, are you afraid of death?" Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. Xie Weilou rose. Stretching lazily, "Let us go and take a look. With the vice commander of the first hall deceased, should I achieve a notable feat, I might just ascend to the position of vice commander myself." "Haha, Xie Shitzi, you truly have a vivid imagination." Lin Qinghuang gazed at Xie Weilou in silence. "If you were to reveal your true cultivation, you could indeed become the vice commander of the first hall, for you possess the capability. However, your penchant for concealing your prowess and masquerading as an ordinary individual precludes you from such a position. After all, those who can ascend to command must at the very least exhibit cultivation at the Shackles realm." After a brief moment, the three of them arrived at the mortuary, where 8 corpses lay beneath white shrouds. Zhang Long systematically lifted the shrouds from the bodies, as these individuals had only recently passed and the weather was frigid. There was minimal decomposition evident, yet the manner of their demise was gruesome and unsettling. Lin Qingwang stepped forward to examine the corpses. After her inspection, her brow furrowed, and her expression darkened, indicating that she had already drawn certain conclusions. She turned to Xie Weilou. Please take a look and see if you can discern anything. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang in silence. Haven't you already discerned it? Why not speak plainly? Look. Lin Qingwang raised an eyebrow. Although she could not serve as the deputy commander, she could certainly take on the role of a supervisor. This opportunity to achieve merit is presented to you. Why not seize it? Very well then. Let us observe. Xie Weilou approached to examine the corpses. The internal organs had completely vanished, and the bones were all shattered. Xie Weilou gazed intently at the fractured bones within the chest of the corpses. After donning a pair of gloves nearby, he extracted several shards from the chest of one of the bodies and began to examine them closely. Xie Weilou shook his head and remarked, logically speaking, even if a spiritual bone were shattered, it would still harbor subtle spiritual resonance. However, these fragmented bones are merely ordinary bones, not spiritual ones. Indeed. Please continue. Lin Qingwang responded with a gentle nod. Xie Weilou pondered. It is evident that the spiritual bones of these individuals have been extracted. What remains in their chests are merely ordinary bones. Someone has shattered their entire skeletal structure, substituting it with commonplace bones, and has also removed their internal organs, all to conceal the truth behind the extraction of their spiritual bones. Lin Qingwang remarked, I believe I mentioned the matter of spiritual bone transplantation to you previously. If their spiritual bones were indeed extracted for transplantation, it would make sense. The whisper of the precarious tower evokes curiosity. The concept of spiritual bone transplantation sounds extraordinary, yet it is not devoid of feasibility. Have we not witnessed a certain youth having his supreme bone extracted? Zhang Long wore a perplexed expression. Transplanting spiritual bones? That appears rather alarming, yet I fail to comprehend it. If one truly intended to pursue such an endeavor, would it not be more prudent to eradicate the body entirely? Why leave behind a corpse? Once a body exists, does it not present a significant flaw? Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, there are numerous possibilities. The first is that the murderer, driven by a desire for vengeance, deliberately excavated the spiritual bones of others to incite anger among the deceased's relatives and friends, thus gratifying a certain peculiar inclination of his own. The second involves digging a pit to fish. Digging a pit? Fishing? Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback. Xie Weilou inquired, who is the individual who filed the report? Zhang Long replied, it is an instructor from the Xianyuan Martial Academy. Who was the mentor to the 8 deceased? According to his account, his 8 students met their demise in a mansion within the city. Upon learning of the tragedy, he promptly gathered a group to investigate, yet they were unable to locate the perpetrator, ultimately deciding to report the matter to the heavenly authority. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qingwang. Qingwang, the scroll. Lin Qingwang handed the scroll in her hand to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou took the scroll to examine it. This scroll was relatively detailed, outlining the conflicts the deceased had with certain individuals during their lifetime. After perusing it briefly, he set it aside. Xie Weilou has identified an individual, the second young master of the Anping-Bo family, Li Huai, aged 15. Zhang Long elaborated. This Li Huai was under the same tutor as the 8 deceased. However, he possesses merely a low-grade spiritual bone and has spent 3 years at the Xianyuan Martial Academy, barely reaching the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm. He has long harbored jealousy towards the superior talents of these 8 individuals and frequently troubled them. Have you observed him? Xie Weilou inquired. Zhang Long forced a bitter smile, stating that after the demise of the 8 individuals, he had remained within the confines of the Anping-Bo's residence, seldom venturing out. Without orders, they dared not act against him. The Tianquan division, although a royal blade with the authority to execute first and report later, required someone to oversee it in order to wield such power. With Lin Qingwang absent from the second palace, the various officials and captains, of modest rank, naturally refrained from taking any rash actions. Lin Qingwang proposed a visit to the Anping-Bo's residence. She then turned to Xie Weilou, seemingly inquiring whether he wished to accompany her. After all, he had previously slain Li Yuan, a scion of the Anping-Bo's household, at the Zhenxi Marquisate residence. Although Li Yuan was merely a third son, he was nonetheless a member of the Anping-Bo's family. This incident had been suppressed by higher authorities. Yet the Omping Bo's house would not indefinitely endure humiliation. If given a chance, they would surely retaliate. Let us go and take a look. After all, we have nothing pressing to attend to. Xie Weilou wore a rich smile. Then let us depart, Lin Qinghuang remarked succinctly. Xie Weilou is, in essence, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Anyone who dares to underestimate him will surely meet an untimely demise without even comprehending how it came to pass. She harbors suspicions regarding certain occurrences within the Winter Hunt Conference, as well as the earlier assassination attempts against Yin Junlin and Yin Wuchen. Xie Weilou, a restless spirit, undoubtedly has his own schemes at play. With such formidable strength, how could he allow himself to be bullied? Subsequently, Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang emerged from the mortuary. On the street, the wind and snow swirled around them. Lin Qinghuang held an oil paper umbrella, while Xie Weilou stood beneath it with his hands tucked inside his sleeves, resembling a master of the house. In that moment, it seemed as though he were the young master and Lin Qinghuang the maid. You truly are the master, Lin Qinghuang remarked, gazing at Xie Weilou in silence. Xie Weilou sighed. This umbrella should not exist. Why? Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow. Xie Weilou sighed. If we were to share this snowfall today, it would render our lives complete, side by side until the end of our days. Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment, then quickened her pace, retorting, You adore the snow? Then enjoy it on your own. Xie Weilou followed with a smile. What is there to admire about being drenched in snow? Zhang Long and the others trailed behind, filled with envy. If only they could stand beneath the oiled paper umbrella held by Commander Lin, as Xie Weilou did, it would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of their lives. Alas, they lacked both the strength and the courage to do so. Before long, the group arrived at the residence of the Duke of Anping. What brings you here? Inquired the guard stationed at the entrance, his gaze fixed on Xie Weilou and his companions. Lin Qinghuang replied indifferently, The Tianquan division is handling a case. We require Li Huai to step out for a moment. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression sharpened, and he promptly responded, Please wait a moment. He was not lacking in discernment. If the higher-ups had not specifically instructed him, he would never dare act recklessly. Otherwise, he might attract significant trouble, while the higher-ups remained unscathed, leaving him, a mere pawn, to bear the consequences. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe emerged. His gaze immediately fell upon Xie Weilou, and a flicker of chilling malice flashed in his eyes. This man was none other than Li Huayuan, the Duke of Anping. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Li Huayuan, recognizing the man's considerable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of the expansion realm. Yet, he mused, such strength could be quelled with a mere slap. Li Huayuan turned to Lin Qinghuang, clasping his fists in inquiry. Might I ask, esteemed Commander Lin, what brings you to my residence? Lin Qinghuang spoke candidly. Recently, 8 young individuals have perished in Tianqi City, and Li Huai harbors suspicions against him. I implore Duke Anping to summon him forth. Li Huayuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what suspicion could I possibly possess? An irritable voice interjected as a youth of around 15 or 16 emerged, clad in a blue brocade robe. His expression was clouded with disdain as he regarded Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang cast a glance at Li Huai, her tone indifferent. Your 8 compatriots have met their demise, and you have had conflicts with each of them. Thus, your suspicion is considerable. Li Huai retorted with impatience. Indeed, I have had disagreements with those few, and I have never held them in high regard. But what of it? Just because they are dead, does that make me their murderer? Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, You are now in the late stage of the Xianwang realm. Having undergone the painful process of spirit bone transplantation, I presume? What do you mean by that? Li Huai's pupils constricted, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang continued, unperturbed. The Xianwang realm is a process of bone refinement. The transplanted spirit bone is inherently incompatible with your own. Thus, after the transplant, considerable time is needed for them to harmonize, aligning their essences, enabling the spirit bone to serve as the core for refining the remaining bones. If you have hastily sought to elevate your cultivation immediately after the transplant, you shall soon encounter complications due to the incompatibility of the spirit bone. You. Li Huai trembled slightly. Ahem. Li Huayuan coughed lightly, directing his attention to Lin Qinghuang. Commander Lin, I must confess, I find your words somewhat perplexing. What is this about spirit bone transplantation? My son has recently achieved a breakthrough, thanks to certain elixirs I procured for him. Indeed, I have recently consumed some elixirs that have significantly enhanced my cultivation. Is there an issue with that? Li Huai chimed in promptly. Lin Qinghuang produced a bronze mirror with a casual gesture, stating, This mirror, known as the bone-viewing mirror, is a relic from the Qintian Observatory and can assess the condition of your spirit bone in relation to your entire skeletal structure. If the bone is indeed transplanted, the mirror will reveal this instantaneously. Might I inquire, young masterly, if you would be willing to undergo a test? Li Huai's complexion shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back as he retorted, I refuse to be tested. Why should I? Lin Qinghuang turned to Li Huayuan. Duke Onping, what do you propose we do about this matter? Li Huayan remained silent for a moment before asking, Commander Lin, could there possibly be a misunderstanding here? Let him undergo the test. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, it can be resolved. Lin Qinghuang replied with an air of calm. I simply wish for him to be tested. I will not be tested, Li Huai declared, turning to flee. Yet, as a mere 15-year-old, how substantial could his composure be? He was now utterly flustered. If he were truly innocent, he would boldly submit to the test, but deep down, he was aware that his spirit bone was, in fact, a transplant. Lin Qinghuang took a step forward, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped Li Huai, rendering him immobile. In a state of panic, he implored his father, Li Huayuan, Father, save me. Boom. With a mere wave of his hand, Li Huayuan dispersed Lin Qinghuang's formidable presence. He turned to Lin Qinghuang, furrowing his brow, Commander Lin, this is the residence of the Earl of Onping. I hope you might show me some consideration. If my son has indeed committed any wrongdoing, I shall certainly hold him accountable. The matter has already reached the heavenly authority, and should there be any inquiries, it is not for you to decide. A voice, cold and detached, resonated through the air as a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe emerged from the distance. With a distinctive mustache and arms crossed behind his back, he regarded Li Huayuan with an expressionless demeanor. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Qinghuang promptly turned and bowed. I pay my respects to the pacification envoy. The pacification envoy of the heavenly authority, Bai Li Chaqing, was a peak practitioner of the Dao concealment realm, on par with the great general of the north, Mu Bei. If the pacification envoy possessed such formidable strength, one could only imagine the might of the envoy of the heavenly authority. However, the latter was shrouded in mystery, seldom seen even within the ranks of the heavenly authority itself. Li Huayuan's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing Bai Li Chaqing, and he quickly bowed. I pay my respects to the pacification envoy. Bai Li Chaqing regarded Li Huayuan with an impassive gaze. The transplantation of spiritual bones violates the harmony of heaven. This is no trivial matter. I hope the Earl of Onping will willingly surrender the individual in question. Otherwise, should this escalate, I may have no choice but to raise the Earl's residence. His tone was exceedingly domineering, for he possessed the strength to back it. Li Huayuan's expression darkened, and he glared at Li Huai. Wretched son, what have you done? He was acutely aware of his son's misdeeds, yet he feigned ignorance, initially contemplating sending Li Huai away. But alas, it was too late. I did nothing, father. Please don't hand me over to the heavenly authority. I do not wish to go, Li Huai exclaimed in terror. Once ensnared by the heavenly authority, the prospect of life would indeed become a torment. Xie Weilou has entered the prison of the Tianqi division. Yet he can still enjoy 3 years of tranquil days, each meal consisting of cabbage and tofu, which he considers an unparalleled blessing. However, for others who find themselves incarcerated, it is a veritable hell on earth, enduring various forms of torment that leave them wishing for death, or at the very least, stripped of their dignity. Boom. Li Huayuan casually waved his hand, and a force propelled Li Huai out of the residence. He turned to Bai Li Chaqing and clasped his fists, declaring, if he is indeed implicated in a major case, I shall not offer him protection. For the time being, with Bai Li Chaqing present, he dared not interfere. The moment Bai Li Chaqing decided to act, he could truly obliterate the Onping Duke's residence. No one would dare underestimate the capabilities of the Tianqi Division's pacification envoy. Indeed, Bai Li Chaqing nodded slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Xie Weilou, a profound smile gracing his lips before his figure vanished in an instant. Xie Weilou gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Bai Li Chaqing and smiled faintly, acknowledging the man's flair for stealing the spotlight. Take him away, Lin Qinghuang stated calmly. 2 constables immediately stepped forward and apprehended Li Huai. Lin Qinghuang assured Li Huayuan, rest assured, Lord Onping, if Li Huai is truly uninvolved in this matter, I shall release him within the hour. Clearly, she was confident in her ability to uncover the truth within that time frame. Thank you, Li Huayuan replied solemnly. Let us proceed, Lin Qinghuang gestured, leading the group away. After departing from the Onping Marquis' residence, Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang escorted Li Huai northward, while Zhang Long and the others returned to the Tianqi division. In the northern part of the city, within the confines of an abandoned temple, Li Huai found himself bound to a great tree, panic evident in his eyes. He dreaded entering the Tianquan division, for once ensnared there. He would either meet his demise or suffer greatly. Yet, at this moment, he was equally uncertain about the intentions of Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang. Would they resort to tormenting him here? Lin Qingwang regarded Li Huai with an impassive expression and stated, "If you wish to avoid physical suffering, you must divulge everything." Their choice not to take Li Huai directly to the Tianquan division was strategic, using him as bait to lure out a more significant target. Li Huai's capabilities were mediocre. Despite his involvement in the spirit bone transplantation affair, he was merely a minor player, aware of only limited information. Only by drawing out the true mastermind could the issue be resolved. With Li Huai's capture, it was certain that the Anping Marquis would not remain indifferent. And bringing Li Huai to the northern district would afford his associates an opportunity to act. I know not what you speak of," Li Huai retorted angrily. Smack! Xie Weilou swiftly delivered a powerful slap to Li Huai's face, leaving it swollen and bruised. Li Huai glared at Xie Weilou with resentment, uttering, "Xie Weilou, just you wait." As the son of the Duke of Anping, despite his youth, he was certainly acquainted with Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou disdainfully remarked, "If you dare to speak further, I shall eliminate you without hesitation." "You?" Li Huai's expression faltered, instinctively recalling the earlier incident involving Li Yuan's demise. It was Xie Weilou who had brutally cleaved Li Yuan to death within the residence of the Marquis of Zhenxi, and peculiarly, his father had not pursued the matter, which was indeed quite bizarre. As for the ruthless individual known as Xie Weilou, he might indeed resort to lethal measures. Lin Qingwang gazed at Li Huai with indifference. "You have 3 seconds to deliberate. Should you choose to reveal everything, there remains a chance for your survival. However, if you remain silent, the mastermind behind this case will be deemed you, and the heavenly authority will conclude the matter post-haste." Li Huai trembled at her words. Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air towards Lin Qingwang, its speed astonishing, aimed directly at her head. With an expression of calm detachment, she tilted her head, allowing the arrow to graze past her ear. In an instant, she reached out, capturing the arrow mid-flight. With a swift motion, she sent it hurtling back in the direction from which it came. A scream pierced the air as a figure clad in black collapsed on a nearby rooftop. An arrow embedded in his forehead, blood gushing forth. Concurrently, several other figures in black emerged from the eaves, each armed with bows and long blades. At the center stood an elderly man in a gray robe, wielding a long spear, exuding a formidable aura, indicative of a late-stage cultivator. Grandfather Liu. Upon seeing the elder, Li Huai's expression brightened, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This elder, Liu Zhai, was a revered figure from the Anping Bo estate, possessing immense strength. It appeared that his father had not abandoned him after all. He had summoned grandfather Liu to his aid. Liu Zhai turned his gaze towards Li Huai and pondered. "After this matter, you must depart from Tianqi City. Given the current circumstances, it is imperative that you leave." Yes. Li Huai nodded enthusiastically. His father had previously intended to send him away, but alas, it had been too late. He had feared being handed over to the heavenly authority, effectively sealing his fate. Yet, through a series of foolish actions by Lin Qingwang and Xie Weilou, he had been relocated to the northern part of the city, inadvertently providing his father with an opportunity to act. Once he left Tianqi City, where could he not go? His life could be just as comfortable elsewhere. He had indeed been involved in the matter of the spirit bone transplantation, and the deaths of those individuals were closely tied to him. But what of it? As long as he navigated this crisis, no one would be able to touch him henceforth. "Attack!" Liu Zhai commanded coldly. The black-clad figures instantly knocked their arrows, launching a barrage towards Lin Qingwang and Xie Weilou. With a wave of her sleeve, Lin Qingwang caused the arrows to explode upon impact. Seeing this, the black-clad assailants leaped towards her, drawing their blades, the air thick with a chilling aura. Lin Qingwang extended her hand, and the Tianya sword materialized within her grasp. Though she did not draw the blade, a powerful sword intent surged forth. As the black-clad assailants closed in, they were abruptly repelled by the sheer force of her sword energy, dissolving into crimson mist. Mid-stage cultivators, they possessed some skill, yet it was ultimately insufficient. In a fleeting motion, Liu Zhai appeared before Lin Qingwang, his spear swinging fiercely towards her. Humph! Lin Qingwang let out a cold snort, flicking her fingers as the sword sheath shot forth towards Liu Zhai. With a resounding crash, Liu Zhai's spear collided with the sword sheath, the tremendous force sending it flying. Gripping her sword tightly, Lin Xinguang executed a sword technique, unleashing a burst of azure light that struck Lu Zhai's spear, unleashing a tempest of sword energy. Bang! Lu Zhai felt a numbing sensation in his arm as he was forced back 10 meters. Regaining his composure, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The strength exhibited by someone in the mid-stage of the expansion realm was indeed alarming to an old warrior like him. To be pushed back by a mid-stage opponent, despite his own mastery in the late stage, left him utterly shaken. Without uttering a word, Lin Xinguang charged at Lu Zhai once more, sword in hand. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhai swung his spear, engaging in a fierce battle with her. In less than half a joystick's time, a piercing sound echoed. Puff! Lu Zhai was hurled backward, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his eyes wide with terror. A gruesome sword mark marred his chest, and his spear lay broken in his grasp, leaving him grievously injured. With a fierce glare at Lin Xinguang, he turned to flee. Lin Xinguang's expression was one of scorn as she immediately pursued him. Remaining there would only encourage certain onlookers to reveal themselves. With Xie Weilou stationed, there was no cause for concern, for he was the true powerhouse. Lin Xinguang chased after Lu Zhai, leaving behind only Xie Weilou and Li Huai at the scene. Xie Weilou picked up a long knife from the ground and placed it against Lu Zhai's neck, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise?" Li Huai felt a jolt of fear in his heart and immediately implored, "No, no, please don't kill me. I can reveal to you how those individuals perished." "Oh, pray tell," Xie Weilou replied with intrigue. Xie Weilou spoke with an air of indifference. A sinister smile crept across Li Huai's face. "Those 8 contemptible wretches are utterly detestable. They flaunt their superior spiritual bone grades before me, and even the instructors hold them in high regard. As the second young master of the Anping Duke's residence, I find myself belittled. Naturally, this leaves me quite displeased." Xie Weilou calmly stated, "Continue." Li Huai, with a resentful expression, remarked that he found them exceedingly displeasing and harbored a desire to eliminate them. Thus, he feigned a command from the teaching master, directing them to a mansion in the city. To his astonishment, those fools actually complied. Subsequently, he had them captured and personally extracted their spiritual bones. "Why not obliterate the corpses and erase all traces?" Xie Weilou inquired. Li Huai responded with a broad smile. "They rely on their extraordinary spiritual bones, displaying an unparalleled arrogance. I intend to extract their spiritual bones, allowing their loved ones and the Academy's instructors to witness the gruesome spectacle of their bones shattering and their innards being excavated, ultimately transforming them into lifeless corpses. The transplantation of spiritual bones is no trivial matter. Who is the force behind you?" Xie Weilou inquired softly. Li Huai, with a beaming smile, replied, "I'm afraid you shall never know the answer, for you are about to meet your demise." Swish! No sooner had he spoken than a long blade suddenly cleaved towards the back of Xie Weilou's head from a distance. Xie Weilou swiftly evaded as a long blade whizzed past his neck, severing a lock of hair. "Sir!" Li Huai exclaimed with excitement. In the courtyard, upon a grand tree, a masked figure emerged, hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze fixed intently upon Xie Weilou. What a pity, merely a useless wretch. Fortunate that there remains one in the mid-stage of expansion. Xie Weilou chuckled lightly and inquired, "Is this fishing?" There was a hint of cleverness, albeit limited. The aura emanating from the mysterious figure erupted entirely, revealing a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the boundary expanding realm. Indeed, it was a form of fishing. The true mastermind behind the extraction of those 8 spiritual bones was he. How could Li Huai, merely at the Xianhuang realm, comprehend the intricacies of such a delicate operation? As for the 8 corpses left behind, they were merely bait, intended to lure capable individuals from the Tianquan division. Regrettably, this time, only Lin Xinguang and the worthless Xie Weilou were caught. However, Lin Xinguang's innate talent was far more extraordinary, and once the matter here was resolved, he would turn his attention to her. The allure of Lin Xinguang's spiritual bones was irresistible. Once transplanted, they would undoubtedly forge an unparalleled genius. "Sir, do not waste time conversing with this insignificant fool. Simply eliminate him," Li Huai sneered. Bang! Xie Weilou struck down with his blade towards Li Huai, the back of the knife crashing against Li Huai's head. "You!" Li Huai's expression faltered, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. The mysterious figure moved swiftly, immediately lunging towards Xie Weilou, palm outstretched, a violent imprint materializing, exuding an air of ferocity. Xie Weilou's smile was imbued with a playful intrigue. As the mysterious figure lunged towards him, he tightened his grip on the long blade, which trembled momentarily before he unleashed a swift strike. With a sharp sound, the mysterious figure's body jolted, and an arm was severed, blood splattering forth. Ah! The figure emitted a piercing cry of agony as his body was sent hurtling against a wall. You! A look of terror flashed in the mysterious figure's eyes. At the pinnacle of the Tuozheng realm, he had been disarmed by a rumored wastrel with a single stroke. Was such a turn of events even conceivable? Xie Weilou's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared before the mysterious figure, seizing the latter's neck with a firm grip. Bang! Xie Weilou struck forcefully, causing the mysterious figure to crash onto the ground, leaving deep fissures in its wake. Ah! The figure let out a piercing scream, blood streaming from his mouth and nose as the mask fell away, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man. Xie Weilou placed his foot upon the chest of the mysterious figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qinghuang, have you resolved the matter? Lin Qinghuang soared into the scene, holding the severed head of Lu Zhai in her grasp, nonchalantly discarding it onto the ground. You! The middle-aged man was gripped by terror, his body trembling. In this moment, he comprehended the treachery that had ensnared him. He had grossly misjudged Xie Weilou's prowess. This individual had effortlessly bested him. Could he be at the Daozhang realm? Yet how could that be possible? Lin Qinghuang regarded the middle-aged man with indifference. Instructor Lan of the Xian Yuan Martial Academy. How fittingly ironic. She had encountered this instructor Lan before. He was indeed the instructor of Li Huai and others, and the one who had lodged the complaint. Previously, he had only revealed his cultivation at the Shackled Realm. Yet it turned out he was a formidable peak of the Expansion Realm, concealing himself within the Xian Yuan Martial Academy to seek out extraordinary young talents. Such ambition. Instructor Lan's eyes glinted with malice as he sneered. This time, Lan, have been too careless. Xie Weilou thrust his blade towards Lan Jiaoxi's chest. With a tremor of the long knife, Lan Jiaoxi's bones shattered, his tendons completely severed, rendering his cultivation null and void. Lan Jiaoxi's body quivered. His pupils constricted, and his expression contorted in excruciating agony, his gaze dimmed. His cultivation had been utterly destroyed. Xie Weilou chuckled and said, I can't be bothered to listen to your ramblings. Let me first dispose of you. May you suffer a dreadful fate, he added, with a venomous glare from Lan Jiaoxi. Lin Qinghuang, her expression devoid of emotion, stated, to transplant a spiritual bone requires at least a master of the Daozhang realm. You lack such capabilities. Reveal the forces behind you, and I may grant you a swift end. Whether you wish to kill or torture me is entirely up to you. Do not expect to extract any information from me, Lan Jiaoxi sneered, his cultivation rendered useless, feeling that death would be a preferable state. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qinghuang's eyes. I have learned a method of soul extraction, a process that will rend your spirit asunder in excruciating agony. Let us see how you fare. With that, she reached towards Lan Jiaoxi, a mysterious force surging into his mind in an instant. Since he had witnessed Xie Weilou's actions, he could not be spared. Lan Jiaoxi trembled, his features contorting as if his soul were being forcibly drawn out, overwhelmed by unimaginable torment. Lin Qinghuang remained impassive, intensifying her grip. This soul extraction technique was merciless. Once unleashed, the victim's ultimate fate was certain, to be utterly annihilated, never to be reborn. After the duration of an incense stick, Lan Jiaoxi's screams ceased. His visage was twisted, blood pouring from his 7 orifices, resembling a vengeful spirit. His soul extinguished. He transformed into a lifeless, cold corpse. Lin Qinghuang withdrew her hand and turned to Xie Weilou, contemplating, this matter pertains to the Heavenly Yin Hall. Heavenly Yin Hall? Xie Weilou had never heard of this faction. Lin Qinghuang remarked, 3 years ago, the Tianqi Hall emerged in Tianqi City. This power is shrouded in mystery, guarded by formidable beings of the Daozhang realm. According to the recollections of Lan Jiaoxi, he is merely an elder, while within the Tianqi Hall there exist 6 other elders of similar standing, all of whom are engaged in the arcane practice of spirit bone transplantation. Furthermore, with a gaze steeped in intrigue, she continued, from his memories, I gleaned that the disappearance of the 30,000 tales of disaster relief silver linked to the second prince bears a connection to this Tianqi Hall. It seems that the shadow of the 6th prince also lingers within. Baihe City is but a county beneath Qin City. It is indeed surprising that the vanishing of the disaster relief silver is intertwined with the Tianqi Hall. Even more astonishing is the presence of Yan Wugo's shadow in this affair. However, her soul-searching technique is not flawless. she could only extract fragments of Lan Jiaxi's memories, leaving many of the other party's recollections unrevealed. Otherwise, she might have been able to investigate the circumstances surrounding Tianqi City. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and said, "The matter is clear now. Let us return to the Tianquan division." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. Xie Weilou seemed to have recalled something, and remarked, "Qinghuang's methods are truly malicious, reminiscent of a vengeful woman." Lin Qinghuang was taken aback for a moment, then, with a playful expression, replied, "You ought to be grateful that I refrained from employing the soul-searching technique on you these past 3 years. Otherwise, you would have met your demise long ago. Rather than merely expressing gratitude for my restraint, why not truly embody the spirit of a good person and reveal your legs to me?" Xie Weilou gazed intently at Lin Qinghuang's exquisite legs. Lin Qinghuang shot Xie Weilou a piercing glance, exclaiming, "You have labeled me as a venomous woman. Xie Weilou, you are a wicked woman. I too wish to see your legs." Lin Qinghuang, Tianquan Division. Within a grand hall, "I pay my respects to the town protector." Lin Qinghuang and Xie Weilou bowed before Bai Li Changqing. Bai Li Changqing, savoring a fragrant cup of tea, set it down and turned his gaze towards them, a smile gracing his face. "Have all matters been clarified?" Lin Qinghuang presented a scroll on the ground. "The case has been resolved. The culprit is Lan Jiaoxi of the Xianyuan martial house and Li Huai from the Anping Duke's estate. Lan Jiaoxi resisted fiercely and has been subdued, while Li Huai is imprisoned in the Tianquan Division-S dungeon." Bai Li Changqing picked up the scroll, glanced at it, and nodded gently. "You have both performed admirably." Lin Qinghuang continued, "From Lan Jiaoxi's words, I learned that he is backed by the Tianqi Temple." Bai Li Changqing pondered. To transplant spiritual bones is an affront to the natural order. Since the Tianqi Temple has committed such an act, it cannot be allowed to persist. Lin Qinghuang inquired, "What does the town protector intend to do?" A smile appeared on Bai Li Changqing's face. "This matter shall be entrusted to the second hall. You shall depart for Tianqi City on the morrow." "Understood." Lin Qinghuang bowed again. The Tianqi Temple harbors formidable experts. The town protector cannot be unaware of this. His decision to allocate this task to the second hall indicates he will have contingencies in place. Bai Li Changqing turned to Xie Weilou, inquiring with a smile, "With Li Huai imprisoned, what do you believe should be done next?" Xie Weilou languidly remarked, "Let it be slain." Bai Li Changqing replied, "It is undoubtedly necessary to execute, yet we must afford certain individuals the opportunity to intervene. The realm of officialdom is also a matter of human sentiment, necessitating a degree of social acumen. Let us postpone the execution for another 7 days. It is too intricate. I fail to comprehend." Xie Weilou stifled a yawn. Bai Li Changqing chuckled softly, stating, "This case has been thoroughly investigated. We are merely left with some concluding tasks, yet they pose no significant issues. Xie Weilou has rendered valuable assistance and is now promoted to the position of second hall supervisor." Xie Weilou revealed a faint smile, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Bai Li Changqing. "Thank you, Protector." Bai Li Changqing smiled lightly and said to Lin Qinghuang, "Qinghuang, you may leave. I wish to speak with Xie Weilou." With a slight bow, Lin Qinghuang turned and exited the hall, leaving only Xie Weilou and Bai Li Changqing within. Bai Li Changqing gestured to Xie Weilou, "Please, take a seat." Xie Weilou did not stand on ceremony and took a seat beside him. Bai Li Changqing lifted the teacup and teapot, pouring a cup of tea for Xie Weilou. He then handed the tea to Xie Weilou, saying, "Aren't you curious about my relationship with your third uncle? Initially indifferent, your words have indeed piqued my curiosity." Xie Weilou accepted the fragrant tea. His entry into the Tianquan division was orchestrated by his third uncle, yet it was the pacification commissioner who ultimately placed him under Lin Qinghuang's command. There undoubtedly exists a connection between his third uncle and the pacification commissioner. Bai Li Changqing gazed out of the window, reflecting, "Your third uncle is quite the remarkable individual. He is shrouded in mystery, to the extent that even I find it challenging to decipher him. I owe him a life. And since he has facilitated your entry into the Tianquan division, I cannot, of course, refuse." He owed Xie Bian an obligation of life. Hence, when Xie Bian permitted Xie Weilou's induction into the Tianquan division, he did not decline. Xie Weilou lifted the fragrant tea and took a gentle sip, not overly surprised. Bai Li Changqing smiled and said, "Since you are here to seek advancement, make the most of it. Within the Tianquan division, as long as you do not create too much of a stir, I can assist you. So tell me, do you think I can serve as the deputy commander of a hall?" Xie Weilou inquired. Bai Li Changqing, remaining silent, replied, "Then do not ponder any further. It would be best for you to remain under Lin Qinghuang's protection. as she can safeguard you more effectively. Very well. Xie Weilou set down his teacup and rose, declaring, I am weary. I bid you farewell. With that, he departed from the grand hall. This fellow. Ba Lichaqing observed Xie Weilou's retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. In the second hall, Zhang Long and the others exchanged congratulations for. To them, advancement held immense significance and warranted such acknowledgments. Yet, reflecting on Xie Weilou's esteemed status, they were met with wry smiles. After all, he was the heir. And whether he advanced or not, it would scarcely alter his circumstances. Xie Weilou smiled and clasped his fists, saying from this day forth, I hope my brothers will take good care of me. Absolutely, the crowd promptly responded. Xie Weilou inquired, what is the monthly salary for the promoted officer? Zhang Long, with a mysterious smile, replied, the salary for the catch officer is 5 taels per month, while the promoted officer receives 10 taels. Xie Weilou's lips twitched slightly as he turned his gaze towards Lin Qinghuang, who was intently examining the scroll. Is this all? Lin Qinghuang remained silent, offering no response. Xie Weilou, with an audacious demeanor, approached Lin Qinghuang and rubbed his hands together, saying, Qinghuang, what do you think about returning those properties I previously gifted you? Huh? Lin Qinghuang responded with a frosty smile, choosing to disregard Xie Weilou entirely. How fitting is it for you to request the return of gifts you once bestowed upon me? Where is your sense of propriety? Alas! Xie Weilou let out a soft sigh and took a seat nearby. Lin Qinghuang handed a scroll to Zhang Long, saying, the investigation into this case is nearly complete. Only a few finishing touches remain. Please put up a notice. Understood. Zhang Long responded. His gaze towards Lin Qinghuang filled with admiration. In less than an hour, this major case had been resolved, and Commander Lin's approach was as steady as ever. Before long, the notice was posted, and the details of the case spread throughout the streets and alleys. I had previously suspected that the deaths of the 8 individuals were connected to Li Huai, and it turned out my suspicion was indeed correct. Even more chilling was the revelation that Master Lan from the Xianyuan Martial Academy was also one of the culprits, a truly heartless instructor. Master Lan has been executed, and now Li Huai has been imprisoned, sentenced to be beheaded in 7 days. This serves as a form of closure for the 8 deceased, though it is a pity that the dead cannot be resurrected. Within a mysterious loft, Li Huayuan bowed in front of a screen, greeting the 6th prince. A voice emerged from behind the screen. The beheading will take place in 7 days, a favor granted by the Tianquan division. However, you will only have one opportunity to act, and that is on the day of the execution. I implore you, 6th prince, to assist me. Li Huayuan's expression grew solemn. He realized that rescuing Li Huai from the Tianquan division was nearly impossible. Only on the day of the execution would there be any chance to act, whether during transport or by storming the execution site. However, such actions posed significant challenges for Li Huayuan as well. Yin Wugo remained silent for a moment before saying, my current circumstances are unfavorable for direct action, but there may be a way to assist you. Li Huayuan's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired, please, 6th prince, speak plainly. With a casual gesture, Yin Wugo sent 5 pills flying towards Li Huayuan. These 5 pills can enhance your cultivation. The red one, when consumed, will elevate you to the Dao realm, but it will have certain repercussions. Furthermore, if you capture a group of lower-tier Tuajiang cultivators and have them consume the remaining 4 blue pills, they will reach the pinnacle of Tuajiang and become utterly obedient to you. Li Huayuan received the pills and, upon a glance, sensed the malevolent aura emanating from them, causing his heart to tighten. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, thank you, 6th prince. Take some time to consider other options. Do not use the red pill unless absolutely necessary, Yin Wugo advised, waving his hand dismissively. Understood. Li Huayuan bowed, and then turned to leave. After his departure, a woman in a white dress appeared within the loft. Yin Wugo emerged from behind the screen, his complexion pale. Although he had physically recovered, he still bore internal injuries from the severe blow dealt by Xie Weilou. With the exposure of the Tianyin Hall, the Tianquan division would undoubtedly send personnel to Tianqi City. Lin Qinghuang is a significant threat that must be eliminated promptly. A glimmer of enigmatic light flashed in Yin Wugo's eyes. The woman in the white dress stretched languidly and assured, fear not. The temple of Tianyin has the Taoist guardian stationed. Her demise is inevitable. Yin Wugo shook her head, saying, however, the Tianchu division has a formidable figure, by Li Changqing, who should not be underestimated. He will undoubtedly act covertly. We must find someone to intercept him. Very well. I already have a candidate, The woman in white replied with a seductive smile, transforming into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated within the loft. Yin Wugo gazed out the window, muttering to herself, "It appears I must hasten my breakthrough." After concealing herself for so many years, the winter hunt had finally exposed her. Henceforth, hiding would be impossible, and she could only strive for rapid advancement. The individual dispatched by Yin Wuchen was alarmingly formidable. It was likely they would cross paths again. And only by increasing her cultivation could she hope to confront him. At the residence of the second prince, Yin Wui sat beside a pond, scattering some bait into the water. "Your Highness, a mysterious person has delivered a letter." A guard approached briskly, presenting a missive to Yin Wui. Upon receiving the letter and casting a glance at it, a flicker of intrigue illuminated his eyes. "So it is as I suspected." The guard, puzzled, looked at Yin Wui, who smirked coldly. "The flood in Baihe, the 30,000 taels of disaster relief silver I was escorting vanished without a trace." It was evident that some demonic entity was at play. This letter implicates the temple of Tianqi, and Yin Wugo has established numerous connections with them. The guard's pupils constricted. "Is this the work of the sixth prince?" Yin Wui crushed the letter in his hand, his gaze icy. "Indeed, the sixth prince is as cunning as ever, ensnaring me without a sound. Had I not received that batch of silver from the Lin family at the time, I would have paid a dire price." The guard inhaled deeply. "What are your intentions, Your Highness?" Yin Wui's expression turned grim. "During the winter hunt, many perished. Although the palace is suppressing the unrest, discontent brews from all sides. You are to discreetly spread the word that the tragic deaths during the winter hunt were the work of the demon clan, and further insinuate that Yin Wugo is entangled with them." "I shall attend to it at once," the guard responded with a bow before swiftly departing. Yin Wui directed his gaze towards a loft, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Yin Wugo's strength is formidable, having reached the pinnacle of expansion. Even the previous assailant struggled to subdue her. Her methods are inscrutable. I implore the elder to find a moment to assess whether she can be incapacitated. "Understood." A hoarse voice echoed from within the loft. Yin Wui bowed again, realizing he must also devise a strategy to uncover Yin Wugo's forces and minions for a thorough cleansing. Night fell. Xia Baiyan's residence. Third uncle. Xie Weilou strode in with an air of confidence. Xia Baiyan reclined on the chair as usual, a wine jug resting beside him, embodying the essence of a true drunkard. Xie Weilou stepped forward, grasped a jug of wine, and took a sip. Xia Baiyan glanced over casually and inquired, "Did you gain anything from your expedition to Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilou smiled and remarked, "I have gained a modicum of insight." Engaging with Yin Wugo was no trivial matter. This individual possesses a mysterious soul entity within him. Upon listening, Xia Baiyan sat up and remarked nonchalantly, "What can a mere little soul body stir up in the way of tumultuous waves?" Xie Weilou, rendered speechless, remarked, "You speak so lightly. Yet he is an unfathomable ancient entity. Who can ascertain the myriad of arcane techniques he wields?" Xia Baiyan held the wine flask and calmly stated, "I am already aware of the matters concerning the Heavenly Shadow Palace. Once you have resolved this issue, come to me, and I shall present you with an item. Should that old monster dare to show itself, you may subdue it without hesitation." Xie Weilou's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then I must express my gratitude to my third uncle." Xia Baiyan glanced at Xie Weilou and said, "Sending you to the Tianquan division is merely a temporary embellishment. Subsequently, you must devise a method to gain entry into the Great Xia Sacred Academy. Only by entering there will you have access to abundant cultivation resources." "Indeed." Xie Weilou nodded gently. Xia Baiyan contemplated for a moment before casually tossing a white jade vial to Xie Weilou. "You have now reached the pinnacle of the expansion realm. As you journey to the Snow Wolf Valley, without any tangible rewards, I shall bestow upon you a pill that will expedite your ascension into the Daocang realm." Xie Weilou took the jade vial and promptly opened it, revealing a golden elixir that emanated a rich fragrance, its potency exceedingly fierce. Xia Baiyan remarked, "This is a 6 paths divine concealment pill. If you consume it, the effect will surely be significant. Let us use it here." "Excellent." Xie Weilou's smile was rich and profound as he produced a pill and swallowed it in one swift motion before taking a seat nearby. With the vast territory already secured, he had been contemplating the matters of the Taoist scriptures. To cultivate these scriptures, one requires ample resources, and now, with Xia Baiyan having provided him with a pill, it was as if fortune had smiled upon him. Boom. The instant the pill was ingested, a surge of ferocious energy coursed through his entire being, causing the surrounding snow to melt away in droves. "Buzz." Xia Baiyan waved his hand casually, and a mysterious force enveloped the heavens and the earth. Xie Weilou closed his eyes, channeling the Sutra of Nirvana, fervently refining the power of elixirs. In the realm of Taoist scriptures, he forged the 5 divine repositories within the human body: the heart repository, liver repository, spleen repository, lung repository, and kidney repository. The initial step was to forge the heart repository, which governs the blood vessels, vital energy, and spirit, serving as the essence of life. The greater the strength of the heart repository, the more robust the vital energy becomes, and the more potent the unleashed power. The human body is extraordinarily intricate. Bones, meridians, elixirs, organs, and souls appear remarkably fragile in the face of overwhelming power, thus necessitating enhancement and fortification. With bones solidified, meridians opened, and the elixir field established, the divine repositories would follow. Boom. As Xie Weilou channeled the Sutra of Nirvana, a continuous stream of power surged towards his heart, fervently forging it. His body was enveloped in a crimson light, resembling a blood-colored cocoon. Buzz. An overwhelming surge of vital energy erupted, with crimson light shooting upwards. As a powerful aura radiated in all directions, the fierce winds howling with formidable might. Xie Weilou furrowed his brow tightly. A formidable force surged forth, and he could feel his heart being torn apart, with cracks appearing in his heart meridians. However, the Nirvana Sutra possessed an extraordinary quality, akin to the effects of rebirth. Even when his heart and meridians were ravaged, they could swiftly regenerate. This was a cyclical process, enabling the rapid enhancement of the heart's divine sanctuary. Xie Bian secretly nodded. The cultivation technique mastered by this young man was indeed extraordinary, destined to achieve great heights, thus alleviating his concerns. Boom. In the early morning, a resounding roar echoed. An overwhelming force erupted from Xie Weilou. Within the courtyard, countless patches of ice and snow melted away, numerous trees were shattered, and the power seal established by Xie Bian was instantaneously obliterated. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. With a casual wave of his hand, the towering trees in the courtyard were instantly reduced to powder. The early stages of Taoist scriptures. A smile graced Xie Weilou's face as he successfully elevated his cultivation to the Dao Zong realm overnight, thanks to the Nirvana Sutra and the 6 Paths Divine Concealment Pill. He suppressed his aura and turned his gaze inward, examining his heart. The once crimson heart had transformed into a radiant gold, resembling a blazing sun. Its brilliance dazzling and indestructible, harboring immense power. The divine concealment of the heart, once forged, signified a tremendous surge in the bloodline's strength, rendering one extraordinary in battle and capable of wielding terrifying force. The heart is, in fact, a particularly vulnerable area. Should an ordinary person be pierced through the heart by an arrow, death is inevitable. However, for cultivators, the destruction of the heart does not spell immediate doom. This is especially true for those at the Daozong realm, where a forged heart becomes even more formidable, endowed with the ability to heal. As long as the heart is not obliterated, it can regenerate. When the divine concealment of the heart reaches its zenith, it can render the heart as resilient as steel. Consequently, what was once a weak point transforms into a bastion of strength. Beyond the heart lies the spiritual bones, which can also mitigate some attacks. In contrast, Yin Wugo is indeed remarkable. Despite having her body pierced and her heart damaged, she exhibits an uncanny ability to recover swiftly, which is evidently unusual. Golden. Xie Weilou gazed introspectively at his heart, an unusual hue flickering in his eyes. In his understanding, the forging of the heart should not result in a change of color. Yet, his heart had transformed into a golden hue, which was indeed quite peculiar. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra that his golden heart appeared significantly more robust and formidable. The heart of the divine sanctuary governs one's vital energy and bloodlines. After its refinement, his vitality and bloodlines were evidently more potent than those of an ordinary cultivator. Creak. The door of the opposite loft swung open, and Xie Bian walked out. He paid no heed to the disorder in the courtyard, but instead fixated his piercing gaze upon Xie Weilou, a hint of intrigue glimmering in the depths of his eyes. With his level of cultivation, he could instantly perceive the essence of the individual before him, leaving no secrets unexposed. Yet, strangely, at this moment, he found himself unable to penetrate the exterior of Xie Weilou's form, clearly obstructed by a peculiar force. This situation mirrored previous encounters, for he could not directly discern Xie Weilou's cultivation level nor unravel the mysteries of his physique. This lad must be concealing some extraordinary treasure. However, such inquiries were not within Xie Bian's purview. Young man, how does it feel now that you have entered the Dao? Xie Bian smiled and inquired. Xie Weilou rose to his feet, a broad smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, I feel as though I could effortlessly vanquish 10 opponents of the same rank with a single punch. For him, engaging with fellow cultivators of equal standing was a trivial matter. Even when faced with those who surpassed him by a single realm, he remained utterly unperturbed. Xie Bian smiled gently and remarked, You possess a robust vitality, and the cultivation of your spiritual reservoir is undoubtedly more extraordinary than I had anticipated. Engaging in combat at your level poses no challenge for you. He continued, In the realm of Taoist scriptures, the refinement of the spiritual reservoir must reach its utmost pinnacle. By doing so, the subsequent stage of the mystical aspect will also be remarkably exceptional. Xie Weilou gently rubbed his hands together, expressing his desire to forge it to perfection, yet lamenting the scarcity of resources at his disposal. Xie Bian gazed at Xie Weilou in silence, expressing his thoughts. In search of resources? You must seek them out yourself. Your third uncle is but a mere deadbeat, solitary and devoid of possessions. Xie Weilou found himself at a loss for words. Go back. Xie Bian gently waved his hand and proceeded into the loft. Very well. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and turned to leave the courtyard. In the second palace of the Tianqi division, over 30 individuals were assembled, all prepared for departure. Lin Xinhuang cast a glance at the gathered crowd and spoke in a low voice. Zhonglong, you shall proceed first to Qiyin City to investigate the situation there. The Tianqi Palace is stationed in Qiyin City for the purpose of spirit bone transplantation. It is inconceivable that the city lord remains oblivious to this, yet no information has surfaced. This is evidently suspicious. Furthermore, details regarding the city lord of Qiyin City have not been unearthed from Lan Jiaoxi's memories, necessitating further inquiry. Understood. Zhang Long replied with a bow. Let us depart. He gestured vigorously, then led the others out of the second palace. Xie Weilou approached with his hands behind his back, his expression weary as he gazed at Lin Xinhuang. Xinhuang, good morning, he said. Lin Xinhuang cast a sidelong glance at him. Did you not sleep well last night? With such indulgence, you must have slept quite soundly. Xie Weilou chuckled. Lin Xinhuang's face displayed a hint of disdain. She could hardly be bothered to engage further with Xie Weilou and proceeded to stride out. Outside the hall, a constable brought forth a snow-stepping spirit horse. Lin Xinhuang mounted the steed, ready to depart. Wait. Xie Weilou quickened his pace to catch up. What is it? Lin Xinhuang gazed at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou, rendered speechless, remarked, Are you not taking me along? Lin Xinhuang turned to the constable beside her and instructed. Bring forth another spirit steed. Xie Weilou waved his hand and said, No need. I dare not ride this contraption alone. What if I were to fall and meet my demise? I shall ride a spirit steed alongside Xinhuang. Absolutely not. Lin Xinhuang interjected immediately. I understood. When a woman asserts something is impossible, it invariably means it is indeed feasible. Xie Weilou approached and swiftly mounted the horse. You. Lin Xinhuang's expression froze, and she angrily exclaimed, Keep your hands to yourself. Do you take me for some shameless scoundrel? Xie Weilou spoke without a word. Humph. Lin Xinhuang snorted softly, gently flicking the reins. The snow spirit horse spread its wings and soared into the sky in an instant. Xie Weilou leaned backward, nearly losing his balance. He instinctively reached out and encircled Lin Xinhuang's waist, feeling the softness and warmth of her form. Xie Weilou, release me. Lin Xinhuang trembled slightly and quickly spoke up. Xie Weilou, with a tone reminiscent of a scoundrel, proclaimed, It is too high. I fear you might fall. I must embrace you to safeguard your well-being. You ought to be grateful. What a shameless rogue. Lin Xinhuang exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. She truly wished to cast this man away, for she had never encountered anyone so brazenly audacious. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she decided to take a moment's respite. Xie Weilou shamelessly pressed his face against Lin Xinhuang's back. Lin Xinhuang gritted her silver teeth, suppressing her anger as the snow steed surged into the heavens. Must we endure this? The young master, a paragon of our generation. Below, a constable sighed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Only Xie Weilou would dare to embrace the waist of Commander Lin and draw closer. In the city, there stood an ancient residence. Xie Wuji lay upon the couch, his expression somewhat numb. Having lost an arm, he had become a mere shell of his former self. All this was the doing of Xie Weilou, and he yearned to see Xie Weilou subjected to 1,000 tortures, believing that only such suffering could alleviate the hatred that festered within him. Initially, he had thought that Xie Wushang would surely vanquish Xie Weilou during their expedition to the Snow Wolf Valley. However, to his dismay, Xie Wushang perished in the valley, while Xie Weilou emerged unscathed, igniting a deeper fury within him. Why, he pondered, did that be Xie Weilou still draw breath? Xie Wuji spoke with a venomous glare. Rest assured, he shall soon meet his demise. A voice, tinged with indifference, resonated as Xie Zongxuan entered the room. Xie Wujing sat up hastily and exclaimed, "Father, are you really going to take action against Xie Weilou?" A chilling murderous intent flickered in Xie Zongxuan's eyes. The wretched spawn of Xie Weilou must perish. According to the intelligence I have acquired, he has already departed from Tianqi City. This time, I shall ensure that he never returns. Xie Wuji's face revealed an expression of exhilaration. Unfortunately, I cannot personally crush him to death. Xie Zongxuan gently patted Xie Wuji's shoulder, his expression grave as he spoke. Though you have lost an arm, do not succumb to despair. I shall procure some valuable resources for you. Dedicate yourself to your training. As long as your cultivation improves, you may yet experience a rebirth, even with this loss. You are my sole heir now, and should Xie Weilou perish, you shall become the heir of the Marquis of Zhenxi. Of course, his words were merely a source of comfort. Xie Wuji's innate abilities are rather mediocre, and his temperament is equally unremarkable. He is, in essence, a waste. Nevertheless, with diligent effort, he may still manage to elevate his cultivation to some extent. As for the possibility of regenerating his severed arm that hinges on fate, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, there exists an abundance of celestial materials and earthly treasures, some of which have the power to restore a severed limb. However, such rare artifacts are beyond the reach of Xie Zongxuan. Young master, Xie Wujia felt a stirring within his heart, and he earnestly replied, "Father, rest assured, I shall never succumb to despair. Indeed, that is more like it." Xie Zongxuan nodded with a smile, yet a flicker of contemplation surfaced in the depths of his eyes. It seems he must take a concubine. Placing his hopes on Xie Wuji appears somewhat misguided. An hour later, 50 miles from the enigmatic Yin City, within a vast plain, numerous tents were erected, housing an army of 3,000. The snow steed soared down. "Xie Weilou, dismount." Lin Qi glanced at her waist and promptly spoke. But Xie Weilou's arms remained tightly wrapped around her, his face pressed against her back. This closeness brought warmth to both, yet she felt quite uncomfortable. The biting wind and snow had been shielded by her, while Xie Weilou lay at ease, which only heightened her displeasure. Xie Weilou seemed not to have heard it all. Lin Qi immediately extended her hand and forcefully pulled Xie Weilou's hand away. Bang! Xie Weilou had fallen from his horse, his eyes tightly shut, remaining in a deep slumber. Lin Qi dismounted gracefully, her gaze fixated on Xie Weilou. After a brief moment of astonishment, she swiftly bent down, extending her hand towards his nose, only to find no trace of breath. Xie Weilou. A sense of unease washed over Lin Qi as she sensed something amiss. She promptly spoke, shaking his lifeless form. Xie Weilou suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Qi delicate face. With a weary expression, he said, "Qi, I am not yet awake. Quickly, perform artificial respiration on me." "Go to hell," Lin Qi retorted angrily, releasing her grip and delivering a swift kick to Xie Weilou's shoulder. Xie Weilou chuckled softly, instantly invigorated, shedding any semblance of fatigue, having slept soundly throughout the journey. "Who are you?" At that moment, a group of soldiers approached, encircling Xie Weilou and Lin Qi. Lin Qi produced a token, stating calmly, "I am Lin Qi, Deputy Commander of the Tianqi Division, here to seek an audience with General Qiyu." Upon seeing the token, one of the soldiers regarded it with respect, promptly extending his hand, while the others sheathed their weapons. The soldier then spoke in a deep voice, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the general." With that, he departed swiftly. Xie Weilou turned to Lin Qi and remarked with a smile, "That's an excellent idea." He had already surmised the purpose of her visit. This woman likely suspected that there were issues within Qin City. If the Lord of Qin City were to engage in nefarious activities, given his control over the city's military forces, the situation could indeed become quite troublesome. Hence, her presence in this military camp was presumably an attempt to seek assistance. Xie Weilou glanced around his surroundings and noticed a flag, the Red Wind Army. He had some recollection of this formidable force, which had previously allied with the Zhenxi army and had fought together against the Western Shu. However, issues had arisen later, leading to conflicts between the Red Wind Army and the Zhenxi army. Before long, a young man clad in blue armor, with a delicate countenance, approached. Upon seeing Lin Xinguang, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Xinguang, it has been a long time." Lin Xinguang nodded gently. "It has been 3 years." This young man was Qi Han, the son of Qi Yu, and a major general of the Red Wind Army. The Lin family had some connections with Qi Yu, as Lin Xinguang's father was a close brother to him. Qi Han's face was adorned with a broad smile. Yet a hint of intrigue flickered in his gaze as it fell upon Xie Weilou. He then turned to Lin Xinguang, saying, "Since my father has not returned yet, if you have any matters to discuss, you may confide in me." Lin Xinguang wasted no time and spoke directly, "I need to visit Tianqi City, but I am facing some difficulties and would like to seek assistance from the Red Wind Army." Upon hearing this, Qi Han nodded with a smile. "Since you have asked, my father will undoubtedly oblige. Please, accompany me to the camp to rest for a while. He will return within half an hour at most." "All right." Lin Xinguang nodded lightly. Inside the camp, fine wine and delicacies had already been prepared. Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou exchanged a glance, revealing no sign of surprise, before taking their seats. "Xinguang, it has been many years since we last met. I raise a toast to you," Qi Han declared, lifting his cup towards Lin Xinguang. She poured herself a drink and downed it in one go. "Impressive." Qi Han laughed heartily, following suit and consuming his drink. He then turned to Xie Weilou. Pouring another cup, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of young Master Xie. I raise a toast to you as well." "You are too kind," Xie Weilou replied. Xie Weilou chuckled as he raised his wine cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. Upon witnessing this, Qi Han's smile grew even more pronounced as he turned to Xie Weilou and Lin Xinguang and said, "Let us continue to drink." Xie Weilou picked up the wine jug and poured a cup for both Lin Xinguang and himself. After 3 cups, the wine cup in Xie Weilou's hand fell to the ground, and he gently rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Such a strong wine." With that, he slumped over the table. Lin Xinguang glanced at the cup in her hand, furrowing her brow as she massaged her temples, then turned her gaze towards Qi Han, saying, "This wine is problematic. I added something to it." Qi Han, with a broad smile, continued to drink. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, with a sword at his waist, entered, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. He regarded Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou with an unruffled demeanor, stating, "Dispelling spirit powder can cause your spiritual energy to dissipate in a short time." Boom. Simultaneously, numerous soldiers surrounded the tent. Lin Xinguang looked at the middle-aged man with a complicated expression, asking, "Uncle Qi Yu, why must it be this way?" The man before her was none other than Qi Yu, the commander of the Qi Wind Army, possessing cultivation at the late stage of the border expansion realm. In the affairs of the world, there are seldom many reasons. If one were to seek a rationale, I can only think of benefits. When the stakes are high enough, kinship and friendship cannot withstand the test. Qi Yu gazed at Lin Xinguang with calm eyes. There were those who wished for Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou's demise, and he had been offered an irresistible incentive. "I hope you won't regret this," Lin Xinguang sighed. Qi Yu shook his head, saying, "Making a decision is a very simple matter. Facing the consequences is the true challenge. However, in the current situation, your deaths would yield the best outcome." With his strength, he felt confident in eliminating Lin Xinguang. Yet, for precaution, he had prepared the dispelling spirit powder, and outside, there were 3,000 soldiers of the Qi Wind Army. He did not believe that Lin Xinguang could stir much trouble under such circumstances. Qi Han stood up, eyeing Lin Xinguang with a flash of greed in his eyes. "Father, the dispelling spirit powder takes 3 hours to lose its efficacy. Why not let me handle Lin Xinguang for the time being? I have always had a fondness for her." "Preposterous." Qi Yu raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat displeased. Qi Han, with a beaming smile, assured, "Rest assured, Father, I will not cause any issues." Qi Yu fell silent for a moment, indifferently responding, "This shall not happen again." With that, he turned to leave the tent. "Xinguang." Qi Han approached Lin Xinguang, his expression greedy. Suddenly, a streak of azure light shot forth from Lin Xinguang's hand. Before Qi Han could react, the azure light pierced through his neck, blood splattering everywhere. "You." Qi Han's eyes widened as he clutched his neck, staring at Lin Xinguang in horror, clearly taken aback that she could strike at such a moment. Akabane swiftly extended his hand, sealing off Akaharu's neck with a powerful force, halting the flow of blood and preserving his breath. As a fellow cultivator, Akaharu was protected by spiritual energy and would not perish immediately. Akabane fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Lin Xinguang, stating, "Your spiritual energy remains intact." Lin Xinguang, wielding the Tianqi sword, replied with an indifferent expression. When venturing outside, one must naturally maintain a vigilant stance. Akiharu had already prepared exquisite food and fine wine, even ensuring that the cups for her and Xie Weilou were ready in advance. How could she not be on guard? Clang! Akabane swiftly drew his sword from his waist, pointing it at Lin Qinghuang, his aura erupting with intensity. Ah, Lin Qinghuang, your vigilance is commendable, but today you must die. Is that so? Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered as she dashed out of the tent, unperturbed by Xie Weilou's safety. If she could discern the danger, how could Xie Weilou fail to notice it? Can you escape? Akabane's voice was chilling as he pursued her, determined that if Lin Qinghuang survived today, he would face tremendous trouble. Inside the tent, Akiharu clutched his neck, his voice hoarse. What are you all waiting for? Why haven't you killed Xie Weilou? Once the soldiers within the tent regained their senses, they promptly armed themselves and advanced towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou opened his eyes at an opportune moment, lifted his wine glass, poured himself a drink, and smiled. This wine is quite potent. This heir can still indulge in another cup. How is that possible? You are not poisoned? Upon seeing Xie Weilou awaken, Qihan's expression darkened considerably. Sanlingson can render one powerless in an instant. For those devoid of cultivation, it can induce a state of unconsciousness. It is understandable that Lin Qinghuang, possessing formidable strength, could resist Sanlingsan. But how could Xie Weilou, a mere waste, withstand it? Perhaps you have forgotten to administer the poison. Xie Weilou's smile was rich and profound, his gaze towards Qihan reminiscent of one observing a lifeless corpse. Kill him. Qihan commanded with a voice steeped in fury. Kill. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, their weapons descending upon Xie Weilou in unison. However, as the blades were about to strike, an unseen force intervened, halting their descent with great difficulty. Xie Weilou chuckled and declared, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals are doomed. With a gentle squeeze of his wine glass, a force of annihilation erupted, instantly reducing the soldiers to a mist of blood, obliterating them entirely. You. Qihan's eyes widened in shock at the sight. It became apparent that Xie Weilou possessed formidable powers, and the information he had received was erroneous. Xie Weilou raised his wine cup and drained it in one swift motion, casting a warm smile at Qihan. It is now your turn, he declared. And with a casual flick of his wrist, the cup soared towards Qihan. Bang! The cup struck Qihan squarely in the forehead, creating a gaping hole from which blood gushed forth. Boom! The cup detonated within Qihan's skull, sending shards flying, leaving his head riddled with wounds and brain matter spilling forth. This time, no one could save him. Qihan collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Breathless and lifeless, Xie Weilou casually carried the lifeless body of Qihan as he strode out of the tent. Outside the tent, Lin Qinghuang was engaged in a fierce battle with Qiyu. The Tianqi sword danced in the air, its blade radiating an icy aura, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Despite Qiyu being a formidable opponent in the mid-stage of the expansion realm, he proved insufficient when faced with Lin Qinghuang's prowess. In mere moments, Qiyu sustained injuries. A gruesome gash marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth incessantly. The 3,000 soldiers encircled the area, their unwavering gaze fixed upon Lin Qinghuang, poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. With a resounding crash, Lin Qinghuang unleashed a strike, sending Qiyu flying several meters back. Once he regained his footing, Qiyu's complexion darkened considerably. To possess such strength in the mid-stage of the expansion realm, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated, he remarked. Lin Qinghuang, indifferent, replied, no amount of words can alter your fate. Today, you shall perish. Qiyu laughed in fury. Kill me? You lack the qualification. Feel free to attempt it. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qinghuang's eyes, formed the 3,000 spirit gathering formation. Qiyu commanded solemnly. Instantly, the 3,000 soldiers restructured themselves into a grand formation. Stepping forward, Qiyu positioned himself at the center, channeling his sword technique as his aura surged once more, ascending from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the expansion realm. This time, let us see just how great a storm you can stir, he proclaimed, gripping his sword tightly, a sinister smile adorning his face. Although Lin Qinghuang's strength had exceeded his expectations with the combined might of 3,000 men at his disposal, how could Lin Qinghuang possibly contend? Bang! Xie Weilou cast the lifeless body of Qihan before Qiyu. Upon witnessing the remains of Qihan, Qiyu's expression momentarily froze, a profound sorrow etched upon his visage. Honor. Xie Weilou smiled and said, I apologize. I accidentally killed this fool just now. Yu's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty intensity as he stared at Xie Weilou, uttering, "You beast, I shall see you suffer 1,000 cuts." Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow and instantaneously appeared before Yu. With a firm grip, he seized Yu by the neck and forcefully slammed him down. Bang! Yu, devoid of any means of resistance, was driven into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Xie Weilou leapt down with grace, his foot landing on Yu's head. His tone devoid of emotion as he remarked, "Do you truly believe you can subject this noble heir to 1,000 cuts? Is it based solely on your current pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm?" Yu, momentarily stupefied, exhibited an expression of incredulity. At this very moment, he had reached the zenith of the Tuajiang realm, yet he was utterly unable to discern how Xie Weilou executed his maneuver. Who dared to label Xie Weilou as a talentless waste? Who was spreading such rumors? To so easily subdue him beneath foot? Was this what they termed lack of cultivation? Perish! Xie Weilou's eyes betrayed not the slightest ripple as he stepped forward. With a resounding pop, Yu's head was instantaneously obliterated, rendering him a headless corpse. Succumbing to a tragic demise. Whether at the late stage or pinnacle of the expansion realm, before Xie Weilou, they were but ants, easily crushed beneath his foot. This individual has grown even more formidable. Lin Qingwang mused silently, pondering the depths of his strength, which eluded her comprehension. With a sudden surge, the 3,000 Red Wind Army soldiers trembled, spewing forth blood, having incurred a tremendous backlash. Xie Weilou glanced around with a calm demeanor and uttered, "Eliminate them all." Lin Qingwang tightened her grip on the Tianqi sword, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping her. The most troublesome adversary, Yu, had been dealt with, leaving the 3,000 Qifeng army unable to stir the slightest wave. With a thunderous roar, the two did not hesitate and immediately struck. A series of piercing screams echoed as soldiers fell to the ground, blood splattering and staining the icy surface beneath. They had acted under Yu's orders to assault Lin Qingwang, and thus, their demise was inevitable. In less than half an hour, all 3,000 soldiers of the Qifeng army lay lifeless upon the ground, their cold bodies mingling with the crimson blood that soaked the snowy expanse. Lin Qingwang produced a cloth and gently wiped the blood from the blade of her Tianqi sword, her expression remarkably serene. Xie Weilou stood not far away, observing Lin Qingwang as he remarked, "Qingwang, your methods are truly ruthless. I never imagined you would slaughter all 3,000 of them. You are indeed heartless." Lin Qingwang sheathed the Tianqi sword and turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou, retorting, "Most of them were slain by your hand." Xie Weilou sighed. "This son possesses no cultivation whatsoever. How could I possibly slay these 3,000 individuals? All of this is your doing." He. Lin Qingwang, her face devoid of words, made her way towards the treading snow spirit horse, contemplating that perhaps this journey had been ill-advised. Xie Weilou followed with a smile. Lin Qingwang remarked, "We should have searched the soul of Yu just now." Xie Weilou remarked with a faint smile, "There is no need for concern. It's quite evident who desires our demise. One could surmise with a mere wiggle of their toes, for there are but a handful." Lin Qingwang mounted her steed. Pondering deeply, the Red Wind Army once collaborated with the West Town Army, and there exists a connection between Yu and Xietsongxuan. His intervention this time may well hint at the involvement of your second uncle, though undoubtedly there are others at play. It matters not, ultimately. They shall all be dealt with in due course. Xie Weilou casually remarked. The moment the envoy was dispatched by Xietsongxuan, it signified the impending demise of the counterpart. Selecting an auspicious day, it would suffice to send them on their final journey. Lin Qingwang flicked the reins, guiding the snow spirit steed as it soared towards the horizon. Xie Weilou's figure flickered as he swiftly leapt onto the horse's back. He extended his hand, skillfully enveloping Lin Qingwang's waist. "Qingwang, are you truly intending to abandon me and flee alone?" Lin Qingwang remained silent. An hour later, in Tianqi City, within a room on the 3rd floor of an inn, Zhang Long bowed respectfully to Lin Qingwang after having met Commander Lin. Lin Qingwang inquired, "What is the situation?" Zhang Long, his expression grave, replied, "From my investigations, I have uncovered that Tianqi City is also entangled in the matter of spirit bone transplantation. The young master of Tianqi City, who originally possessed no spirit bone, inexplicably acquired one 3 months ago. Furthermore, several young individuals who have joined the Tianqi Hall have mysteriously vanished. At this juncture," he added, "half an hour ago, a woman approached us, claiming her daughter had joined Tianqi Hall over a year ago and has since ceased all communication. She wishes to file a report." "Where is she?" Lin Qingwang asked. "She is still at the inn. I instructed her to come here," Zhang Long replied, hastening towards the exit. Before long, Zhang Long returned, leading a beautiful woman whose eyes were filled with sorrow, appearing utterly distraught. Zhang Long promptly announced, "This is Commander Lin." The beautiful woman, regaining her composure, quickly bowed to Lin Xinguang. "I am Qin Meiyu, at your service, my lord." Lin Xinguang surveyed Qin Meiyu and spoke calmly. "Do you wish to file a report?" Qin Meiyu's eyes reddened, and she immediately knelt on the ground. "I beseech you, my lord. My daughter joined Tianqi Hall a year ago, promised to return after 3 months. Yet now there has been no word. I sought out Tianqi Hall, but they barred my entry, refusing to allow me inside." Lin Xinguang prompted, "Have you not approached the city lord's residence?" Qin Meiyu's expression turned to one of fury as she retorted, "The individuals at the city lord's residence are utterly despicable. I have sought them out as well, yet their young lord insisted I accompany him. I am truly at my wit's end." Just as Lin Xinguang was about to respond, a constable rushed in. "Commander Lin, the young master of Tianqi City is approaching the inn with a group, seemingly in pursuit of Qin Meiyu." A look of panic washed over Qin Meiyu as she exclaimed, "My lord, please do not surrender me." She had previously rebuffed the young master, inciting his wrath. Had she not escaped swiftly, she would have already fallen into his clutches. His arrival with a retinue surely indicated an intent to capture her. Lin Xinguang reassured her, "As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Where is Qin Meiyu? Come forth." A cold laugh echoed from outside. A young man clad in a gray robe, wielding a folding fan, approached, flanked by a cadre of guards. The constables drew their swords, positioning themselves defensively outside. Lin Xinguang turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and walked outside. "What is all the commotion about?" Xie Weilou glanced forward. The young man scrutinized Xie Weilou with a mocking expression, saying, "I am Qi Feng, the young lord of Tianqi City. Are you the leader of these constables?" Xie Weilou gazed expressionlessly at Qi Feng and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Qi Feng, toying with his folding fan, responded with a playful smile, "Qin Meiyu belongs to me. Summon her forth at once, or do not blame me for my rudeness." Xie Weilou spoke indifferently. "Do you realize that you are currently facing the celestial authority?" Qi Feng scoffed, "Celestial authority? This is Tianqi City." Implicit in his words was the notion that, in this place, the celestial authority holds no sway. Truly audacious. Xie Weilou spoke softly. Qi Feng, displaying evident impatience, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "I have no interest in wasting time with you. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, promptly hand over Qin Meiyu. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." Bang! Xie Weilou delivered a powerful kick towards Qi Feng, sending him tumbling from the 3rd floor. However, Qi Feng deftly somersaulted, regaining his balance with grace. Clutching his folding fan tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes, he glared at Xie Weilou and declared, "You foolish creature, how dare you lay a hand on me? Regardless of your identity, you shall meet your demise today." With that, the guards accompanying him swiftly unsheathed their weapons, their menacing aura focused intently on Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou waved his hand with an indifferent expression, commanding, "Leave not a single one." Clang! Zhang Long and his companions wasted no time. Drawing their long blades, they swiftly launched an assault against the guards. A series of piercing screams echoed throughout the inn. The guards of Qifeng proved utterly inadequate before Zhang Long and his group, akin to cabbages, easily sliced apart. Moments later, all the guards lay defeated on the ground. Damn it! Qifeng stood pale, rooted in place. He had not anticipated the incompetence of his guards. Nor did he expect that the people from the Tianqi division would truly resort to violence. This was Tianqi City, his territory. Did these individuals from the Tianqi division genuinely wish for their demise? "It's your turn." Zhang Long, gripping his bloody blade, leaped down, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Qifeng. "Did you think I would fear you?" With a roar of fury, Qifeng unleashed a punch towards Zhang Long, the energy of the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm erupting forth. The initial stage of the Xianhuang realm. Zhang Long smirked coldly, refraining from drawing his blade, and instead retaliated with a punch of his own. Within the Tianqi division, his strength was not particularly weak, yet not overwhelmingly strong either. Merely at the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm. However, dealing with a novice in the Xianhuang realm posed no challenge whatsoever. Boom! Their fists collided, producing a resounding explosion. "Oh!" Qifeng cried out in agony, his body sent flying, one arm obliterated into a mist of blood. Thud! Qifeng's form crashed to the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He writhed in pain, struggling to rise. Zhang Long's gaze remained cold and fierce as he fixed his eyes upon Qifeng, the blade in his hand glinting ominously. Qifeng, with a twisted expression seethed with malice, proclaiming, "I am the young lord of Tianqi City. Should you dare to kill me, my father will ensure you are subjected to 1,000 tortures." "Is that so?" Xie Weilou descended, casually extending his hand. Zhang Long, comprehending Xie Weilou's intent, handed him the long blade. Xie Weilou wielded a long knife, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Qifeng. "You, the son of a mere city lord, dare to provoke the heavenly authority?" he declared ominously. "Prepare to perish." The blade pressed against Qifeng's neck. A shiver coursed through Qifeng's body as he felt the chilling breath of death. In a panic, he exclaimed, "No, you cannot kill me." Swoosh. Xie Weilou had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with a mere insignificant figure. With a swift stroke, he struck down. No. In an instant, Qifeng's neck was severed. His head displaced, and blood gushed forth, resulting in his immediate demise. Decisive. Zhang Long thought to himself, filled with admiration. Young Master Xie acts decisively, never hesitating. When it comes to both extravagance and ruthlessness, he is the true progenitor. What is a mere oddity in comparison? Do you think you are untouchable? Clean up this mess. Xie Weilou extended a long blade to Zhang Long, who received it and gently waved it in the air. The constables immediately began to remove the corpse and clean the bloodstains from the scene. Within the inn, the proprietor and his attendant turned pale, startled by the unfolding spectacle. As the constables were present, the guests dared not enter. Lin Qinghuang descended from the upper floor, handing several silver notes to the innkeeper, reassuring him. "There is no need for concern regarding today's events. I shall compensate for the damage incurred." The innkeeper glanced at the notes, hastily responding, "This is far too generous. These officials hail from Tianqi City, possessing significant status. They even dared to execute the son of the city lord. How could I possibly accept such a sum?" Lin Qinghuang placed the notes before him, saying nothing further. After a while, the inn was tidied up. The scent of blood entirely eradicated. Lin Qinghuang gestured to the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper quickly interjected, "Esteemed officials, are you seeking the city lord?" Lin Qinghuang regarded him, awaiting his explanation. The innkeeper elaborated. For the past 3 years, the city lord has adhered to a peculiar habit, visiting the Tianqi Palace for tea on the 7th day of each month. Today happens to be the 7th, so he is likely not at the city lord's mansion. "Thank you," Lin Qinghuang replied with a slight nod, leading her companions out of the inn. The city lord of Qin naturally colluded with the Tianqi Palace, explaining the dearth of news from this place, which had been suppressed and silenced. On the bustling street, Lin Qinghuang instructed Zhang Long, "Go to the city lord's mansion and ascertain how many soldiers remain there. The city lord commands 5,000 troops. It is uncertain whether they have all been taken to Tianqi Mountain. With 5,000 soldiers, should Xie Weilou and I take action, we could easily enact a massacre, much like the previous slaughter of the Qifeng troops. However, excessive bloodshed is not advisable. Let us hope that the 5,000 soldiers have not all accompanied the city lord. Otherwise, a bloody confrontation may ensue." To the north of the city, a mountain known as Tianqi Mountain loomed within a 10-mile radius, the very site of the Tianqi Palace. At the foot of the mountain, over 800 soldiers gathered, blocking the path to prevent any outsiders from ascending. In a concealed location at the base of the mountain, Xie Weilou and the others were gazing into the distance. Before long, Zhang Long approached silently. He respectfully addressed Lin Qinghuang, saying, "Report to you, Commander Lin. The city lord's mansion still possesses 4,000 soldiers, while the lord of Qin City has brought only 1,000. Lin Qinghuang pondered for a moment and replied, "That is indeed acceptable. With 1,000 soldiers, there are 800 at the foot of the mountain and merely 200 atop it. Should there be any wise individuals among them, a portion might survive when the slaughter commences. However, if wisdom is lacking, then none shall escape." Just then, a white dove soared toward Lin Qinghuang's shoulder. She extended her hand and retrieved a note from the dove's leg. After reading it, her brow furrowed, and she passed the note to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou received the note and glanced at it. It was a covert message from the Tianquan division. The content suggested that the pacification envoy had been obstructed by a formidable opponent and would be delayed in their arrival. "Xie Weilou, what do you propose we do next?" inquired Lin Qinghuang. With the pacification envoy hindered by a powerful adversary, it was evident that they would be unable to arrive in the immediate future. According to Lan Jiaoxi's recollections, the Tianqi Palace housed 6 peak elders of the expansion realm, in addition to a mysterious palace master who had already reached the latter stages of the Dao concealment realm. Furthermore, One could not dismiss the possibility of the existence of other enigmatic powerful beings within the Tianqi Palace, known only to Lan Jiaoxi, given her current strength. Venturing into the Tianqi Palace would yield no tangible benefits. The situation now rested solely upon Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou possesses an unfathomable strength. The pinnacle of the Tianqi realm pales in comparison before him. It is likely that he has already stepped into the realm of Daozong. Xie Weilou smiled and suggested, "Let us ascend and take a look." The black magical hand previously acquired was truly extraordinary. One wonders if it can be put to the test now. Lin Xinguang nodded gently and addressed Zhang Long and the others. "You shall remain here. Should any unusual circumstances arise, I will signal you." "Understood." Zhang Long and the others replied with grave expressions. Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou proceeded towards a dense forest. After a short while, they arrived at a precipice on Tianqi Mountain. Xie Weilou donned a mask and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned the funeral flower sword. "Let us go." In an instant, the two figures vanished, soaring upwards. Within the grand hall of the Qin Mountain Palace, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe gazed across at a man draped in a splendid robe. The black-robed figure was none other than the master of the Tianqi Palace, a practitioner at the later stages of the Daozong realm. The man in the brocade robe was the Lord of Qin City, a master at the advanced stage of the Tuojiang realm. The Lord of Qin City clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Palace Master." Over the past 3 years, his ranks had been bolstered by the continuous emergence of cultivators, a boon derived from the spiritual bone transplants provided by the Tianqi Palace. Those soldiers who had received the transplants had become his private troops. With 200 soldiers, each a cultivator, his forces were far superior to ordinary foot soldiers. If nurtured properly, they could easily overwhelm even 1,000 foes, making them his greatest asset for the future. The master of Tianqi Palace remarked. Word from Tianqi City indicates that 2 individuals from the Tianquan division need to be dealt with. Addressing these minor inconveniences posed no challenge for him. His concern lay with the potential emergence of powerful figures from the Tianquan division. Yet, the strategist from Tianqi City was astute and likely anticipated all scenarios. The Lord of Qin City replied with a smile, "Rest assured." A mid-stage Tuojiang cultivator, Lin Xinguang, accompanied by a worthless heir, can be easily subdued. "This matter does not require your intervention. I shall handle it myself." "Very well." The master of Tianqi Palace responded with a placid smile, not overly concerned about the matter. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the hall. The master of Tianqi Palace stated indifferently, "The minor trouble has arrived." "Ha. It has been a while since I last engaged in combat. Let me step outside and test my skills." The Lord of Qin City rose and strode towards the exit. Outside the hall, on a vast square, 200 soldiers encircled Xie Weilou and Lin Xinguang. All were cultivators, the weakest among them being at the Xianwang realm, with 10 of them even at the Chains realm. Not far away, many members of the Tianqi Palace observed with amused expressions, relishing the spectacle without intervening. Lin Xinguang produced a token and coldly declared, "The Tianquan division is conducting an investigation. Those who wish to avoid death should step aside." What was the Tianquan division in this domain? This was the Tianqi Palace. A mid-stage Chains realm commander wielded a long knife, his smile malevolent, showing utter disdain for Lin Xinguang. "Indeed, this is the Tianqi Palace. Even if you are a dragon, you must coil here." The other soldiers sneered in derision. Since the spiritual bone transplants had transformed them from ordinary people into cultivators, they brimmed with confidence in their newfound power. Today, it mattered not if individuals from the Tianquan division were present. Even the Heavenly King himself would have to yield, unaware of their impending doom. Lin Xinguang's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she summoned the Tianya sword with a swift motion. "Eliminate them." The leader of the shackled realm spoke with an icy tone, drawing his long blade with a swift motion as he lunged towards Lin Xinguang, the cold gleam of his sword evident. Clang! Lin Xinguang unsheathed her long sword. An azure sword aura manifesting, severing the leader's blade in two, while a chilling sword energy swiftly grazed his neck. With a ghastly thud, his head was sent soaring, blood gushing forth, leaving behind a headless corpse. The soldiers surrounding them were poised to act, but upon witnessing the scene before them, their hearts froze, eyes wide in horror. This leader was already in the mid-stage of the shackled realm, the most formidable among 10 such leaders, yet he had been effortlessly slain by a single sword strike. Lin Xinguang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword, her murderous intent palpable as she prepared to strike again. Impudent! The Lord of Qin City dashed forward, his face darkening upon seeing his subordinate slain. He struck towards Lin Qinhuang with a palm, furious that he had expended significant resources to cultivate this leader, only to see him killed in such a manner. He felt compelled to eliminate this woman and claim her spiritual bones to compensate for his loss. Whoosh! Lin Qinhuang swung her sword, unleashing an azure sword aura that collided with the Lord's palm strike. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as the Lord's palm was dispersed by her sword, the force propelling him back 10 meters. 10 meters away, the Lord steadied himself. Glancing at his palm, which bore a fissure at the tiger's mouth, and a new sword scar appeared on his arm, causing him alarm. According to the intelligence he had received, Lin Qinhuang was merely at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. He had not anticipated her strength to be so formidable that even he, at the late stage of the expansion realm, suffered a significant setback. Lin Qinhuang's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on the Lord of Qin City. Lord of Qin City. Your involvement in the transplantation of spiritual bones in the Hall of Heavenly Shadows, coupled with your refusal to cooperate with the Tianquan Division's investigation, warrants your execution. To wish to slay this lord? We shall see if you possess the strength to do so. The Lord of Qin City struck his waist, and a long halberd soared from his storage pouch. Gripping the halberd, he charged at Lin Qinhuang with a swift step, bringing it down with violent force. Lin Qinhuang tightened her grip on the Tianqi sword and struck out. Boom! The halberd and the long sword clashed, the ground erupting in a shower of debris as powerful energy radiated in all directions. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the Lord's halberd was cleaved in two, the sword energy slamming into his chest. Boom! The Lord was sent flying, a gruesome sword gash appearing on his chest, blood pouring forth. Lin Qinhuang's figure flickered, appearing before the Lord, her sword descending towards his head. Not good. Just as the Lord steadied himself, he saw Lin Qinhuang's sword approaching and his pupils constricted. Realizing he could not evade this strike. Attack! The master of the Heavenly Yin Palace, observing the situation, slowly spoke, realizing that the Lord of Qin City was unreliable, and it was imperative that a member of the Heavenly Yin Palace intervened. An elderly man with flowing white hair swiftly appeared before Lin Qinhuang. He unleashed a powerful palm strike towards her, a display of formidable strength, as he was an elder at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm. Lin Qinhuang immediately raised her sword to defend herself. Bang! The palm imprint collided with the Tiangong's sword, and the immense force sent Lin Qinhuang staggering back several meters. The Lord of Qin City breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the master of the Heavenly Yin Palace, cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Master. The master of the Heavenly Yin Palace responded calmly. The Lord of Qin City sneered as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qinhuang. You possess some skill, but alas, you are destined to perish today. Lin Qinhuang remained silent. Die. The white-haired elder charged at Lin Qinhuang once more, delivering a palm strike that caused the air to tremble and the wind to howl with tremendous force. Lin Qinhuang gripped the Tiangong sword firmly, refusing to evade. Just as the elder's palm was about to connect with Lin Qinhuang, with a casual sweep of his hand, Xie Weilou sent the burial flower sword soaring towards the elderly man. Though the sword had yet to be drawn from its scabbard, its imposing might was undeniable, directly shattering the old man's palm imprint. Boom! The white-haired elder extended both hands to fend off the oncoming burial flower sword. Yet the formidable force of the sword compelled him to retreat. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantly appearing before the white-haired elder. He grasped the hilt of his sword. With a sharp sound, the burial flower sword was unsheathed, and a dark blade glimmered, swiftly gliding across the elder's neck. Xie Weilou suddenly appeared behind the old man, the burial flower sword glimmering with a chilling light, blood dripping down. The old man's expression momentarily froze, a look of bewilderment emerging in his eyes. Xie Weilou extended his hand, and the sword sheath flew into his grasp. With a swift motion, a gruesome gash appeared on the old man's neck, and his head was severed, soaring high into the air as blood gushed forth, transforming him into a headless corpse. With a single strike, he had slain a peak expert of the Tuajiang realm. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Xie Weilou. How could a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm be so effortlessly dispatched with a single blow? Xie Weilou cast a cold glance at the Lord of Qin City and remarked indifferently, "What difficulty lies in killing you?" The Lord of Qin felt a tightening in his chest, and, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Logically speaking, with the scheming from the one in Tianqi City, the experts of the Tianquan Division should have been obstructed. How could there still be one here? To be capable of slaying a peak expert of the Tuajiang realm with a single sword, Could it be that he is a formidable being of the Dao realm? Xie Weilou uttered not a word, his gaze directed at the lord of Tianqi City, as if he were gazing upon a corpse, seeking death. Upon realizing the situation, the lord of Tianqi Palace was consumed with fury, gesturing with a sweeping motion of his hand. Whoosh! From various directions, 5 elders of the Tianqi Palace emerged, each a peak cultivator of the Tuajiang realm. The 5 elders positioned themselves at distinct points surrounding Xie Weilou. Perish! The lord of Tianqi Palace's eyes glinted with malice as he unleashed the formidable aura of a late-stage Daozong realm cultivator, brandishing a blood-red longsword that surged forth towards Xie Weilou in an instant. The sword slashed through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, with crimson light erupting violently, exuding an aura of malevolence. Xie Weilou did not evade. He swung the burial flower sword, unleashing a surge of black sword light. Boom! The burial flower sword clashed violently with the blood-red longsword, sending sparks flying, while a formidable sword aura swept through the air, causing chaos and destruction around them. The ground was riddled with craters, and numerous buildings cracked under the force. Dai, the lord of the heavenly shadow temple, filled with murderous intent, intensified his power and struck again with the blood-red longsword, crashing it against the burial flower sword. Xie Weilou, along with his sword, was forcefully knocked back 20 meters. Kill! The master of the heavenly shadow palace moved in an instant, appearing before Xie Weilou, his longsword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Xie Weilou's head. The sword energy surged forth like waves, overwhelmingly powerful. Just as the blade was about to strike Xie Weilou, his figure suddenly vanished. What? The expression of the master of the heavenly shadow palace darkened. Shadow kill. The chilling voice of Xie Weilou resonated. In an instant, he lunged at the 5 elders at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, his form resembling a specter, leaving behind 5 fleeting shadows that brushed past the elders in a heartbeat. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. The 5 elders trembled, grotesque sword marks appearing upon their necks, blood gushing forth as their heads soared into the air, transforming them into 5 headless corpses. As cultivators at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, they were undoubtedly formidable. Yet before Xie Weilou, they were but fodder for his merciless onslaught. Beast! The lord of the Tianqi Hall, witnessing the annihilation of the 6 esteemed elders, wore an expression of unbridled fury. Nurturing a single individual to the pinnacle of the expansion realm demanded immense resources. Within the entire Tianqi Hall, there were merely 7 such cultivators. With 1 fallen in Tianqi City and now 6 more lost, the devastation was monumental. The lord of the hall vowed to turn you to ashes. With a roar, the lord of the Tianqi Hall executed a sword technique, suddenly charging towards Xie Weilou. A crimson sword light erupted. Dozens of sword energies materializing to seal the heavens and earth, all hurtling towards Xie Weilou. Incompetent roar. Xie Weilou's words dripped with sarcasm as he swiftly evaded the crimson sword energy. Die. The lord of the heavenly shadow palace lunged at Xie Weilou, his long sword descending with a flourish, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that illuminated the heavens in a sanguine glow. Xie Weilou gripped the morning flower sword tightly, a glimmer of crimson light flashing in his eyes as his aura surged wildly. With the application of the celestial repairing technique, his realm ascended from the initial stage of Daozong directly into its mid-stage. As he approached the heavenly palace, he unleashed a single strike, revealing a sword aura spanning 1,000 meters. Boom! The clash of sword auras erupted explosively, sending shockwaves that swept across the heavens and the earth. Xie Weilou brandished his sword, delivering a fierce strike towards the lord of the heavenly shadow palace. The lord, his countenance marked by fury, retaliated with a similar blow. The 2 blades clashed, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swept through the surroundings. Crack! In the next instant, the blood-red sword in the lord's grasp was severed, the buried flower sword exuding an unparalleled ferocity as its energy surged forth, viciously aimed at the lord's chest. Damn it! The lord's gaze sharpened, prompting him to evade immediately. Whoosh! The sword energy grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep scar, a vivid trace of crimson emerging. Xie Weilou did not afford the master of the Tianqi Hall any opportunity to react. In a swift motion, he materialized before his opponent, his long sword sweeping across with a fierce slice, the sword aura erupting with chilling intensity. The master of the Tianqi Hall had no time to evade and could only instinctively raise his broken sword in defense. With a resounding crash, the broken sword clashed against the funeral flower sword, shattering once more, while the sword energy struck the master of the Tianqi Hall squarely in the chest. Ah! He emitted a chilling scream. A grotesque scar etched across his chest, his bones fractured, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, his bones were sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, that strike could have cleaved him in two. This individual is astonishingly powerful. Lin Qiwang gazed at Xie Weilou in astonishment. Although she was aware of his formidable prowess, she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, capable of effortlessly overpowering even those at the late stage of the Dao realm. It was nothing short of monstrous. How has he cultivated to such an extent? The lord of Tianqi City appeared pallid, a flicker of panic surfacing in his eyes. Given the circumstances, it seemed that the master of the Tianqi Hall was no match for this man. Should the master fall, he would undoubtedly be the next to perish. Xie Weilou's gaze was fierce and menacing. With a flick of his fingers, the Zhonghua sword transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling forth. In an instant, the master of the Heavenly Shadow Palace was caught off guard, pierced through the chest by the blade, and a fresh spray of blood erupted forth. Xie Weilou stepped forward, confronting the master of the Tianqi Hall beneath the ominous skies. His fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed at the master's head. "Kill!" roared the master of the Tianqi Hall, discarding his broken sword and countering with his own fist. Bang! The collision of their fists echoed like an explosion, resulting in the master's arm shattering into a mist of crimson, his body propelled backwards 100 meters. With a flick of his finger, Xie Weilou transformed the funeral flower sword into 100 long swords, which instantaneously lunged toward the lord of the Heavenly Shadow Palace. Steadying himself, the lord swiftly summoned a bone shield, positioning it before him. The multitude of long swords rained down upon the bone shield with fervent ferocity, sparks flying as a myriad of cracks began to form upon its surface, revealing its imminent inability to withstand the onslaught for much longer. Xie Weilou lightly waved his sleeve, and a multitude of swords melded into a single blade, its might surging 100-fold. The buried flower sword whirled, unleashing an overwhelming sword aura. Boom! The bone shield was pierced, and the fierce sword directly transgressed through the neck of the lord of the Heavenly Shadow Palace, mingled with a spray of blood. Ah! The cry from the Heavenly Shadow Palace was piercingly sorrowful, as he immediately clutched his severed arm. Xie Weilou acted with remarkable decisiveness, suddenly lunging towards the master of the Tianqi Palace, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. The master of the Tianqi Palace, taken aback and filled with alarm, found himself unable to evade the attack and could only instinctively raise his arm to shield himself. Crack! Xie Weilou delivered a swift kick to the arm of the lord of the Heavenly Shadow Hall. With a resounding crack, the lord's arm shattered, the sound of splintering bone echoing in the air. The force of the blow struck his face, leaving it mangled and bloodied, sending him hurtling 100 meters away. How swift! Xie Weilou extended his hand, and the burial flower sword soared into his grasp. He stepped forward, appearing above the head of the lord of the Heavenly Shadow Hall, and with a swift stroke of his sword, aimed to cleave the lord of the Heavenly Shadow Hall in two. "Ancestor, save me." The lord of the Heavenly Shadow Hall's expression turned to one of dread as a hoarse cry for help escaped his lips. Buzz! Within a grand hall, a terrifying aura erupted, immediately sealing Xie Weilou in place. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow and immediately turned his gaze towards the grand hall, where an ancient monster of formidable strength resided. Whoosh! Within the hall, a black chess piece shot forth, aimed directly at Xie Weilou's forehead. Xie Weilou swiftly evaded. A black chess piece grazed his face, leaving a fissure in his mask, and a strand of hair fell beside his ear. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the hall as dozens of black and white pieces surged forth, simultaneously hurtling towards Xie Weilou, each piece imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Xie Weilou did not resist with brute force. Instead, he continuously evaded, as the pieces whizzed past him without landing a hit. Bang! In the next moment, an ancient wooden chessboard surged forth from the hall, its accompanying power even more formidable, sealing off the heavens and earth as it violently struck towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou could not evade the impending danger and could only strike with his sword. With a resounding crash, he cleaved the chessboard in two. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe burst forth from the hall, appearing behind the chessboard, and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou swiftly raised his long sword to shield his chest. The elderly man in the gray robe unleashed a powerful palm strike upon the blade, releasing an overwhelming force. Xie Weilou instinctively felt a numbing sensation in his arm as his vital energy surged. He was instantly propelled several dozen meters away. Xie Weilou rolled over, shedding some of his strength, and leaped onto a stone pillar. A trickle of blood slipped from beneath his mask, and he gazed at his palm. where the flesh at the base of his thumb had split, causing blood to flow. Xie Weilou gazed intently at the elder in the gray robe and remarked indifferently, "The Xuanxiang realm." He had not anticipated that this heavenly shadow palace concealed a formidable being from the Xuanxiang realm. This revelation piqued his interest. The Xuanxiang realm. Lin Xinghuang's expression also sharpened, revealing a palpable sense of trepidation. The elder was not recorded in the memories of Elder Lan, indicating that even an elder of Lan Jiao's stature was unaware of his existence. Xie Weilou, a formidable figure, can effortlessly crush opponents at the late stage of the Daozong realm. However, when faced with someone at the Xinxiang realm, he seems to experience considerable pressure. The situation has grown troublesome. The gray-robed elder extended his hand, upon which floated 2 chess pieces, one black and one white. He gazed at Xie Weilou and spoke in a chilling tone, "I am the ancient master of Tianqi." He possessed the cultivation of the early stage of the Xinxiang realm. Before him stood Xie Weilou, whose strength was not to be underestimated, having the capability to annihilate those at the late stage of Daozong. Yet, no matter how powerful he may be, he remains merely at the Daozong realm. In the presence of a practitioner from the Xinxiang realm, could he possibly stir significant waves? The chasm between Daozang and Xinxiang is immense. Traversing it is no simple feat. It is astonishing that the Tianqi Palace conceals a master of the Xinxiang realm. A gleam of excitement appeared on the face of the Lord of Tianqi City. With the ancient master of Tianqi taking action, the man was surely doomed, and he could now rest easy. The Lord of the Tianqi Palace, witnessing the emergence of the ancient master, also felt a sense of relief in his heart. He offered a respectful bow and promptly withdrew. Xie Weilou gazed indifferently at Tianqi Laozu and remarked, "The Xuanxiang realm is indeed formidable. Yet it is not without the possibility of confrontation." "Foolishness," Tianqi Laozu retorted, raising a hand to send 2 chess pieces hurtling towards Xie Weilou in an instant. Xie Weilou swiftly evaded as the chess piece whizzed past him, an overwhelming force surging forth, as if it sought to rend him asunder, exuding an air of invincibility. Boom! The chess piece collided with the distant mountains, obliterating them in a cataclysmic explosion. "Die!" roared the elder Tianqi, striking down upon Xie Weilou with a mighty palm. A colossal imprint materializing, engulfing the heavens and earth, sealing off the square. Not good. The crowd in the square hastily retreated. Boom! The palm imprint descended with lethal intent, shattering the square into chaos, dust swirling amidst the tumult, leaving the ground riddled with scars, fragmented and broken. A massive palm imprint emerging from the debris. Bloodied and weary, Xie Weilou struggled to support his body with his long sword. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his mask lay shattered, pieces falling away to reveal his pallid visage. Lin Xinghuang's heart tightened, her eyes reflecting a deep concern. Having endured a blow from a master of the Xuanxiang realm, his injuries must be severe. How could this be? The Lord of Tianqi City was taken aback upon seeing Xie Weilou's face, astonishment etched across his features, eyes wide with horror. They had received explicit orders to eliminate Xie Weilou and Lin Xinghuang, naturally having prepared portraits in advance. Who could have anticipated that this enigmatic powerhouse was, in fact, Xie Weilou? Was it not said that he was born with a useless body, incapable of cultivation? Yet he could crush even those in the late Daozong realm. Was this what they deemed an inability to cultivate? He must die? The Lord of Tianqi Palace was equally astonished, disbelief flooding his gaze. The so-called waste of a son in the eyes of the world had turned out to be a concealed master. His ability to endure to this point rendered him even more formidable and extraordinary than the Prince of Tianqi City. Within the grasp of his palm, a profound imprint lingered. Xie Weilou lifted his head, a bloodthirsty grin emerging on his face. It appears that a massacre is in order today. Since I've revealed myself, these individuals must perish. Arrogant and ignorant boy, surviving my first strike is a testament to your resilience. But do you truly believe you can withstand a second? The elder of the dark cloud scoffed. Is that so? Xie Weilou sheathed the burial flower sword. The Nirvana Sutra commenced its rotation, blood returned to his body, and his injuries healed rapidly. In an instant, his aura surged back to its peak condition. Yet, what could it change? The elder of the heavenly shade let out a cold snarl, materializing before Xie Weilou in a heartbeat, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Xie Weilou's head, intent on eliminating him with a single blow. Lin Xinghuang tightened her grip on the longsword, a rune appearing on her brow, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Xie Weilou extended his hand, and the ebony demonic hand within his dantian instantly melded with his arm. A torrent of malevolent energy erupted. transforming the heavens and the earth into an abyss of darkness, while the surrounding space warped incessantly, the might of the demonic hand utterly terrifying. Lin Qingwang was momentarily taken aback. This fellow possessed yet more formidable means. Boom. Just as the heavenly ancestor's fist descended with tremendous force, Xie Weilou seized his opponent's fist, unleashing a terrifying surge of demonic energy that surged into the adversary's body with alarming ferocity. What? The heavenly ancestor's expression shifted to one of shock as the demonic energy assailed him, wreaking havoc on his meridians and causing his very soul to tremble. In that instant, with his fist ensnared, he found himself unable to break free. Xie Weilou's eyes brimmed with a profound murderous intent, as disheveled strands of hair danced wildly around him. He cast a cold glare at the heavenly shadow ancestor, his gaze imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, while demonic light flickered ominously from his eyes. Boom! Xie Weilou exerted a powerful grip, causing the arm of the heavenly shadow ancestor to shatter instantly. The heavenly shadow ancestor emitted a piercing scream of anguish, immediately retreating. Xie Weilou moved with astonishing speed, suddenly appearing beside the elder Tianqi. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the elder's chest. Bang! With that strike, demonic energy erupted, overwhelming in its ferocity. The elder Tianqi's chest was pierced, bones shattered, and internal organs ruptured, blood gushing forth. The elder's anguished cries echoed as his body was sent flying 300 meters, crashing into a mountain peak and fracturing it upon impact. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantaneously appearing before the Ancient One of Tianqi. His voice was icy as he uttered a single word, "Die!" Boom! As the words left his lips, he unleashed a formidable punch towards the Ancient One of Tianqi, enveloped in a malevolent aura that seemed to seal the very heavens and earth. Don't! The Ancient One of Tianqi let out a terrified cry. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the punch hurtled towards him. Boom! The impact of the punch obliterated the Ancient One's body into a mist of blood, extinguishing his soul, while the mountain behind him was shattered by the force, sending debris flying in all directions. The Ancient One of Tianqi, a master of the Xuanxiang realm, was dead. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen as they gazed at Xie Weilou. At the moment the Ancient One of Tianqi had appeared, they had believed that Xie Weilou was doomed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had shifted. 2 punches. Xie Weilou subdued the elder Tianqi of the Xuanxiang realm with merely 2 strikes. Freak of nature, Lin Qingwang succinctly remarked, her bewilderment towards Xie Weilou deepening. Elder, the master of the Tianqi palace, regaining his composure, trembled, fear evident in his eyes. Xie Weilou suddenly materialized before the lord of the heavenly shadow temple, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared, "It is your turn." The lord of the heavenly shadow temple, his face a mask of terror, struggled futilely, unable to free himself from Xie Weilou's grip. Trembling, he stammered, I have a powerful background in the heavenly shadow temple. If you dare." Boom! Xie Weilou did not afford the lord of the heavenly shadow temple the opportunity to finish speaking. With a fierce grip, the lord's body was instantly reduced to a fine powder. But what of it? Xie Weilou, with an expressionless demeanor, uttered a single sentence, his gaze fixed upon the lord of Tianqi City. The lord of Tianqi, already paralyzed by fear, was startled when Xie Weilou turned his attention towards him. In a moment of panic, he swiftly turned and fled. Xie Weilou gazed indifferently at the retreating figure of the lord of Tianqi City. He casually extended his hand, and a surge of demonic energy erupted, coalescing into a formidable demonic handprint. Onward! Xie Weilou lightly pinched his fingers, and the ominous handprint of demonic energy instantly ensnared the lord of Tianqi City. As the handprint tightened, the bones of the lord shattered, and countless fissures appeared upon his body, with blood gushing forth incessantly. "Please, do not kill me." The lord of Tianqi, sensing the looming specter of death, pleaded in terror for mercy. Xie Weilou displayed a demeanor of indifference, impervious to the unfolding chaos, as he exerted a subtle force in his grasp. The lord of Tianqi City emitted a piercing scream, his body suddenly disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist, marking his complete demise. With the lord slain, panic ensued among the onlookers. The surrounding 200 soldiers, witnessing the execution of their leader, were stricken with terror and hastily sought to escape. "May you all perish." Xie Weilou's gaze was bloodthirsty, his hand extended as demonic energy erupted, forming chains of malevolence that surged forth in an instant. With a swift crackle, the bodies of the soldiers were pierced by these chains of dark energy, exploding into a mist of crimson. A chorus of anguished screams filled the air, staining the square with blood. Moments later, the cries ceased. 200 soldiers lay vanquished, their entire battalion obliterated, leaving no trace but a cloud of sanguine mist. Xie Weilou cast his gaze around, observing the remaining members of the Tianqi Hall. Flee! The individuals from Tianqi Hall fled in terror. Whoosh! Before Xie Weilou could take action, Lin Qingwang surged forward, swiftly wielding her sword, as the individuals from the Heavenly Shadow Palace were relentlessly cut down beneath her blade. This time, it was imperative to eradicate the threat completely. Xie Weilou withdrew his malevolent grasp, the sinister aura dissipating, leaving only the pervasive scent of blood in the air. In less than half an hour, the carnage concluded. Lin Qingwang approached a grand hall and discovered a subterranean prison housing numerous young individuals. All were disciples of the Heavenly Temple, each possessing spiritual bones within them. They had initially believed that joining the Heavenly Temple would grant them immediate elevation, only to realize that the temple had fixated on their spiritual bones. They had witnessed some of their companions' bones being extracted, and they feared they might be next. Upon Lin Qingwang's entrance, the young captives trembled, panic evident in their eyes. With a swift motion, Lin Qingwang unsheathed her sword, severing the iron locks of the prison. She addressed the young ones. The Heavenly Temple has been eradicated. You shall now depart with me. What? The Heavenly Temple has been destroyed? We can leave? I want to go home. I miss my mother. The young individuals immediately rose, their expression shifting from uncertainty to exhilaration. Subsequently, they followed Lin Qingwang out. In the square, Lin Qingwang approached Xie Weilou and inquired, "Are you unscathed?" "I am not." Xie Weilou's body leaned forward. Lin Qingwang immediately supported Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou's face pressed against Lin Qingwang's chest, his fingers encircling her waist, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. He gently squeezed Lin Qingwang's shapely dairy and nuzzled against her bosom, his tone feeble as he murmured, "Qingwang, I am hungry. I wish to eat steamed buns." Lin Qingwang immediately erupted in indignation, pushing Xie Weilou away with force, her eyes blazing as she exclaimed, "Can you not be so frivolous?" Xie Weilou wore a broad smile, seemingly unaffected by any troubles. Indeed, he appeared to be in excellent spirits. Humph! Lin Qingwang let out a cold snort, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed this fellow was unscathed. "Commander Lin!" Zhang Long's voice rang out as he hurried over with a group of constables. Lin Qingwang turned to Zhang Long and inquired, "Have the soldiers at the foot of the mountain been dealt with?" Zhang Long promptly replied, "General Sun from Meiqing has arrived with a large army and has taken control of the city lord's residence and the soldiers at the base of Tianqi Mountain." The name of General Sun from Meiqing caused Lin Qingwang to ponder deeply. Zhang Long added in a hushed tone, "General Sun is affiliated with the second prince." "Oh, I see." Lin Qingwang's mind was illuminated, and she couldn't help but cast a penetrating glance at Xie Weilou. Why would someone associated with the second prince be present here? One possibility loomed. The second prince must have learned about the disappearance of the 30,000 taels intended for disaster relief, which was linked to the Tianqi Temple. However, this was a matter she had only disclosed to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou smiled faintly, and Lin Qingwang's conjecture was indeed accurate. Yin Wuyo was aware of the disaster relief funds, and it was indeed his doing. Initially, he merely intended to exacerbate the conflict between Yin Wuyo and Yin Wugo. But he did not anticipate that the latter would send someone in response. Now that the troubles here have been resolved, it is best to leave. Lin Qingwang waved her hand gently, and the crowd subsequently departed. In Tianqi City, after Lin Qingwang had taken the statements from these young individuals, she instructed the constables to escort them home, though for some, there would be no return. Over the span of 3 years, many youths had joined the Tianqi Hall, some hailing from Tianqi City, while others came from beyond. There were also those forcibly taken by the city lord's men, most of whom had their spiritual bones extracted and were abandoned in a mass grave, a truly tragic fate. Qin Meiyu was fortunate. Her daughter still lived. Within the inn, Lin Qingwang held the meticulously organized scrolls and turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou. When the master of Tianqi Hall perished, it was mentioned that the hall possesses substantial backing. Even the ancestors of the Xuanxiang realm are involved, indicating that its influence is indeed considerable. Xie Weilou nodded gently. Yin Wugo indeed had connections with the Hall of Heavenly Shadows, yet he may not necessarily be the foundation of that establishment. The Hall of Heavenly Shadows is guarded by an ancient ancestor of the profound resonance realm, and the forces behind it are undoubtedly formidable. Lin Qingwang remarked, "The Hall of Heavenly Shadows has already been annihilated. Let us return to Tianqi City." "Very well," came the reply. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. Half an hour later, Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang returned to Tianqi on the snow-stepping steed, encountering the governor Bailey Cha-Ching along the way. Upon meeting the governor, Lin Qingwang offered her respectful greeting. Bailey Cha-Ching noticed that Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang were riding on the same horse, with Xie Weilou tightly embracing Lin Qingwang's waist. At that moment, her eyes were gently closed, seemingly still lost in slumber, which rendered his expression somewhat peculiar. "This young man possesses a certain depth," he inquired. "I was intercepted by a formidable demon clan warrior and could not reach Qin City in time. What is the situation there?" The demon that obstructed him was exceedingly powerful, and he acknowledged his oversight this time. Lin Qingwang presented a scroll to Bailey Cha-Ching, stating, "Esteemed governor, the Tianqi Palace has been annihilated, and the lord of Qin City, involved in the matter of spiritual bones, has been executed. All details are contained within this scroll." Bailey Cha-Ching was somewhat taken aback. The Tianqi Palace had a Daoist master station there. How had Lin Qingwang managed such a feat? He took the scroll and glanced at it. Tianqi ancestor, Xuanxiang realm. Bailey Cha-Ching's gaze sharpened. Lin Qingwang elucidated, "The Tianqi ancestor is a formidable being of the Xuanxiang realm, and we were naturally no match for him. However, on this occasion, a mysterious powerful entity emerged from the Tianqi Palace, and its destruction was primarily due to him. Yet, that individual wore a mask, obscuring their visage, leaving their true identity unknown. Regarding the matter of Xie Weilou's actions, she would certainly refrain from elaborating. A mysterious powerhouse." Bailey Cha-Ching's expression reflected deep contemplation. The ability to slay an entity at the Xuanxiang realm is undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Qingwang deftly shifted the topic. "The Tianqi Palace is fortified by an ancestor of the Xuanxiang realm, indicating a formidable background." Bailey Cha-Ching pondered. "With the Xuanxiang realm now in play, it is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. Leave this matter to me. The Tianqi Palace has already been eradicated, and each of you has contributed to this success. You may seek your rewards from the Tianquan division thereafter." Given the involvement of the Xuanxiang realm, he felt compelled to intervene personally, and it may even necessitate the presence of Lord Siming. "Thank you, Protector." Lin Qingwang once again offered a respectful bow. "Indeed." Bailey Cha-Ching nodded gently before soaring away. He intended to visit the Tianqi Palace. The matter of spirit bone transplantation is quite intricate. Should the Tianqi Palace possess a powerful background, it is likely that a mysterious force continues to engage in spirit bone transplants, necessitating thorough investigation. "I hope to uncover something significant at the Tianqi Palace." Lin Qingwang gently tugged on the reins, guiding her snow spirit horse into the distance. In Tianqi City, the night remained enveloped in wind and snow. The lights were obscured, creating an air of haziness. At the Tianquan division, all those who ventured to Qin City, regardless of their level of contribution, received a reward of 100 taels of silver each. This delighted Zhang Long and the others immensely. With 100 taels, one could indulge in the pleasures of the brothel several times. Within the grand hall, Lin Qingwang poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. The scroll regarding the spirit bone transplantation case has been submitted to the Grand Commander. Yet this matter does not involve the sixth prince. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and remarked, "The shadow of Yen Wugu is present in the Tianqi Hall. Yet we have not sought any tangible evidence. Relying solely on mere words cannot bring him to justice. Should evidence arise, Yin Junlin will undoubtedly take the stage to impeach Yen Wugu." Lin Qingwang gently grasped her teacup and replied, "While we cannot contend with him at present, he is entangled in far greater troubles. Rumors have surfaced suggesting that Yen Wugu has colluded with the demon clan, leading to a massacre during the winter hunt, resulting in the deaths of numerous noble offspring. Surely, this will invite trouble for Yen Wugu. The dissemination of this information is likely orchestrated by Yen Wuyo. Having been outmaneuvered in the disaster relief fund matter, he is now aware of the puppet master behind it all. How could he remain indifferent?" Xie Weilou shook his head and said, "However, do not forget that he was born into a royal family. To truly move against him, there is but one method. No matter what transgressions Yen Wugo may commit, he remains a prince. The one in the palace would never directly seek his annihilation. To act against him through the authority of the Heavenly Power Bureau, the literati and martial officials, or the one in the palace, is ultimately futile. The only way to confront him is through one's own strength, to subdue him with overwhelming power. In this world, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, everything relies on formidable might. The rules of the mundane are ultimately crafted by man. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, these worldly laws are as insubstantial as clouds. Lin Xinguang replied, "Your words hold truth, yet the constraints from all sides can also stifle his advancement." Xie Weilou smiled and nodded. A person without blemish would not cause him much apprehension. What truly instilled fear in him was the ethereal presence of the sole entity that the other possessed. Even with his trump card, the demon hand, he dared not underestimate such an ancient being. He would need to seek out his third uncle later to see what valuable items he might offer. Xie Weilou glanced outside and stood up, stating, "It is getting late. I must return." Lin Xinguang shot a glance at Xie Weilou and remarked, "Having just acquired 100 taels, are you so eager to visit the pleasure quarters?" Xie Weilou's expression turned stern. "Nonsense. How could I be such a person? I am here to listen to music, to cultivate my sentiments, and refine my character." Hee. Lin Xinguang set down her teacup and picked up a scroll to continue her perusal. She sensed that her cultivation was still somewhat lacking and realized she needed to devise a means to swiftly achieve a breakthrough. Xie Weilou stifled a yawn and strolled out of the grand hall. Outside the hall, the young lord and his companions contemplated going out for a drink. "Would you care to join us?" Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others beamed at Xie Weilou. With newfound wealth in hand, it was only natural to indulge in some leisure. After all, what little pleasures do men seek? "Very well, let us partake in a few drinks. Tonight's expenses shall be on me," declared the young lord. Xie Weilou spoke with great composure. Hee. "Thank you, young master." The crowd quickly clasped their fists in salute. How could one not feel elated to have a young master as a colleague? "Let us proceed to Baiyujing." Xie Weilou spoke with great bravado. Baiyujing is a remarkably grand brothel in Tianqi City, renowned as the foremost establishment of its kind. Typically, only the affluent and influential are granted entry, where extravagant spending is the norm, leaving common folk entirely unqualified to enter its doors. Baiyujing, Zhang Long and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment. They quickly shook their heads, saying, "Young master, it is far too expensive. Without at least 1,000 taels of silver, one cannot gain admission." Baiyujing is a place they could scarcely dare to dream of. Xie Weilou, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "Is my reputation truly worth merely 1,000 taels? Rest assured, I am not lacking in wealth." The young master's grandeur inspired Zhang Long and others, who eagerly expressed their desire to accompany him and broaden their horizons. They had never ventured to such a place before. It was said that the women of Baiyujing were each as beautiful as flowers, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as in various musical arts. This occasion indeed presented a splendid opportunity to witness such talents. In the dimly lit corridor, Xie Weilou urged, "You all should change your attire. With such clothing, how will you not frighten the young ladies?" The young master concurred, prompting them to swiftly head towards another grand hall. After a brief interval, the group emerged in their casual garments, departing from the Tianquan division. Within a secluded pavilion, a tumultuous query arose.